Ding! A world-ending event is imminent. Congratulations, host, on binding the Dual Cultivation Immortal System. Boda. Chapter 1. You may enter. Enjoy early. Cherish what you have. Those who understand will understand. Do not nurture the book, or you may miss the most complete version. Dear gentlemen and ladies, please add this to your bookshelf to prevent future difficulties in finding it. I kindly ask you to temporarily leave your thoughts here and claim your copy of the Dual Cultivation Immortal System. Note, this is not a kindergarten bus. Eat quickly. Remember to replenish your energy. Pure love, please deter. Darling, you may enter now. As when Meow Meow uttered these words, her cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe tomato, and she dared not meet Boda's gaze. With her head bowed, she swiftly retreated to her room, leaving behind a soft click as the door closed, echoing in the empty living room. Boda stood frozen, the trembling tone of when Meow Meow's words ringing in his ears. He instinctively swallowed hard. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the slightly ajar bedroom door. Taking a deep breath to calm his pounding heart, he reached out and gently pushed open the door, which seemed to lead to a new world. Inside, the room was deliberately dim, with only a warm yellow bedside lamp casting a gentle glow, saturating the air with a hazy filter. As Boda's eyes fell upon the figure in the center of the room, his breath hitched. When Rushui sat languidly on the edge of the soft bed, her normally meticulously groomed long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, somewhat disheveled, covering much of her face. Only a slender, fair neck remained visible, accentuating a touch of languor and allure rarely seen in her demeanor. She wore a black silk camisole dress, sourced from some unknown place, that clung to her figure, perfectly outlining her mature and voluptuous curves developed over the years. The front, breathtakingly captivating, rose and fell gently with her breath. Her waist, so delicate it could be grasped with a single hand, formed a curve filled with the tension and charm of a mature woman. Every inch of her seemed to silently narrate the unique allure she possessed. The hem of her dress revealed a pair of long, straight legs, fair and smooth as the finest jade, completely exposed to the air. Each inch radiated a lethal attraction, rendering it impossible to look away. Seemingly hearing the door open, she slightly raised her gaze. Her peach blossom eyes, always brimming with gentle smiles, were now veiled in a thin layer of mist, reminiscent of a lake shrouded in the misty rain of the south, shimmering with light. As her eyes flickered, shyness and uncertainty were evident, yet they were intertwined with a captivating charm unique to mature women, ensnaring anyone who dared meet her gaze. Years ago, when Meow Meow's biological parents perished in a sudden car accident, leaving her, a mere 12 years old, alone and destitute at that time, when Rushui was just 24, having recently graduated from university and entered society. Upon receiving the news, she stepped forward without hesitation, resolutely adopting the girl who was 12 years her junior. From that moment, she took on the responsibility of caring for Wen Meow Meow. Despite their small age gap, when Rushui treated Wen Meow Meow as her own daughter, nurturing and cherishing her deeply. Now, at 24, Wen Meow Meow had blossomed into a graceful and charming young woman. Time, it seemed, had been especially kind to Wen Rushui. At 36, her skin remained smooth and fair, taut without a trace of fine lines. Her radiant face appeared more youthful than many girls in their early 20s. Yet, the maturity she exuded, a blend of gentleness, elegance, and an unintentional allure, was a quality that youthful girls could hardly aspire to. Typically dignified and graceful, tender and considerate, she now wore such attire and regarded Boda with an expression mingled with shyness and anxiety. Boda felt his heart racing perilously, an intense thirst developing in his throat. He instinctively swallowed again, only to find his mouth even drier. He was acutely aware of the gravity of the moment. The sudden turn of events began just hours prior, with an inexplicable, bizarre white mist enveloping the globe. Time rewinds a few hours. Boda was tying on an apron, preparing dinner with Wen Meow Meow in the kitchen. Wen Meow Meow was washing and chopping vegetables nearby, chattering about amusing anecdotes from her workplace. Boda was in charge of cooking, with braised pork bubbling away in the pot. The rich aroma filled the kitchen, suffusing it with the warmth and happiness of ordinary life. "Honey, it seems we're running low on soy sauce," Wen Meow Meow said, shaking the bottle she held with a frown. "Don't worry, I'll pick up a bottle on my way home tomorrow. Before Boda could finish, a series of terrified screams and shouts erupted from outside. Then came the resounding bang and clatter. The sounds resembled a chaotic car crash, mingled with the shrill noise of glass shattering the evening's tranquility. Oh! When Meow Meow gasped in fright, dropping the soy sauce bottle from her hands, that Boda, quick on his feet, reached out to catch it, his gaze darting to the window, filled with uncertainty. What he saw nearly froze his blood. A thick, opaque white mist surged like a roaring white tsunami from the horizon at an incomprehensible speed. It engulfed the streets, swallowed buildings, devoured mountains and sky. Everything within sight was completely submerged in mere seconds by the chaotic white expanse. Visibility plummeted to less than a meter. The once bustling world outside, filled with traffic and neon lights, seemed to have pressed a mute button, descending into an eerie silence. Only the occasional distant, piercing screams from within the mist pierced the stillness, quickly swallowed by the thick fog, leaving behind an even deeper fear. What on earth is that? When Meow Meow's face turned pale with fright as she instinctively clutched Boda's arm, her voice trembling, Boda, equally shocked and uneasy, attempted to maintain his composure as he wrapped his arms around her shoulders, reassuring her. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It might just be extreme weather. The fog is thick, but it will clear soon. However, the unfolding events exceeded their wildest imaginations. As seconds ticked by, the white mist showed no signs of dissipating. Panic, akin to the most lethal plague, silently permeates every corner of the city through the eerie white mist. People have come to the despairing realization that this is by no means extreme weather. Rather, it is an unprecedented apocalyptic crisis, a cataclysm that defies comprehension, has quietly descended upon us. Boda tightly holds the trembling one Meow Meow, whose face is etched with despair. Gazing out at the all-consuming white fog, he is overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness and confusion. On the precipice of despair, a cold, mechanical prompt unexpectedly resonates with clarity in the depths of his mind. Ding! What sound is that? Boda jolts, instinctively gasping in shock. Is it an illusion? Or merely a product of excessive fright? Before he can gather his thoughts, the mechanical voice echoes once more. Detection of the host's intense desire to survive and compatible soul fluctuations. Binding conditions met. Dual Cultivation Immortal System is currently binding. Please confirm whether to activate the Dual Cultivation Immortal System. Yes, no. Gentlemen and ladies, simply turn the page to activate the system. Chapter 2 System. Ding. Congratulations, host binding successful. A system? Boda's pupils abruptly constricted to the size of pinpricks, and an involuntary gasp escaped his throat, nearly causing him to cry out in astonishment. Wasn't this the quintessential golden finger that every fated protagonist possessed in those apocalyptic novels he had previously pursued? This miraculous phenomenon, which existed solely within the realm of fiction, had somehow descended upon him in this desolate apocalypse. It felt akin to a drowning man grasping a life-saving straw in the final moments before submersion. Was this a window opened by the heavens in his dire straits? No, this was no mere window. It was as if a door to a radiant golden pathway leading to the pinnacle had been kicked wide open. His heart was already submerged in a tidal wave of ecstasy. All his previous fears and confusions were swept away in an instant. There is indeed a way out for the desperate. I am, without a doubt, the chosen one. With a system at my disposal, what does this apocalypse even amount to? Let alone this eerie white mist. Even if the king of hell himself appeared, I could survive with the aid of my system. Moreover, I would thrive more splendidly than anyone else. Yet, the surprises did not end there. Ding! Newbie benefit granted. Pure Yang's sacred body. Another newbie benefit? Pure Yang's sacred body. Boda's heart trembled violently, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Almost the instant the system's notification echoed, he felt a warm, overwhelming power surge through his limbs and bones. This force was gentle yet irresistible, as if countless invisible hands were kneading, washing, and reshaping every inch of his bones, muscles, and meridians. He could distinctly feel that his previously slender physique, a result of years of late nights and lack of exercise, was undergoing a profound transformation. Loose flesh was visibly replaced by taut muscles, and his previously slightly hunched back unconsciously straightened. The contours of his arms became fluid and brimming with explosive strength. Even the calf muscles that had been strained from running rapidly healed under this nourishing warmth, becoming resilient and powerful. An indescribable sensation of euphoria enveloped him, prompting an involuntary sigh of comfort. All the accumulated fatigue and soreness dissipated in that moment. Loading host's personal information. Loading successful. Host, G. Boda. Physique, pure Yang's sacred body. Cultivation level, none. System space. Activated. G. Boda suppressed the urge to grin widely, discreetly glancing at the warmth that nestled closely beside him. When Meow Meow. She seemed utterly oblivious to any unusual sounds in her mind, her pallor betraying her fright at the distant, monstrous roars that reached her ears. Her slender fingers clutched his clothing tightly, her knuckles whitening from the strain, while her beautiful eyes brimmed with unshed tears, though she valiantly fought to keep them from spilling, embodying a heart-wrenching vulnerability. At that moment, as G. Boda's gaze shifted and landed on Wen Meow Meow, his pupils abruptly constricted in astonishment. He was taken aback to discover that several lines of glimmering white text had materialized above Wen Meow Meow's head, visible only to him. Name, Wen Meow Meow. Age, 24 years. Thunder type, F. Charging individuals, 1. Health status, healthy. Overall score, 95 points. G. Boda. His eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets, as his expression teetered on the brink of chaos. His mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. Thunder type? Charging individuals? What on earth is this? Darling, why are you looking at me like that? Wen Meow Meow felt unnerved under G. Boda's ravenous gaze, her body instinctively inching closer to him, her voice quivering with uncertainty and emotion. Your eyes are so strange, it's as if you want to devour me. G. Boda suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing his lapse in composure. He swiftly suppressed the astonishment and elation swirling within him, leaning closer to her ear, speaking in a tone meant only for their ears. Meow Meow. Do not be afraid, we will be fine. Perhaps this time we might turn misfortune into fortune. When Meow Meow lifted her tear-filled eyes, her long lashes adorned with glistening droplets, resembling a startled fawn as she gazed at him in confusion. Darling, what do you mean? What do you mean by turning misfortune into fortune? The apocalypse has already arrived, and the outside world is filled with flesh-eating monsters. Surviving has become a luxury. How could there be any fortune to speak of? Because G. Boda hesitated for a moment, swiftly organizing his thoughts. He decided to explain in a manner more comprehensible to Wen Meow Meow, knowing that the concept of a system was too far-fetched, even if he articulated it. She might not believe him. I believe I have awakened a rather unique ability. Wen Meow Meow's eyes sparkled instantaneously, like a beacon of flame illuminating the boundless darkness, the fear that once clouded her countenance dissipating considerably, replaced by a surge of hope. Is it true? Have you really awakened an ability? She asked excitedly, gripping G. Boda's arm with such fervor that she nearly dug into his flesh, bombarding him with questions in rapid succession. What kind of power is it? Is it formidable? Can it protect us? Can you breathe fire or discharge electricity like in the movies? Her eyes brimmed with anticipation and urgency, tinged with an unmistakable sense of dependence, as if she regarded G. Boda as her sole lifeline. Impressive. Indeed, it was remarkable. G. Boda straightened his posture, feeling the surging power within him, his face adorned with an unprecedented smile of confidence. He patted his chest, his tone resolute. As for my specific abilities, they are rather intricate and difficult to articulate at this moment, but rest assured, with me around, I will undoubtedly protect you. From now on, we shall never suffer from hunger again, nor will we have to hide. We will relish a life of abundance, all thanks to my extraordinary powers. Just as he was about to elaborate to Wen Meow Meow, the system's alert tone abruptly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has initially adapted, and a new novice guide task is now issued. Novice task, please conquer the target, Wen Rushui, within 24 hours. Task deadline, 24 hours. Task rewards, 1. Officially unlock the core function of Dual Cultivation enhancement. 2. Activate the 100-fold return function, whatever items the target consumes. The host will receive a 100-fold quantity of the same item back. G. Boda was completely taken aback, his mind buzzing in an instant of blankness. The 100-fold return function. In this apocalyptic world where resources were irreplaceable, what did this capability signify? It meant that one loaf of bread could transform into 100. One bottle of clean water could be turned into 100 bottles. This was an ability of unprecedented proportions, a cornerstone for establishing a vast empire of resources in the wasteland. With this function, he and Wen Miao Miao would bid farewell to the threats of hunger and thirst, potentially amassing a wealth of supplies to attract other survivors. They could create their own safe haven in this desolate land, a veritable paradise amidst the apocalypse. And then there was the official unlocking of the Dual Cultivation enhancement function. Although the specifics of the enhancement were yet to be revealed, the very name implied that it would provide a shortcut for his rapid growth and strength. It was worth noting that while he currently possessed the pure Yang sacred body, his cultivation level remained utterly vacant. In essence, he was akin to a person rich in resources yet clueless on how to exploit them, powerless against the formidable mutated creatures that roamed the earth. However, once he unlocked the Dual Cultivation enhancement function, he could harness the strength of the target to swiftly elevate his own power. At that point, he would at least have adequate self-defense against ordinary dangers. But this task's objective, Chapter 3, Darling, I have an idea, was too sensational. Conquering Wen Rushui, and within 24 hours? How on earth was he supposed to broach this subject? What would Wen Miao Miao think? What reaction would Wen Rushui have? The difficulty level was nothing short of hellish. Husband, why have you suddenly fallen silent? Just as Boda was embroiled in an internal struggle, swiftly weighing the pros and cons of his situation, Wen Miao Miao seemed to sense his unease. She gently squeezed his hand, her concern palpable as she inquired. Your complexion looks rather peculiar, alternating between pale and flushed. Is there a side effect to this ability, or does it come with a price? Gazing into his wife's innocent yet anxious eyes, feeling the chill and dependence radiating from her palm, Boda took a deep breath, aware that he could no longer hesitate. Opportunities are fleeting, and the system's task deadline is merely 24 hours. Rubbing his nose, he forced a complex expression onto his face, one that conveyed both difficulty and resignation. Tinged with a hint of determination for the sake of their family, he addressed Wen Miao Miao. Miao Miao, my ability is somewhat unique. How so? Her curiosity piqued. Wen Miao Miao leaned in closer. To put it simply, Boda chose his words carefully, striving to be as tactful as possible. The essence of this ability lies in the harmony of yin and yang. In other words, the more resources I can acquire, the more swiftly my strength will grow. Only in this way can I gain sufficient power to protect you better, ensuring our survival in this apocalyptic world. After delivering this revelation, Boda felt a knot forming in his throat, anxiously observing every subtle change in Wen Miao Miao's expression. He had even prepared a plethora of arguments, ranging from the harsh realities of survival in a post-apocalyptic world to the notion that this was a means to secure their future together. He was ready to engage in a persuasive discourse about the uniqueness of his abilities and that this was merely a temporary measure. When Miao Miao stood frozen, her mouth slightly agape, clearly taken aback by the nature of his ability, which exceeded her wildest imaginings. Her face transformed from utter astonishment and shock to confusion and bewilderment. Instinctively, she released her grip on Boda's hand, lowering her gaze into silence, her small shoulders quivering slightly as she pondered her thoughts. After what felt like an eternity, just as Boda was on the verge of speaking again, when Miao Miao slowly lifted her head, her eyes shimmered with a complex array of emotions, hesitation, struggle, and a barely perceptible sense of grievance. Yet, more than anything, they reflected her worries for the future, her yearning for survival, and her unwavering trust in Boda. Her delicate brows furrowed tightly, presenting a picture of both inner turmoil and a brave facade that tugged at one's heartstrings. Husband. Her voice emerged with a hint of hoarseness, yet her gaze began to solidify with determination. Given this, I have an immature idea. When Miao Miao raised her head, locking her eyes with Boda, as if resolved to a certain decision, lowering her voice. She then pointed towards the room of Wen Rushi. She has always cared for us and has recognized your worth. In this apocalyptic predicament, my heart is filled with concern for her. I cannot bear the thought of being separated from her, and I fervently hope for her safety. If only we could enlist her assistance, given your extraordinary abilities. The resources we acquire would undoubtedly multiply, and your strength would ascend at an accelerated pace. In that event, you would be better equipped to protect us and safeguard our home. We could remain together forever, never to part again. Boda's heart surged with tumultuous waves of emotion. He could scarcely fathom that when Miao Miao would audaciously propose such a suggestion, it was as though one were offered a pillow when weary, or a ladder when wishing to embark on a journey. He had been racking his brain on how to broach the subject, how to strategize, and subtly guide when Miao Miao towards acceptance of this notion. He had even prepared himself for a prolonged period of persuasion. Yet now, happiness had arrived so unexpectedly that he found himself momentarily at a loss, questioning if he had misheard, suppressing the overwhelming joy that threatened to erupt from within. He endeavored to maintain an expression of perplexity and helplessness, grasping when Miao Miao's hand tightly. His voice resonated with resignation. Miao Miao, you are absolutely right. This indeed presents a viable solution. For the sake of our future, it may be the swiftest and most effective path forward. He shifted his tone, his face reflecting utter bewilderment. However, I truly do not know how to approach Sister Ruisue about this. Skillfully, he cast his dilemma and discomfort upon Wen Miao Miao, his eyes brimming with a sense of reliance that conveyed, I am counting on you. This undertaking cannot be accomplished without you. Only you can help me create the opportunity. It is only your words that Sister Ruisue might be willing to heed, and only your persuasion that could lead her to make sacrifices for our sake. He gazed at Wen Miao Miao with deep affection, his tone imbued with earnestness. Miao Miao, I understand that this predicament places you in a difficult position. But for the sake of our future, to thrive in this world of despair and to solidify our family, I truly have no better alternative. Can you comprehend my plight? As Wen Miao Miao looked into Boda's eyes, seeing the fragile dependence and helplessness within, her final hesitations and awkwardness evaporated in the face of his heartfelt words. In their stead arose a profound sense of responsibility and mission. Her cheeks flushed with emotion and nervousness, yet her gaze remained unwavering, as if she bore the weight of her family's salvation upon her shoulders. With a determined nod, her small fist clenched as if to bolster her own resolve. Husband, I understand. I completely understand. This is not solely for you. It is for our family as well. Have no worries. I will take charge of this matter. I will assuredly persuade her. Observing Wen Miao Miao resolutely turn away, her expression imbued with the determination of a warrior embarking on a perilous quest. She strode towards Wen Ruisue's bedroom, her back a testament to her unwavering commitment. Boda let out a long sigh of relief, the tension in his nerves dissipating instantaneously, and a smile began to play at the corners of his mouth. It was accomplished. Chapter 4. Persuasion with the indispensable assistance of Wen Miao Miao, his devoted ally. The probability of success soared to over 80%. In this moment, he felt an immense gratitude, for he possessed not only a system as his golden key, but also a wife who was remarkably perceptive, considerate, quick-witted, and capable of swiftly adapting to the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world. Had he been paired with the weeping, despairing heroines often found in romantic novels, the situation would have undoubtedly spiraled into chaos, as they would be utterly incapable of accepting such an outrageous proposal, let alone advocating for it. The hours that followed were, for Boda, an excruciating eternity, far longer than the cumulative 20 years he had previously endured. He paced anxiously outside the bedroom door, akin to an ant being relentlessly roasted on a hot pan, his heart racing as if 10 cats were scratching at it simultaneously. A whirlwind of emotions, anxiety, anticipation, tension, excitement, swirled within him, rendering him incapable of tranquility. At times, he clenched his fists, raising them to his mouth to feign a cough, attempting to mask the tumultuous waves within. Other times, he roamed the narrow corridor, treading lightly as if he were a thief, terrified that his movements might disrupt the crucial conversation transpiring within. Occasionally, he would lean wearily against the cold wall, closing his eyes as uncontrolled scenarios flooded his mind. One moment, he envisioned Wen Miao Miao, tearfully recounting the hardships of the apocalypse and the significance of Boda's abilities. The next, he imagined Wen Rushi, enraged, pointing to the door and demanding Boda leave, or even striking Wen Miao Miao across the face. In another vision, the two of them sat in silence, burdened by unspoken words and heavy sighs. Each hypothesis sent his heart plummeting and soaring like a roller coaster, leaving him in a state of unrest. He even regretted not having reiterated certain points to Wen Miao Miao, such as emphasizing the wealth of resources that would follow the hundredfold return, or elaborating on how the enhancement of their powers would ensure their safety. Miao Miao, my dear wife, my virtuous assistant, in this critical moment, it all hinges on you. He fervently cheered her on in his mind. It must succeed. Once we secure Wenrushi's approval and activate the hundredfold return function, we will truly soar in this apocalypse. We shall ascend to the pinnacle of our lives. In due time, not only will we have enough to eat and wear, but establishing our own empire in this desolate world will also be within reach. The happiness of our family and the hope for our future depend on the outcome of this negotiation. You must not falter. He held his breath, pressing his ear against the door of Wenrushi's bedroom, striving to capture the nuances of the dialogue within. Regrettably, the sound insulation of the house is quite satisfactory, allowing only faint, intermittent whispers to penetrate, rendered nearly inaudible. From the tone, it seems there is no heated argument, which brings him a modicum of relief. Time stretches on, and just as Boda feels he might suffocate from anxiety and anticipation, the muted conversation in the bedroom appears to cease. Moments later, the bedroom door is gently cracked open from within. When Meow Meow's delicate face peeks through, her cheeks flushed, her eyes reflecting a hint of fatigue yet imbued with a sense of relief and an indescribable complexity, as if she has accomplished a significant task. Upon noticing Boda, who stands like a guardian at the threshold, she is momentarily startled. Quickly, she steps out, softly closing the door behind her, and takes his hand, leading him to a corner of the living room, a little distance from the door. Her palm feels somewhat cool and slightly damp. Husband, she lifts her gaze, her voice tinged with hoarseness and tremor, a testament to her arduous endeavor. I persuaded her. Boda's heart soars with elation. Yet he strives to maintain an expression of concern and gratitude. He squeezes Meow Meow's hand, feeling the chill of her palm, his tone imbued with tenderness. Meow Meow, you've worked hard. You've been wronged. He understands that this situation must have weighed heavily on her psyche. To go to such lengths for him and their family truly touches him. When Meow Meow shakes her head, her gaze, though complex, is predominantly resolute. It's not a burden. As long as it ensures our well-being and keeps this family intact, I am willing to do anything. She pauses, lowering her voice to a whisper. She agreed. You may go in. With that, she seems to complete a final ceremonial handover, unable to meet Boda's eyes, and hastily retreats to her room, shutting the door behind her. Watching when Meow Meow vanish behind the door, Boda finally exhales deeply, feeling the weight that had been pressing upon his heart lift. He turns back towards the door that leads to a new world and extraordinary possibilities. Taking a deep breath, he steadies his expression and breath, striving to appear calm and dependable, before slowly pushing the door open. As the door creaks ajar, Wenrushi, whose fingers had been nervously intertwined, suddenly tightens her grip, her knuckles whitening from the strain, betraying her escalating tension. She instinctively recoils slightly, as if to seek an iota of elusive security. Boda gently closes the door behind him, treading softly as he approaches Wenrushi. Chapter 5. Call me Rushi. In that moment, above Wenrushi, much like when Meow Meow before her, ethereal white letters materialize, visible only to him. Name, Wenrushi. Age, 36. Experience, 0 people, 0 times. Health status, healthy. Comprehensive score, 96. This information acted like a powerful stimulant, causing Boda's heart to race uncontrollably. His Adam's apple rolled up and down involuntarily. Sister Rushi, Meow Meow has told me, he began, only to be interrupted by Wenrushi's sudden interjection. Her voice bore a subtle hint of hoarseness and tremor. You may simply call me by my name. She slowly raised her head, her eyes resembling peach blossoms veiled in mist. Rushi. Boda tentatively called her name. Wenrushi responded softly, Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound with Wenrushi. Beginner task of successfully courting Wenrushi is complete. Task rewards are being distributed. Hundredfold return feature has been activated. Core functionality of Dual Cultivation enhancement has been unlocked. Congratulations, host, for successfully breaking through to the first layer of Qi refinement. Each notification sounded like a clarion call, instantly clearing Boda's previously foggy consciousness, causing his blood to surge with fervor. As the final notification chimed, a warm and pure energy surged forth from the depths of his dantian, akin to a stream thawing in early spring, brimming with vitality, rushing to fill his limbs and bones. This energy was not violent, but rather gentle yet profoundly penetrating. It coursed through his meridians, nourishing every inch of flesh and sinew along its path. Wherever the energy traversed, Muscle fibers seemed to be meticulously reshaped by an invisible hand, becoming denser, more resilient, and infused with explosive strength. The discomfort from intense physical exertion vanished without a trace. The density and strength of his bones increased at a visibly remarkable pace, transforming from ordinary mortal bones to something akin to spiritual bones. Years of accumulated fatigue and impurities within his body were washed away by this warm current, dissipating into thin, gray-black wisps that slowly escaped through his pores, merging with the air. Only a faint metallic scent remained, yet his body felt lighter and more transparent than ever before. Even more astonishing was the transformation of his senses. In that moment, his 5 senses sharpened to an unprecedented degree. He could even hear the steady and powerful heartbeat within Wenwuxi's chest. His vision underwent a qualitative leap. The slight nearsightedness caused by prolonged exposure to computer screens vanished entirely. He instinctively clenched his fists, the knuckles producing a crisp sound, and the sensation of power emanating from his palms ignited an indescribable excitement and fervor within him. This feeling was exhilarating, surpassing the joy of being granted a year of paid leave after a month of relentless overtime by 100-fold. No wonder that in online novels, everyone is eager to pursue the path of immortality. The leap in physical prowess is akin to upgrading from a dilapidated bicycle to a top-tier supercar, a complete metamorphosis. As Boda revels in the exhilarating sensation of his bodily transformation, Wenwuxi slowly opens her eyes, her gaze still somewhat dazed. "It feels peculiar," she murmurs, her voice tinged with a hint of confusion and novelty. "What's the matter?" Boda teases, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he deliberately provokes her. Wenwuxi's voice is muffled, laden with a profound sense of shyness. "I just feel a bit lighter." The heavy anxiety and fatigue that had beset her due to the sudden onset of the apocalypse seemed to have vanished, leaving her less anxious and more invigorated. She pauses, extending her delicate hand to tentatively explore her smooth arm. Gently, she caresses her cheek, the exquisite sensation eliciting a glimmer of surprise in her eyes as she adds, "Has my skin become smoother and firmer? Is it merely my imagination?" Boda, fully aware, knows this is no mere illusion. It is the spiritual energy generated during her recent cultivation that has gently cleansed and nourished her body. While such nourishment may seem trivial to a cultivator, its effects are remarkably pronounced for an ordinary person. It not only significantly enhances physical constitution and delays aging, but also invigorates her bodily functions. He responds with affectionate teasing. "It's not an illusion. It's simply that our Rushi is naturally beautiful, and, being with me, you will only grow younger and more enchanting." Flatterer, Wenwuxi playfully chides. Yet her lips curl into a shy, sweet smile, a genuine expression of joy. No matter the age, a woman cannot resist heartfelt compliments from her beloved, as her initial embarrassment gradually transforms into sweetness. Observing her bashful demeanor, Boda feels a sudden stir in his heart. He recalls the just-activated, legendary, 100-fold return ability and is eager to test its efficacy, curious to see if it truly lives up to the system's grand claims. With a focused thought, he retrieves a bottle of mineral water from the seemingly boundless system space and gently offers it to Wenwuxi, his tone tender. "Here, Rushi, you must be thirsty. Have some water to rehydrate." Wenwuxi had only heard from Wen Miao Miao about Boda's abilities to conjure resources out of thin air. Witnessing a bottle of water materialize in his hand before her eyes is a shock that far exceeds her imagination. She accepts the cool bottle of mineral water, unscrews the cap, and takes a small sip. The cool, sweet essence of pure water cascaded down her throat, instantly dispelling the dryness within her mouth, prompting her to comfortably squint her eyes. At that moment, a prompt from the system resonated in Boda's mind. Ding! Detected that Tao companion Wenwuxi consumed 500 milliliters of mineral water, returning 500 milliliters of mineral water, x 100. Automatically stored in the system space. Goodness, it truly activated. And so effortlessly. Waves of astonishment surged within Boda, nearly betraying his composure. Anything consumed by the bound Tao companion, no matter how trivial, even a mere bottle of water, could trigger a 100-fold return. One bottle transformed into 100, a single bag of bread into 100 bags. Was there any reason to worry about supplies in the future? If only when Miao Miao and Wenwuxi used more items. Wouldn't the resources in the system space multiply like a snowball? This was the epitome of effortless success, merely reaping rewards without exerting effort. No, it was simply about collecting returns. He hastily took several deep breaths, forcefully suppressing the exuberance swelling within him, maintaining an air of nonchalance, as if nothing extraordinary had occurred. Yet, the gleam of mirth in his eyes could not be concealed, and the corners of his mouth betrayed a slight, involuntary smile. Just as he basked in his satisfaction, a series of cautious footsteps echoed from outside the bedroom door. The steps came and went, lingering indecisively, clearly signifying someone hesitating at the threshold, wanting to enter but feeling shy. Boda and Wenrushi exchanged glances, instantly understanding who lingered beyond the door. The rosy hue that had barely faded from Wenrushi's cheeks returned with fervor, more intense than before, coloring even the nape of her neck. It was Miao Miao. How did she come here? What should they do? In her fluster, she attempted to push Boda aside, scrambling to find her clothes, appearing utterly flustered. Boda, however, remained far more composed. He gently restrained her with his arm, leaning down to gaze at her flushed ears, chuckling softly as he reassured her. What are you panicking for? Miao Miao is hardly a stranger. His fingertips lightly caressed her shoulder, his tone laced with teasing confidence. We are diligently striving for the sake of survival here. It's a serious matter, entirely above board. There's no need for shyness. Nevertheless, he casually grabbed a nearby air-conditioning blanket, draping it over Wenrushi with care. This concealed the heart-racing view, leaving only her blushing cheeks and flowing dark hair, affording her a modicum of dignity. Clearing his throat, he called out towards the door, striving to sound as casual as ever. Miao Miao, stop lingering at the door and come in. It's not locked. Chapter 7. Confidence. The footsteps outside abruptly ceased. The air fell silent for a few seconds, and then, with a soft click, the door was nudged open just a crack. When Miao Miao's petite head peeked through the gap, akin to a thief, cautiously entering. Her round, sparkling eyes darted cautiously as she stole a glance at Boda. Noticing his composed demeanor and neatly arranged attire, she quickly cast her gaze towards Wenrushi on the bed. Upon seeing Wenrushi's disheveled appearance, her cheeks flushed crimson as she nestled deeper beneath the blanket, revealing only half of her face. In that moment, when Miao Miao's own face turned a vibrant shade of red, her ears tinged with a soft pink, reminiscent of ripe cherries. Did you two finish? Her voice was barely above a whisper, akin to the hum of a mosquito, imbued with shyness and a hint of uncertainty. After speaking, she instinctively pressed her lips together, her eyes darting away in a display of bashfulness, appearing utterly flustered. This candid and innocent inquiry nearly provoked a chuckle from Boda, his lips curving into a slight smile. Wenrushi, overwhelmed with embarrassment, buried her face entirely into the pillow, leaving only her lustrous black hair cascading over it. Yes, we're done. Boda managed to suppress his laughter, striving to maintain a normal tone as he beckoned her. Come in and shut the door. One Miao Miao, resembling a startled little rabbit, quickly slipped inside, gently closing the door behind her. With timid steps, she shuffled over to the bedside, glancing between Boda and the pillow-covered Wenrushi. Husband, how is it? Her gaze finally settled on Boda's face, her eyes wide with anticipation. Has your ability improved significantly? Did you acquire a plethora of supplies? Absolutely, Boda declared, thumping his chest with confidence and pride, his tone laced with exuberance. Your husband has upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon, a far cry from the past. Not only has my strength surged, but the supplies have accumulated to the point where our storage is nearly overflowing. To prove his claims and to reassure the two, Boda decided to demonstrate his prowess. Focusing intently, he silently communicated with the system space, mentally reciting a shopping list with clarity akin to a well-prepared inventory. Rice, luncheon meat, marinated eggs, bottled water, self-heating hot pot, packaged steak, compressed biscuits, chocolate, nuts, energy bars, bottled milk. In an instant, as if by magic, the moment his thoughts concluded, an array of well-packaged supplies materialized on the bedroom floor. They piled up with a delightful clatter, forming a small mountain of provisions in no time. The vibrant packaging of various foods, illuminated by the bedroom lights, created a striking display that exuded a comforting aura, leaving one entranced by the sight. In truth, aside from the several bottles of mineral water rewarded from a recent system task, the rest of the items were carefully gathered by Boda during the initial onset of the mist, preemptively securing whatever supplies he could find within his home into the system space. To truly achieve material freedom in this apocalyptic world and reach the pinnacle of life, one must ultimately rely on the miraculous system that offers a hundredfold return. The earlier bottle of mineral water was merely a preliminary trial. Goodness, so much. When Meow Meow's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape, revealing an expression of incredulous joy. Although she was previously aware of her husband's ability to conjure items from thin air, witnessing such an abundance of food and drink materialize like magic left her unable to contain her exclamations. She hurried to the pile of supplies, crouched down, and carefully picked up a bottle of mineral water, twisting off the cap and taking a small sip. The cool, sweet taste slid down her throat, dispelling the anxiety and thirst brought about by the apocalypse, making her squint in comfort, a look of satisfaction gracing her features. At that moment, the system's notification chimed once more in Boda's mind. Ding! Detected that your partner, when Meow Meow, has consumed 500 milliliters mineral water, returning 500 milliliters mineral water, x 100, automatically stored in the system space. Boda's heart leaped with joy. Indeed, as long as it is a bonded partner, consuming anything triggers a hundredfold return. He felt utterly reassured. The issue of supplies would no longer be a burden, but rather one of his greatest advantages in this desolate world. Chapter 8. Sisters, it's clean water. How wonderful. When Meow Meow couldn't help but cheer, cradling the bottle of mineral water. She quickly picked up a beautifully packaged self-heating hot pot, inspecting it excitedly. Darling, will we never have to worry about food and drink again? Of course not. Boda straightened his posture, his voice resolute and filled with unwavering confidence. He surveyed the mountain of supplies heaped upon the floor, his gaze steadfast. With me here, not only will you never go hungry, but I assure you both will live abundantly and comfortably, even in this hellish world. When Rushui, hearing the commotion outside, couldn't help but lift her head from the pillow. She discreetly observed the mountain of supplies on the floor, bulging bags of rice, glimmering canned luncheon meat, self-heating hot pots, compressed biscuits, chocolates, and nuts, an array of delectable foods, with dozens of neatly stacked bottles of mineral water beside them. Upon seeing such a bounty of food and clean drinking water, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise, instinctively covering her mouth with her hand. Her gaze filled with disbelief and reassurance. In this resource-scarce, precarious apocalypse, a cup of clean water or a loaf of bread could incite fierce competition. Yet they now possessed such a rich reserve. This undoubtedly served as a reassuring balm, instilling her with newfound confidence for the future, while her anxiety and unrest diminished significantly. When Meow Meow's gaze danced over the pile of supplies, her fingertips occasionally brushing against the exquisitely packaged food, her joy lingering long after. She rose to her feet and instinctively turned her gaze towards Rushui. In that moment, it was as if she had stumbled upon a new world. Her eyes brightened instantly. She hurried to the bedside, her tone infused with palpable astonishment. Your skin, my heavens, how has it transformed so beautifully? Leaning closer, she scrutinized Rushui's cheeks, her expression brimming with curiosity and envy. Earlier, she had been too shy to take a good look, but now, she noticed how fair and tender her skin appeared, glistening with a youthful radiance that seemed remarkably firm. She extended a finger, gesturing next to Rushui's cheek, continuing. Even those tiny lines at the corners of your eyes have vanished. You look like you've shed 5 or 6 years effortlessly. Have you secretly used some miraculous product? Rushui instinctively raised her hand to touch her own cheek. A sweet thrill of delight surged within her. The joy of receiving compliments on her appearance made her feel elated, yet she shyly chided. What nonsense. It's not that exaggerated. Perhaps I just rested well earlier. And my complexion has improved slightly. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet Meow Meow's sparkling eyes, her voice barely a whisper. I'm not talking nonsense. Meow Meow immediately retorted, her small face serious, her eyes unusually earnest, her tone resolute. It's true. The change is incredibly evident. If you don't believe me, just ask your husband. As she spoke, she turned to Boda, tugging at his sleeve with a gentle shake, her tone laced with a hint of urgency for validation. Darling, take a look. Doesn't she seem younger and more beautiful? You must say it's particularly obvious. Boda, aware of the situation, nonetheless followed Meow Meow's lead and glanced at Rushui. Her cheeks were flushed, illuminated by the dim light of the bedroom. It seemed as though she carried an inherent soft focus filter, concealing any minor imperfections. Her already well-maintained visage now exuded a youthful delicacy, plump with collagen, her cheekbones subtly elevated, radiating vitality. The fine lines at the corners of her eyes had indeed vanished, rendering her appearance vibrant and glowing. She appeared several years younger. The fatigue and weariness that once lingered in her brow were replaced by this invigorating aura. He nodded with a smile, genuinely affirming, "Meow meow, you are absolutely right this time." Turning his gaze to Wen Rushui, his eyes softened with warmth, and his voice carried sincere praise. "Rushui, you truly are becoming more beautiful. Your complexion is exceptionally radiant. The state of your skin could easily be mistaken for that of a woman in her 20s. It seems this cultivation not only enhances strength, but also bestows beauty, a most delightful surprise." As the two of them exchanged compliments, a sweet warmth enveloped her heart. The joy of being acknowledged and praised lingered like a gentle current, dissipating her previous shyness and unease significantly. She cast a subtle glare at Wen Meow Meow, her eyes betraying a hint of embarrassment, though her tone was notably earnest. "Meow Meow, perhaps it would be best if you refrained from calling me sister in the future." When Meow Meow paused, her large eyes filled with confusion, momentarily at a loss, gazing at her blankly. When Rushui's cheeks flushed deeper, her gaze flickering as she dared not look towards Boda, her voice dropping to a shy whisper. When Meow Meow blinked her big eyes, glancing at Boda, who wore a playful smile, and suddenly understood. A mischievous grin spread across her face as she deliberately elongated her words. "Oh, I get it. You feel a bit shy, right?" She leaned closer to Wen Rushui, her tone teasing. Then, she sweetly exclaimed, "Sister." This call of sister was as sweet and sticky as honey, making Wen Rushui feel distinctly uncomfortable, her face blooming with a deeper crimson, as if it were about to bleed. Unable to resist, she gently pinched Wen Meow Meow's arm. "You chatterbox." Hee hee, Wen Meow Meow giggled, playfully dodging away, swiftly moving to Boda's side, linking her arm with his, and making a face at Wen Rushui. "Darling, look. Sister is shy." Boda observed the playful interaction between the two sisters with great amusement. He wrapped an arm around Wen Meow Meow's shoulders, smiling at Wen Rushui. "I believe Meow Meow is right. From now on, you should be called sister. It sounds youthful and delightful, don't you think, Sister Rushui?" He purposefully added the title at the end, his tone laced with evident teasing. At this, Wen Rushui felt even more bashful, unable to lift her gaze, casting an accusing glance at him. Yet her eyes sparkled with an unacknowledged sweetness and shyness. Subjected to the playful teasing of these two, Wen Rushui sensed that the slight awkwardness and embarrassment brought on by the change in their relationship had, amidst their playful banter, remarkably dissipated by more than half. Noticing the pleasant atmosphere, Boda's spirits soared, and he resolved to demonstrate a fraction of his enhanced capabilities to reassure his two companions. To create a bit of visual flair, he casually picked up a metal can of luncheon meat from the supplies. The can, with its sturdy exterior, typically required considerable effort to open with a can opener. He grasped the can in his hand, exerting a slight force in his arm, deliberately slowing his movements to allow the two to observe the process clearly. Then, with a sudden, vigorous squeeze of his fingers, crack, a sharp sound shattered the tranquility of the room. The robust tin can, in his grip, crumpled like Play-Doh, the lid forced open, and the luncheon meat, due to the pressure, plopped onto the floor. "Wow, darling, you're amazing." Wen Meow Meow instantly transformed into an enamored little fan, her eyes sparkling with twinkling stars, clapping her hands in excitement, her tone brimming with admiration. "How incredible is this? Even more impressive than the superheroes on television." Wen Rushui was profoundly shaken by this straightforward, yet powerful display. She widened her eyes, gazing at the deformed cans and the fallen luncheon meat on the floor. Turning her attention to Boda's seemingly ordinary hand, which concealed terrifying power, her eyes filled with astonishment, reassurance, and dependence. There was also a hint of hidden affection, a complex yet sincere amalgamation of emotions. She understood all too well that in this world, where mutant beasts might strike at any moment and human hearts were treacherous, having a man like Boda, who possessed extraordinary spatial abilities to ensure ample supplies and boasted such formidable strength, signified everything. He stood like a towering mountain, the most solid bastion for the two sisters, the greatest source of security. With him by their side, They could carve out a place in this harsh apocalypse and pursue a better life with peace of mind. Boda, observing the shock and admiration in their eyes, felt a surge of profound satisfaction. He smiled faintly, his tone calm, yet brimming with unwavering confidence. This is merely a trifle. In the future, you shall witness even greater feats. With me around, no one can bully you. As when Rushui regarded his self-assured demeanor, her feelings of affection and dependence intensified. She gently nodded, her lips unconsciously curling into a tender smile. One Miao Miao clung tightly to Boda's arm, her face radiant with happiness, filled with boundless hopes for the future. Boda reveled in the adoration of the two, his sense of accomplishment soaring. The sensation of being needed, relied upon, and admired was utterly exhilarating. He chuckled, tossing aside the crushed can, and with a hand on each of their shoulders, he said, "Enough of just staring at me. Let us tidy this up and move to the living room. In the future, whatever you wish to eat or drink, just tell your husband. I'll ensure you have plenty." With that, his mind focused, he silently commanded the pile of supplies on the floor to vanish. In an instant, the mound of rice, luncheon meat, braised eggs, and bottled water disappeared without a trace, safely returning to his system space. Wow, husband, your ability is incredibly convenient. It's like having a gigantic portable warehouse and moving team. When Miao Miao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder. When Rushui also covered her mouth, her face alight with astonishment. Finding this power truly remarkable, her dependence and trust in Boda deepening further. "Let us go to the living room," Boda said, standing up first. He stretched his limbs, feeling an abundance of spiritual energy coursing through him, invigorated with an inexhaustible vitality. The enhancement bestowed by these refining tools was indeed immediate and striking. When Rushui hastily rose from her bed, though her legs felt somewhat wobbly, her face radiated satisfaction and joy. She tidied her slightly disheveled nightgown, her cheeks still adorned with a lingering blush. One Miao Miao, grinning cheerfully, approached when Rushui, linking arms with her and whispering conspiratorially in her ear, "Sister, you look so vibrant now, your skin is positively glowing." When Rushui gently patted Wen Miao Miao's hand, casting her a playful glare, though the mirth in her eyes was undeniable. "How cheeky. Now go on outside." The trio stepped out of the bedroom into the relatively spacious and bright living room. Despite the dense fog outside casting a dim light, the sense of space was significantly enhanced compared to the bedroom. Boda, with a mere thought, summoned most of the supplies from the system storage, arranging them neatly in the center of the living room. Gazing upon this mountain of provisions, the spirits of the three were further lifted. When Miao Miao rubbed her little hands together, her face brimming with eagerness, as she tugged at Wen Rushui's arm. "Sister, let us begin cooking. I'm absolutely famished." She then turned to Boda, her tone laced with a playful command. "Darling, today you are the hero. Just sit back and relax. No moving." When Rushui quickly nodded, her expression soft and nurturing. "Indeed, Boda, just take a moment to rest. From now on, cooking and washing dishes will be entrusted to us sisters. With such ample supplies today, let us prepare a few dishes to celebrate your newfound strength and to mark a new beginning for our family." As she spoke the last part, her voice softened slightly, tinged with a hint of bashfulness. Just as Boda was about to agree to Wen Miao Miao and Wen Rushui's proposal to cook, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the corner of the balcony. There, several pots contained the green plants that Wen Miao Miao had once tended to with great care. Since the advent of the apocalypse, shrouded in white mist, the household plants could not withstand the harsh environment, wilting and turning black, their withered branches and leaves a testament to despair. However, amidst this bleak desolation, one pot, resembling a grapevine, not only thrived but appeared to be infused with an extraordinary vitality. Its leaves were an alluring shade of green, unnaturally vibrant. Even more astonishing, upon the twisting vines, two fruits, each the size of a baby's fist, had quietly formed. One was a fiery red, reminiscent of solidified flames, and upon closer inspection, the air surrounding its surface seemed to quiver slightly. The other was a pale blue, its hue soft and clear, glistening with a pearlescent sheen. What is this? Chapter 10. Extraordinary Fruits. Boda felt a stirring in his heart, sensing that these two fruits were anything but ordinary. He rose and carefully made his way to the balcony, skillfully avoiding the other withered plants. He reached out and plucked the two extraordinary fruits. The sensation was remarkably unique. The red fruit radiated warmth, while the blue fruit felt smooth and cool like jade. At the instant his fingers brushed against the fruits, 2 lines of strikingly clear information materialized in his mind. Ability fruit, attribute, fire element. Effect, consuming awakens fire-based abilities, enhancing the level of fire abilities. Ability fruit, attribute, physical enhancement. Effect, consuming significantly improves overall physical attributes, including strength, speed, endurance, and recovery. Boda's eyes sparkled like searchlights, and his heart raced with excitement. What fortune! What was once regarded as an ordinary ornamental plant had, under the bizarre influence of the apocalypse, mutated to bear such formidable fruits. Fire abilities were clearly advantageous for combat, proving invaluable for both offense and practical tasks like cooking, heating, and illumination. Physical enhancement was the very foundation of survival. Thick blood, high defense, swift movement, rapid recovery, and enduring stamina. This was the golden combination for survival in a post-apocalyptic world, greatly increasing one's chances of living. Such luck was truly unparalleled. Could this be the fabled treatment of a protagonist? A miraculous encounter amidst dire straits? He suppressed his exhilaration and returned to the living room, holding the 2 fruits that seemed to contain extraordinary power. When Miao Miao and when Rushui, who had been discussing what to cook, were immediately captivated by the 2 fruits radiating a soft glow, diverting all their attention towards them. Under their curious gazes, Boda waved the treasures in his hand, his tone tinged with excitement and gravity. Look, the nearly dying grapevine on the balcony has actually borne these ability fruits. Consuming them can awaken special powers. Ability fruits. When Miao Miao's eyes widened in astonishment, almost as large as copper bells, as she hurried over, nearly pressing her face against the fruit, gently poking the fiery red ability fruit with her fingertip. Wow, it's truly warm. Darling, can this really awaken abilities? Her voice was filled with incredulous excitement and anticipation. Just like in the movies or novels, can one conjure fireballs and control flames? When Rushui, equally intrigued, leaned in and delicately brushed her fingertip across the pale blue, physical enhancement fruit, feeling its warm, smooth, and exquisite texture, her eyes brimming with wonder and disbelief. How could this be produced by a plant in this post-apocalyptic world? It had only arrived recently, and yet such miraculous changes had already occurred? Truly, nature is full of wonders. Her tone conveyed both awe and a hint of reverence for the unknown. Boda nodded with a smile, affirming their conjectures. He first handed the fire elemental fruit to Wen Miao Miao. Miao Miao, this red one will awaken your fire abilities, granting you the power of self-defense and making daily life more convenient, such as igniting a fire or boiling water at any moment. Subsequently, he presented the pale blue, physical enhancement fruit to Wen Rushui. Rushui, this blue one is a physical enhancement fruit. Its effects are straightforward. It will strengthen your body, increase your strength, speed, and endurance, and make you less susceptible to illness and injury. In this apocalyptic world, a robust physique is paramount. It will allow me to feel more secure when we need to venture out for exploration. Is this really for us? Both Wen Miao Miao and Wen Rushui were momentarily taken aback, gazing at the fruits before them, objects of immense worth, virtually priceless in this world of despair, expressions filled with astonishment and profound gratitude. Such precious gifts, and Boda had offered them so readily without a moment's hesitation? Of course. Boda replied, affectionately ruffling Wen Miao Miao's hair, his tone dripping with tenderness. We are now a family, sharing both fortune and adversity. As I cultivate my own strength, I will prioritize your needs. Your safety and empowerment are of utmost importance to me. His expression shifted, revealing a mischievous smile that hinted at an understanding only the 3 of them shared, his voice lowering conspiratorially. Moreover, think about it. As you grow stronger, with better foundational health and enhanced endurance, it will facilitate a deeper connection and closer cooperation between us, thereby effectively boosting our collective strength. It's a virtuous cycle. His suggestive words, paired with his playful gaze, instantly painted the cheeks of both women with a crimson hue, akin to the most vibrant blush. When Miao Miao playfully stamped her foot, her small fist lightly striking him. You're such a tease. When Rushui, feeling a wave of shyness, lowered her gaze, her neck flushed with a rosy tint, her ears glowing crimson. Yet, within her heart, the unreserved intimacy, trust, and teasing affection he displayed brought a warm glow. dissipating much of the awkwardness stemming from their shifting identities. Without further hesitation, when Miao Miao took the fire elemental fruit, feeling its gentle warmth in her hand, with a mixture of anticipation and slight nervousness, she opened her mouth and took a hearty bite. The fruit had a peculiar texture. Its skin was slightly chewy, while the interior burst forth with the sweetness of the most delectable berries, a unique fragrant juice exploding in her mouth, surprisingly delightful. However, before she could savor it fully, a wave of heat, akin to molten lava, surged down her throat, immediately flooding her limbs with a ferocious torrent, washing through every meridian and cell in her body. She could not help but emit a suppressed yet somewhat refreshing sigh, feeling as if every pore in her body had opened at that moment. Her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. Ding! Congratulations to the host's partner, when Miao Miao, for awakening the fire elemental ability. Detected that partner when Miao Miao consumed 1 fire elemental fruit, returning 100 fire elemental fruits, automatically stored in the system space. Simultaneously, when Rushi, filled with anticipation and a hint of nervousness, gazed at the smooth, blue fruit in her hand and gently took a bite. A subtle, natural fragrance reminiscent of mint and fresh grass instantly enveloped her palate, invigorating her senses. Then, a cool, powerful energy surged through her body like a crystal-clear mountain spring. This sensation was extraordinary, akin to a thorough cleansing and revitalizing massage within her core. She could distinctly feel her strength seemingly amplifying in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host's partner, when Rushi, for awakening the physique enhancement ability. Detected that partner when Rushi consumed 1 physique enhancement fruit, returning 100 physique enhancement fruits, automatically stored in the system space. The successive system notifications brought a sense of reassurance to Boda, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Just as he had surmised, the extraordinary fruit, when consumed by a partner, indeed triggered a 100-fold return. This was truly a moment of soaring potential. Chapter 11. A feast of delight he quickly recited in his mind, checking their attribute panels. The updated information vividly materialized. Name: Wen Miao Miao. Identity: Dual Cultivation. Partner: Bound. Age: 24. Thunderchild. G. Charging count: 1. Health status: Healthy. Ability: Fire Elemental. Level 1. Comprehensive score: 97. Name: Wen Rushi. Identity: Dual Cultivation. Partner: Bound. Age: 36. Thunderchild. G. Charging count: 1. Health status: Healthy. Ability: Physique Enhancement. Level 1. Comprehensive score: 98. Husband. I truly possess an ability now. Look. When Miao Miao exclaimed excitedly, extending her small hand, concentrating her thoughts, and striving to guide the nascent power within her. With a soft pop, a small orange flame, about the size of a fingernail, flickered to life at her fingertips, dispelling some of the surrounding gloom and illuminating her face, which was filled with surprise and a sense of accomplishment. She waved her little hand joyfully, the faint yet tangible flame dancing alongside her, though diminutive. It marked the inception of extraordinary power. When Rushi gradually opened her eyes, carefully sensing the changes within her body, her face revealing a mix of surprise and disbelief. She gently clenched her fist, feeling the remarkable increase in strength coursing through her. I feel so light, as if I have shed a heavy burden. With an abundance of energy surging within me, she attempted a chopping motion with her bare hands, inadvertently conjuring a faint sound of wind. Moreover, did her hearing and vision improve slightly? Is the effect truly this remarkable? Wen Miao Miao gazed at the now empty hands of Boda, astonished as she inquired, Darling, what about yours? Why haven't you eaten? Boda chuckled heartily, clapping his hands, his expression imbued with an enigmatic air. Mine? Just watch. With a grand gesture, he summoned from the system space the 100 fire element ability fruits and 100 physical enhancement ability fruits he had just received, causing them to cascade onto the coffee table, forming 2 vibrant mounds exuding alluring waves of energy. The red fruits resembled smoldering hills, while the blue ones appeared as a clear, profound spring. The visual impact of the 200 ability fruits amassed together was nothing short of breathtaking. Wen Miao Miao and Wen Rushi stared at the towering pile of ability fruits before them, their mouths agape in astonishment, their eyes wide as saucers, their minds nearly ceasing to function. Is there truly this quantity? Just moments ago, they believed these to be rare treasures, each one a precious gem. Yet now they resembled a wholesale fruit market. Such a stark contrast was utterly mind-boggling. Darling, did you rob an exclusive plantation of ability fruits? When Meow Meow stammered, feeling her tongue tie itself in knots. Boda raised an eyebrow with pride, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. My dear, my abilities are far more extensive than this. This stockpile is but a trifle. Don't just stand there, let us indulge, eat several, and discover just how much these abilities can enhance us. Today, our goal is to feast until we are full, to the point of abilities leveling up. With a flourish, he took the initiative, swiftly grabbing a fire element ability fruit in one hand and a physical enhancement fruit in the other, consuming them with astounding efficiency, as if swept up by a tempest. Come, follow my lead. Eating both together might yield even greater effects. As he spoke, he alternated bites, devouring the two fruits as easily as one would ordinary fruit, swiftly swallowing them whole. Ding! Congratulations, host, for awakening fire element ability. Congratulations, host, for awakening physical enhancement ability. As Boda felt two streams of subtle energy surging within him, his brows arched slightly. The effects were indeed present, though they appeared less efficient compared to the enhancements from Dual Cultivation. Nevertheless, the abundance was certainly satisfying. As Boda took the lead, when Meow Meow and when Rushui emerged from their profound astonishment, suppressing the overwhelming joy and shock within them, they exchanged knowing smiles, each recognizing the determination reflected in the other's eyes. They understood that this was a pivotal moment to rapidly enhance their powers, an invaluable opportunity they could not afford to squander in this apocalyptic world. When Meow Meow was the first to seize a fire ability fruit, sinking her teeth into it and feeling the familiar warm currents invigorating her fire abilities. Next, she picked up a physical enhancement fruit. The refreshing energy surged within her, perfectly balancing the heat from the fire fruit, leaving her feeling more comfortable and harmonious. Wow, consuming both at once makes me feel even better. When Rushui followed suit, indulging in both fruits simultaneously. The invigorating coolness from the physical enhancement fruit intertwined with the subtle yet persistent warmth of the fire ability fruit within her, indeed enhancing her comfort and seemingly making her body's fortification more comprehensive and gentle. Ding! Detected that partner when Meow Meow consumed one fire ability fruit, returning 100 fire ability fruits, automatically stored in system space. Ding! Detected that partner when Rushui consumed one physical enhancement fruit, returning 100 physical enhancement fruits, automatically stored in system space. Ding! Detected that partner when Rushui consumed one fire ability fruit, returning 100 fire ability fruits, automatically stored in system space. Ding! Detected that partner when Meow Meow consumed one physical enhancement fruit, returning 100 physical enhancement fruits, automatically stored in system space. In the ensuing moments, the system's notifications resonated in Boda's mind like a continuous, melodious symphony. He devoured the fruits voraciously, feeling the energy within him accumulate gradually. Simultaneously, he relished the sight of the quantities of both fruits in the system space, replenished by his partner's consumption. The number of ability fruits not only remained unchanged but astonishingly increased at an incredible rate. This sensation of effortlessly reaping benefits and enjoying boundless resources was indescribably delightful. In the living room, only the subtle sounds of chewing, swallowing, and occasional muffled gasps from the intense energy surges could be heard. The three of them transformed into efficient fruit-consuming machines, as the two vibrant mounds of fruit on the coffee table visibly diminished. Ding! Congratulations, partner, when Meow Meow's fire ability has reached level 2. When Meow Meow consumed her 10th fire ability fruit, her body trembled, and her aura noticeably intensified. The previously ethereal energy became solid, and the small flame at her fingertips stabilized and expanded into a grapefruit-sized orange-red fireball. Husband, sister, I've leveled up. The fireball has grown larger. When Meow Meow exclaimed with excitement, carefully manipulating the egg-sized fireball that danced in the palm of her hand, the flames illuminating her sweaty yet exhilarated face. Ding! Congratulations to the host's partner, when Rushui, for the enhancement of her physical reinforcement ability to level 2. Almost immediately, as when Rushui consumed her 10th physical reinforcement fruit, she felt an intangible barrier within her body shatter. A surge of more powerful and purer energy flowed through her, akin to a warm current, deeply fortifying her muscle fibers. Instinctively, she picked up an empty metal can from the coffee table, and with a slight exertion of her fingers, the sturdy tin was effortlessly dented, leaving distinct fingerprints behind. I can feel my strength increasing significantly. My body feels so much lighter. Wen Ruxue joyfully reveled in her transformation. This tangible sense of empowerment alleviating much of her fear for the future. Excellent. The results are remarkable. Let us continue eating. Let us see where the limit lies. He himself had not paused in his consumption either. Moreover, the quantity he devoured far exceeded that of the two women. After both had consumed approximately 10 of each type of fruit, he sensed that his fire abilities had successfully ascended to level 2. And his physique had also been reinforced to the same level, dramatically enhancing his strength and speed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the elevation of fire abilities to level 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the enhancement of physical reinforcement ability to level 2. As Boda voraciously consumed the fruits, feeling the gradual accumulation of energy within him, he simultaneously paid attention to the system notifications resonating in his mind. However, he soon discovered an intriguing phenomenon. Although the two women initially alternated between the two types of fruits, it was not long before the frequency of notifications regarding the consumption of physical reinforcement fruits clearly began to surpass that of fire ability fruits, and ultimately, only the notifications for the consumption of physical reinforcement fruits remained. After some time, when Miao Miao had consumed around her 60th fruit, and when Ruxue had approximately the same quantity, when Miao Miao could not help but let out a small belch, quickly covering her mouth. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at the remaining blue fruits with a pained expression, gently rubbing her slightly distended belly. Darling, I truly cannot eat anymore. My stomach feels so bloated. I feel like the energy might burst forth from my throat. I might explode if I eat another. When Ruxue elegantly dabbed her lips with a clean handkerchief she had previously found, her delicate brows furrowed as she gently massaged her abdomen, chuckling helplessly. Boda, I too have reached my limit. Although she managed to maintain her poise, the slowing of her movements and the slight protrusion of her belly unmistakably indicated that she had reached the peak of her current capacity. At that moment, a series of system notifications echoed in Boda's mind. Ding! Partner, when Miao Miao's physical reinforcement ability has been elevated to level 3. Ding! Partner, when Ruxue's physical reinforcement ability has been elevated to level 3. As the two women experienced a simultaneous tremor, they felt an overwhelming surge of power and vibrant vitality wash over them like a tidal wave. The slight fatigue and bloated sensation in their bodies seemed to dissipate under the influence of this newly invigorated and purer energy, yet the sensation of saturation remained, reminding them of the need for time to digest and adapt. Boda, understanding their plight, wore a teasing smile and deliberately inquired, Miao Miao, Ruxue, it seems you haven't consumed much of the fire-type fruits. Why are you both so intent on devouring the physical enhancement fruits? Are you eager to become strongmen? Upon hearing this, when Miao Miao and when Ruxue exchanged glances, their cheeks tinged with a charming blush, their eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness. When Miao Miao fidgeted slightly, drawing closer to Boda, clutching the hem of his garment, and murmured softly, I was just thinking that with improved physique and greater endurance, I can better withstand the energy surges and support you in your profound cultivation. Her voice trailed off, barely audible, yet her sentiment was unmistakably clear. When Ruxue nodded slightly, her gaze flickering with both timidity and resolute determination, and softly added, Boda, your unique cultivation method places high demands on our physical capabilities and endurance. By fortifying our bodies to be more resilient and flexible, we can better withstand and assist you, facilitating your progress in cultivation more seamlessly and effectively. This is far more significant to us than merely acquiring another offensive ability. Her words, though more subtle and rational, conveyed a heartfelt desire to be a true support for him. You too. Boda tenderly pulled the two women into his embrace, his voice laced with affection. You are truly my treasures. I am immensely blessed. He placed gentle kisses on each of their foreheads. When Miao Miao and when Ruxue nestled in his arms, basking in his excitement and love, their faces adorned with blissful and contented smiles. All right, if you can't eat anymore, don't force yourselves, Boda said, releasing them and glancing at the few remaining fruits before him. Watch me, it won't be long now. With that, he accelerated his pace, swiftly consuming the remaining fruits. As he absorbed the energy from the 50th fire-type fruit and the 50th physical enhancement fruit, two surges of energy, built to their zenith, erupted explosively within him. Ding! Host's fire-type ability has risen to level 3. Ding! Host's physical enhancement ability has risen to level 3. A series of system notifications resounded like celestial music. In an instant, an energy wave, far more potent than that of one Miao Miao and one Ruoshui, erupted from Boda, as red and blue glimmers flickered momentarily across his surface. He felt an unparalleled clarity in his perception of the surrounding fire elements. With a mere thought, a blazing scarlet flame, several times larger than that of one Miao Miao, erupted in his palm. Simultaneously, he sensed a surge of explosive strength coursing through his body. His internal organs were fortified, and his senses, sight, hearing, and smell, became exquisitely acute. He could even hear the faintest sounds from downstairs, and his body felt so light that he could almost leap to touch the ceiling. This powerful aura left both Wen Miao Miao and Wen Rushui in astonishment, as they could distinctly feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from Boda. Chapter 13. Harmonious Hearts of Partners. Boda suppressed the overwhelming joy within him and immediately summoned his attribute panel. Host, Boda, Realm, Chi Refinement Stage. First Layer, Abilities, Fire Element, Level 3, Physical Enhancement, Level 3. Gazing at the display of dual Level 3 abilities on the panel, alongside the still abundant stock of fruits in the system space, Boda's heart surged with excitement. This was indeed a tremendous gain, just as he reveled in his success. Envisioning a future where he and his partners would thrive in the apocalypse, enjoying lavish feasts and ruling over all, the familiar system notification chimed in his mind once more, sending a jolt of surprise through him. Ding! System task issued. Harmonious Hearts of Partners. Task reward. Exclusive cultivation technique for partners. Yin-Yang Harmonious Technique. Technique effect. When the counterpart breaks through their own cultivation, the host will receive additional cultivation feedback. The host may temporarily draw upon the counterpart's cultivation to enhance their own or permanently reclaim the counterpart's cultivation to aid in overcoming personal bottlenecks. Note: the host possesses absolute dominion over the invocation and reclamation of cultivation. This unexpected task rendered Boda momentarily breathless. The content of this task, initially stunned, an indescribable thrill surged within him. This system truly understands me. The Yin-Yang Harmonious Technique was practically a divine artifact tailored just for him. The fact that his partner's cultivation could passively accelerate his own training speed was a rhythm of growth without effort. Furthermore, the ability to temporarily draw upon and permanently reclaim the counterpart's cultivation rendered the value of this technique immeasurable. Boda's thoughts began to race. This technique was something he must acquire, not only to enhance his own strength, but also to ensure absolute control over a potentially expanding team in the future. As he fervently processed the task information, when Miao Miao linked her arm with his, her excitement palpable as she inquired, "Darling, what shall we do next?" When Rushui, her face adorned with a tender smile, softly echoed, "Yes, Boda, what are your plans moving forward?" Her gaze was gentle, imbued with complete trust. Boda forcibly quelled the excitement and calculations regarding the task within him, looking at the two of them with a smile. The forthcoming arrangements require our careful consideration. First and foremost, in the long run, we must indeed contemplate the prospect of seeking out more like-minded companions. He paused momentarily, weighing his words with deliberation. "Yes, like-minded partners." He continued, "As you all know, my unique abilities allow for the generation of resources, and the more allies I have who share this vision, the more abundant our provisions will be." He gestured towards the supplies previously gathered in the living room. "Moreover, this will enhance my capabilities, providing us with a stronger foundation in this apocalyptic world." When Rushi softly acknowledged with a hum, lowering her gaze to conceal the complexity of emotions swirling within her. Yet she refrained from voicing any opposition. She understood all too well what formidable power signifies in a world ravaged by chaos. If this indeed represents Boda's path to strength, then supporting him is the only viable option. One Miao Miao nodded vigorously, her expression one of prior knowledge. Tightening her embrace around Boda's arm, her tone resolute. "Understood. You need not worry, my husband. Both my sister and I stand firmly by your side." For the safety and strength of our family, we must seek out more. She appeared entirely immersed in her role as a supportive partner, centering everything around Boda. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky. In the midst of this interminable night, what alleviates distress? Naturally, diligent practice and self-improvement, alongside fulfilling system tasks. Chapter 14. The body-enhancing fruit has indeed proven to be worthwhile. He rubbed his nose, cleared his throat, and spoke in a tone imbued with subtle implications and undeniable authority. Well, it is still early, and I believe that for the sake of our resource endeavors and the enhancement of our strength, we must continue to strive without becoming complacent. When Miao Miao instantly grasped his meaning, she was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, extending to the roots of her ears. Instinctively, she lowered her head, too shy to meet his gaze. Stealing a glance at Wenrushi, she quickly turned her attention back to Boda, her lips moving silently, hesitating to speak. Yet, her grip on Boda's arm remained unwavering, her voice barely above a whisper, trembling slightly. "I will listen to my husband." Her obedient demeanor was utterly endearing. Wenrushi's reaction, however, was far more pronounced. She gasped, her voice a sharp exclamation, her cheeks ablaze. Even her neck tinged with a rosy hue. Her eyes reflected a tumult of confusion, her voice quaking with uncertainty. How can this be? Boda had anticipated that Wenrushi would react most strongly and was about to offer her reassurance when Miao Miao preemptively took action. Determined. When Miao Miao shook Boda's arm and leaned towards Wenrushi, wrapping her arms around the other woman's arm, speaking in a tone that was both playful and persuasive. "Sister, what is there to disapprove of? Look, we are all one family now. And doesn't this only serve to assist our husband even more? His enhancement of strength is of utmost importance," she whispered, lowering her voice and speaking softly in Wenrushui's ear. "Sister, consider this. With such prowess, my husband will surely attract others in the future. We must ensure he cannot do without us." Her words were partly sincere, genuinely concerned for Boda, and partly motivated by a desire to solidify their unique positions in his heart. When Wenrushui was left speechless by Miao Miao's audacious remarks, her cheeks flushed crimson. As if blood could spill forth, her heart racing like a drum. "Miao Miao, what nonsense are you uttering?" She felt utterly embarrassed, yet deep within, a taut string seemed to be strummed. Observing Miao Miao, who, though shy, clearly yearned for more, Wenrushui's resistance began to thaw like melting snow, gradually yielding. Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, Boda was their anchor. His needs and his path to strength were of paramount importance to them. She gazed at Boda, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation and possessiveness. Realizing that this could indeed aid Boda in enhancing his prowess, she finally bowed her head. Her voice as faint as a whisper, yet distinctly audible to both. "I will listen to you. Thankfully, we have Miao Miao in this household." Boda's heart surged with joy. The task was nearly complete. He swiftly scooped up Miao Miao in a bear hug, eliciting a startled gasp from her. "I aim to elevate my strength another notch tonight. For a brighter tomorrow." Ding. Task in progress. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the second level of Qi refinement. Current cultivation, Qi refinement level 2, 35. Current cultivation, Qi refinement level 2, 45. The system's notification resonated in Boda's mind like the most exquisite melody, echoing continuously. With the steady rise in his cultivation, waves of purer, more substantial energy surged into his limbs, cleansing his meridians and tempering his physique. He could distinctly feel his strength augmenting, speed increasing, and senses sharpening. Moreover, Boda was pleasantly surprised to discover that the effects of the physical enhancement fruits that Miao Miao and Wenrushui had devoured with such fervor were now manifesting. Their stamina, endurance, flexibility, and resilience far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, enabling their training to endure longer. Truly, the consumption of those enhancement fruits was not in vain. Boda silently marveled. Ding. Current cultivation, Qi refinement level 2, 60. Current cultivation, Qi refinement level 2, 80. Time slipped by unnoticed. And when this session of cultivation finally came to a gentle close, Boda exhaled deeply, feeling the surging power within him. His heart brimming with a profound sense of accomplishment. He promptly checked his attribute panel. Host, Boda. Cultivation level, third layer of Qi refining, 5. Partners, when Miao Miao bowed. When Rushi bound. System space. Various supplies. 1200 fire elemental fruits. 1200 physical enhancement fruits. System task. Hearts aligned with partners. Completed. Task reward. Yin-Yang harmony technique. Available for collection. Boda had directly ascended to the third layer of Qi refining. The pace of this advancement was nothing short of terrifying. Moreover, the task was accomplished. The Yin-Yang harmony technique was now in his grasp. Boda felt an overwhelming joy surge within him, and without hesitation, he silently invoked. Claim reward. In an instant, a vast and profound stream of information flooded into his mind, detailing the cultivation methods, operational pathways, and various wondrous aspects of the Yin-Yang harmony technique, all of which he comprehended and mastered in a heartbeat. How wonderful! Boda could hardly suppress a laugh. In the future, he could easily treat the elemental fruits as snacks for his partners, rapidly enhancing their physicality and abilities. As for himself, he would primarily elevate his realm through the passive benefits derived from cultivating the Yin-Yang harmony technique in tandem with his partners. The efficiency of this arrangement was exhilarating to contemplate. If this rate of development continued, by seeking out and binding more exceptional partners, the speed of dual cultivation would increase exponentially, and the bounty of resources would accumulate into mountains. In this apocalyptic world, ruling supreme and establishing his own survivor base. Even uncovering the truth behind this calamity no longer seemed an unattainable dream. When Meow Meow nestled in his embrace, teetering between dreams and wakefulness, let out a small yawn. Her voice laced with drowsiness as she murmured, "Husband, I'm so tired. Can we practice tomorrow?" Her tone was soft and endearing. "Rest, my darling." Boda leaned down, planting a tender kiss on her smooth forehead, his voice deep and magnetic. "Tomorrow, we shall sleep until we awaken naturally, and then consider venturing out. Perhaps we might encounter other survivors to expand our team." When Rushi also closed her eyes, a lazy blush adorning her cheeks, reminiscent of a ripe peach. She gently nuzzled against Boda's sturdy chest, finding a more comfortable position, her voice husky and content. She softly said, "Boda, good night." "Good night, Rushi." Boda held the fragrant, soft warmth of when Meow Meow closing his eyes with a satisfied smile. Though the apocalypse was ruthless, with a system, ample resources, and the companionship of two gentle and beautiful partners, he not only need not worry about survival, but found himself living more lavishly than before the calamity. He had already begun to anticipate tomorrow's exploration, pondering what the external world would be like and what kinds of individuals he might encounter. Perhaps, for him, this apocalypse was not a crisis, but rather an unprecedented opportunity. Chapter 15. The harmonious union of Yin and Yang. The following day, in the bedroom, Boda stirred from his slumber. The first sensation that enveloped him was the surging power within, coupled with an increasingly keen perception. His cultivation at the third level of the Qi refining stage filled him with an inexhaustible vitality, and his spirit was particularly vibrant. Soon after, he became aware of the warm, soft presence on either side of him, along with the steady, gentle sounds of breathing. When Meow Meow, akin to a clingy octopus, had ensconced herself around him, a fair, slender leg rested unabashedly upon his waist, her delicate chin nestled in the crook of his neck, soundly asleep. A glistening droplet of saliva lingered at the corner of her mouth, radiating the unique innocence and charm of youth, while the warmth of her breath brushed against his skin, sending a delightful shiver through him. On the other side, when Rushi was far more tranquil, facing him sideways with a single arm lightly draped across his chest, her sleeping visage serene and peaceful. Her long, dark tresses cascaded over the pillow like a waterfall, with a few playful strands adorning her smooth forehead, enhancing her allure. After a night of nurturing rain, her already enchanting face bore an even more mesmerizing languor, her skin glistening subtly in the dim light, reminiscent of exquisite mutton fat jade, warm, translucent, and thought-provoking. Boda first gently shifted his arm beneath when Meow Meow, cautiously extricating himself. Then, with a mischievous intent, he pinched her petite, rounded nose, the delicate softness beneath his fingertips deepening the flutter within his heart. "Don't disturb me," when Meow Meow mumbled drowsily in her dreams, waving her small hand as though shooing away an insect. She then turned and clung to him tighter, her small face nuzzling into his neck, the warmth of her drool brushing against his skin, a tantalizingly intimate sensation. Unable to suppress a smile, Boda withdrew his hand and turned his attention to Wenrushi. His fingers gently caressed her smooth, delicate cheek, tracing the line from her brow to her chin, savoring the velvety texture of her skin. His movements tender as if fearing to disturb her beautiful dreams. "Rushi, it's time to rise," he murmured softly. Wenrushi's eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings as she slowly opened her eyes. Initially dazed, her eyes, resembling blossoming peach flowers, were veiled with a thin mist, embodying the languor and confusion of waking. Upon recognizing Boda's face mere inches away and feeling their intimate position, a delicate blush suffused her cheeks, akin to the subtle bloom of fine rouge. She instinctively sought to retract the hand resting upon his chest, but Boda grasped it firmly. His warm, strong palm enveloped her slightly cool fingertips, transmitting a reassuring warmth that spread throughout her being. When Rushi's heartbeat quickened slightly, her voice, still husky from sleep, brushed against his heart like a feather, undeniably alluring. "Good morning, Boda." At that moment, on the other side, when Meow Meow was thoroughly roused by the commotion, rubbing her drowsy eyes, she let out a tremendous yawn, a few tears escaping the corners of her eyes as she mumbled, "Darling, what time is it? I'm so sleepy. Can I sleep a little longer?" As she spoke, she nuzzled against Boda like a little piglet, her softness brushing deliberately against his arm, evoking an indescribable sensation of delightful tingling. "Little lazy pig, still asleep?" Boda chuckled, playfully patting her pert backside, feeling the firmness and elasticity beneath his palm. "Get up quickly. Today brings a monumental surprise for you both, one that will surely astonish you." "Surprise? What kind of surprise? Is it more important than sleep?" When Meow Meow pouted, reluctantly opening her eyes, remnants of slumber still lingering in her gaze. Yet, upon hearing the word surprise, curiosity and anticipation began to spark in her eyes. When Rushi also sat up, adjusting her disheveled attire, the gentle rise and fall of her softness accentuated her alluring curves. But her shyness was overshadowed by the perplexity that filled her gaze as she looked towards Boda, awaiting his explanation. Just then, Boda's mind was suddenly flooded with the system's notification sound, clear and resounding, shattering the languid ambience of the bedroom. Chapter 16, Long-Term Mission Ding. Long-Term Mission Issued. DAO Partner Cultivation Method Inheritance Plan. Mission Requirements. Teach the bound DAO partners the exclusive technique Yin-Yang Harmony Technique. For each successful teaching, a reward of 1 youth elixir and 1 body purification pill will be granted. Reward description. The youth elixir preserves youthful beauty, reversing the traces of time and maintaining skin in its prime condition. The body purification pill thoroughly cleanses the physique, eliminating internal impurities and significantly enhancing cultivation aptitude and physical potential. Boda's eyes brightened at the mention of the youth elixir and body purification pill. This combination of rewards was nothing short of divine, especially tailored for when Meow Meow and when Rushi. The youth elixir could fulfill every woman's fantasy of eternal youth, while the body purification pill would drastically improve their physique and accelerate their cultivation speed. Coupled with the Yin-Yang Harmony Technique, the efficiency of their future dual cultivation would soar, as if they were granted wings. Suppressing his overwhelming excitement, he fixed his gaze on the two women, his tone laced with irresistible allure as he earnestly asked, "Meow Meow, Rushi, I have something monumental to share with you. Would you both like to truly embark on the path of cultivation? Just like in the novels, possessing immense power, achieving immortality, and maintaining your current beauty forever, or even becoming more youthful and enchanting." Cultivation? When Meow Meow instantly snapped to attention, her eyes widening in disbelief, the remnants of sleep vanishing entirely. She clutched Boda's arm tightly, shaking him in excitement. "Darling, you're not pulling my leg, are you? You mean the kind of cultivation where one can soar through the skies and summon the winds and rain?" When Rushi, equally astonished, sat up straighter, her curves becoming even more pronounced. Ignoring her shyness, she eagerly inquired, "Boda, are you serious? Can we really cultivate? In this perilous apocalypse, immense power signifies the very essence of survival, while the allure of eternal youth and immortality is an irresistible temptation for every woman." "Indeed, it is true." Boda nodded affirmatively, his tone imbued with unwavering conviction. "I possess an exclusive cultivation technique known as the Yin-Yang Harmony Method. Once I impart this knowledge to you, you shall officially embark on the path of cultivation and become genuine practitioners. Furthermore, should you successfully master this technique, I have rewards in store for you, such as the youth-retaining pill, which grants everlasting beauty, and the cleansing pill, which purifies one's constitution and enhances cultivation aptitude. Wow! Eternal youth. When Meow Meow's eyes sparkled with excitement, her breath quickening as she playfully grasped Boda's hand. Darling, teach me quickly. I want to cultivate. I wish to remain this beautiful forever. When Rushue's eyes also shimmered with fervor as she took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. Boda, I too wish to learn. Please impart this technique to us. For her, the temptation of eternal youth was significant, but more importantly, it was about enhancing her strength to better protect herself and when Meow Meow in this desolate world, as well as to assist Boda more effectively. Excellent. Boda felt a surge of joy, and without further hesitation, he summoned the inheritance imprint of the yin-yang harmony method from the system space. Two gentle beams of white light coalesced at his fingertips and softly touched the foreheads of the two women. Close your eyes, relax your mind, and follow the guidance of the incantation. Boda's voice was soothing and magnetic, imbued with a reassuring power. The two women obediently shut their eyes and relaxed their bodies. The soft white light surged into their minds, and an array of cultivation incantations, operational methods, and dual cultivation techniques were imprinted upon their consciousness as if they had been practicing for years. It was remarkably clear, devoid of any obscurity. When Meow Meow and when Rushue could distinctly perceive a complete cultivation system unfolding in their minds, detailing everything from guiding internal energy to circulating meridians, and how to absorb and nourish each other's energy through dual cultivation, with every nuance vividly articulated. Approximately 15 minutes later, both women opened their eyes simultaneously. Their expressions illuminated with understanding and excitement, their gazes sparkling with a peculiar light. Darling, I've learned it, when Meow Meow exclaimed, instinctively channeling her internal energy according to the incantation, a faint yet pure stream of energy coursing through her body. I feel as though the energy within me has found its direction, no longer chaotic as it once was. When Rushue nodded in agreement, her voice tinged with exhilaration. I have also mastered it. This technique is truly profound, and my body feels incredibly comfortable as it operates. Beep. Successfully imparted the yin-yang harmony method to partner when Meow Meow. Rewards have been issued. 1 youth-retaining pill, 1 cleansing pill. Beep. Successfully imparted the yin-yang harmony method to partner when Rushue. Rewards have been bestowed. 1 youth elixir and 1 cleansing pill. The system's notification chimes resonated in succession, and 4 lustrous pills materialized instantaneously within Boda's system space. With a mere thought, the 4 pills appeared in the palm of his hand. 2 were as pure white as congealed fat, reminiscent of exquisite mutton fat jade, their surfaces enveloped in a delicate layer of white mist, emanating a fragrant floral aroma, the youth elixir. The other 2 shone in a pale golden hue, akin to molten gold, their interiors swirling with luminous energy, radiating a rich medicinal fragrance, the cleansing pill. Behold, these are the elixirs awarded to you. Boda presented the pills to the 2 women with a smile. The white ones are the youth elixirs, which, once consumed, will allow you to retain your current appearance indefinitely, with not a single wrinkle even after decades. The golden ones are the cleansing pills, capable of purging all impurities and toxins from your bodies, rendering your physiques remarkably pure, thus enhancing your cultivation efforts manifold. Marvelous. When Meow Meow eagerly accepted both the youth elixir and the cleansing pill, without a moment's hesitation, she placed them into her mouth. When Rushue also took the pills, examining them closely before cautiously swallowing them. The pills dissolved instantly upon entering, devoid of any bitter taste, instead offering a subtle sweetness and refreshing aroma, smoothly gliding down her throat and merging seamlessly into her being. As soon as one Meow Meow swallowed the pill, she felt a refreshing energy, akin to a gentle stream, spreading throughout her body. Wherever it flowed, a slight sense of fatigue dissipated instantly, leaving her limbs and bones imbued with an inexplicable exhilaration. She could distinctly sense her skin becoming exquisitely delicate and smooth, as if nourished by spring rain. Even her previously dull complexion, marred by late nights, transformed into a rosy glow, her eyes sparkling with newfound vitality. Soon after, another wave of gentle yet potent golden energy surged within her, akin to tender tides, gradually cleansing her limbs, bones, and meridians. This energy was not scorching but possessed a formidable purifying power, meticulously stripping away the hidden impurities and toxins within. When Miao Miao could perceive that subtle grime, typically unnoticed, was being expelled from her body. Although there was no pronounced pain, she distinctly felt herself becoming lighter and more transparent. When Rushui's experience was even more pronounced, the golden energy from the cleansing pill roamed within her, not only expelling hidden impurities and toxins, but also gently mending the subtle marks left by time. She could clearly feel the nearly invisible fine lines at the corners of her eyes gradually fading away. Her skin became increasingly radiant and lustrous, as if time itself had been reversed, restoring her to her prime state. A sense of ease pervaded her muscles and bones. Chapter 17. Elixirs. At that moment, both women suddenly felt an unusual sticky sensation upon their skin, akin to being coated in damp mud. Instinctively, they lowered their heads and gasped in unison. A thin layer of dark gray sludge slowly seeped from their pores, gradually enveloping most of their bodies, exuding a faint, fishy odor that was particularly pungent. "What on earth is this? How filthy!" When Miao Miao exclaimed, gazing at the muck on her arm, her brows knitting together in dismay as her small nose crinkled in disgust. Although she vaguely suspected it might be related to the elixir they had just consumed, the sticky texture and odor were nonetheless quite nauseating. She hurriedly grasped Boda's arm, shaking it with an air of urgency and complaint. "Darling, what is happening? This is so sticky, it's unbearable." When Rushui, slightly flustered, lifted her hand to touch her neck, her fingertips coming into contact with the slippery sludge, a blush instantly colored her cheeks. A mixture of embarrassment and concern crossing her features as she turned to Boda, her voice soft. "Boda, is this the effect of the cleansing elixir? Why is it expelling such substances? Will it have any impact on our bodies?" Boda observed the two women, their expressions a blend of shock and anxiety, coupled with an endearing innocence. A flicker of understanding danced in his eyes as he reached out to pat Wen Miao Miao's hand reassuringly, then turned to Wen Rushui, his tone gentle yet affirming. "Do not worry. This is precisely the effect of the cleansing elixir. There is nothing to be concerned about." He gently rubbed her crinkled nose and continued with a smile. "This grayish sludge is merely the impurities and toxins that have accumulated in your bodies over the years. The energy of the elixir is forcibly removing them. It is essential for a thorough cleansing of your system." "A thorough cleansing?" When Miao Miao blinked her wide eyes, cautiously reaching out to touch the sludge on her arm before quickly retracting her hand, her face still wearing a look of distaste. "But this is so dirty, and it has such a strange smell. Will my body really improve after this?" "Absolutely," Boda nodded, his tone imbued with certainty. "You will understand once you have bathed. Clearing out these impurities will not only facilitate a smoother flow of energy during your cultivation, but also refine your skin. Even subtle, previously undetectable issues within your bodies will be eradicated. It will be nothing but beneficial." When Rushui, upon hearing this, nodded thoughtfully, her expression shifting from worry to relief. Though the uncomfortable sensation of the sludge remained, she gently bit her lip. "So that's how it is. I feel reassured. However, this stuff is indeed too uncomfortable. I should hurry and take a bath. I want to go too. I want to wash away all this dirt." When Miao Miao immediately chimed in, taking Wen Rushui's hand and heading toward the bathroom. After a couple of steps, she turned back and shot Boda a playful glare, a hint of complaint in her eyes. "Darling, it's all your fault for not telling us in advance. You startled me." Boda chuckled at their hasty retreat, calling out cheerfully, Go on, go on. Once you finish your baths, we can properly test the effects of the cultivation techniques." "Okay." The two women responded in unison, then eagerly rose and swiftly made their way to the bathroom. Boda lay on the bed, watching their hurried figures retreat, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. He could well imagine that after their bath, their appearances and figures would undergo even more remarkable transformations. Soon, the sound of rushing water filled the bathroom, accompanied by the occasional whispers and light laughter of the two women. Chapter 18. The enigmatic beauty in black, the pure elegance in white. When Miao Miao, while scrubbing her arms with a bath ball, glanced sideways at Wen Rushi, who was drying herself. She murmured softly, "Sister, don't you think our husband is becoming increasingly formidable? Not only can he conjure a plethora of resources, but he also possesses an abundance of extraordinary abilities. Now he can even produce cultivation techniques and elixirs for rejuvenation and body cleansing." When Rushi, who was wiping her neck with a towel, paused at her words. She lifted her head, gazing through the misty air at Wen Miao Miao, a gentle smile spreading across her face as she nodded slightly. Indeed, Boda is truly remarkable and very responsible. With him around, we can find stability in this apocalyptic world. She hesitated for a moment, her fingertips brushing over her noticeably smoother skin, recalling the recent changes in her body. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her voice. Of course. When Miao Miao proudly raised her chin, resembling a haughty little peacock, droplets of water cascading from her hair and splashing onto her shoulders. My husband is the best. By the way, sister, do you think we should help our husband find more, well, people like us in the future? As she spoke, she suddenly realized the inappropriateness of her words, her cheeks instantly turning crimson, even the roots of her ears blushing pink. She hurriedly added, I didn't mean it that way. I meant, since our husband needs more help to become stronger, it would ensure our safety. And we would have more hands to lend support in times of danger. When Rushi's hand holding the towel paused slightly, her gaze flickering as she lowered her eyes, watching the water flow down her skin. To be honest, when she first accepted this situation, she felt quite awkward, as she was Wen Miao Miao's adoptive mother, now sharing a man with her. However, after experiencing the intimacy of yesterday and feeling Boda's tenderness and strength, coupled with the harsh realities of the apocalypse, her thoughts gradually began to shift. In this unpredictable world, survival is paramount. Furthermore, Boda treats both of them exceptionally well. With him, they can access ample resources and formidable power, even becoming younger and stronger through cultivation techniques and elixirs. If they could find more reliable individuals, it would not only assist Boda in enhancing his abilities, but also strengthen their own team, making their footing in this apocalypse even more secure. Why not embrace it? She sighed softly, a trace of relief appearing on her face as she looked up at Wen Miao Miao, her tone gentle yet resolute. You are right. As long as they are trustworthy individuals who can aid Boda and help us live well together, it is certainly worth considering. However, this matter cannot be rushed. It requires a careful and meticulous approach. We cannot bring just anyone back, for inviting the wolf into the house could lead to troubling consequences. I knew you would agree. Dear sister, Wen Miao Miao exclaimed, clapping her hands with excitement, nearly sending the bath ball flying from her grasp, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Rest assured, sister, I will undoubtedly choose wisely, selecting only those charming and reliable sisters with pleasant dispositions who are not overly demanding, ensuring they will not burden our husband, and can join us in our endeavors. Their conversation drifted out of the bathroom, while Boda sat on the living room sofa. His cultivation at the third level of qi refining granted him an exceptionally keen sense of hearing, allowing every whispered word from the sisters to reach his ears distinctly. Truly, my Miao Miao. A slight smile crept upon his lips, and a glimmer of delight flashed in his eyes, as he felt a sense of pride swell within him. He hadn't anticipated that when Miao Miao and when Rushui would accept this arrangement so quickly, even actively assisting him in identifying potential new companions. It felt as though a pillow had been delivered just as one was seeking slumber. Moreover, each additional partner would not only enhance his cultivation through dual refinement, but also serve as a tool for triggering exponential returns. Consequently, resources, techniques, and elixirs would surge, amplifying his strength exponentially, truly perfect. While he reveled in these thoughts, the sound of flowing water from the bathroom gradually ceased. Soon, the bathroom door was gently pushed open, and when Rushui and when Miao Miao emerged in succession. Upon seeing them, Boda's breath caught in his throat, his gaze ensnared and unable to wander. His heart began to race uncontrollably, as if the very blood within him had ignited. The two women stood at the bedroom doorway, one clad in alluring black, the other in pure white. They embodied the exquisite intertwining of night and day, radiating distinctly different, yet equally captivating charms. The mysterious allure of black complemented the pristine purity of white, accentuating the unique beauty of each. Gazing upon this enchanting scene, Boda felt a palpable heat surge through him, his throat instinctively tightening as his heartbeat quickened, even his breaths growing heavier. When Rushui, sensing Boda's unabashedly fervent gaze, felt a delightful flush bloom upon her cheeks, resembling the finest rouge, spreading from her face to the nape of her neck. Embarrassed, she lowered her head, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her black lace nightgown, her fingertips trembling slightly, yet her eyes held an undeniable depth of anticipation and shyness. One Miao Miao, on the other hand, exhibited a bolder demeanor. Although her cheeks also bore a tempting blush, akin to a ripe apple, she met Boda's gaze without fear, even deliberately puffing out her chest, showcasing her youthful figure, beautifully outlined by the white lace nightgown. Should we not take a moment to truly experience the effects of our techniques? Chapter 19. The effects of the techniques, ding. When Miao Miao has broken through to the first level of Qi refining 0. Almost simultaneously, when Rushui also completed her breakthrough in cultivation. Ding. As when Rushi ascended to the first level of Qi refinement, Boda effortlessly broke through the bottleneck of the third level, experiencing a remarkable surge in his cultivation. His current level stood at the third level of Qi refinement. The system's notification resonated in Boda's mind. Congratulations, host, on your breakthrough. Current cultivation, fourth level of Qi refinement. He felt an explosive power coursing through his limbs, his senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree. When Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with surprise and satisfaction as she leaned closer to Boda's ear, whispering, "Darling, I have made a breakthrough. I am now a practitioner of Qi refinement. Boda, I too have succeeded. I feel an abundance of strength within me. The fatigue has vanished." With a mere thought, Boda accessed the system panel, and the information displayed brought an uncontrollable smile to his lips. Host, Boda. Cultivation, fourth level of Qi refinement, 20. Ability, Fire Element, Level 3. Body Enhancement, Level 3. System Space. Various supplies, 1200 Fire Element Fruit, 1200 Body Enhancement Fruit. Reaching the fourth level of Qi refinement filled Boda with exhilaration. At this pace, it would not be long before he became a top-tier powerhouse in this post-apocalyptic world. Whether it be searching for more survivors or gathering greater resources and opportunities, it would all be within his grasp. With a focused thought, Boda summoned the attribute panels of Wen Miao Miao and Wen Rushi, their updated information vividly illuminating his mind. First, he examined Wen Miao Miao's panel. Name, Wen Miao Miao. Age, 24. Health status, healthy. Cultivation, first level of Qi refinement. Ability, Fire Element, Level 2. Body Enhancement, Level 3. Comprehensive score, 100 next. He switched to Wen Rushi's panel. Name, Wen Rushi. Age, 36. Health status, healthy. Cultivation, first level of Qi refinement. Ability, Fire Element, Level 2. Body Enhancement, Level 3. Comprehensive score, 100. Both women were at the first level of Qi refinement, their abilities matched, and their scores perfect, with no discrepancies whatsoever. Boda marveled internally, feeling both thrilled and content. Suddenly, when Miao Miao stirred, and a faint rumble emanated from her stomach, shattering the tranquility of the room. "I'm hungry," she declared. As soon as she spoke, Wen Rushi slowly lifted her head. "Boda, I am feeling a bit hungry too." Observing their contrasting yet equally charming expressions, Boda was overcome with a sense of fulfillment and could not help but chuckle softly. Indeed, the process of cultivation is quite taxing, and it is time to replenish some energy. With a flick of his wrist, a plethora of plump, round fruits materialized from thin air. They cascaded onto the soft bed, quickly forming a mound of fruit towering half a person's height. Chapter 20. To one's heart's content, all of these are pure fire elemental fruits, their surfaces subtly shimmering with a faint red glow. A rich aura of energy emanated from the fruits, exuding a comforting warmth. Wow, so many fire elemental fruits. When Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with delight as she reached for one, feeling the warm touch and the abundant energy radiating from the fruit, her face lit up with surprise. "Honey, there are just too many. Can we possibly eat them all? As long as we are satisfied, there's no need to force ourselves," Boda replied with a nod, sitting up as he casually picked up a fire elemental fruit. "You both are now at level 2 of your fire abilities. If you wish to advance to level 3, take your time. If you consume enough, the breakthrough will come naturally without any pressure." He paused, a glint of composure in his eyes. "I overindulged last night and just managed to reach level 3. I doubt I can advance further this time, even if I tried." With that, Boda opened his mouth and took a hearty bite of the elemental fruit. The sweet juice burst forth in his mouth, infused with rich, warm energy that slid down his throat and into his belly, transforming into pure fire energy that his cells swiftly absorbed and integrated. The energy is remarkably pure, and the taste is delightful. "Take your time," Boda mused, chewing at a leisurely pace. allowing himself to fully absorb the energy while savoring the sweet flavor of the fruit. Beside him, Wenrushi also picked up an elemental fruit and took a gentle bite. Feeling the warm energy being absorbed directly by her body, a comforting warmth enveloped her limbs, and a look of contentment graced her face as she nodded in agreement. All right, let us savor these fruits at our own pace. As for breaking through, that will depend on fate, she said, not deliberately gauging her energy accumulation, but rather eating based on her instincts, taking each bite with a serene demeanor. When Meow Meow could no longer contain her eagerness, she seized an elemental fruit and began devouring it with gusto, thoroughly enjoying herself. The crimson juice dribbled down her lips and cheeks, resembling a delicate layer of blush, making her appear even more charming and adorable. Delicious, sweeter than last night. Regardless of whether I can break through, I'll eat my fill first, she exclaimed, her words slightly garbled. Observing the two women relishing their feast, Boda maintained his steady pace, consuming one fruit after another. The room resonated with the crisp sounds of chewing and swallowing, accompanied by the occasional murmur. The mountain of fire elemental fruits visibly diminished at an astonishing rate. The energy in the air grew increasingly palpable, a crimson aura swirling around the three individuals, coalescing into a delicate mist that enveloped them. The atmosphere became imbued with a subtle warmth. Even the act of breathing felt pleasantly soothing rather than oppressive. Time gradually slipped away, and when Meow Meow was the first to sense a burgeoning fullness within her, her abdomen gently swelling. The once sweet juice remained refreshing, yet her swallowing instinct unconsciously slowed, as a warm sensation began to flow through her limbs. Perhaps I am a bit full, but I could still indulge in a few more. She gently rubbed her slightly protruding belly, a satisfied smile gracing her face, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Uncertain of how much she needed to consume to achieve a breakthrough, she dismissed the thought, determined to eat until she could no longer. With that, she took another fruit and bit into it eagerly. Wenrushi maintained a steady pace in her eating, leaning against the headboard, a healthy glow blooming on her cheeks, her breath carrying a gentle warmth as the energy within her gradually accumulated. I feel my energy steadily increasing, but I wonder when I shall reach my breakthrough, she mused softly, her eyes gleaming with expectation as she took another bite, savoring the energy that flowed slowly within her. Boda's appetite was slightly greater than that of the two women, yet he too felt the sensation of fullness. I believe I am nearly satisfied. This state is just right. Eating any further would be excessive. Acknowledging his limits, he set down the fruit, leaned back against the headboard, and gently rubbed his belly, a look of contentment on his face. The energy in the room intensified, the red glow resembling flowing rays of dawn, swirling around the three of them in a slow dance. The temperature was perfectly balanced, warm yet comfortable, infusing the entire bedroom with a languorous atmosphere brimming with energy. I do believe I am truly full now. My stomach feels warm, as though a surge of power wishes to emerge. Suddenly, when Meow Meow sat up abruptly, her face alight with astonishment. Her previously slightly swollen belly had reached a state of saturation without any discomfort, instead filled with a restless sense of vitality. In an instant, she felt a powerful tremor surge through her body, as if the energy within her had found its outlet, bubbling up with fervor. The crimson aura around her surged dramatically, enveloping her as if she were clad in a fiery armor. Flames erupted uncontrollably from her fingertips, transforming from a flickering ember to a flame the size of a fist. The color deepened from a pale red to a rich crimson, radiating just the right amount of heat, potent yet controlled, distorting the surrounding air without scorching it. Have I truly broken through? One Meow Meow exclaimed in surprise and joy, instinctively clenching her fists, feeling the energy within her rapidly condensing and transforming. A power far surpassing her previous state surged through her entire being. Congratulations to the host companion, One Meow Meow, on breaking through to level 3 in fire abilities. I have truly made the breakthrough to level 3. One Meow Meow exclaimed with exhilaration, raising her small hand high. The flames at her fingertips danced joyfully in response to her movement, her face alight with delight and excitement. Almost simultaneously with One Meow Meow's breakthrough, when Rushue felt a gentle yet powerful surge of energy within her body. The sensation of fullness in her stomach swiftly transformed into a surge of strength, the surrounding red aura flickering momentarily before being perfectly absorbed by her body. The flames at her fingertips suddenly surged, stable and potent. with the energy fluctuations evidently elevated to a higher level. Her breath grew increasingly steady and composed, yet radiated an undeniable strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host companion, Wenrushui, on breaking through to level 3 in fire abilities. I have also made a breakthrough. A flicker of incredulous joy gleamed in Wenrushui's eyes as she slowly raised her hand, gazing at the flames dancing at her fingertips. She could distinctly feel her control over the abilities had become several times more adept than before. The two women excitedly turned to Boda, their eyes brimming with the joy of shared triumph. Chapter 21. I desire these two women at this moment. Boda reclined against the headboard, a contented expression on his face as he rubbed his belly, surrounded by a soft and rich red aura. Although he had not made a breakthrough, his aura remained steady and substantial, exuding a calmness that suggested mastery over circumstances. Husband, Boda, we have both broken through to level 3. The two women exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with excitement. When Miao Miao even leapt to Boda's side, wrapping her arms around his. When Wenrushui also shifted closer to Boda, sitting beside him with a gentle smile. Observing the exuberance of the two women, Boda felt a sense of gratification flicker in his eyes. He reached out to touzle Wen Miao Miao's hair and said with a smile, "Congratulations. It's wonderful that you've both succeeded. Our strength has increased once more. I told you, there's no need to obsess over how much to eat. Being full is sufficient, as we will inevitably break through sooner or later." Just then, a frantic and piercing cry for help suddenly rang clear in the ears of the three. "Help! Let go of me! You beast! Sister! Save me! Don't touch me!" Two female voices intertwined, saturated with tears and profound despair, penetrating through the heavy door and echoing in the silent corridor, tightening the hearts of those who heard them. The joy on Wen Miao Miao's face instantly faded, replaced by tension and worry. She instinctively leaned closer to Boda and whispered, "Husband, someone outside is calling for help." "It sounds so pitiful." Wenrushui furrowed her brow, evident concern flickering in her eyes as she gently grasped Boda's hand, speaking gravely, "It sounds like two women. They seem to be in danger. In this apocalyptic world, it is perilous for women to be alone outside." The once contented glimmer in Boda's eyes abruptly vanished, replaced by a sharp, hawk-like intensity, his deep gaze flickering with astute calculation. In a world teetering on the brink of annihilation, cries for help often herald unknown perils. Yet, amidst these dangers, opportunities frequently lie concealed. He gently patted the backs of the two women's hands, his tone steady and resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. "Stay here. Secure the door, and do not open it lightly. I shall assess the situation." With that, Boda rose slowly, his stature erect as a pine tree, exuding an intangible aura of pressure. He refrained from directly opening the door, instead treading lightly to the entrance, cautiously peering through the peephole to survey the corridor with a discerning gaze. Before him stood a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, blocking the staircase not far away. Muscles rippled beneath his skin, his face marred by a menacing scar that stretched from his left eye to his mouth, enhancing his already fierce countenance. Clad in a tattered black tank top that revealed his sinewy arms, riddled with a mosaic of old and new scars, he exuded an unmistakable air of menace. The brutish man had a firm grip on the wrists of two young women, who appeared to be in their early 20s, slender and graceful. They were dressed in identical, soiled white dresses, their faces smeared with dirt and dried mud, yet their exquisite beauty could not be obscured, with delicate willow-like brows and glistening almond-shaped eyes. Their refined features were crowned by charming, cherry-like mouths, revealing them to be identical twins. With a flicker of thought, Boda activated the system panel, gently scanning the twin sisters, and two distinct pieces of information instantly materialized in his mind. Name, Su Qingwei. Age, 20. Charge count, D. Charging individuals, 0. Physical condition, minor abrasions, extreme hunger, dehydration. Intense fear, cultivation level, none. Special abilities, none. Overall score, 90. Name, Su Qingxue. Age, 20. Charge count, D. Charging individuals, 0. Physical condition, minor abrasions, extreme hunger, dehydration. Intense fear, cultivation level, none. Special abilities, none. Overall score, 90. The charge count stood at 0. Twins, nonetheless. A glimmer of undeniable intrigue and fervor flickered in Boda's eyes, his lips involuntarily curving into a meaningful smile. He had never anticipated that a mere glance would lead him to such exceptional prey. For a cultivator like himself, who required dual enhancement to elevate his power, these pure, gifted twins were nothing short of ideal companions. Especially considering the rarity of such a twin fate, it was a serendipity not to be sought after, yet found. His gaze returned to the corridor. The woman on the left had disheveled hair clinging to her cheek, stained with dirt and sweat. Her eyes were rimmed in red, filled with terror, as she fought back tears, biting her lower lip fiercely, struggling with utmost intensity. It was indeed the anguished cry for help from the master, unmistakably belonging to Su Qingwei. The woman to the right trembled slightly, tears cascading down her cheeks, leaving faint trails in their wake. She looked helplessly at her sister beside her, repeatedly murmuring, "Sister, what should we do?" Her voice was filled with dread, revealing her identity as Su Qingxue. "Little girls, don't push your luck." The burly man, increasingly irritated by their struggles, tightened his coarse grip and yanked their wrists fiercely, grinning malevolently. "Come back with me. I will ensure you are well fed and cared for, and you may endure less suffering. Otherwise, I shall end your lives and savor you as reserves." His crude voice and the blatant lechery and greed in his gaze were unmistakable. Like a ravenous wolf eyeing its prey, he scanned the two women, his gaze laden with a palpable sense of violation, sending chills down their spines and intensifying their struggles. "Dream on, even if it costs us our lives. We will never accompany a monster like you," Su Qingyue retorted fiercely, her voice trembling from fear and frailty, yet still imbued with a hint of defiance. Her eyes sparkling with a spirit of resistance. "Yes, you wicked man, let us go." Su Qingxue summoned her courage to echo her sister. Though her tone was far more fearful than indignant, her body shaking uncontrollably. The burly man, now thoroughly incensed, contorted his face, a glimmer of cruelty flashing in his eyes. He raised his massive hand, a gust of wind trailing behind it, ready to strike Su Qingyue's face. "You insolent wench, still daring to be defiant. Today, I will teach you a lesson, and we shall see if you dare to resist again." At that moment of impending doom, a sudden click resonated through the silent corridor. Startlingly clear, akin to thunder. The man's hand froze midair, his menacing expression solidifying. The sisters' struggles ceased in an instant, their eyes wide with astonishment. All three turned simultaneously towards the door. The door creaked open slowly, revealing Boda leaning against the frame, arms crossed, clad in casual attire. He nonetheless exuded an undeniable aura of authority. His gaze passed over the burly man with an air of indifference, as though he were merely observing an insect. Finally, his eyes settled on the twin sisters, his tone calm, yet imbued with an unassailable dominance. "I will take these two women." Chapter 22. Instant kill. No sooner had he spoken than a chilling system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected high-quality targets. Mission issued. Heroic rescue. Mission details. Defeat the burly man in the corridor and save Su Qingwei and Su Qingxue. Mission rewards. Unlock core feature of Dual Cultivation. Enhancement of body refinement. A flash of brilliance ignited in Boda's eyes, and he felt a surge of joy within. This mission was an unexpected boon for him. He had already intended to rescue the twins, and now, with the added impetus of the system's task, success was all but assured. The sudden sound startled the burly man, causing him to turn and scrutinize Boda's appearance. Noticing that was not particularly robust, dressed in a clean and tidy manner, and even wore a hint of a languid smile, the man's expression twisted into a disdainful sneer. To him, this man seemed nothing more than a cowardly wretch hiding in a room, hardly a figure to be feared. "Who do you think you are, kid?" the burly man scoffed, releasing one of the women's hands and thumping his chest with bravado. "You dare meddle in my affairs? Be smart and hand over all the food from your dwelling. Then scurry back inside. I might spare your life. Otherwise, you'll end up as my reserves." As he spoke, he drew a gleaming machete from his waist, its blade reflecting a chilling light, brandishing it menacingly at Boda, exuding an aura of ferocity as though he intended to rend him to pieces at any moment. Su Qingwei and Su Qingxue regarded the sudden appearance of Boda with a flicker of surprise, quickly followed by a glimmer of hope. However, upon witnessing the machete in the burly man's hand and the palpable menace radiating from him, that fragile hope swiftly diminished. Although the man before them did not appear villainous, his physique was no match for the imposing stature of the brute. How could he possibly contend with him? Since the onset of the apocalypse, their parents had tragically perished, leaving the sisters reliant upon one another. Their home harbored scant provisions, and when the last morsels were finally consumed, driven by desperation and hunger, they ventured out in search of supplies, only to encounter this formidable brute the moment they stepped into the corridor. Su Qingxue trembled in fear, instinctively shrinking behind her sister, her small hand clutching tightly to Su Qingyue's hem. Su Qingyue's complexion paled, her teeth clenched as she feigned calmness while gazing at Boda, silently praying he would retreat and not endanger his life because of them. Observing the burly man's arrogance, Boda's lips curled into a cold, sardonic smile. In the presence of his cultivation at the 4th level of qi refinement, such a threat seemed utterly ludicrous. Clearly, he needed to teach this brute a lesson to clarify the hierarchy of master and dog. Boda's tone remained unperturbed, yet a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. The burly man, incensed by his demeanor, bellowed, seeking death. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the machete and charged at Boda, the blade slicing through the air with a shrill whistle, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. Su Qingyue and Su Qingxue, terrified, shut their eyes, bracing themselves for the impending scene of carnage. Unbeknownst to them, when Miao Miao and when Rushui had already taken position at the doorway, their expressions devoid of concern, instead wearing a look of anticipation. They possessed unwavering confidence in Boda's abilities. Just as the machete was about to descend upon Boda's head, he moved. His form flickered like a specter, effortlessly evading the lethal strike. In an instant, the blazing flames enveloped his fist, emanating a searing heat that caused the surrounding air to shimmer slightly. A resounding thud echoed as Boda's fist struck the burly man's chest with tremendous force. The sharp crack of bones breaking was unmistakable, and the arrogant grin on the man's face froze in an instant, replaced by sheer agony. His massive frame flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the corridor wall with a dull thump, sending dust cascading down. With a gasp, the burly man spewed forth a torrent of blood, staining his tattered vest, while the machete in his hand clattered to the ground with a sharp clang. Struggling to rise, he found himself overwhelmed by excruciating pain in his chest, his limbs feeling as though they had been shattered, rendering him utterly immobile. Lying there, he gasped for breath, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief. He could never have anticipated that the seemingly ordinary man before him possessed such terrifying strength and eerie capabilities. Boda approached the fallen giant, looking down upon him with an absence of pity, replaced instead by a chilling intent to kill. Dare to act recklessly before me. As his words fell, the flames at his fingertips surged violently, and a thick pillar of fire erupted forth, striking the burly man with precision like a roaring dragon. A piercing scream echoed through the corridor, only to be abruptly silenced after a mere 2 seconds. The man's body ignited rapidly in the flames, ultimately reducing to a pile of blackened ash scattered upon the ground, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh. In just 3 seconds, the once fearsome brute was effortlessly vanquished by Boda. Su Qingyue and Su Qingxue slowly opened their tightly shut eyes. As their gaze fell upon the charred remnants mingling with dust on the ground and the acrid, burning scent that filled the air, they shuddered violently. As if doused in icy water, freezing in place, they stared in awe at Boda's imposing figure. Once the man who casually turned a fierce giant to dust, now appeared to them as a god of life and death, surrounded by an unshakable aura of power. Yet, this presence also carried an unsettling coldness and dominance, causing the very air around him to feel stagnant. This man was extraordinarily powerful. His strength shattered all their prior conceptions of power, rendering the mere thought of resistance laughable. A wave of relief washed over them, akin to the tide, while an overwhelming reverence for Boda weighed heavily upon their hearts like a mountain. Simultaneously, the anxiety of an uncertain fate coiled around their nerves like creeping vines, intertwining various emotions that fiercely collided, battering their already taut hearts. After a long moment, the sisters finally emerged from their profound shock, their stiff limbs gradually regaining sensation. Su Qingxue was the first to regain her composure, her fingertips tightly gripping her sister's cool hand, as she hurriedly led her before Boda, her steps trembling slightly from a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The crisp sound of kneeling echoed suddenly in the silent corridor, shattering the stillness, the reverberations gently cascading through the empty hall. Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives. Chapter 23. Entering the room. Su Qingyue's voice was thick with tears and gratitude, the profound hunger and lingering fear intertwining, nearly overwhelming her frail body. If it weren't for you, my sister and I. At this juncture, she could no longer contain her surging emotions. Her shoulders shook violently, and tears cascaded down her cheeks like a string of broken pearls. The crystalline tears rolled down her face, washing away the grime and revealing the delicate, fair skin beneath in two faint trails. The tears fell upon her already soiled white dress, spreading dark stains across the fabric. Su Qingxue soon followed, kneeling on the ground. Despite the chilling aura that emanated from Boda, instilling a sense of reverence and a barely perceptible fear within her, the debt of gratitude overshadowed all her emotions, leaving only pure thankfulness. We are eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention, a kindness we shall never forget. Her tone was imbued with sincerity, though the fierce pangs of hunger surged like a tide, rendering her voice somewhat unstable and light, laced with undeniable fatigue. She slowly lowered her head, her long, dark hair cascading down like a curtain, obscuring her expression, revealing only her slightly trembling shoulders and the tears slipping through her hair. Boda turned slowly, looking down upon the kneeling sisters with a calm gaze. His eyes swept over them, settling on their dirt-streaked yet undeniably lovely faces, a hint of amusement flickering in his depths. The twins, devoid of any power, rated at a remarkable 90, were unrefined gems yet to be polished. For Boda, who sought to enhance his strength through dual cultivation, this presented an exquisite opportunity. Standing in the dim light of the corridor, he appeared as tall and upright as a pine tree. His tone was unadorned, yet carried an undeniable authority. Rise. Those simple words seemed to possess an invisible power, penetrating Su Qingyue and Su Qingxue's taut nerves, compelling them to instinctively comply. It was a reverence born of primal instinct, a submission to an absolute force. Su Qingyue bit her lip, the metallic taste of blood lingering from her earlier struggles. She was the first to strain against the cold, rough cement floor, attempting to rise. A sharp ache throbbed in her knees, remnants of prolonged kneeling and the trauma from her earlier exertions. She bore the pain in silence, allowing not a trace of anguish to mar her countenance. With the support of her arm, she stood unsteadily, slightly swaying. Su Qingxue hastily grasped the tattered hem of her sister's clothing, using her sister's strength to rise, albeit with a faltering stance. She kept her head lowered, her long, dark hair, dust-laden, cascading down to obscure much of her face, concealing the fear and anxiety that threatened to overflow from her eyes. She dared not meet Boda's gaze, as if his eyes could scorch her. In that fleeting moment of standing upright, perhaps driven by uncertainty about the future, or perhaps seeking to reaffirm the reality of this unexpected glimmer of life, Su Qingyue instinctively lifted her head, her gaze inadvertently sweeping across Boda's striking visage. It was a face of remarkable handsomeness, with contours as sharp as if carved from stone, deep-set eyes, a high nose, and thin lips pressed into a stern line. Even without the deliberate display of emotion, he exuded an ineffable charm, a blend of strength and indifference, particularly evident in the decisiveness and power he had just demonstrated. With a mere wave of his hand, the burly man who had plunged them into despair fell to the ground like a rag doll. That image was indelibly etched in her mind, refusing to fade. A clear thought swiftly sprouted and took root in her heart. Following this man might indeed offer a chance of survival in this apocalyptic world. Perhaps even the opportunity to grow stronger. This notion flickered like a meteor across the darkness, brief yet brilliant, bringing with it a faint glimmer of hope. She understood all too well that in this world, where humanity devours itself, where morality has crumbled, strength is the only passport to survival. A beautiful woman devoid of power is akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, subject to the whims of others, ultimately reduced to mere plaything or sustenance. While the previous brute had been ferocious, they had at least harbored a shred of courage to resist, a faint hope of mutual destruction. Yet, before the man standing before them, even the thought of rebellion seemed insurmountable. His ease in dispatching the burly man sent a chill through her heart, as if he had merely crushed a bothersome insect beneath his heel. Such callous disregard for life instilled a deeper fear than raw violence ever could. In the brief days of struggling for survival in this harsh new reality, They had witnessed far too much death and betrayal. Each day was a precarious dance between life and death, evading threats, only to face the potential of a far more tragic end. Rather than venture out to confront other ill-intentioned survivors and languish in despair until extinction, it would be wiser to align with this formidable man. Not only did he possess unfathomable strength, but his striking appearance and the calm assurance he radiated, as if everything was within his control, ignited a flicker of instinctive trust within her. More importantly, he could offer a safe haven and ample supplies, the very essentials they desperately needed, the foundation of survival. The allure of becoming strong was like a magnet, drawing her in. Only by acquiring power could she truly seize her fate, escape the clutches of exploitation, and even protect those she wished to shield. A benefactor. Su Qingyue steadied her mind, striving to make her voice sound more composed. Even though her heart continued to race violently within her chest, she grasped the still timid and slightly trembling Su Qingxue, forcing herself to lift her gaze. Her eyes resolutely fixed on Boda. In her gaze lay the exhaustion of surviving a catastrophe, a sense of trepidation for the future, but more prominently, a determination born of a stark recognition of reality. You have saved our lives, and we are unable to repay this kindness. We wonder if it would be possible for us to temporarily seek refuge with you. We are willing to do anything to express our gratitude, and we promise not to trouble you. Her voice was clear, carrying a subtle tremor, yet she emphasized the word anything with palpable weight, its implications unmistakable. Boda, observing the clarity and resolve in her eyes, felt increasingly satisfied. Indeed, Su Qingyue was perceptive and spared him much of the need for coercion. He had a fondness for the astute, particularly intelligent women who grasped the nuances of circumstance. "Follow me," he replied in a tone devoid of emotion, as if he had merely acquiesced to a trivial request. He turned first, striding into the room, his silhouette upright and indifferent, betraying no extraneous emotion. Su Qingyue tightly held onto Su Qingxue's icy hand, cautiously stepping inside. The gleaming, smooth floor contrasted sharply with their skirts, which were soiled and stained with dark red splotches of blood, compelling the two to instinctively tread lightly, fearful of tarnishing this sanctified ground. The warm, yellow emergency lighting spread gently, illuminating the foyer and living room, dispelling the chill and the scent of blood from the corridor, casting a glow upon this space that seemed almost incongruous with the apocalyptic world outside, radiating warmth. The furniture was meticulously arranged, the tabletop immaculate, and in the corner stood a vibrant green plant, its leaves glistening with life, exuding a resilient vitality. This scene resembled the quotidian life of an ordinary household before the end times, yet now appeared remarkably precious and surreal. "Make yourselves comfortable," Boda gestured towards the sofa, then took his place in the central seat, leaning languidly against the soft backrest, his legs crossed. He emanated an invisible pressure that suggested he was seated not upon a sofa, but upon a throne. Su Qingyue, holding Su Qingxue's hand, settled onto the adjacent sofa, her body rigid, hands tensely resting on her tightly pressed knees, her fingertips turning pale from the strain as they entwined. Su Qingxue, in turn, concealed half of her form behind her sister, her long black hair cascading down, nearly obscuring her face and revealing only the tips of her ears, which were tinged with a bashful crimson hue. The small hand tightly clutched the hem of Su Qingyue's clothing, with even her breath barely audible, as if afraid of disturbing something. At that moment, the door to the inner room was gently pushed open, and two figures emerged in succession. Leading the way was one Miao, donned in a pink lace nightgown, the delicate layers of lace cascading from the neckline to the hem like blooming peach petals, accentuating her alluring silhouette. Upon catching sight of the unfamiliar visitors in the living room, a flicker of curiosity sparked in her eyes, quickly replaced by pure innocence. She skipped over to Boda's side, effortlessly looping her arm through his, her cheek nuzzling against his shoulder with the affection of a clingy, dependent little kitten, softly murmuring husband. Trailing closely behind her was one Rushi, clad in a well-tailored white lace nightgown that elegantly outlined her mature, graceful curves. The nightgown's minimalist design, complemented by exquisite lace at the neckline, revealed her long, elegant neck and subtly defined collarbones, enhancing her tranquil demeanor, akin to a stream flowing serenely under the moonlight. She gracefully seated herself beside Boda, her gaze resting gently on the sisters, devoid of hostility or scrutiny, instead imbued with an evident compassion and serene understanding. Su Qingyue and Su Qingxue gazed at the two women before them, their hearts suddenly engulfed by tumultuous waves, nearly halting their breaths. They could hardly fathom that. 3 days after the apocalypse had struck, there remained women who could maintain such exquisite appearances, as if the dust of the end times had never touched them. Wen Miao Miao's pink lace nightgown was pristine, not a trace of dirt marring its surface, the lace at the hem still crisp and voluminous. Her skin delicate enough to seem as if it could yield droplets of water, radiant with a healthy flush amidst its porcelain whiteness. In her lively eyes, there was no hint of the fear or despair that the apocalypse might evoke. Instead, they radiated purity and unwavering trust that could only be born from profound affection and protection. Clearly, her existence beside Boda was one of tranquility, entirely shielded from the cruel world outside, a life that could even be deemed blissful. When Ruxi's white lace nightgown was equally untarnished, her demeanor exuded calm elegance. Her gaze tranquil as water, the intellect and grace she emanated were far removed from the struggles of survival one would expect in such dire times. More astonishing to the sisters was the evident warmth and natural intimacy with which these two remarkable yet distinctly different women regarded Boda. When Miao Miao clung to his arm, her body nearly pressed against him, her dependence unmistakable. When Ruxi, seated on his other side, likewise held onto his arm, her demeanor less overt, but equally conveying a sense of closeness and unspoken trust, clearly indicating the bond they shared with him. In that instant, Su Qingyue comprehended. Both women were Bodas, and there was no hint of rivalry or jealousy between them. Rather, an inexplicable and perplexing harmony permeated their interactions. Within the realm of her perceptions, forged over the past 2 decades, such a scene was nearly inconceivable. Yet, in this moment, amid the desolation of the apocalypse, it appeared almost self-evident. It seemed that as long as one possessed sufficient power, the ability to dictate rules became a privilege reserved for the strong. Su Qingxue instinctively drew tighter behind her sister, Su Qingyue, her small hand gripping the hem of her sister's garment, creating creases. Her eyes filled with a blend of confusion and reverence. Throughout her life, she had never encountered a woman so exquisitely elegant, seemingly untouched by the mundane world. Nor had she witnessed such a tableau. 2 extraordinary women encircled the same man, coexisting in harmonious accord. Against the brutal backdrop of the apocalypse, all of this felt surreal, akin to a fragile yet resplendent dream, instilling in her both yearning and trepidation. In Su Qingyue's heart, a tumult of emotions swirled, beyond shock. There resided an increasingly potent sense of conviction. She could perceive the depth of affection that Wen Miao Miao and Wen Ruxue harbored for Boda, and it was evident that Boda held them in remarkable esteem. The ability to have 2 such remarkable women willingly share a husband, while maintaining such harmony, spoke volumes of Boda's allure, strength, and capacity for control. Aligning oneself with a man who possessed formidable power, who understood the importance of cherishing those around him, and who could provide such a bountiful living environment, might indeed be the sister's sole and most advantageous path to survival in this harsh new world. This thought, like a creeping vine, swiftly took root in her mind, solidifying her previously wavering and shame-ridden heart. In the face of survival, many things could be redefined. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Boda. He was the first to speak, shattering the delicate silence that enveloped the living room. His voice was steady, imbued with a naturalness akin to presenting his possessions. This is Wen Miao Miao, my wife since the days before the apocalypse. Boda raised his hand, effortlessly and naturally ruffling Wen Miao Miao's hair, his fingertips exuding evident affection, and his tone softened compared to before. Wen Miao Miao nestled closer into Boda's embrace, resting her chin gently upon his shoulder, her face alight with unreserved pride and happiness, her eyes shimmering with the glow of being cherished. This bond, extending from the era of peace into the chaos of the apocalypse, formed her most solid foundation and source of joy amidst turmoil. Chapter 25. Wife. She gazed upon the twins before her, disheveled yet unable to hide their intrinsic beauty, feeling not an ounce of repulsion. Instead, a subtle sense of superiority and simple delight at the prospect of welcoming new members into their household blossomed within her. With 2 additional individuals to attend to her husband, she could share some of the burdens, and the household would grow livelier. Provided they remained respectful and understood the rules, she would welcome their presence. Ji Boda's gaze gradually settled upon Wenwu Shui, his voice steady and clear, imbued with a solemnity. This is Wenwu Shui, and now she is also my wife. The term wife rippled through Wenwu Shui's heart like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring waves of emotion within her. Her heart raced suddenly, and a charming warmth spread across her cheeks, turning them a delightful shade of crimson that reached all the way to the nape of her neck, even gracing her elegant throat with a subtle blush. Although she had long accepted this identity within her heart, at this moment, introduced so explicitly and unabashedly before the two newcomers, it bore a significance unlike any other. That term, long suppressed in her throat, slipped out quietly with her trembling breath, imbued with a hint of shyness, yet concealed an undeniable sense of certainty and belonging. Husband. She understood that this gentle utterance was the most candid response she could offer him, a complete severance from her past identity, and a discreet declaration to Su Qingyue and her sister of her irreplaceable position within this household. At this moment, she was simply Ji Boda's wife, Wenwu Shui. Ji Boda's gaze first flickered with a fleeting surprise, evidently unprepared for Wenwu Shui's forthright response at such a moment, but soon his eyes sparkled with satisfaction and delight. He extended his hand, covering the coolness of Wenwu Shui's hand with his own, gently patting it. Though his touch was light, it carried a silent acknowledgement and complete acceptance. As if to say, I understand your feelings, you will always be my wife. When Miao Miao was momentarily taken aback, but then her face blossomed with radiant joy as she tightly grasped Wenwu Shui's hand, her grip infused with excitement and heartfelt happiness. She had always hoped that Wenwu Shui could fully let go of her reservations and truly integrate into this family. Hearing the word husband brought her unparalleled joy. The term wife also distinctly reached Su Qingyue and her sister's ears, leaving them once again in astonishment. The concept of polygamy, once unimaginable before the apocalypse, now appeared so natural and harmonious among the three, as if it were meant to be. This further challenged their preconceived notions and deepened their understanding of the reality that the apocalypse was indeed an era where strength reigned supreme and rules were rewritten. When Miao Miao quickly reigned in her exuberance, yet her smile remained radiant. She turned to Su Qingyue and her sister, offering them an even sweeter smile. Her voice soft and melodious, akin to the streams formed by melting snow in spring, clear and warm. Hello, sisters. I am Miao Miao. Please do not be afraid. Although my husband may seem a bit cold and not very talkative, he is incredibly kind and exceptionally capable. With him around, we are all very safe. And there is nothing to worry about. Her vivacious and cheerful nature showed no trace of hostility or anxiety upon their arrival. Instead, she actively extended goodwill, seeking to bridge the gap between them, her tone brimming with admiration and reliance on Ji Boda. Wenwu Shui gradually calmed her emotions, withdrawing her hand from Ji Boda's grasp. The warmth of his palm lingering on her fingertips, she elegantly crossed her legs and, in a gentle tone that mirrored her name, spoke softly, I am Wenwu Shui. From now on, since we are all family, let us look out for one another. Her words were steady and warm, imbued with a soothing power that effortlessly calmed the anxious souls of newcomers, akin to a gentle harbor offering quiet solace. This statement embodied both acceptance and a subtle reminder. Now that they had become one family, they must adhere to the household's rules. Su Qingyue took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and gently nodded at her still timid sister, Su Qingxue, her tone respectful yet measured. Greetings, Sister Miao Miao and Sister Rushi. I am Su Qingyue, and this is my sister, Su Qingxue. We deeply appreciate your willingness, alongside Mr. Ji, to offer us refuge. We promise to be obedient and strive to repay your kindness. She understood well that taking the initiative to be amiable and recognizing her position was the first step toward integrating into this unique family. At that moment, they possessed nothing. Lacking any pride or assets, obedience and value were their only foundations. Su Qingxue quickly followed suit, nodding with tear-streaked cheeks, her long eyelashes glistening with droplets of moisture. Her voice soft yet tinged with evident respect and a hint of timidity. Greetings, Sister Miao Miao and Sister Rushi. I am Su Qingxue. Observing the gentle and non-rejecting expressions of Miao Miao and Wenwu Shui, her fear gradually dissipated, replaced by a faint hope for a stable life. Perhaps this place would indeed be different? Ji Boda regarded Su Qingyue's calm demeanor and appropriate responses with a trace of barely perceptible approval in his eyes. This woman was not only striking in appearance, but also possessed a clear and perceptive mind, adept at discerning circumstances and understanding the nuances of timing and propriety. She was a gem worth polishing. His fingertips lightly grazed the armrest of the sofa, and two faint blue glimmers flickered in his palm, vanishing as swiftly as an illusion. Had one not been focused on him, they would have been nearly impossible to perceive. In the next moment, before the Sioux sisters could react, two neatly packaged roasted chickens and 2 bottles of pristine mineral water appeared out of thin air on the tea table before them. "Take these and have a bite." Boda's voice remained calm and unperturbed, yet carried an undeniable authority that resonated clearly in the ears of the sisters. "As long as you are obedient and diligent here, you shall have such meals at every gathering, no longer enduring hunger or uncertainty." Su Qingyue and Su Qingxue froze in place, their pupils dilating in shock, their faces etched with disbelief, their breathing nearly coming to a halt. Food conjured from thin air. What kind of ability is this? Su Qingxue's gaze was fixated on the 2 roasted chickens on the tea table, her youthful mind overwhelmed with confusion and astonishment. Prolonged hunger had instinctively ignited her desire for sustenance, yet at this moment, that physiological longing was overshadowed by the extraordinary scene before her. She opened her mouth, her small face brimming with bewilderment and incredulity, instinctively glancing at her sister, her eyes filled with the unspoken question, "Is this real? Am I hallucinating from hunger?" Su Qingyue's reaction was scarcely better than her sister's. Her gaze was firmly locked onto the seemingly empty palm of Boda, then abruptly shifted to the tangible food upon the coffee table, as if she were trying to discern a hidden truth. Chapter 26. Food. The fleeting azure glow that had just appeared, along with the food materializing from thin air, left her mind in a blank state. Not only did he possess the terrifying strength to vanquish even the most formidable of men and boast an extraordinary appearance, but he also wielded the power to conjure food from nothingness. This was far beyond her understanding of what constituted a strong individual. The shock within her surged like a tsunami, completely overturning and reshaping her previous perceptions of Boda's capabilities. In its place emerged a profound reverence, one that seemed to penetrate her very bones. She finally understood why when Miao Miao and when Rushi could remain so at ease, even blissfully, by his side. Why they maintained such a refined and carefree demeanor on the 3rd day of the apocalypse, with a man who possessed such extraordinary abilities, akin to a mobile supply depot. Shielding them, they had no need to fret over the most basic necessities of food and safety, allowing them to sustain a quality of life reminiscent of the world before the collapse. Those 2 roast chickens and bottles of mineral water were far from mere sustenance. They were, in fact, the most direct testament to Boda's strength and control, an alluring olive branch extended to them. Simultaneously, they served as an invisible shackle binding the sisters firmly to his side. He was subtly conveying to them that following him would not only ensure their survival, but would also afford them a life far surpassing the external world's bleak expectations. To resist him or attempt to depart would only lead them back to a harsh reality brimming with hunger, fear, and death. Su Qingyue's heart raced, her fingertips trembling slightly from shock and excitement. She gazed at Boda's calm and handsome visage, and the last remnants of hesitation and any potential reluctance to depend on another crumbled in the face of such absolute power and extraordinary abilities. They were consumed wholly by her primal instincts for survival and her yearning for a stable, even stronger future. The disparity was so vast that it rendered jealousy obsolete, leaving only thoughts of submission and allegiance. Such a man was worthy of dependence. It was imperative to adhere to him. This opportunity was akin to an oasis in the desert. Once missed, it would never return. Su Qingyue took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the surging tides within her. "Thank you, Mr. G," she said respectfully, striving to maintain her composure. She gently tugged at Su Qingxue's hand, bending first to pick up a roast chicken and a bottle of mineral water, solemnly handing them to her sister, before retrieving the remaining portion. Su Qingxue hurriedly echoed her gratitude, her voice trembling with eagerness and excitement. "Thank you, Mr. G." She clutched the roast chicken and mineral water tightly, eagerly tearing open the vacuum packaging of the chicken. With a soft sound, the packaging yielded. The rich aroma of meat erupted instantaneously as Su Qingxue tore off a chicken leg and stuffed it into her mouth. The scalding juices exploded within her mouth, prompting her to involuntarily shut her eyes. Her long eyelashes quivered intensely, tears cascading uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes, mingling with the grease at the edges of her lips. It was difficult to discern whether her feelings were those of joy or grievance, or perhaps a complex interplay of various emotions. She devoured her meal with fervor, almost wolfing it down, her cheeks bulging. Occasionally, she would choke, hastily reaching for a bottle of mineral water to gulp down several refreshing sips before plunging back into her feast. The sight was both heart-wrenching and imbued with a frenzied joy of survival. Slow down. Be careful not to choke. No one is competing with you. When Miao Miao observed Su Qingshue's indiscriminate eating with a smile, devoid of mockery, only reflecting an innocent detachment and a hint of sympathy, she rose, retrieved a soft tissue from the nearby coffee table, and approached, offering it to Su Qingxue. Wipe your mouth, don't soil your new clothes or your face. She intended to mention the new attire, only to remember that they had yet to change. Su Qingxue looked up, her mouth still brimming with food, mumbling incoherently, "Thank you. Miao Miao Jia, it's so delicious." She accepted the tissue and hastily dabbed at the grease and tears on her cheeks, then resumed her vigorous eating, as though she aimed to replenish the energy she had been deprived of over the past few days. Su Qingwei observed her sister's content, yet somewhat disheveled appearance, a flicker of sympathy and sorrow crossing her eyes, and she too began to unwrap her meal. Unlike her sister's frenzied consumption, she forced herself to slow down, savoring each bite deliberately. The tender chicken, imbued with a rich marinade, provided a profound sense of comfort and warmth. The accumulated fatigue, fear, and bone-deep hunger of recent days seemed to dissipate gradually under the nourishment of the food. She ate with earnestness, savoring each morsel, not merely relishing this long-missed earthly delight, but also appreciating the rewards that compliance brought. This food represented strength, hope, and yet, shackles. Boda leaned against the sofa, arms crossed, calmly observing the stark contrast in the sisters' eating styles, both showcasing the value of sustenance, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. It was the expression of a master pleased to witness the returns on his investments. Su Qingwei soon finished the roasted chicken and drank several sips of mineral water. She set down her food and half-full bottle, wiping her mouth with the back of her relatively clean hand, and turned to Boda with a resolute and clear gaze, reiterating her stance. "Mr. G, we sisters are unable to repay your life-saving grace. Your strength is formidable, and your resources ample. We are willing to remain by your side and do anything for you, as long as you can provide us with food and ensure our safety. We are ready to comply with all your arrangements." She understood that now was the opportune moment to reaffirm her stance and solidify her impression. It was imperative that Boda comprehended their readiness to adapt, their obedience, their gratitude, and their worthiness of his shelter and investment. Upon hearing her words, Boda lifted his gaze towards her, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his profound eyes, reminiscent of ripples in an ancient well. "Anything?" His voice was low and subtly coaxing, gently highlighting the vague notion of anything, awaiting her response. Su Qingwei felt her cheeks betray her with a faint blush. Fully aware of the deeper implications behind his words, the thin veil of shame being stirred once more. Yet, she did not retreat. Instead, she suppressed her embarrassment and met his penetrating gaze with unwavering resolve, nodding firmly. Though her voice was soft, it resonated with clarity. "Yes, anything. We understand that in this apocalyptic world, without your protection, we may not survive until tomorrow. To remain by your side and receive your shelter is our fortune." Her voice trembled slightly, a blend of anxiety and determination, yet it underscored the firmness of her stance. Beside her, Su Qingxue hastily set down the half-eaten roast chicken. Though still not fully satiated, she understood the gravity of the moment and nodded vigorously in agreement with her sister. "I listen to my sister, Mr. G. We will heed your guidance." She regarded Boda with profound reverence, placing unwavering trust in her sister. Whatever decision her sister made was the path she chose to follow. Chapter 27. Maid outfit. When Miao Miao observed this scene with a knowing smile illuminating her eyes, she lifted her head and playfully shook Boda's arm, her voice sweetly coaxing. "Darling, look how obedient and sensible Sister Qingwei and Sister Qingxue are. You should take them in. Having two more people would bring more vibrancy to our home. And in the future, Sister Rushi and I will have two companions to converse with and engage in activities together." When Rushi nodded in agreement, her tone gentle yet imbued with an undeniable firmness, her gaze sweeping over the Su sisters before settling on Boda. Darling, Meow Meow is right. These two sisters are clearly perceptive and know how to navigate their circumstances. Keeping them would benefit our household. The more formidable Boda became, the greater their chances of survival in this apocalypse, and the more resources they could command. They understood Boda's intentions. His cultivation method required mutual enhancement to swiftly elevate his strength, and the Su sisters were undoubtedly the ideal candidates. As Boda grew stronger, their home would become safer and more stable, allowing them to receive greater blessings. Boda observed when Meow Meow and when Rushi harmoniously supporting one another, their eyes conveying encouragement. Before turning to the Su sisters, who displayed a blend of compliance and hope, a satisfied smile crept upon his lips. This was precisely the effect he desired. Intimidation through absolute power, coupled with the allure of abundant resources. With the affirmation and persuasion of those around her, she willingly, even eagerly, sought dependence. This gradual guiding of the prey into the trap was imbued with a certain delight in control. Since you all say so, Boda's tone remained unruffled. Yet it carried an air of composure and authoritative finality. Then I shall accept you. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Su Qingwei and Su Qingshue's faces, akin to a sovereign surveying his new dominion. From this moment forth, you shall remain by my side, becoming my women. I will provide you with a secure shelter, ample sustenance, and impart to you the techniques of cultivation, enabling you to possess the ability for self-preservation and even grow powerful, surpassing the ordinary. This promise fell upon Su Qingyue's parched heart like a nourishing rain. The notions of cultivation and strength held a fatal allure for her. However, he shifted his tone, his gaze sharpening like a drawn blade, imbued with a chilling warning. I have one demand. You must obey me absolutely, without the slightest hint of defiance. My words are commands, devoid of doubt, requiring only execution. Should you fail to comply, or should you ever harbor ulterior motives? He left the sentence unfinished. Yet the icy malevolence permeated the air, causing the temperature in the living room to drop several degrees. A shiver ran down Su Qingyue's spine, and she felt an icy dread welling within her. She had no doubt of the veracity of his words. Lowering her head, she spoke in the most respectful tone, resolutely declaring, "We understand. We vow to absolutely obey your commands, without any second thoughts." She recognized the survival principle in this apocalyptic world. To gain protection and power, one must offer unwavering loyalty and submission. This price, in her eyes, was worth it in the face of her desire to survive and grow stronger. Su Qingxue, likewise shaken by the chilling aura, hurriedly followed her sister's lead, nodding vigorously, her voice tinged with timid determination. We will be obedient and never defy your orders. Boda nodded in satisfaction, retracting his outward chill. The atmosphere in the living room softened accordingly. With a flick of his fingers, two delicate blue glimmers flitted by like graceful fireflies. This time, instead of food appearing on the coffee table, two exquisite white gift boxes lay quietly, awaiting to be unveiled. These are the garments prepared for you. Boda inclined his chin, indicating they should take the boxes, his tone brooking no opposition. Go wash yourselves thoroughly. Cleanse away all the dirt, and change into new clothes. He gestured towards the corridor on one side of the living room. The bathroom is over there, equipped with hot water and all necessary toiletries. Su Qingyue felt a stirring within her, gently pulling Su Qingxue as they bent down to carefully pick up the two seemingly valuable gift boxes. The boxes felt light in their hands, the texture exquisite. As the box was opened, both individuals momentarily froze, their cheeks rapidly flushed with an unmistakable crimson hue. Inside lay two exquisitely crafted maid outfits, strikingly bold in design. One was jet black, the other pristine white. The necklines, cuffs, and hems were adorned with intricate and delicate lace trim. Moreover, at the bottom of the gift box, two pairs of ultra-thin transparent stockings were neatly stacked, one black and one white, as gossamer as a dragonfly's wing, seemingly fragile enough to tear at a mere touch. Su Qingshue's face instantly turned a deep shade of red, akin to a ripe tomato. Instinctively, she clutched the gift box to her chest, as if it were a burning object, her eyes brimming with shyness and panic, tinged with a hint of humiliation. Throughout her life, she had never donned such revealing and suggestive attire, let alone an outfit clearly designed to please men, embodying the essence of role play. This starkly contrasted with the values ingrained in her over 20 years of education. Yet, the thought of Boda's unfathomable strength and the tantalizing opportunity to grow stronger reminiscent of the long-forgotten meal she had just enjoyed, quelled the rising rebellion within her, transforming it into a silent lump in her throat. She glanced towards her sister with a plea in her eyes. Su Qingyue's fingertips trembled slightly, her heart surging with a whirlwind of complex emotions. The sense of shame washed over her like a tidal wave. This attire was undeniably a constant reminder of their subservient status, their role as pleasers. However, she was acutely aware that in the presence of Boda, before the overwhelming power and resources for survival, they possessed no right to refuse, nor even to express dissatisfaction. Submission was their sole option, the path they had willingly chosen. Moreover, she had to concede that, aside from its symbolic implications, the craftsmanship and fabric of these garments were indeed impeccable, and the design possessed remarkable aesthetic appeal, though it was excessively revealing and purposefully provocative. "Thank you, Mr. G." Su Qingyue inhaled deeply, forcing down the tumultuous discomfort and her meager sense of pride, responding respectfully to Boda, her voice slightly hoarse. She extended her hand, pressing the white gift box into her hesitating and indignant sister's grasp, gesturing with her eyes for her to remain calm and accept it. "Hurry and wash up. Make yourself presentable." Boda's voice was flat and unwavering, carrying an undeniable tone of command. "After your shower, I will teach you the techniques." Yes, she dared not linger. Hastily pulling Su Qingxue along, almost fleeing into the bathroom. With a soft click, she locked the door behind them, momentarily severing their connection to the complex world outside. In that instant, as the bathroom door closed, Su Qingyue and Su Qingxue felt as though all their strength had been siphoned away. Leaning against the cold, smooth door, they slowly sank to the floor. The chill of the tiles seeped through the thin, soiled fabric, penetrating the skin, yet it paled in comparison to the profound shame, grievance, and an ineffable sense of confusion swirling within her heart. "Sister, this dress." Su Qingxue's voice trembled with evident heartbreak as she gazed at the white gift box in her arms, as if it contained venomous serpents or ferocious beasts. Her eyes awash with shyness and resistance. "Do we really have to wear this? How can we possibly go out in this?" Her voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly as faint as a mosquito's buzz, tears glistening in her eyes. Su Qingyue observed her sister's flushed cheeks and tear-streaked visage, her own heart tightening with unspoken sorrow. Did she not feel the sting of shame? Yet, she was acutely aware of the harshness of their reality. She reached out, gently embracing her sister's frail shoulders. Pulling her closer, her tone somber, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. "Qingxue, look at me," she urged, lifting Su Qingxue's chin to compel her tear-filled gaze to meet her own. "We no longer have a choice. From the moment we decided to follow him and step through this door, we embarked on this path. If we wish to remain by his side, to seek his protection, to grow stronger, to survive and thrive beyond others, we must heed his arrangements and fulfill his desires." She paused, her voice sinking lower. "Furthermore, we have already promised to be his women. This is merely a dress. It is not of great significance." With a gentle motion, she used her relatively clean fingertip to wipe away the tears at her sister's eyes, continuing to reassure her, as if persuading herself in the process. "And look at Sister Miao Miao and Sister Rushue. Do they not wear similar, exquisite lace nightgowns? Though the styles may differ, this might be the norm in this household. The semblance he favors. Since we have chosen to stay, desiring to integrate here, we must learn to adapt and accept the customs that prevail." Su Qingxue nodded, somewhat understanding, sniffing back her tears, though her eyes remained red-rimmed. She comprehended that all her sister did was for their survival and a better life. She could not be willful or hinder her sister's progress. Yet, the emotional hurdle still required time to overcome. I will listen to you," she murmured, her voice thick with emotion. The sisters supported one another, struggling slightly as they rose to their feet. Su Qingwe was the first to approach the shower area, fumbling to turn on the faucet. Initially, the water was icy, but soon, the warmth cascaded like a gentle spring rain, transforming into a generous stream that poured down upon them. "Sister, do you think the master will truly teach us the techniques to become stronger?" Su Qingxue suddenly inquired, her voice somewhat obscured by the sound of rushing water, yet laced with genuine hope. As she spoke, she gently rubbed the stains from her arms, her eyes brimming with aspirations for the future. Su Qingyue paused momentarily, then with unwavering conviction declared, "He will certainly keep his word." She turned to Su Qingxue, her gaze sparkling with vibrant light. Look at his formidable strength. Both Miao Miao and Ru Shui are well protected by him, and they do not seem weak at all. As long as we listen attentively and train diligently, there will come a day when we, too, can possess the ability to protect ourselves, no longer living in fear of those wicked individuals. Though she spoke these words aloud, deep down she understood better than anyone that this was their only path forward. In this apocalyptic world, only strength could provide a sense of security, and survival depended on aligning with the powerful. The emergence of Boda represented both salvation and a shackle for them. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, there was no turning back. After an extensive cleansing, having removed every trace of dirt until their skin radiated with a faint fragrance, and each pore seemed to unfurl, the sisters finally turned off the shower. They each took their towels, gently drying off the droplets on their bodies and carefully tending to their damp hair. Once they had dried themselves, they picked up their respective gift boxes and opened them. Inside lay the black and white maid outfits, quietly resting. Chapter 29. The Maid Outfit. 3. It was uncertain how much time had passed, but eventually, Su Qingwei and Su Qingxue stepped out of the bathroom. The soft lighting in the living room remained inviting, where Boda leaned against the sofa, engrossed in a book, his posture relaxed yet exuding an undeniable authority. One Miao Miao nestled in his embrace, peeling a piece of fruit candy with her head bowed, her pink lace nightgown enhancing her charming allure. When Rujin sat nearby in a single armchair, cradling a cup of hot tea, her white lace nightgown lending her an air of serene elegance as she focused intently on the book in her hands. Upon hearing the bathroom door open, the three of them instinctively glanced up, directing their attention towards the sisters emerging side by side. As they beheld the girl's appearance, an abrupt silence enveloped the living room. Boda's fingers halted momentarily in the act of turning the pages, his eyes momentarily flashing with unabashed astonishment, even tinged with a hint of fervor. He had always known that this pair of twins possessed striking beauty, yet he had not anticipated that, after shedding their disheveled state, they would appear so radiant. The first to step out was Su Qingwei. After washing away the grime, her already beautiful visage became even more captivating. Beneath her willow-shaped brows lay a pair of almond eyes shimmering like water, now slightly lowered, their long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, concealing the complex emotions within. Below her elegantly arched nose, her cherry-red lips were pressed together, revealing a touch of stubbornness and shyness. Her long, dark hair hung wetly over her shoulders, with droplets cascading down, landing on her fair, delicate skin, tracing a path along her exquisite collarbone, outlining an enticing silhouette. The black maid outfit clung tightly to her form, exquisitely highlighting the girl's graceful curves. The lace trim at the neckline contrasted sharply with her fair skin, adding an element of tantalizing restraint. Beneath the ultra-short skirt, her long legs, adorned in sheer black stockings, appeared straight and slender, the sheen of the stockings merging beautifully with the delicate texture of her skin. Each step she took was accompanied by a subtle sway, embodying both a sense of reluctant submission and an undeniable youthful allure. She nervously twisted the hem of her skirt, moving with a gentle pace, reminiscent of a tamed yet spirited little beast. Close behind her was Su Qingxue. Though her visage mirrored that of Su Qingwei, she exuded a childlike innocence, her large eyes glistening with a hint of trepidation, akin to a startled fawn caught in a moment of panic. Her cheeks were naturally flushed, resembling ripe apples, evoking a sense of tenderness. Her long hair, similarly damp, framed her smooth forehead, accentuating her youthful charm. The white maid outfit complemented her skin, which was as radiant as exquisite jade, utterly flawless. The delicate lace at the neckline harmonized beautifully with her pure demeanor. Her legs, clad in pristine white stockings, were slender and straight, radiating the unique softness and naivety of youth. She closely followed Su Qingwei, her small hand instinctively clutching the hem of her sister's garment. Her steps light and hesitant, resembling a gentle and dependent little rabbit, exuding an aura of innocence and purity. When Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with admiration, and she cheerfully exclaimed, "Wow! Sister Qingwei and Sister Qingxue look stunning in their outfits. Both black and white suit you so well." Her voice was melodious and sincere, devoid of any hint of jealousy. In her view, the more exceptional the Su sisters appeared, the greater the assistance they would provide to Boda. When Rushi also set down her teacup, her eyes reflecting an appreciative smile. "Indeed, they are quite beautiful. Qingyue is ethereal, while Qingxue is charming, each possessing her own unique allure. Her tone was gentle, imbued with the warmth of elder recognition and acceptance. Boda's gaze lingered on the two for an extended period, the initial awe in his eyes gradually transforming into a profound desire for possession. Chapter 30. Come here. On the left, Su Qingwei donned a black maid outfit, while on the right, Su Qingxue wore a white one. The stark contrast of their distinct styles created an extraordinary visual impact. Boda slowly withdrew his gaze, turning towards Wen Miao Miao and Wen Rushi, saying, Miao Miao, Rushi, you may return to your rooms to cultivate now. Please do not let us disrupt your practice. Wen Rushi and Wen Miao Miao exchanged knowing glances and gracefully rose, moving lightly toward their respective chambers. A smile graced Boda's lips. Come here. Focus your minds. I shall now impart the yin yang, he huan gong to you. Pay close attention and immerse yourselves in the experience. With that, Boda summoned 2 streams of soft golden light in his palms, gently tapping the sisters' foreheads with his fingertips. The 2 individuals simultaneously closed their eyes, completely immersed in this extraordinary sensation akin to enlightenment. After a brief moment, Su Qingxue abruptly opened her eyes, filled with incredulous delight. Su Qingyue also slowly opened her eyes, a flicker of astonishment passing through her gaze, soon transforming into a resolute determination, as her yearning for the profoundness and power of the cultivation technique overshadowed all distractions. The cultivation method has been fully imparted to you. Next, ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully conquering. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Task rewards are being distributed. Core function of dual cultivation enhancement for physical refinement has been unlocked. As the system notification resonated, Boda's physical refinement progress surged dramatically. The muscles beneath his skin became increasingly firm and elastic under the energy's refining influence, while subtle sounds emanated from deep within his bones, indicating a steady increase in both density and strength. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, acutely aware of the surging power coursing between his knuckles, which felt several times more formidable than before. This tangible growth in strength evoked a profound sense of exhilaration within him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully breaking through to the first layer of the refinement stage, 0. Current cultivation, Qi refinement stage, 4th layer, 30. Physical refinement stage, 1st layer, 10. At the moment of breakthrough, a faint golden glow enveloped Boda, as his meridians expanded significantly, and the speed of spiritual energy circulation increased once more. Su Qingyue's aura also surged dramatically, as the spiritual energy within her body resonated more closely with Boda's energy through the operation of the yin-yang harmonious technique. She could sense that her strength was growing in tandem, the explosive power within her muscles intensifying, exuding a steady and composed aura. Su Qingxue looked at Su Qingwei with excitement, her eyes brimming with incredulous joy. Current cultivation, Qi refinement stage, 4th layer, 45, physical refinement stage, 1st layer, 50. The system notifications continued to chime, with her cultivation ascending at an astonishing pace. Ding! Su Qingwei has broken through to the 1st layer of the Qi refinement stage, 0. Simultaneous breakthrough to the 1st layer of the physical refinement stage, 0. Su Qingwei suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, filled with disbelief and shock, her pupils slightly constricting. Instinctively, she raised her hand to form a fist, vividly feeling the surging explosive power within her muscles, the trajectory of spiritual energy flowing through her body becoming distinctly visible, even perceiving the faint glow of spiritual energy condensing at her fingertips. Is this the power? It is simply incredible. Her voice trembled slightly with uncontainable excitement and gratitude. This power felt so real and tangible, no longer an ethereal hope, but a solid foundation to protect her sister and establish themselves in this apocalyptic world. Chapter 31. Do not remove. It is indeed amazing Boda could sense the energy fluctuations within the Su sisters synchronously intensifying. Their auras became increasingly harmonious with his own, the energy cycle they formed growing ever more stable, and the reciprocating energy becoming purer and more colossal. Ding! Su Qingwei broke through to the 1st layer of Qi refinement, 0, and simultaneously ascended to the 1st layer of body refinement, 0. She suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, filled with an incredulous shock, her pupils narrowing slightly. Instinctively, She raised her hand into a fist, distinctly feeling the surging explosive power within her muscles. The flow of spiritual energy coursing through her body becoming vividly apparent, even sensing the faint glow of energy condensing at her fingertips. Is this the power? It is utterly astonishing. Her voice trembled with barely contained excitement, a wave of fervent exhilaration and gratitude swelling within her. This power is palpably real. No longer an ethereal hope, but a tangible means to protect her sister and establish a foothold in this apocalyptic world. All previous hesitations, sacrifices, and compromises suddenly bore profound significance in this moment. She turned to look at Su Qingxue, her eyes brimming with awe and satisfaction. Ding! Su Qingxue also broke through to the first layer of Qi refinement, 0, and simultaneously ascended to the first layer of body refinement, 0. With excitement, she opened her eyes, her small face radiant with joy and exhilaration, her cheeks flushed with a deeper hue. She tentatively raised her hand to wave, clearly feeling the power surging within her muscles. The vigorous energy flowing through her meridians compelled her to cheer aloud. Sister, I can feel myself growing stronger. She clenched her tiny fist, her knuckles whitening from the force. Her voice infused with delight and exuberance. She sensed her body becoming more robust, her reflexes quickening. No longer the helpless child who could only cry in the face of danger. From this moment forth, she could protect herself and even safeguard her sister and those around her. This sense of controlling her own destiny filled her with an unprecedented sense of security. The sisters' breakthroughs resonated back to Boda. Ding! Current cultivation level, 5th layer of Qi refinement, 50, 3rd layer of body refinement, 30. The power within Boda erupted like a volcano that had slumbered for millennia. The formidable force of blood and vitality surged wildly through his limbs, each heartbeat resounding like war drums, causing his meridians to hum. The surging spiritual energy roared through his dantian and meridians, forming a visible vortex of energy, the surrounding air slightly distorting due to this immense force. His body underwent a cataclysmic transformation. His muscular lines became more fluid and explosive, devoid of any excess flesh. The aura emanating from him grew increasingly potent, exuding a heart-stirring pressure. With a thought, 2 delicate white jade vials materialized in his palm. Intricate cloud patterns were carved onto the vials, their surface smooth and warm as jade, a faint medicinal fragrance wafting to his nose, crisp and pure. Each vial contained a medicinal pill. He first offered the jade vials to the sisters, his voice steady and gentle. The white pill is the beauty pill, ensuring your youthful appearance remains unblemished by the passage of time. The other golden pill is the cleansing pill, capable of thoroughly purifying your constitution and eliminating impurities from your meridians, thereby laying the most solid foundation for subsequent cultivation. Chapter 32. Body Refinement. Su Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and nodded eagerly, her small face flushed with shyness and anticipation. Her voice delicate yet remarkably clear. I also wish to call you husband. Thank you, husband, for providing us with such precious pills. Boda's eyes flickered with surprise, which swiftly transformed into profound satisfaction. He had not anticipated that these sisters would be so perceptive and willingly propose to address him differently. Their submission and reliance greatly satisfied his possessive desires. Very well, from this moment forth, you shall call me husband. Husband, the sisters chorused in unison, their voices tinged with a hint of bashfulness, yet overwhelmingly infused with willing submission. With Boda's consent, the last vestige of hesitation in the sisters' hearts dissipated entirely. They no longer hesitated and simultaneously opened the jade vials. Su Qingxue poured out a pristine youth-reviving pill and a resplendent cleansing pill, with Su Qingxue following suit. The pills dissolved instantly upon entering their mouths, devoid of any bitterness, transforming instead into 2 intertwining streams of warmth. The gentle warmth of the youth-reviving pill intertwined with the fervent heat of the cleansing pill, flowing down their throats and into their abdomens, swiftly permeating their limbs and bones. Initially, a gentle warmth enveloped their bodies, the effect of the youth-reviving pill manifesting first. Su Qingxue could distinctly feel a delicate energy coursing along the texture of her skin. Her skin, once slightly coarse from the tribulations of the apocalypse, gradually became smooth and refined, radiating a healthy, luminous sheen. Instinctively, she raised her hand to caress her cheek. The sensation soft and delicate, akin to exquisite jade, a wave of astonishment swelling within her. Su Qingxue, on the other hand, experienced the transformation more viscerally. Her already delicate skin became even more luminous, seemingly glowing with a faint halo. Her lips blushed with a natural rosy hue, and she appeared like a flower nourished by morning dew, increasingly charming and enchanting. Unable to resist, she gently pressed her lips together, her fingertips gliding over her arm. The silky, smooth texture caused her to widen her eyes slightly, her gaze filled with incredulous delight. Moments later, the effects of the cleansing pill erupted suddenly, the warmth transforming into a powerful force that surged through their meridians, akin to spring rains washing over the earth, gradually stripping away the impurities within their bodies. Meanwhile, the energy of the youth-reviving pill did not dissipate. Rather, it harmoniously complemented the power of the cleansing pill. As impurities were expelled, it further nourished the purified skin and meridians, enhancing the skin's translucence and preventing any dullness that might arise from the expulsion of impurities. Before long, the sisters felt a layer of black filth seeping out from the surface of their skin, emitting an unpleasant odor, a testament to the cleansing pill forcefully expelling the toxins and impurities accumulated within them. Yet, even beneath the grime, the sheen of their skin remained faintly visible, starkly contrasting with their previous state. Su Qingyue furrowed her brows slightly, instinctively raising her hand to touch the dirt on her arm. The sticky and uncomfortable sensation elicited a sigh of relief within her. She could distinctly sense that as the impurities were expelled, the flow of spiritual energy within her body became increasingly smooth, and her physique felt remarkably lighter, as if she had shed a heavy burden. The transformation brought about by the youth elixir filled her with joy. The delicacy and luster of her skin felt so real, reminiscent of the carefree days before the apocalypse, diminishing her feelings of shyness and unease. Su Qingxue glanced disdainfully at the black grime on her own body, her small face scrunching up in distaste, her nose twitching slightly, yet failing to conceal the excitement and delight in her eyes. She could feel a qualitative change occurring in her constitution, her skin becoming even more refined and tender. She even sensed a breathability in her pores, as if they were alive, and the power within her felt increasingly pure, as though she had undergone a remarkable transformation, making even her breaths more effortless. Unable to resist, she secretly raised her hand, her fingertips gliding across her cheek and arm. The silky, delicate sensation made her cheeks flush, though it could not mask the elation within her. So this is the effect of the youth elixir. It is truly marvelous. Very well, Boda remarked, observing the black grime covering them with a calm, yet satisfied tone. He gestured towards the bathroom. There is ample hot water and toiletries prepared for you. Additionally, I have provided 2 sets of clothing for you to change into after your bath. With that, a flicker of light emanated from his mind, and 2 exquisite outfits materialized quietly on the sofa. Chapter 33. The twins' new clothes. The sisters followed his gaze, and as their eyes landed on the garments on the sofa, the excitement and joy on their faces were swiftly replaced by a wave of shyness. A blush spread rapidly, coloring their cheeks, creeping all the way to their ears, even their necks tinged with a delicate pink, making them irresistibly charming. The tips of Su Qingyue's ears glowed brilliantly, akin to ripe cherries, her gaze instinctively darting away, unable to meet the sight of the 2 outfits. Her heart raced slightly faster. Catching sight of one of the darker ensembles, she felt a surge of bashfulness. The design was evidently tailored to fit the form, featuring smooth lines and playful accessories, appearing more alluring than the previous maid outfit, yet also more revealing, making her feel somewhat bashful. However, she reasoned that she was already her husband's. Having worn a maid outfit before, what did it matter to don another? With this thought, her shyness gradually ebbed away, replaced by a hint of secret anticipation, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Su Qingxue's cheeks burned crimson, resembling a ripe apple, her small hands clutching tightly to Su Qingyue's garment, her long eyelashes fluttering rapidly like the wings of a butterfly, her eyes filled with shyness and curiosity. Her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the lighter outfit, and with just one glance, she felt a surge of delight. The fluffy accessories appeared irresistibly soft and inviting, their touch surely bringing comfort. The exquisite skirt, adorned with delicate lace, was utterly charming, captivating her heart entirely. Merely envisioning herself clad in such attire sent her heart racing, and warmth flooded her cheeks. However, Upon reflection, she realized that this garment seemed more revealing than her previous maid outfit, exposing more skin, and a wave of bashfulness surged within her, prompting her to shyly lower her gaze. Stealing a glance at Boda, she noticed him observing her, and she quickly averted her eyes, her long lashes concealing the turmoil beneath. Yet, she reassured herself that she was already her husband's partner. She could not disappoint his intentions and would heed his wishes regarding her attire. Moreover, this outfit was undeniably adorable, and she was certain it would look splendid on her. Much to her husband's delight, Boda observed their bashful yet expectant expressions, a glimmer of playful amusement dancing in his eyes as he spoke gently. Change into them after your bath. These two outfits suit you perfectly. He gestured for the two to retrieve the garments. Only then did the sisters grasp the full extent of the clothing. One ensemble was a white silk bunny girl outfit, featuring a petite pink bow at the neckline. Exquisitely charming. The layered lace hem resembled blooming flowers, complemented by sheer white stockings and a fluffy bunny ear headband, exuding a soft, playful femininity. The other ensemble was a black silk cat girl outfit, its asymmetrical lace cuts adding an edge of wild allure. Paired with lace stockings, it emanated mystery and sensuality. A headband adorned with a bell added a playful touch, the bell jingling softly with each step, blending seduction with a hint of whimsy. Su Qinghue took a deep breath, suppressing the surge of embarrassment within her, and reached for the black silk cat girl outfit draped on the sofa. Her fingertips brushed against the cool lace edges and the soft cat ear headband, the delicate texture deepening the blush on her cheeks, making her breath slightly hurried and her heart race even faster. She tugged at her sister's arm and, with a barely perceptible tremor yet unwavering resolve, said, "Qingxue, let us take these outfits and head for a bath." Su Qingxue nodded earnestly, her voice soft yet filled with obedience. She quickly gathered the white silk bunny girl outfit in her arms. The two supported each other, their steps slightly unsteady as they made their way toward the bathroom. Boda watched their retreating figures, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Chapter 34. The twins' new attire, too. He could easily envision how they would appear in their new garments. The serene Su Qinghue in the alluring black silk cat girl outfit, and the playful Su Qingxue in the charming white silk bunny girl attire, each presenting a stark, yet equally stunning contrast. In the bathroom, warm water cascaded soothingly, quickly filling the space with a gentle steam, enveloping the two in a cocoon of comforting warmth. The light filtered through the mist, casting a gentle halo upon their skin, creating an enchanting allure. Su Qinghue and Su Qingsnow stood side by side beneath the cascading water, warm droplets tenderly washing away the dark grime that clung to their bodies. The viscous impurities slowly slid down their delicate, pearly skin, carried away by the flowing water into the drain. The unpleasant odors dissipated, leaving only the subtle fragrance of shower gel mingling with the humid air of the bathroom. Su Qinghue closed her eyes, allowing the warm water to flow through her hair and caress her cheeks, relishing the comfort that penetrated her very being. Her previously weary visage, marked by the tribulations of a post-apocalyptic world, now radiated a healthy, luminous glow. Her skin became as refined as the finest jade. Where her fingers grazed, it felt silken and flawless, enhancing her ethereal beauty, akin to a celestial being untouched by the dust of the earth. "Sister, look, my skin has become so fair." Su Qingsnow's excited voice shattered the tranquility of the bathroom. She lifted her hand to caress her arm, her fingertips gliding over the smooth skin, her tone brimming with joy and disbelief. "Is this the effect of the cleansing elixir and the beauty potion? It's truly miraculous." Su Qinghue slowly opened her eyes, gazing at her sister's innocent expression. Her skin, already delicate, now appeared even more radiant under the nourishment of the potions, glowing with a soft, rosy hue. A gentle smile graced Su Qinghue's lips as she softly replied, "Indeed, it is remarkably extraordinary. The effects of these potions exceed our expectations. We shall no longer fear aging. Instead, we shall grow stronger and no longer be afraid of those malevolent beings." Su Qingsnow waved her small fists excitedly, her eyes sparkling with dreams of the future, her face aglow with newfound confidence. The fears and anxieties that had plagued them since the apocalypse were dispelled in that moment by the invigorating power and hope that surged within them. "Once we change into the clothes our husband prepared for us, we must diligently practice, not wanting to let down his goodwill or our own choices." Her voice was resolute. imbued with an unprecedented determination. You're absolutely right. Su Qingwen nodded, her gaze gradually becoming steadfast. She raised her hand, feeling the spiritual energy flowing within her, her heart brimming with gratitude. Our husband has bestowed upon us such a splendid opportunity, granting us strength and eternal beauty. We must diligently cultivate our abilities, striving to elevate ourselves to become companions who stand shoulder to shoulder with him, rather than mere burdens reliant on him. In this post-apocalyptic world, only through our own strength can we truly stand firm. Moreover, I do not wish to remain forever in the role of the protected. Absolutely. Su Qingsnow nodded vigorously, her eyes alight with ambition, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards the corner of the bathroom where a garment rack stood. Resting upon it was a set of white silk bunny girl attire, her eyes filled with anticipation. Sister, I want to wear that white outfit. The fluffy bunny ears look so adorable. You would look stunning in the black cat girl outfit. Su Qingyue followed her gaze, landing on the alluring black silk cat girl ensemble. The black bodysuit accentuates her alluring curves, complemented by a collar adorned with bells and a playful pair of cat ears, exuding both charm and liveliness, brimming with an extraordinary allure. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and recalling her status as a member of Boda, she shed her shyness, nodding gently with a soft tone. All right, I will heed your words. The warm water continued to flow, washing away the last remnants of dirt, cleansing them of their past disarray and unease. Within the misty steam, the sisters engaged in hushed conversation, their voices filled with anticipation for their new attire, a yearning for strength, and profound gratitude towards Boda. They understood clearly that it was this man who had illuminated a lamp for them amidst the darkness of the apocalypse, granting them rebirth and hope. From this moment onward, they would stand side by side with him, facing the unknown dangers together. Meanwhile, Boda in the living room did not linger long. He felt the surging spiritual energy and formidable vitality coursing through him due to the dual cultivation. Yet his mind was already devising plans for the future. Chapter 35. Lin Ruoshi. Suddenly, a deafening crash resonated from the corridor, penetrating the door without warning, akin to heavy metal being violently torn apart. This was followed by a low, savage roar reminiscent of a beast, mixed with the sharp sound of splintering wooden furniture. A woman's voice, tinged with despair and anguish, pierced through the deathly silence of the apocalypse. Boda's brow furrowed sharply, a glimmer of keen light flashing in his eyes. He immediately rose, moving with a deliberate yet swift grace, without emitting a sound. Approaching the door, he leaned close to the peephole, instantly locking his gaze onto the door across the hallway. Before the apocalypse, a recently graduated female student resided there. They had encountered each other a few times in the corridor, and she struck him as a quiet and delicate girl. At this moment, the originally sturdy security door had been utterly destroyed. In the center of the living room stood a mutated beast, its size comparable to that of an adult tiger, its body cloaked in filthy brown fur. The matted hair was stained with dark red blood and a viscous, unknown slime, exuding a nauseating stench. Its head bore a familiar resemblance to that of a teddy dog, but was vastly enlarged, a grotesque transformation replacing its once adorable features. As it opened its mouth, 2 rows of dagger-like fangs were revealed, glistening with dark red remnants of flesh, drool dripping continuously from the corners of its maw. Its limbs were as robust as iron pillars, with sharp claws gleaming ominously. This was indeed the brown teddy that used to roam the neighborhood before the apocalypse, once taken for walks by its owner every evening. In those days, it was gentle and affectionate. No one could have foreseen that it would transform into this monstrous predator. Cowering before the mutated teddy, a girl huddled beside the sofa, trembling like a leaf in the autumn wind, nearly curling into a ball. She donned a white cotton camisole, the strap on her right shoulder having slipped down, revealing her smooth, fair shoulder and elegant collarbone, which rose and fell gently with her rapid breaths. Below, she wore a pair of light gray shorts, showcasing her long, slender legs. Her long hair cascaded messily over her shoulders. The girl's face was strikingly beautiful, yet her willow-shaped brows were tightly furrowed, her eyes rimmed with red, and crystalline tears cascaded down like pearls released from a broken string. Her almond-shaped eyes brimmed with sheer terror, fixated intently on the approaching mutated beast. Her lips trembled as if she wished to utter something. Yet no coherent sound emerged, only faint sobs escaping her throat, evoking a deep sense of pity in those who beheld her. At that moment, as Boda observed, a pale blue virtual panel suddenly materialized before him. The translucent screen displayed the girl's information clearly. Name, Lin Ruashi. Age, 21. Level, C. Charging count, 0. Status, weak. Extremely fearful. Cultivation, none. Ability, none. Overall score, 90 points. Immediately thereafter, a prompt chimed in his mind. Ding. High-quality target detected. Triggering emergency mission, heroic rescue. Mission requirements. Eliminate the mutated teddy before the target perishes and successfully rescue Lin Ruashi. Mission reward. Mobile cultivation chamber. 24-hour constant temperature and humidity. Unlimited water and electricity supply. A 90-point high-quality partner. And a mobile cultivation chamber. Chapter 36. Teddy. A tempest of excitement surged within Boda. A flicker of uncontrollable elation flashing in his eyes. This mobile cultivation chamber was akin to a paradise amidst the apocalypse. At that moment, the mutated teddy seemed to have lost its patience, unleashing a deafening roar that made the windows tremble. It propelled itself forward with powerful limbs, its massive form darting towards Lin Ruashi like an arrow released from a bow. Its sharp claws sliced through the air, aimed directly at the girl's delicate neck. A putrid gust carrying the stench of death enveloping the entire living room, nearly suffocating Lin Ruashi. Paralyzed by fear, Lin Ruashi felt her body stiffen, her mind blank. As she despairingly closed her eyes, tears hanging on her long lashes that fell in response, awaiting the arrival of death. She could vividly sense the foul stench rushing towards her, hear the wind from the beast's charge, and even imagine the excruciating pain of being torn apart by its fangs. In this moment of dire peril, Boda hesitated not a second. He swiftly turned the door lock, and with a soft click, his form surged forth like a poised cheetah, transforming into a fleeting shadow. At that instant, the mutated teddy's claws were less than half a meter from the girl's neck. In the corridor, a mere distance of a few meters, Boda unleashed his speed to the utmost, almost instantaneously reaching the mutated teddy. He exhibited no trace of fear, his eyes radiating a chilling intent to kill and an unwavering determination. With a thunderous bang that resonated throughout the living room, akin to a thunderclap, Boda's right fist, charged with his entire strength, struck the side of the mutated teddy's head with ferocity. The force of this blow was terrifying, surpassing the limits of human imagination, capable of shattering even the hardest rock. The sound of bones fracturing was unmistakable, the unmistakable crack signifying the shattering of the mutated teddy's skull. The creature emitted a shrill and haunting scream, its massive body momentarily stiffening. The attack on Lin Ruashi abruptly halted. It was sent flying by the punch, its previously bloodthirsty gaze replaced by an expression of profound agony and disbelief. It seemed unable to comprehend how this diminutive human possessed such formidable strength. Yet, Boda was acutely aware that the vitality of mutated beasts was exceedingly resilient. One strike would not suffice to deliver a fatal blow. As he landed, he propelled himself forward with his left foot, closing the distance once more. His left hand grasped the tangled fur around the mutated teddy's neck like a vice, firmly pinning its head to prevent any chance of struggle. His right fist, imbued with the ferocity of a tempest, rained down upon its vital areas, temples, eyes, and throat, with relentless fury. The dull thuds of impact echoed like a frantic drumbeat, each punch laden with unimaginable power. The screams of the mutated teddy gradually grew weaker, transforming from frenzied roars into pitiful whimpers. Its enormous body convulsed incessantly, blood gushing from its eyes, nose, and mouth, splattering Boda in the process. It sought to resist, its limbs thrashing wildly, sharp claws carving deep gashes into the floor, yet it remained unable to break free from Boda's overpowering grasp. His strength was insurmountable, pinning it down as if a mountain had descended upon it, rendering it immobile. Within mere seconds, the mutated teddy's struggles ceased entirely, its colossal form collapsing lifelessly to the ground, eyes wide and pupils dilated, devoid of breath. Its head was a gruesome mess, flesh and bone obliterated, brain matter mingling with blood, staining the floor beneath it, a death that could not be more complete. Chapter 37. Wailing Boda slowly retracted his fist, shaking off the blood that clung to his hand, warm droplets falling onto the floor with a soft sound. He turned to face Lin Ruashi, who remained curled up beside the sofa, his tone calm, yet imbued with a soothing quality. "It's over, Lin Roashi had prepared herself for death, yet to her astonishment, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, she was met with a cacophony of violent strikes and the anguished cries of the mutated beast. The sounds were alarmingly close, causing her entire body to tremble. But more than that, she felt a disorienting sense of relief from the impending doom. She trembled as she opened her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. The first sight to greet her was Boda, his figure exuding the aura of a warrior. He stood with his back to the light, his posture erect, and the contours of his muscles were vividly defined beneath his snug t-shirt. The blood that stained his body did not render him a pitiful sight. Rather, it added an alluring wildness to his charm. He was engaged in a fierce battle with the monstrous beast that had instilled in her an overwhelming terror. Each punch he delivered imbued with cataclysmic force, rendering the colossal creature utterly defenseless. Although the scene was gruesome and horrifying to Lin Roashi, it radiated an unprecedented sense of security. This man, who had appeared so suddenly, was like a deity descended from the heavens, cleaving through the shadow of death that loomed over her during her most despairing and helpless moments, saving her life. As Boda vanquished the mutated teddy bear and turned to face her, Lin Roashi could no longer contain her emotions. The fear, despair, and anguish that had been suppressed surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. She sprang to her feet, disregarding the bloodied ground and her disheveled attire, and lunged toward Boda, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist and burying her cheek against his chest, weeping uncontrollably. I was so scared, truly terrified. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. Her voice was thick with sobs, hoarse and fragile, her body trembling violently from the intensity of her cries. Her hands clutched Boda's clothing tightly, her knuckles whitening from the strain, as if she were grasping a lifeline, terrified that if she released her grip, this sole source of support would vanish. She pressed herself against Boda, bringing a wave of warmth, mingling with the faint fragrance of a young girl and the overpowering scent of blood in the air, creating a strangely potent atmosphere. Boda was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected action. He raised his hand and gently patted Lin Roashi's back, his movements tender and his tone considerably softened. It's all right, it's over now. The mutant beast has been slain, you are safe. Lin Roashi cried for an extended period, as if she were trying to expel all the accumulated fear, resentment, and loneliness of recent days. On the day the apocalypse descended, she had been attending an online class in her rented apartment, her parents far away, with communication severed and their fates uncertain. For days, she had survived on the scant food her family had stockpiled, living in constant fear of the apocalypse and uncertainty about the future. The moment the mutated teddy bear had burst through her door, she truly believed she was destined to die, that she would never again see the sun rise. Yet Boda's emergence was like a beacon of light, illuminating her bleak existence in this endless apocalypse. Chapter 38. Follow me. After weeping for a considerable time, Lin Roashi's emotions began to settle. Her cries gradually diminished to soft sobs, and her trembling body eased significantly. It was then that she became acutely aware of her tight embrace around a stranger. Her attire was strikingly revealing, with straps slipping off her shoulders and shorts clinging tightly to her form, offering little to no concealment. Her cheeks flushed instantly, akin to ripened apples, radiating warmth. She hastily released her hold, staggering backward a few steps, her head bowed, long eyelashes casting a shadow over her eyes, concealing her embarrassment and discomfort. As she dared not meet Boda's gaze, her eyes remained reddened, glistening tears clinging to her lengthy lashes, while her cheeks bore a faint blush from her earlier weeping, rendering her already exquisite visage even more enchanting. I'm so sorry. Lin Roashi's voice was barely audible, delicate and tinged with shyness and unease, laced with a hint of lingering fear. I was simply overwhelmed with fright. Boda observed her demeanor, a subtle smile curving his lips. It must be said that Lin Roashi's beauty and grace were indeed impeccable, her overall score a well-deserved 90. At that moment, her tear-streaked face, shy and flustered, was utterly irresistible. It's quite all right, Boda replied gently, his gaze fixed appreciatively upon her. Anyone would feel fear in such a situation. I am Boda, your neighbor across the way. I am Lin Roashi. Lin Roashi lifted her head timidly, stealing a glance at him, her hazel eyes still glistening with unshed tears, reminiscent of a startled fawn, before quickly averting her gaze once more, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. her fingers whitening from the pressure. Thank you truly for earlier. If it weren't for you. Her voice faltered again. The terrifying imagery of a life or death moment resurfacing vividly in her mind, sending shivers through her body. Boda, sensing her distress, gestured towards the corpse of the mutated teddy bear on the ground, his tone calm, yet tinged with undeniable seriousness. This aberrant creature appears to be a pet dog transformed prior to the apocalypse, exhibiting high aggression and an exceptionally keen sense of smell. Fortunately, I arrived in time, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. However, this place is no longer safe. The overwhelming scent of blood will soon attract more mutated beasts, and possibly some ill-intentioned survivors. You cannot remain here. Upon hearing this, Lin Roashi's complexion drained of color, her already pale cheeks now devoid of hue, her eyes brimming with despair. She understood the veracity of Boda's words. In this dystopian world, the scent of blood served as a deathly invitation, summoning countless dangers. Yet, she had nowhere else to go. She raised her head, her expression one of confusion and helplessness, resembling a lost lamb, gazing pitifully at Boda. Then, where should I go? I have no place to turn. Observing her tear-filled hazel eyes, Boda felt a stir within him. Realizing the moment to win her over had arrived, he stepped closer, enveloping her in his formidable presence. He towered over Lin Roashi by a head or more, compelling her to tilt her head slightly upward to meet his gaze. Boda's eyes were profound and resolute, imbued with an undeniable assertiveness yet brimming with allure as he spoke. Come with me. Chapter 39. Home come with you? Lin Roashi was taken aback, her eyes wide with confusion as she looked up at him. Indeed, Boda affirmed, nodding confidently, his gaze unwavering and transparent. I possess a secure abode, ample food, and clean water, ensuring you will no longer suffer from hunger or cold, nor face the threat of mutated beasts. Moreover, I can grant you the strength to survive in this apocalyptic world. He paused, observing the flicker of anticipation and curiosity rising in Lin Roashi's eyes, and continued. I have acquired a cultivation technique known as Yin Yang Harmonious Embrace. This is no mere mundane martial art. It is a genuine path that can transform one's very essence, endowing extraordinary power. Should you wish to become mine, I can impart this technique to you immediately, along with a cleansing elixir to refine your body and enhance your constitution. At that point, you will no longer be a vulnerable pawn, but a formidable architect of your own destiny. Become yours? A cultivation technique? A cleansing elixir? Lin Roashi was utterly stunned, disbelief etched across her face. Although she was a recent university graduate and had perused numerous web novels, she comprehended the significance of these terms. Yet, the elements that belonged solely to fictional tales had manifested in reality. Instinctively, she glanced at Boda's hands, the very hands that had just slain a mutated beast. They were long and powerful, with distinct knuckles, stained with dark crimson blood, yet they still exuded an undeniable explosive strength. The image of him defeating the mutated teddy barehanded played in her mind like a vivid scene from a film. Such power could not belong to an ordinary individual. Could this be what it meant to be a cultivator? Her heart raced uncontrollably, a wave of uncontainable anticipation blossoming within her. She understood that without strength, without support, survival in this desolate world was nearly impossible. Her yearning for power was profound. She longed to protect herself and to exist safely in this hellish realm. If what Boda claimed was true, aligning herself with him might be her only escape. Furthermore, Boda was her savior, the sole person who had extended a hand in her darkest hour. He was tall, powerful, and dependable, unlike the brutish figures often encountered in this apocalyptic landscape. He possessed clean-cut features and a composed demeanor. With this realization, Lin Roashi's hesitations began to fade. She lifted her head to meet Boda's penetrating gaze, the confusion and helplessness in her almond-shaped eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by an increasingly resolute light and a hint of undeniable shyness. She took a deep breath, as if she had made a resolute decision to forge ahead, and gently nodded. Her voice, though faint as a whisper, resonated with clarity. I am willing. The mere 3 words seemed to lift the weight of the world from her shoulders, as if they had opened a new door to her apocalyptic existence. Upon hearing her response, Boda's face broke into a satisfied smile, a glint of triumph flashing in his eyes. Suppressing his joy, he looked at the bashful Lin Roashi. Her cheeks flushed and extended his hand. Come, let us return home. Lin Ruashi gazed at his outstretched hand, broad and warm, imbued with a reassuring strength. After a moment's hesitation, she overcame her shyness and gently placed her small hand into his palm. Her hand, delicate and fair, resembled exquisite jade, slightly cool to the touch. Still not fully recovered from her earlier fright. "Let us go," Boda said with a faint smile, turning towards the door. Lin Ruashi followed closely behind, his firm grip enveloping her hand, and she felt a continuous flow of warmth and strength that instantly dispelled her unease and confusion. She lifted her gaze to Boda's tall and broad silhouette, which, amidst the lingering scent of blood, appeared particularly dependable, akin to a mighty mountain to lean upon. "Come inside," Boda urged, leading her into the room, where he closed the door behind them and engaged the lock. Just then, two graceful figures emerged from the direction of the bathroom. It was the freshly bathed sisters, Su Qingyue and Su Qingxue. Instinctively, Lin Ruashi edged closer to Boda, clutching the hem of his garment tightly, her head lowered, too shy to meet his gaze. Her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, casting a veil over the embarrassment swirling within her. Su Qingxue donned a playful white bunny outfit, with fluffy white ears adorning her head, their delicate fur balls swaying gently with her movements, exuding adorableness. In contrast, Su Qingyue was clad in a sultry black cat ensemble, her cat ear headband fitting snugly atop her head. The rosy hue at the corners of her eyes a natural flush from the warm water, adding an alluring charm. Chapter 40 The Sister's skin, having been caressed by warm water and nourished by elixirs, appeared increasingly radiant and delicate, gleaming with a dewy luster akin to fragile eggshells. Boda's gaze lingered briefly on the two, a flicker of appreciation in his eyes. The coolness of Su Qingyue juxtaposed with the allure of her cat costume sparked a unique charm, while Su Qingxue's innocent demeanor harmonized perfectly with her bunny outfit, each radiating their own distinct allure. "Husband." Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed under his gaze as she hurried towards him, her voice sweet and endearing, her attention shifting to Lin Ruashi. "Who is this sister?" Su Qingyue followed suit, her tone gentle, her eyes filled with inquiry. "Husband, is she all right? Has she encountered any danger?" Lin Ruashi was momentarily taken aback by the attire and titles of the two individuals, her cheeks flushing a deeper crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Stealing a glance at Su Qingyue and Su Qingxue, she was secretly astonished. Su Qingyue's catgirl costume was both beautiful and chic, while Su Qingxue's bunny girl outfit was adorably charming. Such exquisite elegance was nearly unimaginable in a post-apocalyptic world. What captivated her even more was the gaze they directed at Boda, filled with dependency and affection, radiating a powerful aura that starkly contrasted with her own. Could they all belong to Boda? This thought stirred a complex mix of curiosity and an inexplicable nervousness within her. Boda did not respond but turned to call towards the bedroom. "Wen Shui, meow meow, come out and meet your new sister." As his words fell, the bedroom door was gently pushed open, revealing Wen Rushi and Wen Miao Miao, both clad in lace camisole nightgowns of the same style but different colors. "Hubby," Wen Miao Miao exclaimed upon spotting Boda, her eyes sparkling with delight as she dashed over, a flicker of curiosity crossing her gaze as she looked at Lin Ruashi. "Who is this sister?" When Rushi approached Boda, her eyes resting on Lin Ruashi. "Hubby, is this sister someone you just met?" Boda affectionately ruffled Wen Miao Miao's hair before addressing Wen Rushi. "This is Lin Ruashi, my neighbor from across the way. She just had a run-in with a mutated teddy bear, and I rescued her. From this day forward, she will be just like you." He paused for emphasis, then continued introducing Lin Ruashi. "Ruashi, these are Su Qingyue and Su Qingxue, twin sisters. And here are Wen Rushi and Wen Miao Miao. You shall be sisters from now on and look out for one another." "Hello, elder sisters." Lin Ruashi's voice trembled slightly, imbued with both shyness and tension. She could sense the distinct auras emanating from the four girls. Su Qingyue was cool and enchanting. Su Qingxue was lively and adorable, Wen Rushi exuded grace and tranquility, while Wen Miao Miao was spirited and vivacious. They all possessed a similar sense of strength that instinctively filled her with awe. "Hello, younger sister Ruashi." The four chimed in unison. Noticing Lin Ruashi's unease, Wen Rushi spoke softly. "Ruashi, you've just gone through a perilous experience and are a bit dirty. Perhaps you should take a bath to relax." As she turned to fetch her own nightgown, Boda raised his hand to stop her, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. No need to trouble yourself. I have something more suitable right here. As his words faded, a flicker of light appeared in the system space, and a brand new outfit materialized in his hands. It was a pale pink lace camisole adorned with tiny pearl embellishments at the neckline, delicately edged with intricate lace, paired with a pair of shorts. I prepared this especially for you. Boda presented the garment to Lin Ruashi, his gaze lingering on her for a brief moment, his tone laced with unabashed admiration. I find this outfit remarkably suited to you. Lin Ruashi was momentarily taken aback, instinctively accepting the garments, a wave of indescribable warmth surging within her. Moreover, Boda's words caused her cheeks to flush a deep crimson, prompting her to lower her gaze, her long eyelashes casting a shadow over her eyes, concealing her shyness and delight. The bathroom is over there. After a refreshing shower and donning this attire, I shall undoubtedly appear splendid. Lin Ruashi clenched the fabric tightly in her hands, lifting her gaze to Boda, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you, my dear husband. Her voice still trembled slightly, yet was markedly more relaxed than before, her expression now infused with a touch of bashfulness and anticipation. She then proceeded towards the bathroom. The moment Lin Ruashi entered the bathroom, she finally relaxed, the tension in her body dissipating instantly, tears welling up once again. However, this time, they were not tears of fear or despair, but rather tears of relief, a celebration of survival, and an anticipation for the future. The bathroom was well equipped, with warm water flowing and steam quickly enveloping the space. After her bath, Lin Ruashi adorned herself in the new clothes prepared by Boda. As she dried her hair and stepped out of the bathroom, the scene in the living room momentarily stunned her. Contrary to her expectations of a warm welcome from her four sisters, the expansive living room was occupied solely by Boda, who sat quietly on the sofa awaiting her return. On the dining table lay an enticing platter of braised beef, a dish of fresh stir-fried greens, and a bowl of tomato and egg soup, accompanied by a steaming bowl of fragrant white rice that instantly rekindled her long-suppressed appetite. "Where are my sisters?" Lin Ruashi instinctively inquired, her gaze sweeping across the living room, failing to catch sight of Su Qingwei and the others. Boda lifted his eyes to her, a glimmer of admiration flickering within them. The pale pink lace camisole accentuated her already fair and radiant skin, while her hot pants highlighted her slender waist and long, straight legs, presenting her as refreshingly delicate, akin to a peach blossom poised to bloom. Boda remarked, "I asked them to return to their rooms to meditate." He gestured towards the dining table. "Please, eat first. After your meal, I shall take you to your room to practice your techniques." Lin Ruashi approached the table and seated herself, gazing at the steaming dishes before her, the enticing aroma wafting to her nostrils, causing her stomach to emit a soft growl. A bit embarrassed, she lowered her head, picked up her chopsticks, and sampled a piece of stir-fried greens. The crisp, refreshing taste burst in her mouth, imbued with the unique sweetness of fresh vegetables, prompting her to involuntarily squint her eyes in delight. Having subsisted on dry, hard instant noodles for so long, she had long forgotten the true essence of food. She then picked up a piece of braised beef. The meat was tender, richly flavored, and melted in her mouth, awakening her appetite and causing her to hasten her pace of eating. Boda remained silent, simply observing her with quiet attentiveness. Lin Ruashi felt thoroughly satisfied. The bowl of rice quickly emptied, and she had consumed nearly half of the vegetables. Upon setting down her bowl and chopsticks, a radiant smile illuminated her face. Her cheeks flushed with warmth from the meal, adding to her charm. "Are you full?" Boda inquired. "Yes, thank you, my husband. I am truly satisfied." Lin Ruashi nodded emphatically, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Boda rose and addressed her. "Follow me. I shall lead you to the chamber where I will impart the techniques." A sense of trepidation mixed with anticipation tightened Lin Ruashi's heart as she hurriedly kept pace with Boda. Chapter 41 Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully winning over Lin Ruashi. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission of heroically saving a damsel in distress. Task rewards are being distributed. Task reward: a portable cultivation chamber, maintaining a constant temperature and humidity for 24 hours, with unlimited water and electricity supply. Detected successful transmission of the Yin-Yang Harmony technique to Lin Ruashi. Rewards have been granted. 1 youth elixir, 1 cleansing pill. Current cultivation level: 6th layer of Qi refinement, 50. 4th layer of body refinement, 30. The system notifications echoed in Boda's mind, and he reveled in the surging spiritual energy and significantly enhanced physical strength within him, a wave of ecstasy washing over his heart. What pleased him even more was the acquisition of such an extraordinary treasure as the portable cultivation chamber. He glanced down at the woman resting against his shoulder. Lin Ruashi's cheeks were now tinged with a soft blush. A satisfied smile graced Boda's lips as he gently caressed her silky hair. "How do you feel?" he inquired. Lin Ruashi nestled closer into his embrace, a sense of tranquility enveloping her. "It feels wonderful. I feel invigorated all over," she replied. Boda wrapped his arm around her slender waist. "This technique will enhance your cultivation. With diligent practice, your strength will see significant improvement." A flicker of surprise gleamed in Lin Ruashi's eyes as she nodded vigorously. Boda pressed a soft kiss to her forehead and said, "Let us summon your sisters. I have something to discuss." The two rose, hand in hand, and exited the bedroom. He sequentially knocked on the doors of Su Qingwei and her sisters, as well as Wen Rushui and her siblings. Coming. The door swung open swiftly to reveal Su Qingwei, clad in a playful black catgirl outfit, her cat ears bouncing adorably as a sweet smile graced her face. Following closely was Su Qingxue, still donning her white bunny girl attire, her fluffy ears and short skirt adding a touch of charm. Meanwhile, the Wen Rushui sisters also emerged from their room. Wen Rushui wore a delicate lavender lace nightgown, revealing her fair, elongated legs, exuding an elegant and gentle demeanor. Wen Miao Miao, in a pink lace nightgown adorned with tiny pearls, perfectly embodied the blend of youthful innocence and the softness of lace, her large, curious eyes assessing Boda and Lin Ruashi. Boda surveyed the four enchanting girls before him and, glancing at the snuggling Lin Ruashi, proclaimed, "Now, I shall take you to a wonderful place." As his words fell, Boda focused his thoughts, activating the system's reward, a portable cultivation chamber. In an instant, a dazzling beam of white light enveloped the entire living room. The five young women instinctively closed their eyes, and as the radiant light dissipated, an ancient yet elegantly designed secret chamber materialized before them. Boda smiled as he introduced, "This is a portable cultivation chamber, equipped with a constant temperature and humidity of 24 hours, along with an unlimited supply of water and electricity, ensuring absolute safety. From today onward, you shall cultivate within these walls. I will provide ample resources for your survival. Your diligence in cultivation is paramount to enhancing your strength. I must venture outside to explore the mysterious white fog." Upon hearing this, the smiles on the faces of the four girls vanished, replaced by a palpable concern. When Rushi hurriedly stepped forward and grasped Boda's hand, "Darling, the outside world is fraught with danger. We cannot predict the powerful mutated beasts or unknown perils lurking within the fog. Please, exercise caution." Her hands trembled slightly, a clear indication of her deep worry for Boda's safety. "Indeed, my love," Su Qingwei chimed in, taking hold of Boda's other hand, her eyes brimming with dependence and care. "Rest assured, we shall diligently cultivate within the chamber, striving to enhance our abilities so as not to hinder you. You must return safely." Su Qingxue also stepped forward, urging, "Please, be careful, my dear. We shall await your return here." Wen Miao Miao leaped into Boda's embrace, exclaiming, "Darling, please come back soon." Lin Ruashi approached Boda as well, softly adding, "My love, do be cautious. We will all cultivate well here, awaiting your return." Boda gazed at the five enchanting women, each radiating their own charm and filled with concern for him, a warm surge of emotion swelling within his heart. They were either vivacious, gentle, youthful, or serene, yet their genuine care for him was unmistakable. "You shall cultivate diligently within the chamber. Wait for my return." With that, Boda focused his thoughts, and the system's light flickered, gently enveloping the five into the portable cultivation chamber. As he looked upon the now empty living room, Boda took a deep breath and turned toward the door. Approaching the staircase, he grasped the cold doorknob and gently pushed it, causing the corridor door to creak open. The world outside was shrouded in an apocalyptic white fog, visibility reduced to less than 5 meters. The once familiar neighborhood now appeared strange and eerie. High-rise buildings looming in and out of sight within the fog, resembling slumbering giants, exuding an unsettling sense of oppression. The air was thick with the dampness of the fog, intertwined with a faint metallic scent of blood and the intermittent roars of mutated beasts. echoing eerily, sending shivers down one's spine. Boda inhaled deeply, channeling the energy within him, a warm current rapidly coalescing at his surface, forming a protective shield that kept the coldness and strange aura of the fog at bay. His gaze sharpened like that of an eagle, scanning the obscured path ahead. In a fleeting moment, he dashed forward into the mist like a leopard. Just a few steps in, a shadow suddenly sprang forth from the dark recesses of the adjacent corridor. The speed was such that it nearly transformed into a fleeting shadow amidst the white mist, its sharp claws glimmering with a ghostly green light, aimed directly at Boda's throat, accompanied by a strong, repugnant stench. Humph! Boda let out a cold snort, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. With his body tempered to the 4th level, he had already sensed the presence of this dark figure. He slightly shifted his stance, effortlessly evading the fatal strike, as if strolling in a garden. Simultaneously, the blood and energy within him surged violently. The muscles in his right arm tensed instantly, veins becoming pronounced, coalescing into an unparalleled force. His right fist, accompanied by a howling wind, struck down upon the shadow's head with great ferocity. Bang! A dull thud echoed as his fist landed solidly on the shadow's skull. The figure emitted an agonizingly shrill scream, its massive body resembling a rag doll struck by a heavy hammer, hurtling backward to crash violently against the wall, producing a deafening sound. Upon closer inspection, Boda discovered that the shadow was, in fact, a mutated black cat. It was over 3 times larger than a typical black cat, its body cloaked in fur as dark as ink, matted and damp, exuding an utterly nauseating stench. Its eyes were an eerie blood red, fixed intently on Boda, brimming with malice and madness. Dazed from the blow, the mutated black cat shook its head, yet its ferocity remained unabated. It let out a piercing shriek that shattered the mist, imbued with a palpable intent to kill. With a powerful push against the ground, it lunged at Boda once more, the ghostly green glow of its claws intensifying, clearly harboring potent venom. A glint of coldness flashed in Boda's eyes as he vanished like a specter, reappearing behind the mutated black cat. His left hand clamped down on its neck like an iron vice, the pressure silencing any sound and rendering it unable to struggle. His right fist, charged with thunderous might, descended upon its head once again. The sturdy wall cracked instantly, spiderwebs of fissures appearing as debris and dust cascaded down. Bang! 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 3 consecutive punches, each infused with terrifying strength, struck home. The mutated black cat's skull was battered into a pulp, its brain matter mingling with dark red blood, staining Boda's palm. It twitched a few times, its limbs kicking before finally succumbing to death, the blood-red glow in its eyes gradually fading. Boda casually tossed the lifeless body of the mutated black cat aside, his brow furrowing slightly. Although this creature possessed limited strength, akin to that of a first-level chi refinement stage, its speed and toxicity were formidable, particularly under the cover of the mist, granting it a potent ambush capability. Were an ordinary survivor to encounter it, survival would be exceedingly difficult, and they would likely become its next meal. He wiped the blood from his hands and continued onward. The ground beneath my feet was uneven and pockmarked, scattered with debris and dried bloodstains, a clear testament to the brutal battles that had unfolded here. As I walked, Boda suddenly halted, his gaze sharp as he peered ahead, enhanced by his spiritual energy. His keen hearing discerned the distant sounds of human screams mingled with the growls of mutated beasts, indicating that survivors were in peril. Curiosity piqued. He thought there might be suitable targets for strategy, and with a swift motion, he accelerated, darting towards the source of the commotion like an arrow released from a bow. White mist rushed past him, forming swirling currents of vapor. After traversing several buildings, the sight that greeted Boda caused him to pause momentarily in astonishment. In the clearing ahead, a group of survivors was besieged by a pack of mutated dogs. These creatures were as large as calves, their bodies cloaked in filthy, grayish-brown fur. The muscular contours faintly visible beneath the tangled coat, exuding an explosive power. As they opened their jaws, 2 rows of dagger-like fangs glinted menacingly, drool dripping from their mouths and corroding the ground below, revealing the toxicity of their saliva. There were 7 or 8 of these beasts, each radiating the aura of early-stage chi refinement, working in perfect harmony to corral the survivors into a central area, forming an impenetrable encirclement. The mutated dogs howled continuously, their claws and fangs relentlessly assaulting the survivors' defenses, inching closer with bloodthirsty eyes. The besieged survivors appeared pallid and ragged, their faces etched with fatigue and despair. Each bore wounds to varying degrees, blood staining their tattered garments, some injuries still oozing profusely. Among them, a dozen young men wielded makeshift weapons such as steel pipes and fire axes, desperately fending off the onslaught of the mutated dogs. Yet, their feeble strength seemed insignificant against the ferocity of the beasts, barely maintaining their defense, each face reflecting a sense of helplessness. Suddenly, one of the mutated dogs lunged at a young man, its sharp fangs aimed directly at his throat. The young man, taken aback, swung his steel pipe in a frantic attempt to defend himself. The pipe clashed against the fangs with a shrill metallic sound. The force of the beast sent him staggering back, his arm numb, nearly losing his grip on the weapon. As Boda's gaze swept over the scene, preparing to intervene, a flicker of movement caught his peripheral vision, a sight that made his pupils constrict and anger surge within him. At the edge of the crowd, a girl was being shoved forward by two middle-aged men. She appeared to be around 20, clad in a faded light blue dress that revealed her delicate, pale calves, marred by a few shallow scratches. Her long hair fell chaotically over her shoulders, dust and grass clinging to it, yet it could not obscure her exquisite features. Her willow-like brows were tightly knit, resembling distant mountains burdened with sorrow. Within her almond-shaped eyes, a tumult of terror and unwillingness brewed, crystalline tears swirling in their confines, yet stubbornly refusing to cascade down her cheeks. Her petite lips pressed into a straight line, clenched tightly, resolute in not yielding an inch towards the advancing mutant hound. "Push her out. Divert the attention of those monsters so we can make our escape," bellowed a portly middle-aged man, his tone rife with selfishness and cruelty. His muscular arms tensed, veins protruding, as he firmly grasped the girl's shoulder, exerting all his strength to shove her towards the mutant beast. A lanky man echoed his sentiments, his expression betraying avarice and indifference. Indeed, she's merely a girl, devoid of combat prowess. Keeping her is a waste of resources. Better to sacrifice her for our survival than for us all to perish here. The girl fought desperately, her hands gripping a nearby telephone pole, her nails turning pale from the strain, blood seeping from her knuckles. Her voice, tinged with desperation yet unwavering, pleaded, "You can't do this. I want to live too. Why must I be the one to sacrifice? We can resist together. Why abandon me?" Her words resonated with a profound yearning for life and a fierce anger directed at the two men. However, her strength paled in comparison to the two adult males, rendering her efforts futile. With a sudden force, they pried her fingers from the pole, skin tearing and blood flowing freely. Her balance faltered, sending her stumbling towards the oncoming mutant hound. A glint of bloodthirst flashed in the creature's eyes as it opened its cavernous maw, reeking of decay, lunging for her neck. Its sharp fangs glimmered ominously in the mist, casting a shadow of death over the girl. "No!" She screamed in a crescendo of despair, instinctively shutting her eyes, tears glistening on her long lashes, bracing for the inevitable arrival of death. She could distinctly sense the foul stench emanating from the mutant hound, hear the rush of air as it lunged, and even envision the agonizing pain of her flesh being rent apart by its fangs. Chapter 43. Chu Yen ran at that precarious moment, a figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, moving with such swiftness that it left a faint afterimage in the mist. Boda could not possibly allow such a valuable target to perish at the jaws of a mutant hound. Name: Chu Yenran. Age: 20. Status: extreme fear, anger. Despair: cultivation: none. Abilities: none. Experience: 0 individuals, 0 times. Overall score: 93 points. The system interface instantaneously materialized in Boda's mind, a comprehensive score of 93. Such a precious individual. He could not permit her to fall here, nor could he allow her demise at the hands of these self-serving scoundrels. In an instant, Boda appeared before the girl, a thunderous impact echoing as his fist collided forcefully with the mutant hound's skull. The mutated hound emitted an ear-piercing shriek, its massive body propelled backward by the horrific force contained within a single punch. It collided heavily with a nearby wall, producing a thunderous crash. In an instant, its skull shattered, and a mixture of dark crimson blood and brain matter oozed forth, staining the wall and the ground, while its body convulsed a few times before falling utterly lifeless. Chu Yenran abruptly opened her eyes to behold a broad, and imposing silhouette. The man, clad in simple black casual attire, nevertheless exuded an undeniable aura of strength. His broad shoulders were as reliable as mountains, and that thunderous strike had shattered the deathly threat looming above her like a divine intervention. Her heart raced wildly, and the despair etched upon her face gradually gave way to shock and bewilderment. Tears finally spilled from her eyes, cascading down her cheeks to drip onto the filthy ground. Boda did not turn around. Instead, he cast a cold, piercing glance at the two middle-aged men who had pushed her, his eyes radiating a chilling malice that felt almost tangible. "You are doomed." The two men trembled under Boda's overwhelming presence, as if doused with icy water, their previous ferocity instantly replaced by dread. They could distinctly sense the formidable aura emanating from this man, the power of that singular punch far beyond their comprehension. "Don't come any closer. We were forced into this," the stocky man shouted, his voice trembling with fear as he instinctively retreated a few steps, seeking refuge behind other survivors, using them as human shields. The lanky man hastily interjected, his gaze averted and his tone frantic. "Yes, it was her own weakness. Keeping her is a burden. We merely wish to survive. Anyone would do the same." "Survive?" Boda scoffed, his voice laced with derision and ice. He loathed those who, in the face of catastrophe, would sacrifice others for their own survival. In a flash, he appeared before the two men like a specter. His speed was so extraordinary that they had no time to react before Boda's hands gripped their necks tightly. "Let us go. Help. Spare us. We know we were wrong. We won't dare again." The two men struggled desperately, clawing at Boda's arms and kicking their feet. But they could not budge him an inch. His grip was like iron, constricting their throats and rendering them breathless, their faces turning shades of blue and purple, eyes bulging in sheer agony. Struggling to survive in the apocalypse is not inherently wrong. Boda's voice was devoid of emotion, chilling to the core. But to sacrifice others for one's own salvation, such scoundrels do not deserve to live. As his words fell, he exerted a slight pressure with his wrist. Crack, crack. The crisp sound of two bones snapping resonated sharply in the stillness of the clearing. The heads of two middle-aged men drooped helplessly, the light in their eyes extinguished, their bodies collapsing lifelessly to the ground, utterly devoid of life. The surrounding survivors trembled in terror at this scene, retreating in fear, not daring to utter a word. Their gazes towards Boda were filled with both dread and reverence. This man was immensely powerful and ruthlessly fierce. He had mercilessly slain them for the mere sacrifice of a girl. Yet, simultaneously, a sense of inexplicable satisfaction surged within them. For these two men had long tyrannized the survivor group, oppressing the weak, and now they had finally met their just deserts. Boda paid no heed to the onlookers, casually discarding the bodies of the two men aside, turning his attention to Chu Yanran. The girl had already risen to her feet, her light blue dress, though tattered and smeared with dust and a bit of blood, still could not obscure her delicate grace. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her cheeks dusted. Yet she resembled a pear blossom after the rain, enchanting and evoking sympathy. "Are you all right?" Boda's tone softened considerably, the murderous intent in his eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by a hint of gentleness. He extended his hand, gently patting Chu Yanran's shoulder in a soothing gesture. Chu Yanran gazed at him, her lips quivering slightly. After a considerable pause, she regained her voice, which quavered with a mix of relief for surviving and the grievance of her recent ordeal. "Thank you. Thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, I fear I would have perished." At that moment, the remaining mutated dogs, witnessing the death of their companions, became even more ferocious. They let out a deafening howl that echoed through the heavens, charging towards Boda and Chu Yanran, intent on tearing them apart in vengeance for their fallen comrades. "Be careful," Chu Yanran instinctively shouted. Her eyes filled with worry as she sought to warn Boda of the impending danger, even subconsciously attempting to shield him with her own body, only to be gently restrained by Boda's hand on her shoulder. A flicker of disdain crossed Boda's gaze. To him, these mutated dogs posed no threat whatsoever. He positioned Chu Yanran safely behind him, speaking with a calm demeanor. "Stay behind me and do not move. You will be fine." No sooner had he spoken than Boda darted forward, akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep, plunging into the pack of mutated dogs. His speed was as swift as lightning, weaving nimbly among the creatures, each punch infused with terrifying power, striking with precision and without hesitation. The sound of dull thuds rang out incessantly, accompanied by the anguished cries of the mutated dogs that echoed in the mist. Some had their skulls shattered by a single blow, brain splattering. Others had their spines broken, collapsing to the ground, rendered immobile. Still, others had their innards crushed, blood spewing from their mouths, swiftly succumbing to death. Chapter 44. In a mere few minutes, the remaining 6 or 7 mutated dogs were all vanquished by Boda. Their lifeless bodies sprawled across the ground, blood staining the earth and mingling with the dense fog, exuding a nauseating metallic scent. After dispatching the last of the mutated beasts, Boda shook the blood from his hands and approached Chu Yinran, observing the lingering terror in her eyes. He retrieved a pristine white handkerchief from his system space and extended it to her with a gentle tone. "Wipe your face." Chu Yinran accepted the handkerchief, her fingertips grazing the soft fabric, a warmth blossoming within her heart. With utmost care, she began to cleanse her face of dust and tears, her movements delicate, fearful of soiling the precious cloth. As the grime was wiped away, her cheeks gradually regained their fair complexion, her skin smooth and refined, resembling exquisite mutton fat jade, rendering her even more enchanting. Witnessing this transformation, the surrounding survivors stepped forward, expressing their heartfelt gratitude towards Boda, their voices imbued with reverence. "Thank you for saving our lives. Had it not been for you, we would likely have perished here today." Boda waved his hand, signaling them to refrain from excessive gratitude, his gaze still fixed on Chu Yinran as he spoke earnestly. "This place is no longer safe. The overwhelming scent of blood will soon attract more mutated beasts, perhaps even more formidable entities. As a young woman, it is perilous for you to survive alone in this apocalypse. I possess a secure location, abundant in resources, where you can gain formidable strength, no longer subjected to bullying or exploitation. Will you come with me?" Chu Yinran lifted her gaze to meet Boda's. He stood tall, powerful, and trustworthy, not only having saved her life, but also having stood up for her by eliminating those 2 selfish wretches. His eyes were deep and resolute, devoid of malice, radiating pure kindness and sincerity. Since the onset of this apocalypse, she had struggled alone for survival. On the day the catastrophe erupted, she had been studying in her school dormitory. The sudden disaster severed her connection with her family. Communication was entirely disrupted, and the fate of her parents remained unknown. She had to rely solely on her strength, fleeing and witnessing the darker facets of humanity. Some fought viciously over a mere piece of bread. Others betrayed their companions for survival, and some used the weak as bait. She had tasted profound loneliness and fear, living each day in a state of trepidation. The recent experience of being pushed out as bait had left her deeply shaken, a stark reminder of her helplessness and her frailty. She understood all too well that without power and support, survival in this apocalypse was a fleeting dream. She yearned for strength, a means to protect herself, and a safe haven to escape the relentless upheaval and uncertainty of her existence. Boda's appearance was like a beacon of light, illuminating her otherwise dark and desolate life in the apocalypse. His immense power promised her protection, and the sincerity in his eyes ignited a sense of trust within her. Chu Yinran took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flickering in her eyes. She gently nodded, her voice as delicate as a whisper, yet remarkably clear. "I am willing." Upon hearing her response, Boda's face broke into a satisfied smile, a subtle gleam of joy shimmering in his gaze. He extended his hand and spoke in a gentle tone. "Let us go. I shall take you to a safe place. From this day forth, I will protect you, ensuring that in this apocalyptic world, you will no longer have to fear anyone, nor suffer at the hands of others." Chu Yinran gazed at his outstretched hand, which was broad, warm, and strong, imbued with a reassuring sense of security. After a moment's hesitation, she overcame her shyness and unease, gently placing her small hand in his palm. It felt soft and delicate, still carrying a hint of lingering coolness. Boda tightened his grip, the warmth of his palm transmitting through her skin like a soothing current, alleviating her residual fears and anxieties. "Let us proceed." Boda smiled slightly and turned to walk deeper into the mist. Chu Yinran followed closely behind, her little hand firmly held within his. Feeling the continuous warmth and strength that dispelled all her uncertainties and confusion, she lifted her gaze to Boda's tall and broad figure, which appeared especially reliable amidst the pervasive stench of blood and swirling mist, akin to a mighty mountain upon which she could lean, filling her heart with a profound sense of security. The surrounding survivors watched the departing figures of the pair, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. They too yearned to follow Boda to that safe haven, to escape their precarious existence, yet they dared not speak. The ruthlessness with which Boda had dispatched the two middle-aged men instilled fear in them, causing them to worry that their requests might provoke this formidable being, leading to a tragic fate. Boda swiftly navigated through the mist with Chu Yanran at his side. Along the way, the few scattered mutated beasts they encountered were effortlessly dealt with by him, posing no threat to the two. Chu Yanran observed him dispatch the mutated creatures with ease, her admiration and reliance on him deepening. She could distinctly sense that this man's strength far exceeded her imagination. Perhaps, by following him, she could indeed survive in this harsh apocalypse and even grow strong, no longer at the mercy of others. As they continued forward, Boda halted in front of an abandoned residential building. The density of the mist here was slightly lower, and there was no evident presence of mutated beasts nearby, making it a temporarily safe refuge. "This shall do," Boda said calmly and assuredly, turning to Chu Yanran. Curiously, she surveyed her surroundings. The dilapidated building was in ruins, with shattered windows and walls marred by cracks and dark red stains, clearly remnants of fierce battles. The ground was littered with various debris and dried bloodstains, exuding a chilling and terrifying atmosphere. She felt puzzled, for this place appeared anything but safe. Why would they stop here? Bodar offered no explanation, merely smiling faintly. With a thought, he activated the mobile cultivation chamber rewarded by the system. In an instant, a dazzling white light erupted from his palm, prompting Chu Yanran to instinctively shut her eyes. When she opened them again, they found themselves in an entirely unfamiliar space. "What is this?" Chu Yanran's eyes brimmed with disbelief as she surveyed her surroundings, her face etched with astonishment and curiosity. An inexplicable light illuminated the chamber as brightly as day. Yet it was not blinding. Rather, it was exceedingly soothing. What astonished Chu Yanran even more was the chamber's perfect temperature, neither cold nor hot, accompanied by a refreshing aroma of greenery in the air, a stark contrast to the desolate, cold, and blood-soaked environment outside. "This is a mobile cultivation chamber," Bodar explained with a smile. "It can be summoned and retracted at will, maintaining a constant temperature and humidity around the clock, with an unlimited supply of water and electricity. It is undoubtedly a safe haven in this apocalyptic world." At that moment, several graceful figures emerged from different rooms. Su Qingwei, Su Qingxiue, Wen Rushi, Wen Miao Miao, and Lin Ruashi, all of whom Bodar had brought into the chamber. The five women exchanged curious glances upon seeing Bodar with a stranger, quickly donning friendly smiles. "Darling, you're back," Wen Miao Miao exclaimed, her steps light as she approached, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she appraised Chu Yanran. "Who is this sister? She is truly beautiful. Her skin is so fair and tender, and her eyes are so big, adorable." Su Qingwei stepped forward with elegant poise and a gentle tone. "Darling, is she the survivor you found in the white mist?" Her gaze fell on Chu Yanran's tattered dress, a flicker of understanding and sympathy in her eyes. Su Qingxue nodded eagerly, her voice sweet and innocent. "Hello, sister. I am Su Qingxue, and this is my sister, Su Qingwei. We shall be sisters from now on." When Rushi approached with a soft demeanor, concern evident in her voice. "Sister, you must have had a hard journey. Would you like to sit down and rest? I can bring you a glass of water." Lin Ruashi gently tugged at Chu Yanran's sleeve, her voice tender. "Yanran, don't be afraid. We are all very easy to get along with. Darling is incredibly capable. With him around, we are safe, and you need not worry about being bullied anymore." Overwhelmed by the unique attire and warm gazes of the five women, Chu Yanran felt a twinge of shyness and instinctively moved closer to Bodar, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of red, reminiscent of a ripe apple. She could distinctly sense that each of these girls radiated a different aura, yet all exuded pure kindness, devoid of any rejection or hostility, gradually dissipating her inner turmoil. Bodar held Chu Yanran's hand and introduced her. "This is Chu Yanran, and she will be your new sister from now on. Yan, this is Su Qingwei, Su Qingxue, Wen Ruxue, Wen Miao Miao, and Lin Ruashi. From now on, you shall support one another and coexist harmoniously." "Hello, Sister Yan." The five of them chorused in unison, their eyes brimming with friendly smiles. Chu Yan lifted her gaze, Gazing at the sincere faces of the 5 girls, a wave of warmth surged within her heart. She gently nodded, her voice as faint as a whisper. "Hello, sisters." Boda observed the 6 enchanting girls before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "Qingwe, Qingxue, Rushue. Miao Miao, Roashi. You may return to your rooms to continue your training. I shall take care of things here." "All right, husband," they responded in unison, and then turned to return to their chambers, leaving the 2 alone. The secret chamber fell into a serene silence, with only Boda and Chu Yanyan remaining. Chu Yanyan instinctively clenched the hem of her garment, exuding a hint of youthful naivety and unease that felt utterly out of place in this post-apocalyptic world. Boda took note of her discomfort, and with a wave of his hand, a series of steaming dishes began to materialize from the void. Elegantly arranged upon the dining table, the braised pork glistened with a vibrant hue, rich and savory, its aroma wafting tantalizingly through the air. The steamed base was pristine and tender, drizzled with golden scallion oil, exuding a delectable fragrance. The stir-fried vegetables were a vibrant green, retaining their crispness as if freshly prepared. Bowls of steaming white rice, each grain plump and translucent, completed the feast. The table was abundant with food, filling the chamber with an enticing aroma that enveloped them. Chu Yanyan was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief at the spectacle before her. Her mouth parted slightly, and she instinctively softened her breathing. In the next moment, her stomach betrayed her with an audible grumble, resonating clearly in the tranquil chamber. Chu Yanyan's cheeks flushed crimson, wishing she could vanish into the floor. As she bashfully lowered her head, her hands clasped tightly over her stomach, her voice barely audible. "I am sorry. Are you terribly hungry?" Boda's voice carried a hint of amusement, his gentle tone easing her embarrassment. He stepped forward, retrieving a clean pair of chopsticks from the system space and delicately handing them to her. "These ingredients are safe and clean. Feel free to indulge." Chu Yanyan gazed at the warm chopsticks in her hands, then lifted her gaze to meet Boda's smiling eyes, her own eyes misting slightly. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had struggled daily for sustenance, gnawing on tree bark, scavenging crumbs of compressed biscuits, and nearly losing her last shred of dignity over a half-moldy piece of bread amidst a throng of survivors. She had never imagined that one day she would enjoy such a lavish meal, especially in a safe and warm room like this. With trembling fingertips, she accepted the chopsticks, carefully picking up a small piece of braised pork and placing it in her mouth. The tender meat melted on her tongue, and the rich sauce flooded her palate, causing her eyes to well up with tears. She ate delicately, wary of indulging too quickly, fearing that this might merely be a dream, and that upon waking, everything before her would vanish. She picked up a piece of fresh, crisp greens, savoring their delightful crunch. A morsel of fish followed, tender and exquisitely flavorful. Even the white rice was a source of endless enjoyment. Tears finally escaped her control, trickling down her cheeks and landing coldly on the back of her hand, the chill jolting her back to reality. Hurriedly, she raised her hand to wipe her tears, only to find them multiplying. Ultimately, she set down her chopsticks, covering her face with both hands, her shoulders gently trembling as muffled sobs escaped between her fingers. Boda remained silent, quietly observing her as she wept, smiled, and devoured her meal with abandon. The dinner was filled with warmth and tranquility, marked only by the soft clinking of utensils and the occasional suppressed sob from Chu Yanran. She relished her food with extraordinary delight until her belly was round and full, and she reluctantly laid down her chopsticks. Leaning back in her chair, she let out a small, satisfied burp, her cheeks flushed with contentment, a smudge of sauce lingering at the corner of her mouth, reminiscent of a satiated little squirrel. "Are you full?" Boda inquired with a smile as he set down his utensils, offering her a napkin. Chu Yanran nodded vigorously, accepting the napkin to dab at her lips, her voice soft and sweet, reminiscent of honey. "Thank you, I am quite full." Boda rose, brushing away the crumbs from his hands. "Since you are satisfied, let me take you to freshen up, and then we shall change into some clean clothes." No sooner had he spoken than a flicker of thought brought forth a set of brand new garments into his hands. Chapter 46, he presented the clothing to Chu Yanran, observing the astonishment in her gaze, and added, "Try it on." As she took the garments, a spark of joy illuminated her eyes. It was a finely crafted JK school uniform, a soft, skin-friendly white shirt paired with a fluffy, deep blue pleated skirt, complete with a matching necktie. Beside it lay a pair of ultra-thin white ankle socks, their delicate material nearly transparent, glistening gently under the light. Is this for me? Chu Yinran's voice trembled slightly. Yes. See if it fits. Boda replied, watching her. Chu Yinran's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Even the nape of her neck tinted with a rosy hue. She clutched the clothing tightly and whispered, "Thank you. The washroom is over there." Boda indicated towards a nearby door, where a clean towel hung from the doorknob. Inside, you will find hot water, and all the toiletries are new. Toothpaste, toothbrush, and towels are all provided, so you may use them freely. He paused before adding, after your bath and changing into the clothes, I will take you to the room for training. In this apocalyptic world, strength is paramount. Only by enhancing one's abilities can one truly survive. Chu Yinran nodded slightly, clutching her clothes like a frightened little rabbit, and hurried into the washroom, gently closing the door behind her. Inside, everything was arranged in perfect order. As she turned on the faucet, warm water cascaded down, the soothing sound causing her eyes to mist over once more. In this apocalyptic world, water was more precious than food. Even a sip of clean water was a rarity, let alone the luxury of a hot shower. She shed her heavy, tattered garments and stood beneath the showerhead, enveloped by the warm water that washed away the dust and fatigue clinging to her, as well as the shadows and fears brought on by the end of days. With her eyes closed, she let the hot water flow over her, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Time slipped away, and eventually, she turned off the faucet, dried herself with a clean towel, and donned a JK uniform. The crisp white shirt hugged her slender figure, accentuating her graceful waist, while the playful bow tie added a touch of charm. The deep blue pleated skirt highlighted her long, fair legs, swaying slightly above the knees with every step, radiating youthful vitality. She slipped on a pair of sheer white ankle socks that clung to her calves, the delicate fabric enhancing her innocence and allure. Gazing into the mirror, she beheld a pure, radiant reflection, her eyes sparkling with surprise. The girl in the mirror possessed fair skin, exquisite features, and long, damp hair cascading over her shoulders, droplets trickling from the tips, gliding down her slender neck, exuding an enchanting grace. The JK uniform perfectly showcased her youthful essence, transforming her from the disheveled figure she had been into a vision of poise. Reaching out, she tenderly caressed her reflection, a faint blush blooming on her cheeks, her smile impossible to conceal. After tidying her clothes and damp hair, she dried her locks with a towel before finally opening the door and stepping out of the washroom. Boda sat on the sofa, waiting. Upon hearing the door open, he looked up, and the moment he laid eyes on Chu Yinran, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his gaze. The JK uniform suited her perfectly, as if she had just stepped out of a school, embodying purity and vivacity. Her long legs, clad in white stockings, were straight and elegant, and as she walked, the hem of her skirt swayed gently, exuding a youthful charm that captivated the eye. How lovely, Boda remarked, rising to approach her, reaching out to tousle her hair. Chu Yinran's cheeks flushed instantly, as if ignited by fire. She lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze, her heart racing like a drum, thumping incessantly. Follow me, Boda said, retracting his hand and turning toward a cozy bedroom within the secret chamber. Chu Yinran bit her lip, obediently trailing behind him. The bedroom was equally warm and inviting, featuring a soft, large bed adorned with clean bedding at its center. Boda sat on the edge of the bed, patting the space beside him, and beckoned to Chu Yinran. Sit. Chu Yinran complied and seated herself, her posture rigid, hands resting on her knees, exuding an air of constraint. Boda regarded her with a newfound seriousness in his gaze. Yinran, in this apocalyptic world, to survive and avoid being victimized, one must possess formidable strength. I possess a cultivation technique, known as the yin-yang harmony technique. By practicing this method, one can rapidly enhance their power. Would you be willing to learn it? Chu Yinran lifted her head, her eyes filled with confusion. A technique? Boda nodded, patiently elucidating. This technique requires both a man and a woman to cultivate together, harmonizing yin and yang, complementing each other. Upon hearing this, Chu Yinran's understanding dawned, and her face flushed crimson. Yet, as she gazed at Boda, she felt no resistance. Instead, a flicker of anticipation stirred within her. Taking a deep breath, she raised her gaze and earnestly declared, I am willing. Boda extended his hand, gently enveloping Chu Yinran in his embrace. Time seemed to slip away, and eventually, tranquility prevailed. Nestled within Boda's arms, Chu Yinran's cheeks were flushed, her eyes dreamy, resembling a languid kitten. A faint sheen of perspiration clung to her skin, exuding an alluring fragrance. At that moment, a notification sound echoed within Boda's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully courting Chu Yinran. Detected that the host has successfully imparted the yin-yang harmony technique to Chu Yinran. Rewards have been issued. 1 cleansing pill. 1 youthful pill. Current host cultivation level. Qi refining stage, level 7, 65. Body refining stage, level 5, 10. Partner Chu Yinran cultivation level. Qi refining stage, level 1, 10. Body refining stage, level 1, 0. With a thought, Boda retrieved the 2 pills from the system space and offered them to Chu Yinran. Once he ensured her comfort, Boda ventured once more into the depths of the mist alone. The number of mutated beasts along the way increased significantly, their strength becoming ever more formidable, yet they were merely futile sacrifices before his overwhelming power. He pressed onward, clearing the obstructing mutated beasts while sensing the energy fluctuations around him, hoping to discover more worthy partners or rare resources. After an indeterminate time, having traversed a desolate commercial district, a sudden cacophony of intense combat reached his ears, mingled with the roars of mutated beasts and the sharp commands of a woman. Curiosity flickered in Boda's eyes as he quickened his pace toward the source of the commotion. Navigating through a collapsed shopping mall, the scene before him unfolded vividly. In the open space, a colossal mutated bear was relentlessly assaulting a woman. This bear towered at a height of 3 meters, its body cloaked in thick fur, matted with blood and ice crystals. As its powerful forelimbs swung, they left the ground pocked and cratered. The woman confronting the mutated bear captured Boda's attention, igniting a spark of intrigue within him. The young woman, approximately 24 or 25 years of age, donned a sleek, black combat suit that accentuated her exquisite and well-defined figure, exuding both elegance and vigor. Her long hair was neatly tied into a high ponytail, revealing a smooth, full forehead and a gracefully sculpted neck. Her skin was a cool, porcelain white, as if chiseled from ice and snow, her features delicate yet imbued with an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. Her willow-shaped brows were slightly furrowed, and her elongated phoenix eyes, with irises of a pale icy blue, fixated intently on the mutated bear before her, her gaze cold and sharp, devoid of any trepidation. In her hands, she wielded no weapon. She relied solely on her bare hands to engage the beast. Each time the mutated bear lunged with its lethal claws, she nimbly evaded the attack, her fingers conjuring sharp blades of ice aimed at the creature's vulnerable points. These ice blades were exceedingly sharp, and upon striking the bear's fur, they instantly encased it in a thin layer of ice, which, though not lethal, effectively hindered its movements. Name: Lung Lingshuang. Age: 22. Status: High Combat Spirit. Vigilant. Ability: Ice Element, Level 1. Experience: 0 people, 0 times. Overall rating: 95 points, 95 points. A Level 1 Ice Element ability. A flicker of joy passed through Boda's eyes. At that moment, Lung Lingshuang's battle had reached a fever pitch. Though agile and endowed with formidable ice powers, the prolonged conflict had begun to take its toll. Her breath became erratic, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead, trickling down her cheeks only to be instantly frozen into tiny ice crystals by the chill emanating from within her. The mutated bear, evidently enraged, let out a deafening roar, its surrounding coldness intensifying, causing the ground beneath to crystallize into a thick layer of ice, blocking Lung Lingshuang's retreat. Then, with a powerful leap, its massive form charged towards her like a mountain, claws aimed at her vital points. Lung Lingshuang's expression shifted to one of concern as she realized she could not withstand this blow. She quickly concentrated her spiritual energy, forming a thick ice wall before her. Crack! The bear's claws struck the ice wall with tremendous force, instantly causing it to fracture and then shatter into countless pieces. The force of the impact sent Lung Lingshuang staggering backward, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth as her complexion grew even more pallid. Just as the mutated bear prepared to capitalize on its advantage and deliver a fatal blow, a figure darted forth like a flash of lightning, positioning itself in front of Lung Lingshuang. Bang! Boda summoned all his vitality and spiritual power, delivering a powerful punch to the bear's skull. The overwhelming force erupted forth, eliciting a chilling scream from the mutated bear as its massive body was propelled backward, crashing violently against the wall, which subsequently collapsed partially, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The bear struggled to rise, but soon realized its skull had been shattered, blood and brain matter spilling forth as its body convulsed a few times before finally succumbing to oblivion. Cold Ling Shuang was momentarily stunned, staring at the sudden appearance of Boda, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock. She could distinctly sense the powerful aura radiating from the man before her, far surpassing that of the mutated bear. The strength of his previous punch was simply unfathomable. Boda turned to face Cold Ling Shuang, a glimmer of admiration in his gaze. Indeed, to have withstood the mutated beast for so long demonstrated considerable potential. Regaining her composure, Cold Ling Shuang quickly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her eyes warily scrutinizing Boda, her tone icy. "Who are you? Why did you save me?" Since the apocalypse, she had encountered too many individuals with ulterior motives, and she remained highly vigilant towards the kindness of strangers. "My name is Boda," he replied calmly, meeting her gaze with openness. "I saved you because you piqued my interest. I see you possess notable talent and are a rare ice element ability user. Why not become my woman? Follow me, and I can provide you with a secure shelter, ample resources, and help you rapidly enhance your strength." "Become your woman?" Cold Ling Shuang scoffed, her eyes filled with derision. "In this apocalypse, only the weak need to rely on others. I, Cold Ling Shuang, have never depended on men. To make me submit, you must first defeat me." Her prideful nature led her to walk alone, never trusting anyone, let alone easily becoming someone else's woman. To her, only absolute strength could earn her respect and recognition. A smile curled at the corners of Boda's mouth, a spark of battle intent flickering in his eyes. "Very well. I admire your spirit. Let us engage in a duel. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes or force me to take a step back, I shall not trouble you and will simply walk away. However, if I win, you must become my woman and obey my commands. It is a deal." Without hesitation, Cold Ling Shuang agreed. Confident in her ice abilities, she knew Boda was formidable, yet she was eager to test the extent of her gap with a true powerhouse. As soon as she finished speaking, she launched her attack. Channeling her inner energy, she manifested dozens of ice blades at her fingertips, glistening with a chilling light, hurtling towards Boda like a torrential downpour. Simultaneously, the ground beneath her feet froze into a layer of ice, attempting to restrict Boda's movement. A flicker of disdain crossed Boda's eyes as he moved slightly, effortlessly evading all the ice blades. His speed was astonishing, gliding over the icy surface as if it were solid ground, unaffected in the slightest. "First strike, broken," Boda remarked softly, his figure flashing as he suddenly appeared before Cold Ling Shuang. Without employing any weapon, he merely extended his right hand and flicked it lightly, sending forth a gust infused with fire element ability that accurately struck the tip of Cold Ling Shuang's finger, disrupting her concentration on the ice blades. "Ah!" Cold Ling Shuang felt a searing pain shoot through her fingertip, interrupting her formation of the ice blades. She was astonished to discover that the wind generated by Boda contained fiery energy, perfectly countering her ice-based abilities. Without granting her a moment to react, Boda swiftly extended his left hand, seizing Cold Ling Shuang's wrist with a grip akin to an iron claw. His strength was immense, and despite her desperate struggles, she found herself utterly unable to escape. Cold Ling Shuang's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes brimming with shock and indignation. She could sense that Boda's power far exceeded her expectations. The chasm between them was as vast as the heavens, indicating they were not rivals of the same caliber. The third move concluded. With a slight exertion of his wrist, Boda drew Cold Ling Shuang closer, while his right hand coalesced a fireball. The fireball, though modest in size, radiated a terrifying heat, hovering near Cold Ling Shuang's cheek, its searing aura causing her skin to warm noticeably. "You have lost," Boda's voice resonated in her ear, gazing at the fireball mere inches away. Feeling the strength emanating from Boda's palm and the heat within her own body, she understood that she had been utterly defeated. Although her proud self-esteem made acceptance difficult, she recognized that Boda had not struck her down but had shown restraint. Taking a deep breath, the defiance in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a flicker of acknowledgement and stubborn resolve. "I concede. I shall accept the wager's outcome. From this day forth, I am yours." However, I have one condition. You must make me stronger, and I refuse to have my freedom curtailed. Very well, Boda replied with a smile, releasing her wrist and retracting the fireball. Follow me, and your strength shall only grow. I will not confine your freedom, as long as you do not betray me. You may pursue whatever you desire. Hearing Boda's promise, Cold Ling Shuang's wariness eased somewhat. She regarded him with a glimmer of curiosity. Your abilities are of the fire element? Indeed, I am a fire element adept, Boda admitted candidly. By the way, how did you awaken your ice abilities? Surely it was through the consumption of an ability fruit? Cold Ling Shuang nodded in affirmation. Yes, I discovered 2 ice ability fruits in an abandoned supermarket. After consuming one, my ice powers were awakened. And the other one? A spark of excitement flickered in Boda's eyes. Is that fruit still with you? Ability fruits are exceedingly rare and immensely beneficial for enhancing power. I certainly would not let this opportunity slip away. It is indeed still with me. Cold Ling Shuang retrieved a softly glowing blue fruit from the pouch at her waist and presented it to Boda. This is the remaining ice ability fruit. Since I am now yours, I entrust this fruit to you. As Boda accepted the ability fruit, he felt its chilling touch, distinctly sensing the pure ice energy contained within. A surge of joy filled his heart as he promptly secured the precious fruit. The fruit before you is indeed valuable. It shall be administered to you again in the future. With a thought, Boda activated the movable training chamber. A brilliant white light enveloped them, and in an instant, they found themselves within the chamber. Ling Shuang gazed in astonishment at the ancient, yet elegant space, rich in spiritual energy. She had never imagined that such a wondrous place could exist amidst the apocalypse. Constant temperature and humidity, far more comfortable and secure than any place she had previously known. This is the movable training chamber. It will serve as our safe haven henceforth, Boda explained with a smile, calling out to the various rooms within the chamber. Qingyue, Qingxue, Rushi, Miao Miao, Roashi, Yanran, come forth to meet our new friend. No sooner had he spoken than 6 graceful figures emerged from the rooms. Su Qingyue, adorned in a black silk catgirl outfit, exuded a captivating allure. Su Qingxue, in her white silk bunny girl attire, appeared lively and charming. When Rushi, in a delicate lavender lace nightgown, emanated tranquility and poise. When Miao Miao, clad in a pink lace nightgown, radiated vivacity. Lin Roashi, in pale pink lace hot pants, exuded innocence and shyness. Lastly, Chu Yanran, in a JK school uniform, embodied purity and cuteness. Upon seeing Boda enter with a striking unfamiliar woman, the 6 girls exchanged curious glances before donning warm smiles. Ling Shuang felt somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutiny of their diverse outfits and friendly gazes. Her cold demeanor made social interaction challenging, leading her to merely nod in acknowledgement. Boda took her hand and introduced her. This is Ling Shuang. She shall be your new sister from now on. Ling Shuang, these are Su Qingyue, Su Qingxue, Wen Rushi, Wen Miao Miao, Lin Roashi, and Chu Yanran, each one of my beloveds. You shall look out for one another. Hello, Sister Ling Shuang. The 6 girls chimed in unison, their expressions filled with warmth. As Ling Shuang beheld the sincerity in their faces, her sense of estrangement began to wane, and she softly replied, "Greetings, sisters." Noticing her slight awkwardness, Boda smiled and remarked, Ling Shuang has just emerged from battle. She must be hungry and weary. You all may return to your rooms to cultivate, while I escort Ling Shuang to rest. Of course, dear. The girls nodded in agreement before turning to return to their respective chambers. Boda led Ling Shuang to the dining area, and with a mere thought, the table was instantly laden with an exquisite array of food. Ling Shuang stared in disbelief at the bountiful feast before her. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had struggled daily over food scarcity and had never encountered such a lavish spread. The fresh fruits and chilled beverages were particularly rare treasures in this desolate world. Are you hungry? Do try some. Boda offered her a pair of clean chopsticks. All these ingredients are safe and clean. Eat without worry. Taking the chopsticks, Ling Shuang eagerly began to eat, quickly finishing a bowl of rice along with several dishes. The prolonged battle had drained her significantly, but now, at last, she felt replenished. A hint of color gradually returning to her face. This was the most delectable meal she had savored since the onset of the apocalypse. Are you satisfied? Boda inquired with a smile. Ling Shuang nodded, a subtle blush of contentment gracing her cheeks. Thank you, I am quite full. Since you are satiated, allow me to escort you to freshen up and change into a clean outfit, Boda proposed, retrieving a brand new set of clothing from his spatial system and presenting it to her. It was an ice blue dress, adorned with exquisite crystal patterns that harmoniously complemented Lung Lingshuang's icy abilities and her striking demeanor. As Lung Lingshuang gazed at the delicate garment, a flicker of astonishment and disbelief sparkled in her eyes. Is this for me? Since the apocalypse began, she had only worn rugged and durable combat attire, never having donned such a beautiful dress. Yes, try it on to see if it fits, Boda encouraged, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of admiration. Your ethereal beauty makes this ice blue gown very suitable for you. A faint blush instantly crept across Lung Lingshuang's cheeks as she accepted the dress, her voice slightly awkward. Thank you. The washroom is over there. It has hot water, so you can enjoy a nice bath and relax, Boda indicated towards a nearby room. After your bath and changing into your new clothes, I will guide you in the cultivation techniques. Nodding, Lung Lingshuang clutched the dress and her toiletries, briskly entering the washroom. Upon turning on the hot water, a comforting steam quickly enveloped the space. She shed her combat attire, soiled with blood and dirt, and stood beneath the shower head, allowing the warm water to cleanse her body. Chapter 49. Ice elemental powers. The hot water washed away her fatigue, the blood and scars from battle, and the disarray brought on by the apocalypse, leaving her feeling light and renewed. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Her skin was a cool porcelain white, her figure elegantly curvaceous, and her silhouette graceful. After her bath, Lung Lingshuang donned the ice blue dress. The silk fabric embraced her form, accentuating her lovely waist and full curves, while the crystal patterns shimmered softly under the light, rendering her as elegant and striking as a snow queen. She admired herself in the mirror, her eyes brimming with delight. It appeared as though the dress had been tailored just for her, perfectly showcasing her poise and figure. After tidying her damp long hair, Lung Lingshuang stepped out of the washroom. Boda, seated on the sofa, beamed at her the moment his gaze fell upon her. You look stunning, he praised sincerely, rising to extend his hand towards her. Come with me. A subtle blush graced Lung Lingshuang's cheeks, a fleeting look of shyness flickering in her cool eyes. Compliantly, she took his hand and followed him into a warmly decorated bedroom. The soft carpet, the spacious solid wood bed, and the faint aroma of grass and trees in the air starkly contrasted with the desolate experiences of the apocalypse she had previously endured, causing her taut nerves to instinctively relax. Please, have a seat, Boda gestured towards the edge of the bed. Cold Lingshuang complied, sitting down with her hands subconsciously resting on her knees, her heart a blend of nervousness and anticipation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully won over Cold Lingshuang. Detected that the host has successfully imparted the yin-yang harmony technique to Cold Lingshuang. Current partner Cold Lingshuang's cultivation level, Qi refining stage, first layer. Ice type ability level, level 1. Rewards have been issued. Youth elixir X1, cleansing elixir X1. Current host cultivation level, Qi refining stage, 8th layer, 80. Body refinement stage, 6th layer, 40. Boda retrieved the youth elixir and cleansing elixir from the system space, along with the ice-type ability fruit that Cold Lingshuang had previously given her, and offered them to Cold Lingshuang. These two elixirs, the youth elixir and cleansing elixir, will enhance your physique and beauty. Take this ice-type ability fruit as well. It should strengthen your ice abilities. Cold Lingshuang gazed at the elixirs and the ability fruit in her hands, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Without hesitation, she consumed the youth elixir, cleansing elixir, and the ice-type ability fruit in succession. The elixirs and the ability fruit dissolved upon entering her mouth, and three distinct energies intertwined and flowed within her. The gentle energy of the cleansing elixir continued to purify her physique, while the refreshing essence of the youth elixir nourished her skin. The pure ice energy from the ice-type ability fruit harmonized with her inherent ice abilities. As the energies continuously merged, a layer of black impurities gradually seeped from the surface of Cold Lingshuang's skin, exuding a faintly unpleasant odor. At that moment, a prompt from the system echoed in Boda's mind. Ding! Detected that partner Cold Lingshuang has consumed ice-type ability fruit, X1, returning ice-type ability fruit, X100. Automatically stored in system space. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Boda's eyes as the system's space instantly filled with 100 ice-type ability fruits, each radiating a soft blue glow and containing pure ice energy. Anticipating this, Boda retrieved a brand new outfit from the system space and handed it over. The cleansing elixir is deeply purifying your physique. These impurities are toxins from within. This is an ice blue lace sleepwear set I prepared for you. Please wash up in the bathroom first. The sleepwear, belonging to the same ice blue series as her previous dress, featured exquisite lace trim and a design that accentuated her graceful collarbones, with the hem just long enough to cover the upper thighs. Both sensual and elegant, it perfectly complemented Cold Ling Shuang's striking demeanor. As Cold Ling Shuang accepted the sleepwear, her fingertips brushed against the soft, silky fabric, and her cheeks flushed even more. She softly uttered, "Thank you, dear." She hastily strode towards the private bathroom attached to her bedroom. As the sound of rushing water filled the air, warm steam quickly enveloped her figure. Once the bathroom door was closed, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Boda's eyes. He recalled the system prompt that had appeared when Lung Lingshuang consumed the ability fruit moments ago, and with a focused thought, he activated the system space. 100 ice-type ability fruits were neatly arranged, each radiating pure ice energy, filling Boda with immense joy. This would grant him yet another ability. With determination, he retrieved an ice-type ability fruit from the system space and consumed it. 1, 2, 3. Boda continued to ingest the ability fruits, the pure energy flowing like an unending stream, converging into a mighty river within him. The system prompt chimed again. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your ice-type ability has been upgraded to level 2. Boda did not pause, continuing to consume the ability fruits. His aura grew increasingly formidable with each enhancement. The 15th, the 20th, the 30th. When the energy of the 50th ability fruit was fully absorbed, a humming sound resonated within Boda's body. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your ice-type ability has been upgraded to level 3. The system prompts rang out consecutively as Boda slowly opened his eyes. Just then, the bathroom door was gently pushed open, and Lung Lingshuang emerged, clad in an icy blue lace nightgown. The hot water had washed away the black grime from her skin, leaving it even fairer and more delicate, akin to exquisite mutton fat jade, glistening under the light. The icy blue nightgown clung to her figure, accentuating her voluptuous curves and graceful collarbone, with lace embellishments adding a touch of sensuality and allure, infusing her originally cold demeanor with a hint of softness, reminiscent of the warm sun on a spring day after the melting of snow. Her long hair hung damply over her shoulders, droplets cascading down and splattering onto her nightgown, creating charming water stains that enhanced her enchanting allure. Upon seeing Boda seated cross-legged by the bed, his aura even more potent than before, a spark of curiosity flickered in her eyes. "Darling, were you cultivating just now?" Boda rose, his gaze settling on her, filled with admiration and satisfaction. "Yes. While you were bathing, I absorbed some energy." He refrained from elaborating on the ability fruits, instead approaching her and gently caressing her long hair. "Are you clean now? How do you feel?" Lung Lingshuang's cheeks flushed slightly, and she instinctively leaned closer to him, her voice softening considerably. "I feel great. The impurities in my body have been expelled, and my abilities have strengthened." Chapter 50. Thunder Leopard. After settling Lung Lingshuang, Boda focused his thoughts and stored the movable cultivation chamber into the system space before stepping into the vast white mist. Dressed in the black leisure wear retrieved from the system space, he stood in stark contrast to the surrounding ruins. The rocky path beneath his feet was uneven, yet he walked with ease, as if strolling through a serene garden. At times, he wielded his fire-based abilities, conjuring a fireball the size of a basketball in his palm, shattering the skulls of mutated beasts. At other moments, he summoned his ice powers, forming sharp ice blades at his fingertips to sever the limbs of these grotesque creatures. Occasionally, he would rely solely on his physical strength, delivering bone-crushing punches that reduced the beasts to nothing more than pulp. Navigating through streets obstructed by collapsed buildings, he faintly heard the cacophony of voices in the air. Boda raised an eyebrow, curiosity blooming within him. He stilled his breath, lightening his footsteps, approaching stealthily like a wraith. At the edge of an abandoned parking lot, relatively open, he discovered the source of the sounds. A gathering of over 20 survivors congregated in the center of the lot, most clad in tattered rags. These individuals appeared gaunt and weary, their eyes reflecting a mixture of numbness and vigilance, as if they had long endured hunger and fear. What was particularly striking was that each held rudimentary weapons, rusty iron rods, chipped kitchen knives, and even sharpened sticks, gripped tightly in their hands, as if clinging to the last straw of hope. Amongst them stood a notably imposing man, around 30 years of age, clad in a relatively intact black leather jacket. Although it bore a few scratches, it was far more presentable than the attire of the others. He sported a buzz cut, with a sinister scar stretching from his brow to his hairline, and his arrogant demeanor exuded a ferocious aura. Most captivating were the faint blue arcs of electricity that occasionally flickered at his fingertips, emitting crackling sounds, indicative of his lightning abilities. Even from several dozen meters away, Boda could clearly sense that this energy was minuscule, suggesting it had only recently awakened. Yet, amidst this unarmed throng of ordinary people, this meager power had become a symbol of absolute strength, filling the eyes of the surrounding survivors with awe and dependence. Boda's appearance shattered the silence of the parking lot like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. His pristine visage, with a rosy complexion and steady demeanor, contrasted starkly with the disheveled environment and the plight of the survivors. In this resource-scarce, uncertain apocalypse, such cleanliness was a sin in itself, an undeniable temptation. It signified ample food, clean water, and perhaps even a safe haven. Greedy gazes, palpable as substance, converged upon him from every direction. Some individuals discreetly swallowed hard, their eyes glinting with ulterior motives. Others instinctively tightened their grips on their makeshift weapons, leaning slightly forward, poised for action. Meanwhile, a few shrank back, their eyes darting, torn between the desire to partake and the fear of unforeseen consequences. The leader of the group, a lightning wielder named Lei Bao, had been a street thug before the world crumbled, surviving through brawls and violence. After the apocalypse erupted, he fortuitously stumbled upon a fruit imbued with lightning abilities. Awakening his own powers, harnessing this newfound strength, he gathered a group of fellow survivors, equally desperate to endure. Establishing dominion over the desolate ruins and resorting to plundering passing survivors for sustenance. Stop right there. Lei Bao stepped forward, positioning himself before Boda. The muscles beneath his leather jacket tensed, and the crackling arcs of electricity at his fingertips grew louder. The 20-odd survivors behind him swiftly moved, forming a subtle half-circle that effectively blocked Boda's escape, their gazes turning menacing. Boda halted, calmly observing the group before him, his expression as serene as a still pond, as if gazing upon inconsequential ants. This dismissive demeanor instantly ignited Lei Bao's fury. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over your food, water, and that clean outfit you're wearing." Lei Bao growled, his fingers sparking with intensified arcs of electricity, deliberately amplifying their impact despite their feebleness. The survivors behind him joined in the uproar, brandishing their rudimentary weapons. "Quickly surrender your belongings. Don't force us to act. Our leader is an ability user who can generate electricity. If you don't comply, we'll fry you." Those who recognize the situation are wise. Don't gamble with your life. The cacophony of threats aimed to intimidate Boda. Yet, he remained impassive, his voice devoid of emotion as he uttered four simple words. "Just you lot?" This utterance, akin to a dousing of cold water, extinguished the survivor's bravado. Lei Bao, infuriated, turned ashen. He hadn't anticipated such reckless defiance from the youth. Although he couldn't gauge Boda's strength, he relied on his status as an ability user and the sheer number of his followers, believing the young man posed no significant threat. Refusing a toast and forcing a penalty drink. "I am a lightning ability user. Do you see this lightning? It can turn you to cinders." Lei Bao sneered, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "Brothers, charge. Take him down, and we'll divide the spoils. The first to strike will earn an extra half loaf of bread." The allure of half a loaf of bread was enough to drive people mad in the apocalypse. Greed flickered in the eyes of the survivors, their grips on their weapons tightening as they prepared to pounce. Lei Bao was the first to attack. Struggling to bring his hands together, his face contorted in exertion, clearly finding it challenging to concentrate this assault. Moments later, a fist-sized sphere of electricity, crackling with erratic energy, materialized in his palm. Though the energy fluctuated chaotically and appeared somewhat unstable, its menacing presence accompanied by a sizzling roar, it hurtled toward Boda's chest. This was Lei Bao's most formidable attack, He was confident that if this lightning sphere struck, even if the young man didn't perish, he would be rendered unconscious, leaving him at their mercy. However, in the eyes of Boda, this was nothing short of riddled with flaws, merely a facade. The energy contained within this lightning sphere was barely sufficient to match even a level 1 ability. It was evident that the lightning leopard had unknowingly stumbled upon a stroke of extraordinary fortune, consuming a fruit of lightning-based abilities, yet lacked the understanding of how to cultivate and wield it, possessing powers that could not be unleashed to their true potential. Faced with the slowly advancing lightning sphere, Boda did not even shift his stance. He simply raised his right hand nonchalantly, fingers splayed, meeting the oncoming orb of lightning. In the incredulous gazes of the lightning leopard and all the survivors, the sphere, which seemed formidable, dissipated upon contact with Boda's palm, vanishing without a ripple, as if it had sunk into the sea. What? The lightning leopard's pupils constricted, his sinister grin instantly frozen, transforming into sheer horror. His most powerful attack had been so effortlessly neutralized by his opponent. How could this be possible? His mind went blank, and before he could react, Boda's figure vanished like a wraith. In the blind spots of all present, he merely channeled a trace of spiritual energy into his legs, breaking the sound barrier and leaving a faint afterimage in his wake. In the next instant, Boda stood before the lightning leopard, the distance between them less than half a meter. The lightning leopard could distinctly see the cold derision in Boda's eyes and felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from him that sent shivers through his very soul. Like an ant, the frigid voice echoed in the lightning leopard's ears, reminiscent of a grim reaper's decree. He felt an irresistible force slam into his chest, a power far beyond his imagination, as if he were being struck head-on by a ferocious mutated beast. Crack! The sharp, piercing sound of bones fracturing reverberated through the empty parking lot as the lightning leopard's chest caved in at a visible rate, the excruciating pain of broken ribs rendering him incapable of even a scream. His body was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, blood spraying from his mouth in a tragic arc as he crashed heavily into the wreckage of an abandoned car several meters away. Boom! The dull thud echoed as the car door was deeply dented, shards of glass scattering in all directions. The lightning leopard's body slumped to the ground, blood gushing from his collapsed chest. His eyes widened in disbelief and terror, twitching twice before falling utterly still, the light in his gaze extinguished. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. The survivors, who moments ago had clamored for robbery, now resembled ducks caught by the throat, mouths agape, yet unable to utter a sound. The greed and arrogance on their faces were swiftly replaced by an overwhelming terror. Their greatest support, the formidable leader with mighty lightning abilities, had been slain in a single blow. What manner of monster was this young man? A terrified scream pierced the air, igniting a wildfire of fear among the survivors. Run! He is a devil. The shrieks served as a catalyst, causing them to abandon all thoughts of food and supplies, scattering like frightened rabbits. Some fled toward the ruins outside the parking lot, while others sought refuge beneath abandoned vehicles. A few, overwhelmed by panic, stumbled and fell to the ground, trampled by those behind them, wishing they had been born with more legs, terrified that a moment's delay would lead them to share the fate of Lei Bao. Yet, they were merely ordinary individuals, incapable of outrunning Boda. With little effort, he dispatched this ragtag assembly of desperate souls, revealing their true forms in the apocalypse. He then approached the lifeless body of Lei Bao, his gaze fixed on the increasingly cold form, searching for anything of value on this so-called ability user. Lei Bao's leather jacket pockets were barren, containing only a few crumbs of hardened biscuits, clearly indicative of his own struggles. Just as Boda prepared to turn away, an extraordinary event unfolded. Tiny blue sparks of electricity suddenly appeared above Lei Bao's corpse, swirling like fireflies, drawn together by some mysterious force. As the electrical energy intensified, the fluctuations became more distinct, ultimately coalescing into a blue fruit, its surface intermittently crackling with faint arcs of electricity. This fruit was a deep azure, reminiscent of a fine sapphire, smooth and rounded, exuding a pure and vibrant aura of lightning energy. Its form bore a striking resemblance to the ice ability fruit previously given to him by Lung Ling Shuang, though their elemental attributes were entirely different. The ice ability fruit emanated a bone-chilling cold, while this one carried a slight numbing sensation. Is this the lightning ability fruit? A flicker of surprise and understanding crossed Boda's eyes. He bent down and cautiously picked up the newly formed ability fruit with 2 fingers. It felt cool to the touch, accompanied by a gentle tingling, as the pure lightning energy surged into his body and was swiftly refined and absorbed by his spiritual power. So it is true. Killing an ability user who has consumed an ability fruit can yield the corresponding ability fruit. This was undoubtedly a significant discovery. Prior to this, the avenues for obtaining ability fruits were limited to 2, serendipitously finding them among the ruins or relying on the system's 100-fold return function. Now, he had gained a more direct and efficient method to hunt down those awakened individuals with abilities. Of course, Boda was not a bloodthirsty person. He would not actively hunt the innocent awakened who merely wished to survive in this harsh world. However, when it came to malicious individuals like Lei Bao, who sought to provoke him, he felt no moral qualms about taking action. On the contrary, such encounters could yield unexpected rewards, making it a win-win situation. Indeed, another ability fruit had come into his possession. Boda's fingertips caressed the palm-sized, infant-sized fruit of the lightning-type ability. The deep purple skin was adorned with intricate silver veins, resembling the lightning that danced through the dark night, sending ripples of tingling sensation through his fingertips. The allure of the 3 elemental abilities was tantalizingly close. He no longer hesitated. With a mere thought, the system's space shimmered, and the movable training chamber unfolded instantaneously, enveloping him within. In the next moment, he found himself inside the chamber, where the familiar scent of grass and wood dispelled the putrid odor of the apocalypse, and the temperature controlled. Humid air instantly relaxed his taut nerves. At that moment, the hall was eerily silent, with only the subtle sounds of spiritual energy circulating in the air. Surrounding him were 7 independent rooms, each corresponding to his 7 Tao companions. Boda's gaze swept across the 7 rooms, ultimately settling on Su Qingyue's chamber. He stepped forward and pushed open the door. Su Qingyue was seated cross-legged in the center of her bed, deep in meditation. She adorned a custom-tailored black Catwoman outfit. The black bodysuit clung to her exquisite silhouette, while her long legs, encased in black stockings, were gracefully crossed. Her long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, with a few strands brushing against her cheeks, adding a touch of languid allure. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Su Qingyue's meditative posture momentarily paused, her long eyelashes fluttering like the wings of a butterfly, before she slowly opened her eyes. They were as clear as a cold pond, still hazy from her recent practice. Upon seeing Boda at the door, a gentle smile instantly graced her lips, and the coldness in her gaze transformed into tender warmth. "Husband, you're back." Su Qingyue's voice, slightly hoarse from her meditation, was even more enchanting, imbued with an unconscious sense of dependence and affection. Before her words had fully dissipated, she rose swiftly from the bed and hurried to Boda's side, affectionately linking her arm with his. "Yes, I just returned from outside and brought you something wonderful." Boda replied with a smile, ruffling her hair affectionately. He led Su Qingyue to the edge of the bed and opened his palm, revealing the lightning-type ability fruit that lay quietly within. Su Qingyue's gaze was immediately captivated by the fruit in his palm, her clear eyes sparkling with curiosity and astonishment. "What is this? Such a beautiful fruit, and it's shimmering with the light of lightning." "This is a lightning-type ability fruit," Boda explained to Su Qingyue. "Consuming this fruit will directly awaken your lightning-type ability, greatly enhancing your strength." "Really?" Su Qingyue's eyes sparkled with delight, shining like stars. "This is incredible. I never expected such a marvelous thing to exist." "Of course, it's true." Boda tousled her hair and held the fruit out to her. "Go ahead and take it. I'll be here with you." Su Qingyue accepted the lightning-type ability fruit, feeling its coolness in her palm, while the arcs of electricity on its surface continued to dance, sending a slight tingling sensation through her. She lifted her gaze to Boda, noticing the encouragement shimmering in his eyes. With newfound resolve, she placed the fruit into her mouth. It dissolved instantly, devoid of the anticipated sourness or sweetness, replaced instead by a refreshing essence that flowed down her throat and settled in her abdomen. In the next moment, a surge of pure and potent lightning energy erupted from her core, racing through her meridians and spreading rapidly to her limbs. Ding! Congratulations to the hostess partner, Su Qingyue, for awakening her lightning abilities. Current ability level, level 1. Detected that partner Su Qingwei has consumed 1 lightning ability fruit. Returning lightning ability fruit 100. Automatically stored in system space. The system notification chimed in Boda's mind, crisp and melodious. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he willed the system space open, revealing 100 fruits radiating a deep purple hue, each identical to the one he had just given, brimming with pure lightning energy. Beside him, Su Qingwei slowly opened her eyes, a flash of brilliant blue lightning dancing within, akin to a streak of lightning cleaving through the night sky, fleeting yet striking. She extended her hand, summoning a faint arc of electricity at her fingertips, crackling softly as it leaped and coiled, morphing in accordance with her will. "I truly awaken my powers," Su Qingwei exclaimed, her voice quivering with excitement, the arc of electricity growing more animated with her rising emotions. "Darling, look. I can control lightning now." She turned to Boda, her eyes sparkling with exhilaration and disbelief, her cheeks flushed with a delicate pink, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Utterly enticing. Observing her enthusiasm, Boda's lips curved into a gentle smile as he pulled her into his embrace. "I see it. Qingwei, you are truly remarkable." He lowered his head, placing a soft kiss on her forehead, then teasingly added, "So how will you repay me?" Su Qingwei, fully aware of Boda's implication, felt her cheeks flush a deep crimson, akin to flames, spreading to the nape of her neck. She bashfully lowered her head, her long lashes concealing her bashfulness. Her voice barely above a whisper. "I'll listen to you, darling." Ding. Detected that the host and partner Su Qingwei are engaging in dual cultivation, triggering a cultivation enhancement effect. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Qi refinement stage. Current host cultivation, Qi refinement stage 920. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the body refinement stage. Current host cultivation, body refinement stage 730. The system notifications rang in succession, and Boda felt a powerful force surging through his entire being. The spiritual energy of the Qi refinement stage 9 flowed smoothly through his meridians, denser and more refined than before. His body refinement stage 7 had rendered his physique even more impervious, with muscles, bones, and meridians receiving comprehensive enhancement. He slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within, like a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating an undeniable sharpness. In Boda's embrace, Su Qingwei appeared entranced. Her cheeks flushed with a crimson hue that seemed almost ready to bleed, her breath rapid and warm. Boda gently caressed her long hair, smiling as he suggested, "You've worked up quite a sweat. Perhaps you should take a bath." Before his words could fully settle, a thought crossed his mind, and he retrieved a black lace camisole from the depths of the system's space. Su Qingwei nodded slightly, rising from Boda's arms, her cheeks still adorned with a lingering blush. She accepted the nightgown and turned toward the independent bathroom within the room. As the bathroom door closed, the sound of rushing water soon filled the air, warm steam seeping through the cracks of the door, enveloping the bathroom in a veil of mist. Within this hazy ambience, Su Qingwei's graceful silhouette could be seen moving in the water. Boda sat at the edge of the bed, a glint of anticipation flickering in his eyes, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. With another thought, a lightning-based ability fruit materialized in his hand. He harbored no hesitation and promptly consumed the fruit. Pure lightning energy surged into his body, coursing through him like a torrent of electricity. The assertive and vibrant nature of the lightning energy contrasted sharply with the intense, tumultuous fire energy and the cool, steady ice energy within him. Each of the three energies flowed distinctly yet balanced themselves, creating a marvelous equilibrium. He could distinctly perceive the lightning energy coalescing into a small blue core, positioned to the right of his dantian. This core stood in a tripod formation with the fire energy core on the left and the ice energy core at the center, each continuously absorbing the energy from the ability fruit, rapidly growing in strength. Ding! Congratulations, host, on awakening lightning-based abilities. Current ability level, level 1. 1 fruit. 2 fruits. 3 fruits. Boda continued to consume the lightning ability fruits, each transforming into a pure stream of energy, converging into a surging river that flowed into the lightning energy core. Chapter 53. Gathering the Seven Maidens. Boda's aura intensified, emanating a faint blue halo that shimmered with subtle arcs of electricity, crackling softly and causing his dark hair to dance slightly. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your lightning ability level has advanced to level 2. The system's notification echoed in his mind, yet Boda did not pause, proceeding to consume more ability fruits. The 20th, the 30th, the 40th, he could distinctly sense the potency of his lightning abilities growing stronger, the arcs of electricity gathering at his fingertips becoming thicker. Initially as fine as a hair, they gradually thickened to the width of chopsticks, the energy they contained becoming increasingly formidable, the surrounding air ionizing with a sizzling sound. Upon fully absorbing the energy from the 50th ability fruit, a deep, resonant hum emanated from within Boda, and the lightning energy core ignited like a detonated explosive. Erupting instantaneously, the domineering energy of the lightning system surged through his meridians, swiftly coalescing once more. With the core's hue transitioning from a pale azure to a profound sapphire blue, its volume expanding by more than double. The blue halo surrounding him swelled instantaneously, the arcs of electricity becoming thicker and more ferocious, intertwining to form a diminutive network of lightning that emanated a palpable pressure. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your lightning ability has advanced to level 3. The system's notifications rang out in succession as Boda gradually opened his eyes. A flash of brilliant blue electricity flickering within, lingering momentarily before receding. He could distinctly sense that his lightning ability had reached level 3, standing shoulder to shoulder with his ice and fire abilities. The 3 cores of energy within his dantian spun steadily, nurturing and balancing one another. At this moment, his strength had ascended to a new echelon. Just then, the bathroom door was gently pushed open, warm steam accompanied by a subtle fragrance wafting into the air. Su Qingyue emerged, clad in a black lace camisole nightdress that clung to her exquisite figure, subtly swaying with her movements. The intricate lace patterns shimmered in the warm yellow light, and beneath the hem, her slender, fair legs were revealed. She approached Boda, her cheeks adorned with a faint blush, her eyes glistening with lingering moisture and tenderness as she softly called, "Husband, I'm done with my shower." Boda wrapped his arms around her, the gears of his mind turning with a satisfying click. The system's hundredfold return feature had long since become his primary means of accumulating resources. A single ability fruit could be exchanged for 100 reserves. This lucrative model was key to swiftly augmenting his own strength and expanding his harem. He gazed down at Su Qingyue, whose eyes shimmered with affection. "Qingyue, please summon the sisters to the central hall. I have something delightful to share with everyone." A glimmer of curiosity flashed in her eyes, yet she refrained from asking further. She nodded obediently. "All right, husband." With that, she gracefully rose from his embrace, her steps a gentle sway as she exited the room. Soon, her soft voice and the sound of knocking echoed back. Moments later, doors from various rooms were pushed open in succession. 7 women, each with their own distinctive charm, entered one by one, instantly illuminating the previously empty and cold hall. Su Qingxue, clad in a pale yellow lace camisole nightdress, bounced over to Boda, affectionately linking her arm with his, her cherubic face alight with anticipation. Husband, you called us out. Did you find something delicious?" When Rushue, dressed in a light purple lace camisole nightdress, gracefully settled onto a nearby sofa, her tone gentle as spring water. "Husband has just returned from outside. He must have discovered some extraordinarily precious resources. In this apocalypse, where supplies are scarce, anything you deem a good find must surely be remarkable." When Meow Meow, donning a pink lace camisole nightdress, sparkled with excitement in her eyes. "Has my husband acquired the supernatural fruit again? Just moments ago, Sister Qingyue mentioned something wonderful. Come forth and reveal it to us." As she spoke, she raised her hand in a fist gesture, with faint sparks of fire flickering at her fingertips. Lin Ruashi, clad in a delicate pink lace camisole and shorts ensemble, showcased her long, slender legs. She gently tugged at Boda's sleeve, her voice soft as a feather brushing against the heart. "Darling, you have worked so hard outside. If you are weary, may we offer you a massage?" Her cheeks bore a subtle blush, her gaze filled with concern. Chu Yinran donned a pure JK student uniform. The white blouse tucked neatly into her navy pleated skirt was adorned with a light pink bow tie, while her feet were clad in sheer white ankle socks that embraced her delicate calves, finished with a frill of lace at the top. Standing amidst the crowd, she clasped her skirt modestly, her legs gently together, a shy hue gracing her cheeks. Yet, Her curiosity compelled her to look up at Boda. Her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, her voice a mere whisper. Darling, is it something that can make us stronger? I too wish to share the burden and not always rely on your protection. Long Ling Shuang wore an icy blue lace nightgown, her cold beauty devoid of overt expression. With a refined nose and tightly pressed lips, she emanated an aura of subtle chill. Quietly standing aside, her arms crossed over her chest, her gaze fixated on Boda. The anticipation in her eyes was undeniable. She understood the significance of strength and yearned to grow more formidable to shield him from dangers in this harsh world. Lastly, Su Qingyue, the twin sister of Su Qingxue, entered after notifying everyone. She approached Boda, her gaze gentle and warm as she softly spoke. Darling, all the sisters have gathered. Boda surveyed the 7 enchanting women before him, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. He raised his hand to beckon silence. His voice steady and powerful. I have called you here for a significant reason. I indeed possess something marvelous to share. I have recently acquired a batch of supernatural fruits. And today, I shall awaken each of your abilities. As his words resonated, a hushed gasp filled the hall, each individual's reaction unique. Su Qingshue's eyes sparkled as she released Boda's arm and leaped with excitement, her pale yellow skirt soaring. Wow, the supernatural fruit. Is it that which grants us superpowers? You are incredible, darling. She clapped her hands in delight, her face radiating joy, eager to obtain the fruit immediately. Indeed, it is the supernatural fruit. Thank you, my husband. With this, our safety is further assured. When Rushi's face bore a smile, her tone still gentle, yet her joy was unmistakable. Chapter 54. Distribution of supernatural fruits when Miao Miao, brimming with excitement, seized when Rushi's hand. I knew it was the supernatural fruit. You are truly amazing, darling. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to obtain the fruit and experience its effects. Lin Ruashi gasped in astonishment, her mouth covering her disbelief. Is this the ability fruit? My dear, can this truly awaken our powers? Her voice held a blend of trepidation and anticipation. Chu Yanran's cheeks flushed even more deeply as she clutched her skirt tightly, her gaze brimming with longing. Can we really awaken our abilities? Like you, my dear, can I conjure flames too? I wish to become formidable and not hold you back any longer. Cold Ling Shuang, whose face was originally frosty and aloof, finally exhibited a flicker of emotion. Her eyebrows slightly arching, a glimmer of surprise dancing in her eyes. Other types of ability fruits? Possessing ice abilities herself. She was well aware of the might of multi-attribute powers, her tone revealing an uncharacteristic urgency. Boda waved his hand, and 4 distinct colors of ability fruits materialized before each person, emanating pure and potent energy waves. The blue ice ability fruit resembled crystallized frost, its surface glinting with a chilling sheen. The red fire ability fruit appeared as if it were ablaze, a hint of heat radiating from it. The azure lightning ability fruit crackled with tiny arcs of electricity, occasionally emitting sharp sounds. The golden physical enhancement ability fruit gleamed like gilded jewels, exuding a warm and substantial energy. Miao Miao and Ruashue, you both already possess fire and physical enhancement abilities. Boda's gaze fell upon the sisters. I shall first grant each of you an ice ability fruit and a lightning ability fruit to awaken your powers. When Miao Miao eagerly reached for the ability fruit before her, the energy fluctuations palpable, and she excitedly winked at Wen Rushue. Sister, let us eat it quickly. Wen Rushue smiled gently, stroking the fruit in her hands, and nodded gratefully at Boda. Thank you, my dear. We will make good use of these abilities. Next, Boda turned his attention to Su Qingyue. Qingyue, you have just awakened your lightning abilities. Here, take 1 lightning, 1 fire, and 1 physical enhancement ability fruit. Su Qingyue obediently picked up the 3 fruits, a sweet smile gracing her face. Thank you, my dear. I shall master these abilities swiftly to share the burden with you. Ling Shuang, you already possess ice abilities. Boda's gaze shifted to the corner where cold Ling Shuang stood. Here are 1 each of the lightning, fire, and physical enhancement ability fruits. Cold Ling Shuang nodded, taking the 3 fruits before her, a flicker of gratitude passing through her eyes. Thank you. Though her words were few, the sincerity in her tone was unmistakable. Finally, Boda's gaze settled on Su Qingxue, Lin Ruashi, and Chu Yanran, 3 who had yet to awaken any abilities, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation for the unknown. He softened his tone, speaking gently. Qingxue, Ruashi, Yinran, since you have not yet awakened any powers, please each take one of each of the 4 types of ability fruits. These fruits, once consumed, allow one to awaken corresponding extraordinary abilities without conflicting with your own cultivation system. Su Qingxue eagerly reached for 4 fruits, cradling them in her arms as if they were treasures, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Wonderful. Which one should I eat first? The fire element sounds so cool. And the ice element is also appealing. She furrowed her little brow in contemplation, eliciting laughter from those around her. Lin Ruashi picked up 4 fruits, feeling the warm energy radiating from them, and a shy smile graced her face. Thank you, dear husband. I will strive to become stronger. Chu Yanran's cheeks remained flushed as she grasped 4 fruits and declared with conviction, Thank you, husband. I shall diligently cultivate and live up to your expectations. She held the fruits tightly, her gaze filled with determination. Rest assured, everyone, these fruits have no side effects, Boda assured the group. With absolute trust in Boda, they promptly consumed the extraordinary fruits before them. The fruits melted in their mouths, transforming into a pure energy that slid down their throats and instantly spread throughout their limbs. Ding! Congratulations to the host's partner, Wen Miao Miao, for awakening lightning element abilities. Current ability level, level 1. Detected that partner when Miao Miao consumed 1 lightning element fruit. Returning lightning element fruit 100. Automatically stored in the system space. One Miao Miao felt a tingling energy erupt within her, intertwining with her inherent fire energy, causing her pores to open wide. Unable to resist, she raised her hand, and a small bolt of lightning instantly coalesced at her fingertips, crackling with energy. I did it. I have awakened lightning element abilities, she exclaimed joyfully, her eyes brimming with delight. Ding! Congratulations to the host's partner, Wen Ruxue, for awakening ice element abilities. Current ability level, level 1. Detected that partner Wen Ruxue consumed 1 ice element fruit. Returning ice element fruit 100. Automatically stored in the system space. A refreshing energy surged through Wen Ruxue, perfectly merging with her originally gentle enhancement energy. She gently raised her hand, and a crystalline ice flower formed in her palm, glimmering with a cold sheen under the light. A gentle smile appeared on her face as she nodded in gratitude towards Boda. Ding! Congratulations to the host's partner, Su Qingxue, for awakening fire element abilities. Current ability level, level 1. Detected that partner Su Qingxue consumed 1 fire element fruit. Returning fire element fruit 100. Automatically stored in the system space. As soon as Su Qingxue consumed the fire element fruit, she felt a warm sensation enveloping her. A surge of searing energy rising from within. Unable to contain her excitement, she waved her hand through the air, and a small flame leapt from her fingertips. Wow! I have fire abilities now, she exclaimed, jumping up with joy, her sunny yellow skirt billowing as her face radiated pure, childlike happiness. Congratulations to the host's companion, Su Qingxue, for awakening her ice-based supernatural ability. Current ability level, level 1. Detection indicates that companion Su Qingxue has consumed 1 ice ability fruit, returning 100 ice ability fruits. Automatically stored in system space. Ding! Congratulations to the host's companion, Su Qingxue, for awakening her lightning-based supernatural ability. Current ability level, level 1. Detection indicates that companion Su Qingxue has consumed 1 lightning ability fruit, returning 100 lightning ability fruits. Automatically stored in system space. Ding! Congratulations to the host's companion, Su Qingxue, for awakening her physical enhancement supernatural ability. Current ability level, level 1. Detection indicates that companion Su Qingxue has consumed 1 physical enhancement ability fruit, returning 100 physical enhancement ability fruits. Automatically stored in system space. Chapter 55. Awakening of all. The continuous chime of the system echoed as 4 energies intertwined and clashed within Su Qingxue, yet they coexisted harmoniously. She felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through her, and unable to contain her excitement, she clenched her fists and swung them, her strength magnified beyond measure. All 4 of my supernatural abilities have awakened. Darling, I feel incredibly powerful. She dashed to Boda's side, enthusiastically wrapping her arms around his, her face alight with a sense of accomplishment. Ding! Congratulations to the host's companion, Lin Ruashi, for awakening her fire-based supernatural ability. Current ability level, Level 1. Detection indicates that companion Lin Ruashi has consumed one fire ability fruit, returning 100 fire ability fruits. Automatically stored in system space. Lin Ruashi sensed a surge of searing energy within her, a smile of delight spreading across her face. Cautiously, she raised her hand, and a flicker of flame ignited at her fingertips, her eyes sparkling with wonder and exhilaration. I have awakened my supernatural ability too. Thank you, darling. Ding. Congratulations to the host's companion, Lin Ruashi, for awakening her ice-based supernatural ability. Current ability level, Level 1. Detection indicates that companion Lin Ruashi has consumed one ice ability fruit, returning 100 ice ability fruits, automatically stored in system space. The four energies flowed gently within Lin Ruashi, infusing her formerly timid demeanor with newfound confidence. She gazed at her palm, a serene smile illuminating her face. I too possess 4 supernatural abilities now. I will be able to protect myself and everyone else. Ding. Congratulations to the host companion, Chu Yanran, for awakening her fire-based supernatural ability. Current ability level, Level 1. Detection indicates that companion Chu Yanran has consumed one fire ability fruit, returning 100 fire ability fruits, automatically stored in system space. Chu Yanran felt a wave of warm energy surge within her, dispelling the trepidation in her heart. She gently raised her hand, a small flame blossoming in her palm, her white-stockinged legs standing a bit straighter, her gaze imbued with newfound determination. I have awakened my fire-based supernatural ability. Her voice remained soft, yet it resonated with an unprecedented strength. Ding. Congratulations to the host companion, Chu Yanran, for awakening her lightning-based supernatural ability. Current ability level, Level 1. The detection system indicated that Chu Yanran consumed a thunder ability fruit, returning 100 thunder ability fruits that have been automatically stored in the system space. Feeling the 4 distinct energies within her body, a shy yet radiant smile spread across her face as she gazed at Boda, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Darling, thank you for granting me strength. Ding. Congratulations to the host's partner, Su Qinghue, for awakening her fire ability. Current ability level, Level 1. The system detected that Su Qinghue consumed a fire ability fruit, returning 100 fire ability fruits that have been automatically stored in the system space. Ding. Congratulations to the host's partner, Su Qinghue, for awakening her physical enhancement ability. Current ability level, Level 1. The system detected that Su Qinghue consumed a physical enhancement ability fruit, returning 100 physical enhancement ability fruits that have been automatically stored in the system space. The thunder ability and the newly awakened fire and physical enhancement abilities within Su Qinghue fused harmoniously. Raising her hand, her fingertips sparkled with lightning while flames danced, her eyes radiating confidence. Darling, I now feel invigorated with strength. I will be able to assist you better from now on. Ding. Congratulations to the host's partner, Lung Lingshuang, for awakening her fire ability. Current ability level, Level 1. The system detected that Lung Lingshuang consumed a fire ability fruit, returning 100 fire ability fruits that have been automatically stored in the system space. Ding. Congratulations to the host's partner, Lung Lingshuang, for awakening her physical enhancement ability. Current ability level, Level 1. The system detected that Lung Lingshuang consumed a physical enhancement ability fruit, returning 100 physical enhancement ability fruits that have been automatically stored in the system space. Within Lung Lingshuang, the ice ability and fire ability formed a wondrous balance, the chill surrounding her body diminishing slightly, replaced by a hint of warmth. As she raised her hand, ice flowers crystallized in her palm while flames danced and lightning flickered. A satisfied smile graced her striking features. This sensation is quite pleasant. The system's prompt echoed in Boda's mind like a barrage of firecrackers. After more than 20 notifications, he focused his thoughts on the system space, where the ability fruits had piled up like a mountain. Excellent. Everyone has successfully awakened their abilities. Boda observed the distinct energy emanating from each individual, their physiques visibly strengthened. He continued, awakening your abilities is merely the first step. Next, I will ensure that your powers escalate swiftly, granting you the true capability for self-defense and even offense. At his words, anticipation sparkled in the eyes of the group. Unable to contain herself, Su Qinghue inquired, Darling, how do we upgrade? Do we need to consume more ability fruits? Indeed, Boda replied with a smile, his tone exuding confidence. Next, I shall distribute 20 ice type, 20 fire type, and 20 lightning type ability fruits to each individual. These fruits are sufficient for you to elevate all 3 abilities to the second level. Additionally, each person will receive 50 physique-enhancing ability fruits. For the body is the foundation of cultivation. The stronger the physique, the more adept one becomes at wielding abilities. And the effects during the practice of the yin-yang harmony technique will be significantly amplified. In dual cultivation, the benefits bestowed upon one another will also be greatly enhanced. As he spoke, he raised his hand once more, and countless ability fruits cascaded from the system space, akin to a multitude of stars filling the sky, accurately flying toward the 7 of them. In an instant, each person found themselves surrounded by a mound of ability fruits, radiating a profound energy fluctuation. When Miao Miao gazed at the mountain of fruits before her, excitement bubbling within her as she rubbed her hands together. Wow, so many fruits. Dear, I shall begin consuming them right away, striving to reach the second level as soon as possible. Saying this, she seized a lightning-type fruit and, without hesitation, popped it into her mouth. Su Qingxue followed suit, taking a fire-type fruit, munching on it as she declared, I aim to elevate all 4 abilities to the second level. From now on, I will be the most capable little assistant to my dear husband. Lin Ruoshi looked at the fruits before her, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she softly uttered, My husband is truly considerate. We shall not disappoint your expectations. Chu Yinran picked up a physique-enhancing fruit, nibbling it delicately with resolute eyes. I will diligently cultivate and quickly elevate my strength, ensuring I do not hold everyone back. Lung Lingshuang also took an ice-type fruit, savoring it slowly, a flicker of determination shining in her ice-blue eyes. I will strive to break through to the second level swiftly, safeguarding this family. Chapter 56. Breakthrough in cultivation. The pure energy of the ability fruits surged and flowed within the 7 women, and soon, the hall was suffused with diverse energy fluctuations. Sparks crackled from Wen Miao Miao's fingertips, occasionally colliding with her inherent fire energy, resulting in sizzling embers. The ice flowers in Wen Rushue's palms formed and dissolved, the cool aura harmonizing beautifully with her gentle demeanor. Su Qingxue was the most animated, intermittently releasing small bursts of flames, then conjuring ice crystals. Lin Ruoshi appeared much more composed, methodically guiding the 4 types of energy within her, with flames, ice crystals, and lightning alternating at her fingertips. A look of concentration adorning her face that added a layer of resilience to her originally gentle demeanor. Chu Yinran stood firmly in place, her hands shifting through various positions as she familiarized herself with the use of her abilities, each release of energy becoming increasingly fluid. Su Qingyue interwove lightning and fire energy in her palms, forming a small vortex of energy. Meanwhile, Lung Lingshuang silently cultivated nearby, with ice and fire energies enveloping her in a faint energy shield. The perfect fusion of these opposing attributes lent her presence an air of stability, her ice-blue eyes shimmering with brilliance. Boda sat at the center of the sofa, with Wen Rushue on his left and Wen Miao Miao on his right, quietly observing their familiarization with their abilities, his heart brimming with contentment. The extraordinary fruits of power within the system space continued to accumulate. As the 7 maidens successively consumed their second and third fruits, the system's notifications resonated incessantly. Ding! Detected that partner Wen Miao Miao consumed 1 thunder-type extraordinary fruit, returning 100 thunder-type extraordinary fruits. Ding! Detected that partner Wen Rushue consumed 1 ice-type extraordinary fruit, returning 100 ice-type extraordinary fruits. Ding! Detected that partner Su Qingxue consumed 1 physical enhancement extraordinary fruit, returning 100 physical enhancement extraordinary fruits. Soon, all the extraordinary fruits before the 7 maidens were entirely consumed, and the reserves of each type of extraordinary fruit within Boda's system space had surpassed 10,000. Each variety piled high, exuding an intense aura of energy. Husband, I feel as though the thunder energy within me is about to overflow. When Miao Miao suddenly paused her actions, excitedly grasping Boda's arm, her fingertips crackling with lightning energy that had intensified several-fold. It seems I am on the verge of breaking through to level 2. Barely had she finished speaking when a dazzling blue light erupted from within her, the surrounding thunder energy surging dramatically, accompanied by the rumble of thunder in the air. Ding! Congratulations to the host's partner, Wen Miao Miao, for breaking through to level 2 in Thunder-type energy. Current energy level, level 2. I have also broken through. When Ru Shui followed closely, her palm blossoming with ice flowers that swiftly expanded into a flurry of delicate ice shards, a refreshing aura enveloping the entire hall. Ding! Congratulations to the host's partner, Wen Ru Shui, for breaking through to level 2 in Ice-type energy. Next, Su Qingxue erupted with radiant bursts of red, blue, gold, and purple light, achieving simultaneous breakthroughs in 4 types of extraordinary energy, exclaiming with elation, "Husband, my 4 types of energy have all reached level 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host's partner Su Qingxue for breaking through to level 2 in fire, ice, thunder, and physical enhancement energies. Lin Ruoxi, Chu Yanran, Su Qingyue, and Lung Lingshuang also successively achieved breakthroughs, the hall ablaze with brilliance as energies of various attributes intertwined and clashed, forming a magnificent curtain of energy. Ding! Congratulations to the host's partner Lin Ruoxi for breaking through to level 2 in 4 types of energy. Ding! Congratulations to the host's partner Chu Yanran for breaking through to level 2 in 4 types of energy. Ding! Congratulations to the host's partner Su Qingyue for breaking through to level 2 in thunder, fire, and physical enhancement energies. Ding! Congratulations to the host's partner Lung Lingshuang for breaking through to level 2 in fire, thunder, and physical enhancement energies. All system notifications resounded in succession. The presence of the 7 maidens significantly strengthened, each radiating the imposing aura of level 2 extraordinary beings. Their already exquisite appearances, nourished by the energy, became even more resplendent. When Ru Shui's skin, revealed beneath her dress, glimmered like jade, exuding a gentle yet cool demeanor. When Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with vitality, her body enveloped in flames and thunder energy, making her appear vibrantly alive. Su Qingxue donned a bunny girl outfit, exuding an innocent charm intertwined with an undeniable strength. Lin Ruoxi, in a tank top and hot pants, possessed a fiery allure tempered by a gentle grace, her steadfast spirit shimmering in her eyes. Chu Yanran stood tall, her JK uniform accentuating her youthful figure with an air of gallantry. Su Qingyue's black lace nightgown harmonized with the surrounding tempestuous energy, infusing her sensuality with an aura of dominance. Lung Lingshuang's ice blue pajamas glimmered with a soft halo, her striking beauty softened by a touch of warmth, as the chill enveloping her transformed into a perfectly balanced coolness. Boda rose and approached the 7 women, his gaze sweeping over their radiant faces and the diverse styles of their attire. Excellent. Everyone has successfully elevated their abilities to the 2nd level. Next, I will engage in dual cultivation with each of you, further enhancing your strength. Husband, we are all eager to follow your guidance. When Miao Miao was the first to enthusiastically respond. When Ru Shui nodded gracefully, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Husband, we are all prepared. Whom would you like to start with first? Chu Yanran stepped forward, confidence radiating from her smile. Husband, my physical prowess has improved. I will surely be able to assist you better in cultivation. Lung Lingshuang also inclined her head slightly, her tone calm. I am ready as well. We can commence at any time. Boda looked at the 7 spirited beauties before him. He reached for Wen Miao Miao's hand. Miao Miao, let us begin with you. Wen Miao Miao obediently nodded, allowing Boda to guide her to her room. Ding! Current cultivation level, Qi refining stage 9, 35. Current cultivation level, body refining stage 7, 45. The system's notifications echoed in Boda's mind. An hour later, when Miao Miao's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her eyes sparkling with vitality, her aura stronger than before, she looked up at Boda, her voice sultry. Husband, this feeling is truly wonderful. He leaned down, placing a tender kiss on her forehead. You've worked hard. It's now time for Ru Shui. As night deepened, warm energy radiated through various rooms, the system's alerts resonating in succession. Boda cultivated in turn with each of his 7 partners, experiencing significant enhancements with each session. The strength of his companions was rapidly ascending. By the time he concluded his cultivation with Lung Lingshuang, the horizon had begun to blush with dawn. Ding! Congratulations, host, for breaking through to Foundation Establishment Stage 3, 35. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to Muscle Transformation Stage 1, 45. Chapter 57. By Roashua the following day, Boda once again ventured alone into the dense white mist. The air was thick with the stench of decay and a faint metallic tang of blood. Suddenly, the outline of a distinctive large supermarket emerged from the fog, becoming progressively clearer. The supermarket's glass facade had long since shattered, its entrance blocked by toppled shelves and abandoned vehicles, leaving only a narrow gap sufficient for a single person to pass through. Boda sidled in, immediately assaulted by the acrid odor of mildew mingled with the stench of decaying food, a stark contrast to the fragrant greenery of the hidden chamber. The supermarket lay in disarray, shelves toppled and various products strewn across the floor, most of which had succumbed to spoilage and mold. The chandelier above swayed precariously, occasionally emitting a crackling sound, its dim light barely illuminating the surroundings. Just as he prepared to delve deeper into the supermarket, a faint sound of footsteps emerged from behind a nearby shelf. The footsteps were light and hurried, tinged with a hint of panic, unlike the heavy tread of mutated beasts. They bore the unmistakable mark of human presence. A flicker of curiosity sparked in Boda's eyes as he stifled his breath, silently edging around the side of the shelf to peer ahead. Before him, in the snack aisle, a slender figure crouched on the ground, carefully stowing away scattered sealed foods such as chocolates and beef jerky into a tattered backpack. The girl appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, clad in casual attire that bore the marks of dirt and grime, yet her graceful silhouette remained evident. Her long hair was haphazardly tied back, with a few strands cascading down her cheeks, and beads of sweat trickled down her fair forehead, falling onto the dust below. Most striking was her visage, a remarkably delicate face, with skin as white as snow, seemingly untouched by the ravages of the apocalypse. Her brows arched like distant mountains, and her eyes resembled autumn waters, deep and reflective, while her long lashes fluttered gently like butterfly wings. Her petite, well-defined nose and naturally soft pink lips were currently pressed together, exuding an air of stubbornness and resilience. Despite the dire environment, she radiated a sense of purity and cleanliness, akin to a white lotus blooming amidst a murky world, capturing attention with her presence. Name: by Roashua. Age: 20. Status: alert, dehydrated. Cultivation: none. Abilities: none. Experience: 0 people, 0 times. Overall rating: 95 points. A stir of emotions surged within Boda. By Roashua's beauty and grace rendered her an exceptionally desirable target. Just as he contemplated revealing himself, he noticed her expression shift abruptly. She sprang to her feet, gazing warily into the depths of the supermarket, clutching a fruit knife tightly, its blade stained with dark red blood. "Come out. Who's there?" By Roashua's voice was melodious, yet laced with an imperceptible tremor, clearly an effort to maintain her composure. Following her gaze, Boda beheld 3 enormous mutated rats emerging slowly from behind the shelves. These creatures stood nearly half a person's height, their bodies cloaked in tough black fur, sharp claws glimmering ominously, and their crimson eyes fixated on by Roashua, drooling with a foul stench. This was the mutated beast known as the black-furred poison rat, renowned not only for its astonishing strength, but also for the potent venom harbored within its claws. Even the most seasoned of ability users would tread carefully when facing one, let alone 3 simultaneously. The young girl's complexion instantly turned pale, her hand gripping the fruit knife trembled slightly, and her steps involuntarily retreated until her back pressed against the cold shelf, leaving her with nowhere to flee. "Damn it!" By Roashua cursed under her breath, a flicker of despair flashing in her eyes, soon replaced by stubborn resolve. She took a deep breath, shielded her backpack behind her, tightened her grip on the fruit knife, and assumed a defensive stance. Clearly, she had no intention of surrendering. At the moment the black-furred mutated rats were about to pounce, a figure appeared before the girl like a specter. Boda stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, his black casual attire exuding an air of composure in the dim light. He did not even glance back at by Roashua, merely casting a fleeting glance at the 3 black-furred rats. How? The 3 mutated rats seemed to be struck by an invisible force, their bodies trembled violently, and their once menacing gazes were swiftly replaced by fear as they turned to flee. Yet, Boda would not grant them such an opportunity. With a light push of his toes, he appeared before the foremost black-furred rat as if teleporting. His right hand formed into a fist, striking without a hint of flourish. Bang! A dull thud resonated as the rat's head exploded like a watermelon, black blood and brain matter splattering the ground. The remaining 2 rats, now utterly terrified, hastened their escape, but still could not evade Boda's grasp. His form flickered as he moved with precision, delivering 2 swift blows, accompanied by the crisp sound of cracking bones. As the last 2 black-furred rats collapsed into a pool of blood, their lives extinguished. This entire sequence transpired within mere seconds, and the 3 mutated beasts were effortlessly dispatched. Bai Ruoxue stood in stunned silence, the fruit knife nearly slipping from her grip. Her gaze fixed upon the man who had appeared so suddenly, her eyes brimming with shock and disbelief. The 3 mutated rats, which she had barely escaped from with immense effort, had proved utterly feeble in the hands of this man. Boda turned to her, his gaze softening as a gentle smile graced his features. "Are you all right?" His voice was deep and magnetic, reminiscent of a spring breeze that instantly dispelled the fear within the girl. Bai Ruoxue regained her composure, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she hastily tucked away the fruit knife and slightly bowed to Boda. "Thank you for saving me." Her voice still carried a tremor, yet it was far steadier than before. It was merely a trivial matter. Boda waved his hand dismissively, his gaze lingering on her for a brief moment. "It is exceedingly dangerous for a girl like you to wander alone in this apocalyptic world." At this mention, Bai Ruoxue's gaze dimmed, and she spoke softly. "My family perished during the outbreak, and I can only survive on my own." She paused, lifting her head with a glimmer of determination in her eyes. "But I will not give up. I must live." Observing the tenacity in her eyes, Boda felt an increasing sense of satisfaction within himself. He smiled faintly, retrieving a sealed bottle of mineral water from the system space and presenting it before her. "Have a sip. Judging by your appearance, you must be quite parched." Bai Ruoxue hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the water, expressing her gratitude to Boda once more. Her clear, luminous eyes remained fixed on Boda, tinged with curiosity and caution. This man was shrouded in mystery. Not only was he terrifyingly powerful, but he could also produce the very essence of life for himself. Furthermore, he donned clean and tidy clothing, a remarkable feat in this post-apocalyptic world. Chapter 58. The bald man Boda discerned the wariness lurking in her gaze, but paid it no heed. He casually settled onto a relatively clean shelf and spoke with an unremarkable tone. "I am Boda, and you?" "Bai Ruoxue." The girl's voice was delicate, fragile as a whisper, still trembling with remnants of fear. "Bai Ruoxue." Boda savored the name, a meaningful smile gracing his lips, the allure in his tone becoming increasingly pronounced. "If you are willing to accompany me, I can offer you a haven of absolute safety, an abundance of food and clean water, as well as the means to awaken extraordinary powers that will allow you to navigate this world with ease. You will no longer have to scuttle like an ant, fleeing from mutated beasts, nor live in fear of being bullied by the wicked." His words struck Bai Ruoxue like thunder, reverberating within her heart. Clutching the hem of her clothing, her fingers turned pale, her eyes swirling with intense conflict. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had witnessed the grim fates of countless ordinary individuals devoid of powers. They were used as bait, robbed of their resources, subjected to wanton cruelty, and even reduced to mere playthings, their lives worth less than grass. The man before her possessed unfathomable strength, and everything he promised was the salvation she had longed for. Yet, there was no such thing as a free lunch. Such generous offers must come with an equivalent exchange. As if reading her thoughts, Boda's smile faded, his tone shifting to one of directness and sincerity. "I do not offer my assistance without cost. I require you to be my woman. Of course, I will provide you with ample resources to facilitate your rapid growth. Should you decline, I shall not coerce you." Upon finishing, he fell silent, sitting calmly beside the shelf, his gaze steady as he awaited her response. Bai Ruoxue lowered her head, her long hair obscuring her cheeks, as her mind raced through the myriad experiences of these past years. The days of hunger and fear, the moments of being at the mercy of others, devoid of dignity, these memories surged like a tide, threatening to engulf her. After a prolonged silence, she abruptly lifted her head, the hesitation in her eyes entirely dissipated. Her voice, though soft, was resolute. "I am willing. As long as it allows me to grow stronger and no longer be bullied, I am willing to do anything." A flicker of satisfaction glinted in Boda's eyes as he rose and approached her, extending his hand. "Excellent. From this moment on, you are mine, and I shall not let you down." Bai Ruoxue hesitated for a fleeting moment, but ultimately placed her cool, delicate hand into his palm. His palm was warm and strong, exuding a comforting energy that instantly dispelled the lingering unease and fear within her heart, allowing her taut nerves to finally relax. Boda gently grasped the delicate, cool palm, just about to turn away, when suddenly a cacophony of footsteps erupted from the depths of the supermarket, accompanied by crude and vile curses, growing ever closer. "Damn it! Who dares to stir trouble in my territory and snatch my prey?" Boda raised an eyebrow and turned to look. A group of survivors, armed with clubs and machetes, was escorting a brutish, bald man whose face was marred with excess flesh. The bald man wore a greasy, tattered leather jacket, and a menacing tiger tattoo adorned his bare arms. Bloodstains clung to the machete in his hand, and his eyes glinted with the ferocity of a ravenous wolf, emanating an aura of bloodlust. This group was the local tyrants of this desolate wasteland, led by the bald man, notorious for their thieving and pillaging, particularly fond of preying on the weak with ruthless methods, instilling fear in the hearts of nearby survivors. The commotion caused by Boda's recent act of slaying the black-haired poison rat had clearly drawn their attention. The bald man's gaze swept over Boda, eventually landing on by Roashua behind him, instantly captivated by the girl's exquisite beauty. A glimmer of unabashed greed flickered in his eyes, and a lewd grin spread across his face. "Well, I didn't expect such a beautiful little gem to be hiding here. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over this woman and leave your food and water behind. I might just spare your worthless life." His lackeys joined in, howling with delight, their hungry eyes roving over by Roashua, their vile words unbearable, as if they had already claimed her as their own. By Roashua's complexion turned ashen, instinctively shrinking behind Boda, her body trembling uncontrollably. She had witnessed the brutality of this group before and knew that falling into their hands would yield dreadful consequences. Boda patted the back of her hand, signaling her to remain calm, and then raised his gaze to the bald man, his expression suddenly turning icy and resolute. Uttering just one word, "Get lost." This single word resonated like thunder in the vast emptiness of the supermarket, carrying an undeniable pressure akin to that of a foundational stage cultivator, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it had solidified. The smile on the bald man's face froze instantly, swiftly replaced by a furious snarl. "You're asking for death." Before he could finish his sentence, he swung his machete, the sound of the blade slicing through the air, aiming to cleave Boda in two. His lackeys surged forward, clubs raised, ready to strike at the two with fierce momentum. A flicker of disdain crossed Boda's eyes, with his left arm effortlessly encircling by Roashua's slender waist. He lightly tapped the ground, his form gliding like a specter as he evaded the bald man's blade with fluid grace, devoid of any sign of struggle. Simultaneously, he discreetly channeled energy into his toes, unleashing a series of sharp air currents that struck the knees of the foremost assailants with pinpoint accuracy. Snap! Snap! The crisp sound of cracking bones echoed repeatedly as several individuals screamed and collapsed to the ground, their knees contorted at grotesque angles, unable to rise again, writhing in agony. The bald man, witnessing this, felt a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. Yet, with the arrow knocked, he had no choice but to release it. He steeled himself and swung the knife once more towards Boda's neck. Boda, disinterested in engaging with him further, tightly shielded by Roashua with his left arm, while his right hand, palm open, lightly struck the bald man's chest. With a resounding thud, the bald man was sent flying like a rag doll struck by a hammer, crashing violently against the shelves behind him, which collapsed with a thunderous roar, scattering countless goods across the floor. He coughed up a torrent of blood, staining his leather jacket crimson, and the ferocity in his eyes was instantly replaced by despair. His body twitched twice before he drew his last breath. The remaining henchmen, upon witnessing this, were paralyzed with terror, daring not to advance any further, and turned to flee deeper into the supermarket. "Since you have come, you shall not leave." Boda's voice was as frigid as frost. Before his words had fully settled, he vanished, moving through the crowd with the swiftness of teleportation. In the flurry of his movements, screams and the sounds of bones cracking filled the air. In less than a minute, over a dozen henchmen lay lifeless in pools of blood, devoid of any signs of life. The pungent scent of blood swiftly permeated the entire supermarket, the acrid odor causing by Roashua to heave against the shelves, her complexion pale as parchment. her eyes filled with terror. Though she had witnessed death before, she had never encountered such a swift and bloody execution of violence. Boda gently patted her back, his tone warm yet resolute. Do not fear. These individuals have committed heinous acts, their hands stained with the blood of the innocent. They deserve their fate. In this apocalyptic world, mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. Ruashue, suppressing her discomfort, lifted her gaze to the man before her. In the light, the contours of his profile were sharp and resolute. The ruthless decisiveness he had just displayed contrasted starkly with his current gentleness. She felt a profound sense of reverence and began to understand that this man thrived amidst such brutality not solely due to his formidable strength, but also because of his mercilessness towards his foes. Chapter 59. Boda continued to soothe Ruashue's trembling heart with gentle pats on her back. She clung to the shelf, gradually calming her nausea, her complexion still pale, yet no longer shaking as she had moments ago. She looked up at Boda, her eyes now holding not only awe but a newfound dependence. This man had shielded her from the blood-soaked tempest of the apocalypse in the most direct manner, allowing her to feel, for the first time, that in this world rife with danger, there existed such a sturdy support. Let us depart. This place is not safe. The scent of blood will attract more formidable mutated beasts. Boda grasped her hand, his tone gentle yet firm. Ruashue obediently nodded, allowing him to lead her step by step out of the supermarket, a place steeped in death and bloodshed. The white mist outside remained dense, yet it no longer instilled fear in her heart. She closely followed Boda, feeling the warmth and strength of his palm, as if with him by her side. She could traverse even the most horrifying apocalypse with ease. After an indeterminate duration of walking, Boda abruptly halted and spoke to Ruashue. Close your eyes. I shall take you to our residence. Without a moment's hesitation, Ruashue dutifully shut her eyes. In the next instant, she felt a warm light enveloping her. Soon thereafter, the air around her transformed, becoming fresh and free from the fetid and decayed scents of the white mist, replaced instead by a gentle aroma of greenery. You may open your eyes now, Boda's voice whispered beside her. Ruashue slowly opened her eyes, instantly captivated by the scene before her. Where was this? A look of disbelief filled her gaze. Before her lay a spacious and radiant hall, its floor gleaming like a mirror, suffused with a soft, warm light. In the center of the hall stood a grand sofa, surrounded by several exquisite chairs, while the walls were adorned with paintings that exuded a profound artistic essence. What astonished her the most was the presence of 7 enchanting women, each distinct in their elegance, gathered together in animated conversation. They were dressed in various styles. Some donned black silk cat costumes, their alluring curves on full display, while others wore white silk bunny outfits, exuding a charming innocence. Some were clad in delicate lavender lace nightgowns, radiating gentleness, while others sported playful pink lace sleepwear, lively and spirited. A few wore light pink lace hot pants, embodying a blend of purity and a hint of allure, while others showcased JK uniforms, embodying youthful vigor. There were also those in icy blue lace nightwear, exuding an air of cold beauty. Each one was breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an extraordinary aura, subtly emanating waves of energy. This is my abode, and it shall be your home from now on, Boda said with a smile. He brought Ruashue before the group, introducing her. Let me introduce our new sister. This is Ruashue, and she will be one of us from now on. He then turned to Ruashue and continued. Ruashue, these are all my women, and they will be your sisters. This is Su Qingyue. This is Su Qingxue. This is Wen Rushi. This is Wen Miao Miao. This is Lin Ruashi. This is Chu Yanran. And this is Lung Lingshuan. Ruashue promptly bowed in greeting to everyone, her voice tinged with shyness. Hello, sisters. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she felt a twinge of inferiority in the presence of these remarkable and powerful women. Hello, little sister, welcome to our family. When Rushi stepped forward first, gently taking Ruashue's hand. Her voice was soft and melodious, akin to a spring breeze that instantly dispelled the unease within Ruashue's heart. Sister, you are truly beautiful, Wen Miao Miao exclaimed, bouncing over to Ruashue and grasping her other hand. Su Qingyue also approached, offering Ruashue a glass of warm water. Her tone gentle. Sister, you must be tired from your journey. Drink some water and take a moment to rest. If you need any assistance in the future, feel free to tell your elder sister. We are all family. Su Qingxue, Lin Ruoxi, Chu Yinyan, and Lung Lingshuang also stepped forward to greet her, warmly welcoming Bai Ruoxi into their midst. Their enthusiasm and kindness gradually melted away Bai Ruoxi's feelings of inferiority and anxiety, enveloping her in a long-lost warmth. As though she had found family after many years apart, Boda observed the harmonious scene before him, a satisfied smile flickering in his eyes. He turned to Bai Ruoxi and said, "Ruoxi, let me show you to your room." "Okay, thank you, Brother Ji," Bai Ruoxi nodded, obediently following Boda to her room. Inside, the walls were adorned in a soft pink hue, with a plush velvet bed draped in pristine silk sheets. A delicate vanity stood nearby, while a corner housed a private bathroom, where frosted glass hinted at the white porcelain tiles and bathtub within. The air was infused with a subtle lavender fragrance, creating a stark contrast to the harsh realities of the world outside. "From now on, this will be your room," Boda said with a smile. "After your long journey, you have accumulated some dirt. Why not take a bath first? I'll fetch you some clean clothes." As his words trailed off, Boda's thoughts sparked a flicker of light in the system space, and a brand new outfit materialized in his hands. Bai Ruoxi glanced down to see a pure white lace nightgown, adorned with delicate lace trim, and featuring an exquisitely hollowed neckline that radiated both innocence and a hint of subtle allure. Alongside it lay a pair of white over-the-knee socks, crafted from fine material, as well as a complete set of fresh undergarments. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she instinctively clutched at the nightgown, a flicker of shyness and apprehension crossing her eyes. Having never worn such attire in her life, especially in front of a man she had barely known, she felt a wave of discomfort. Noticing her unease, Boda spoke reassuringly, "Do not worry. I shall remain in the room, waiting right here for you. We can discuss everything at our leisure." Bai Ruoxi bit her lip, realizing she had no other choice. This man before her was her only refuge. She nodded softly and said, "Thank you, Brother Ji." With that, she accepted the clothing and quickly entered the bathroom. With a soft click, the bathroom door closed gently, and soon the sound of running water could be heard through the frosted glass. Boda sat at the edge of the bed, his gaze fixed on the direction of the bathroom, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. In the bathroom, Bai Ruoxi stood beneath the shower head, warm water cascading down, cleansing her of grime and fatigue. The soothing stream seemed capable of washing away all fear and unease, allowing her taut nerves to gradually relax. After her bath, she dried her body and donned fresh, form-fitting attire, before slipping into a delicate, white lace nightgown. The fabric was silky and soft, hugging her slender figure and accentuating her graceful curves. The hem of the gown reached mid-thigh, revealing a pair of pale, slender legs. After a moment's hesitation, she adorned herself with white knee-high stockings. Her cleansed skin glowed like exquisite mutton-fat jade, and her damp hair cascaded over her shoulders, droplets trickling down her tresses and forming small stains on the lace gown. Her previously pallid cheeks now bore a faint blush, and her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings. Her eyes, clear and innocent, held a hint of post-bath languor and shyness, starkly contrasting with the girl who once struggled to survive in a dystopian world. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ruoxi gently opened the bathroom door. As she emerged, Boda's gaze was instantly captivated. Bai Ruoxi, having shed dust and weariness, appeared as enchanting as a lotus emerging from the water. The white lace nightgown clung to her exquisite form, the hollow design at the chest subtly revealing her delicate collarbone, while her legs were enveloped in white knee-high stockings. Her damp hair lay gracefully over her shoulders, droplets sliding down and cascading onto her fair skin, flowing along her elegant neck before vanishing into the lace trim. Her cheeks glowed with a soft blush, and her clear, bashful eyes resembled those of a startled fawn, evoking an instinctive desire to protect her. Boda's breath caught slightly, a surge of possessiveness welling up within him. He rose and stepped closer to Bai Ruoxi, his voice deep and magnetic. "Ruoxi, you are truly beautiful." Bai Ruoxi's cheeks flushed deeper, instinctively lowering her head, too shy to meet his gaze. Her hands nervously clutching the hem of her nightgown, her fingertips paling. Boda approached her, gently lifting her chin to compel her to look at him. His warm fingertips brushed against her cool skin, causing Bai Ruoxi to shiver ever so slightly. She raised her gaze to meet his profound eyes, her voice barely a whisper, "Brother Ji." Boda smiled and gently enveloped her in his arms. Her body was soft and warm, imbued with the fresh scent of her recent bath and lingering steam, intensifying the ripples of longing within him. Bairuashua stiffened momentarily before relaxing, her hands hesitating briefly before ultimately wrapping around his waist, pressing her cheek against his chest and feeling the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. This was her first experience of such close proximity to a man. His embrace was warm and expansive, offering her a long-lost sense of security. Boda looked down at the demure beauty in his arms, her fragrance enveloping him, and his desires gradually ignited. He gently caressed her damp, flowing hair, his voice deep and husky. Ruashua, I shall now teach you the practice of yin-yang harmony. This technique, when cultivated together, will yield immense benefits for us both. Bairuashua's cheeks instantly flushed a brilliant crimson, akin to a ripe apple. She bit her lip and nodded softly, her voice trembling slightly. I will follow Brother G. Boda, no longer hesitating, lifted her and carried her to the bedside, tenderly placing her upon the soft mattress. Bairuashua instinctively closed her eyes, her long eyelashes quivering intensely, her face a canvas of shyness and apprehension. Relax, follow my rhythm. His voice whispered in her ear, warm and inviting, causing her earlobes to flush with heat. Boda began to impart and teach Bairuashua the cultivation of yin-yang harmony. Time slipped by unnoticed as they practiced together, the energy within the room intensifying. Bairuashua's breath grew stronger, while Boda's cultivation advanced swiftly. Ding! Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the fourth layer of foundation establishment. 10. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the second layer of muscle transformation. 10. Congratulations, host partner Bairuashua for breaking through first layer of chi refinement. 10. And first layer of body refinement. 10. Bairuashua lay languidly in his embrace, her cheeks flushed, breath rapid, her eyes filled with a dreamy satisfaction. Boda gradually ceased the flow of energy, gently stroking Bairuashua's damp hair, speaking softly. Ruashua, you have worked hard. Now, I have a surprise for you. Hearing Boda's words, she slowly opened her eyes, her voice laced with a hint of lazy rasp. What surprise, Brother G? Boda smiled, a thought passing through his mind as radiant light flickered within the system space, manifesting several fruits imbued with potent energy in his hands. Bairuashua gazed at the fruits, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. There were 4 fruits, 1 golden and 3 in shades of icy blue, fiery red, and deep azure, each crystalline and translucent, emanating a gentle glow, rich with pure energy. These are ability fruits, the most precious treasures of the post-apocalyptic world, Boda explained as he presented them to her. This golden one is an enhancement fruit that will fortify your physique. The 3 others are fruits of ice, fire, and lightning abilities. Consuming them will awaken the corresponding powers within you. Bairuashua's eyes widened with shock and disbelief. Is this truly the fruit that can awaken abilities? Can I really eat it? She had only heard whispers of the existence of such fruits, never imagining she could possess them, let alone for it once. Of course you can, Boda affirmed with a nod, his tone resolute. These are all for you. Only by harnessing formidable abilities can you carve out a place for yourself in this world, no longer subject to bullying. Bairuashua gazed into Boda's sincere eyes, her heart brimming with gratitude. She understood the extraordinary value of these ability fruits in the apocalyptic world, where many ability users would fight to the death for just one. Yet Boda effortlessly offered her 4, an act of kindness for which she felt profoundly indebted. Big Brother G, thank you, Bairuashua choked out, tears welling in her eyes. There's no need for formality with me. Boda gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, his tone tender. Hurry and consume them. I will stand guard to ensure you remain unharmed by the surge of energy. Bairuashua nodded, taking a deep breath as she picked up the golden fruit of physical enhancement, placing it into her mouth. The fruit melted instantly, transforming into a pure golden energy that slid down her throat and into her abdomen, swiftly radiating throughout her limbs. A warm sensation enveloped her as a powerful force surged within. How do you feel? Boda inquired. Very comfortable. I feel an abundance of strength coursing through me. Bairuashua replied, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she hurriedly grasped the ice ability fruit and consumed it. The energy from the ice fruit was cool and pristine, akin to a clear spring in the mountains, flowing rapidly within her. Following that, she ingested the fire and lightning ability fruits. The fiery heat intertwined with the vivacity of the lightning energy and the refreshing chill of the ice, creating a harmonious blend within her body without any hint of conflict. Bai Ruoxue could distinctly sense a newfound mastery over energy blossoming in her mind. She attempted to channel the energy within, and in an instant, a crystalline ice flower formed in the palm of her hand, which then transformed into a flickering flame, while arcs of azure lightning danced at her fingertips. Her face radiated excitement and disbelief. Chapter 61. Assembly Ding. Detected Tao partner by Ruoxue has consumed 1 fruit of physical enhancement, 1 ice ability fruit, 1 fire ability fruit, and 1 lightning ability fruit. Successfully awakened physical enhancement ability, level 1, ice ability, level 1, fire ability, level 1, lightning ability, level 1. 100-fold return triggered. 100 fruits of physical enhancement, 100 ice ability fruits, 100 fire ability fruits, 100 lightning ability fruits have been stored in the system space. The system notification echoed in Boda's mind, a satisfied smile flickering across his eyes. Big brother G, I have truly awakened my abilities. Bai Ruoxue exclaimed joyfully. No longer the frail girl subject to bullying, she finally possessed the power to protect herself. Boda, observing her elation, allowed a gentle smile to grace his lips. He tenderly embraced her, saying, "This is merely the beginning. I have ample ability fruits here to swiftly elevate your strength." As Boda spoke, a thought crossed his mind, and the system's space shimmered with light, conjuring a multitude of extraordinary energy fruits that piled high within the room. Among them, there were 50 fruits enhancing physical strength, and 20 fruits each of ice, fire, and lightning, each exuding pure waves of energy. Bai Ruoxue gazed at the mountainous heap of energy fruits before her, her eyes filled with astonishment and gratitude. She understood the rarity of such fruits in the apocalypse. Many ability users labored their entire lives without ever amassing so many. Yet Boda had gifted her this bounty all at once, a kindness for which she felt profoundly indebted. "Brother G, this is far too much," Bai Ruoxue choked out, tears streaming down her face once more. "It is not too much. This is still far from sufficient." Boda gently wiped her tears away. "In the future, I will provide you with even more." His words flowed into Bai Ruoxue's heart like a warm current, enveloping her in warmth and happiness. She knew that Boda genuinely cared for her. Raising her head, she looked into his deep, expressive eyes and declared with unwavering determination, "Brother G, I will not disappoint you. I will train diligently and become strong enough to fight alongside you as a partner. I believe in you." Boda smiled, picking up a fruit that enhanced physical strength and bringing it to her lips. Bai Ruoxue obediently opened her mouth, allowing the fruit to melt in her mouth. As pure golden energy surged into her body once more, she consumed 1 fruit after another. Golden energy for physical enhancement, refreshing ice energy, searing fire energy, and vibrant lightning energy, all flowing into her, rapidly amplifying her aura. As she continued to consume the energy fruits, Bai Ruoxue's ability levels steadily rose. Ding. Detected that partner Bai Ruoxue has consumed 50 physical enhancement fruits, 20 ice fruits, 20 fire fruits, and 20 lightning fruits. Congratulations. Hostess partner Bai Ruoxue has broken through to level 3 in physical enhancement. Ice ability has reached level 2. Fire ability has reached level 2. Lightning ability has reached level 2. 100-fold return triggered. 5,000 physical enhancement fruits, 2,000 ice fruits, 2,000 fire fruits, and 2,000 lightning fruits have been deposited into the system space. After consuming the last energy fruit, Bai Ruoxue slowly opened her eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within. She could distinctly feel that her strength had increased several-fold, and the energy within her surged incessantly, as if she possessed limitless power. Attempting to harness her abilities, she gathered a large chunk of ice crystals in her palm and with a casual wave, sent the ice shards hurtling towards the corner of the room, where they embedded themselves deeply into the wall with a series of resounding thuds. Following this, she conjured a ball of flame, which grew ever larger in her palm until it transformed into a pillar of fire that erupted forth, scorching the wall black. At last, a brilliant blue arc crackled at her fingertips, resonating with a lively pop. "How wonderful! My abilities have truly strengthened," Bai Ruoxue exclaimed, her face aglow with a radiant smile. She could distinctly sense her increasing mastery over her powers, as well as the growing might they possessed. Boda gazed at the excitement and determination sparkling in by Ruoshiwa's eyes, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction in his heart. He gently patted her shoulder and said softly, "Ruoshiwa, mere theoretical discussions are but shallow. It is through practical experience that true strength is tested and familiarity with one's powers is best achieved. Now, come with me to the hall and gather everyone. We shall venture out to hunt the mutated beasts and engage in practical training together." Upon hearing this, a flicker of anticipation ignited in by Ruoshiwa's eyes, and she nodded vigorously. "All right, husband, I can hardly wait to test my newly acquired strength." Boda took her hand, strolling out of the bedroom. Upon reaching the hall, Boda released by Ruoshiwa's hand and instructed her, "Ruoshiwa, please call the sisters out of their rooms and gather them in the hall." "Certainly." By Ruoshiwa responded cheerfully, dashing towards the doors of her companions' rooms. In high spirits, not only had she awakened formidable powers, but she was also about to engage in real combat, brimming with hope for the future. By Ruoshiwa knocked on the doors of each sister in turn, the crisp sound echoing throughout the hall. "Sister Rushi, my husband has summoned us to the hall for assembly. We are to venture out for practical training. Sister Meow Meow, hurry out. We're going to hunt mutated beasts." Sisters Qingyue, Snow, Ruoshi, Yanran, and Ling Shuang gather in the hall. Upon hearing by Ruoshiwa's calls, the women within their rooms responded eagerly. When Rushi was the first to open her door, clad in a delicate lavender lace nightgown, still enchanting and exuding a gentle charm, albeit with a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Little Ruoshiwa, practical training? Are we truly going out to hunt mutated beasts?" "Yes. Yes." By Ruoshiwa nodded repeatedly, excitement illuminating her face. "Husband says we must familiarize ourselves with our abilities through real combat to enhance our strength." Following closely, when Meow Meow, wearing a pink lace nightgown, bounced out energetically. "Hunting mutated beasts? How splendid. I've longed to see just how formidable I can be in combat." Su Qingyue, Su Snow, Lin Ruoshi, Chu Yanran, and Lung Ling Shuang also emerged from their rooms in succession. The sisters congregated in the hall, animatedly discussing the forthcoming practical training, their eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Although they had trained in the secret chamber for some time and had made significant progress in their abilities, none had ever truly engaged in combat against mutated beasts, leaving them uncertain about their actual prowess. As they laid their eyes upon Boda standing centrally, they instinctively fell silent, their gazes converging upon him. Chapter 62. The mutant hound's Boda gazed upon the array of enchanting women before him, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Clearing his throat, he spoke with a steady and commanding tone. "During this period, you have diligently honed your skills in the secluded chamber, and your strengths have significantly improved. However, training alone cannot replace the essence of real combat. Only through encounters with mutant beasts can you truly master the application of your abilities, refine your combat techniques, and enhance your practical skills. Therefore, today I have decided to take you on an expedition to hunt mutant beasts and engage in real-world practice." "Fantastic. My love, I can hardly wait." When Meow Meow was the first to exclaim, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The other women nodded in agreement, their faces alight with anticipation, eager to test their prowess in actual combat. Boda raised his hand to signal for silence before continuing. "However, I have a few stipulations that you must remember. First, the primary objective of this exercise is training, not recklessness. If you encounter a mutant beast that surpasses your capabilities, do not act impulsively. Retreat immediately to my side, and I will cover your withdrawal. Second, each of your abilities possesses unique characteristics. During combat, you must learn to utilize them flexibly and cooperate with one another, rather than fighting solo. Third, do not harm any other survivors without my explicit permission, unless they initiate hostilities against us." "Understood." The women chorused in unison, their eyes shining with determination. Boda nodded in satisfaction, and with a thought. The system's space shimmered with light as an abundance of combat attire materialized in the center of the hall, piled high. "These are the battle outfits I have prepared for you." Boda indicated the garments on the ground. "Each of you may select a set that suits you." The women's eyes widened with delight as they eagerly approached to choose their preferred battle attire. Soon, they had donned their outfits and reconvened in the central hall. Clad in their combat gear, they shed their usual languor and delicacy, exuding a newfound vigor and sharpness. Boda surveyed the transformed women, a look of astonishment crossing his face, before firmly declaring, Are you all ready? Let us depart. Ready. They responded in harmonious voices, crisp and resounding. Boda summoned the secluded chamber into the system space. In the blink of an eye, the scene before them changed dramatically. A thick white mist enveloped them. The putrid stench of decay mingling with the foul odor of rotting vegetation invading their nostrils. They found themselves amidst the ruins of a post-apocalyptic world, surrounded by dilapidated structures and crumbling walls scattered about. Everyone, be cautious, Boda cautioned. The white mist conceals many mutant beasts that could emerge at any moment. Now, let us disperse and each seek out our targets for practical engagement. Remember, in times of peril, call for help immediately. I shall rush to your side without delay. The young women nodded in agreement, dispersing in various directions. Bai Ruashua trailed closely behind Boda, her eyes shimmering with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Brother G, what should I do? Do not be anxious, Boda reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. Trust your instincts. Do not fear the mutated beasts, but instead, attempt to harness your awakened powers to confront them. Understood. Bai Ruashua affirmed with a determined nod, inhaling deeply to muster her courage before advancing forward. Boda's mental energy expanded, enveloping the figures of the other young women, ensuring their safety. Within the mist, their silhouettes gradually faded into the distance. Moving cautiously while vigilantly scanning their surroundings for traces of the mutated beasts. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from Su Qingshue's direction. Ah, there's a mutated beast. Boda's heart tightened, and he immediately turned his gaze towards her. Not far ahead of Su Qingxue, a massive mutated dog burst forth from a dilapidated building. Though startled into a scream, Su Qingxue remained composed. She swiftly retreated a few steps, steadying herself, a flicker of determination igniting in her eyes. Humph! A mere mutated dog dares to intimidate me, she scoffed, her powers surging within her. A chilling aura radiated from her, causing the temperature around her to plummet. Her palms coalesced with a multitude of ice crystals, which she launched at the mutated dog. The crystals traced elegant arcs through the air, cascading upon the beast like a meteor shower. Crack! The ice crystals struck the mutated dog, instantly encasing it in a thick layer of ice, binding its limbs to the ground. The creature let out an enraged roar, struggling fiercely to free itself from the icy prison. Yet the ice was remarkably resilient, and it could not break free. An opportunity presented itself. A spark of excitement flickered in Su Qingshue's eyes. A wave of intense flames erupted from her palms, transforming into a robust pillar of fire directed at the encased mutated dog. The flames met the ice, sizzling as the shell rapidly melted, igniting the dog's fur and producing a foul odor. The mutated dog howled in agony, its struggles intensifying. Under the combined pressure of its thrashing and the burning flames, the icy shell finally shattered. The creature broke free, opening its gaping maw and charging towards Su Qingxue with lightning speed. Oh no! Su Qingxue gasped, swiftly sidestepping the imminent danger. The dog's sharp claws grazed her shoulder, creating a gust of wind that tore a gash in her combat suit. Cold sweat trickled down her spine, and she dared not let her guard down. She quickly retreated, distancing herself from the mutated beast. A brilliant azure arc of electricity shot forth from her fingertips, striking towards the mutated canine like a venomous serpent. Upon impact with the creature's head, a crackling sound erupted, causing the mutated dog to convulse violently, its movements noticeably slowed. Now was the moment. A surge of formidable lightning energy erupted from her palm, hurtling towards the creature. The energy collided with the mutated dog's body, producing a thunderous roar akin to a clap of thunder. In an instant, the creature was obliterated, its flesh scattering, resulting in its immediate demise. Marvelous! I have succeeded, Su Qingxue exclaimed in exhilaration, her face alight with a radiant smile. This was her first direct kill of a mutated beast, filling her heart with a profound sense of accomplishment. Not far away, Boda observed Su Qingshue's performance, a glimmer of satisfaction passing through his eyes. Although initially flustered, Su Qingxue quickly regained her composure, deftly employing her various abilities in harmony, ultimately achieving an outstanding victory over the mutated dog. Meanwhile, the other women encountered mutated beasts as well. Chapter 63. Mutated Cat and Wild Boar. When Rushue gazed at the mutated cat that sprang forth, her pupils narrowing slightly. This creature was entirely jet black, its sleek fur glistening, and it was nearly twice the size of an ordinary house cat. Its limbs were robust and powerful, with sharp claws gleaming ominously, and its eyes bore a sinister vertical slit, fixated on her as it emitted a low, menacing growl filled with aggression. As one of the first to confront a mutated beast, when Rushue felt her heart race uncontrollably, cold sweat forming in her palms as she instinctively took a half-step back. However, recalling Boda's instructions and the fruits of her recent training, she inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing her panic, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. "Stay back," when Rushue commanded softly, her voice trembling ever so slightly, yet brimming with resolve. She swiftly channeled her internal energy, unleashing her ice abilities. A rush of frigid air emanated from her palm, causing the surrounding air to cool dramatically, a thin layer of white frost forming on the ground. The mutated cat seemed incensed by her presence, emitting a sharp screech as it lunged at Rushue like an arrow released from a bow, its claws aimed directly at her throat, moving with astonishing speed. How swift! When Rushue's heart raced with alarm, she dared not be careless. As she sidestepped, she conjured several sharp ice spikes in her palm and launched them toward the creature's trajectory. With a slicing sound, the ice grazed the mutated cat, leaving shallow crimson marks upon its dark fur. The creature, in pain, let out an enraged roar upon landing, turning to charge at Rushue once more, this time with even greater speed and a more cunning angle. Understanding that she could not match its velocity head-on, Rushue swiftly altered her strategy, channeling her fire abilities. A pulsating flame coalesced in her palm, and she forcefully hurled it towards the ground. Boom! As the flames descended and erupted upon contact with the ground, a sea of fire emerged, obstructing the advance of the mutated cat. Caught off guard, the creature's forepaw plunged into the inferno, emitting a chilling shriek as it hastily retreated. The flames seared its paw, releasing billows of black smoke, while the acrid scent of charred flesh permeated the air. Now was the moment. When Rushi seized this rare opportunity, unleashing her lightning-based powers with full force. A brilliant azure arc flickered at her fingertips, darting toward the mutated cat's head like a venomous serpent. The lightning attack was swift and devastating, representing her most formidable offensive capability. With a resounding crash, the bolt struck the mutated cat's body with pinpoint accuracy, creating a gaping wound from which blood and entrails flowed, extinguishing its life entirely. As she gazed upon the lifeless form of the mutated creature, Rushi exhaled a long sigh of relief, her legs trembling as she nearly collapsed to the ground. Although the skirmish had been brief, it had drained her of a significant amount of spiritual energy and focus, her back already damp with cold sweat. Yet, a gratifying smile graced her lips. This was her first independent kill of a mutated beast, a testament to her strength and a deeper understanding of her own abilities. Nearby, Boda observed Rushi's combat through his mental acuity, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his eyes. Meanwhile, when Meow Meow encountered her own adversary, a formidable mutated wild boar, towering nearly 2 meters. Its massive frame was cloaked in thick brown bristles, as resilient as armor. With 2 robust tusks gleaming ominously, it charged at Meow Meow, each step causing the ground to tremble. When Meow Meow had reached the mid-stage of her chi refining, with her body tempering perfected and all 3 elemental powers at level 1. Her vivacious spirit thrived on experimenting with various attack combinations, and facing the wild boar's charge, she felt no fear. Rather, her eyes sparkled with exhilaration. "Here it comes," she exclaimed, as her fire abilities ignited within her, conjuring a colossal flame in her palm that she hurled towards the mutated boar. The fire swelled in the air, transforming into a towering pillar aimed directly at the creature's head. With a thunderous boom, the fiery column struck, yet the boar's thick bristles and tough hide provided considerable protection, merely singeing some of its fur without inflicting significant harm. The mutated boar let out an enraged roar and accelerated its charge, remarkably resilient to flames. When Meow Meow noted with surprise, her lips curling into a defiant smile, she swiftly retreated while channeling her ice powers, summoning a formidable wall of ice in the boar's path. Caught unawares, the boar collided with the icy barrier, producing a dull thud. The wall shattered instantaneously, leaving the creature momentarily dazed as it shook its head, struggling to regain its bearings. When Meow Meow seized the opportunity, unleashing the full force of her lightning abilities, a robust arc of electricity coalesced at her fingertips, aimed directly at the mutated wild boar's eyes. The destructive power of her lightning abilities was formidable, particularly when targeting such a vulnerable spot as the eyes, yielding remarkable results. Crack! The arc struck precisely at the mutated boar's left eye, eliciting a piercing scream from the creature as dark blood gushed forth, rendering it blind. It became increasingly frenzied, careening wildly in all directions, leaving the ground pockmarked from its violent collisions. When Meow Meow nimbly evaded the boar's rampages while continuously conjuring flames and icicles to harass it with relentless attacks, she understood that the boar's thick hide would render ordinary assaults ineffective in delivering a mortal blow. She needed to identify its weakness. After several probing strikes, she discerned that the creature's abdomen was relatively defenseless. Taking a deep breath, she swiftly activated her ice abilities, forming a shield of ice before her. With determination, she charged at the mutated boar, simultaneously concentrating her lightning energy at her fingertips, poised to deliver a decisive strike. Upon seeing one Meow Meow rush toward it, the mutated boar let out a thunderous roar and lunged at her with ferocity. With a steely gaze, she sidestepped just as the boar was about to collide with her, raising her energy shield to absorb the impact. In that moment, the arc of electricity pierced violently into the boar's abdomen. PSSH. The arc penetrated deeply, causing a torrent of dark blood to erupt from the wound. The boar let out a desperate roar. Its body swayed precariously before crashing to the ground, convulsing a few times before succumbing to death. When Meow Meow wiped the sweat from her brow, gazing at the lifeless body of the mutated boar with a triumphant smile. Humph. No matter how formidable, it was ultimately subdued by me. This first foray into battle had unveiled to her the exhilaration of combat. Chapter 64. The Mutated Wolf, Snake. And Bear Lin Ruashi encountered a mutated wolf. This elongated creature was cloaked in silvery gray fur, its gaze sharp as an eagle's, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. With astonishing speed, it glided through the mist like a specter, circling Lin Ruashi, seeking an opportunity to strike. Lin Ruashi, possessing a calm and reserved demeanor along with keen observational skills, remained unfazed by the wolf's harassment. Instead, she closed her eyes, relying on her perceptive abilities to meticulously track the wolf's movements. The mutated wolf, mistaking her closed eyes for fear, emitted a low growl and lunged toward her back, its claws aimed at her spine. Just as its claws were about to make contact with her body, Lin Ruashi abruptly opened her eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within them. Her body spun like a top, while her ice abilities erupted, forming a circle of ice blades around her. PSSH. The ice blades sliced through the wolf's body, leaving deep crimson gashes across its silvery gray fur. The mutated wolf, in agony, let out a fierce roar upon landing and charged once more at Lin Ruashi. With agility, she deftly evaded the wolf's attacks while seeking an opportunity to counter. She observed that although the mutated wolf was swift, its endurance was comparatively lacking. After several fierce assaults, its movements had noticeably slowed. Now was the moment. With a spark of inspiration, Lin Ruashi activated her fire-based abilities, conjuring a sphere of flames in her palm and hurling it at the mutated wolf. The flames engulfed the creature instantly, producing a haunting cry as it thrashed wildly, attempting to extinguish the inferno consuming its body. Lin Ruashi denied it any respite, unleashing her lightning powers as an arc of electricity formed at her fingertips, aimed directly at the wolf's head. With a crackle, the arc struck true, causing the wolf to convulse violently before its gaze became vacant, ultimately collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Lin Ruashi gazed at the fallen beast, exhaling gently in relief. Her combat style leaned towards calmness and composure, relying on acute observation and nimble dodging to identify her opponent's vulnerabilities, delivering a decisive blow. Though the encounter was perilous, she ultimately triumphed over the mutated wolf. Meanwhile, Chu Yanran faced a mutated serpent. This serpent was robust, its body adorned with black scales as impenetrable as armor, its triangular head flickering with a forked tongue that exuded a potent venomous aura, coiled menacingly in the corner of a dilapidated building, fixated on Chu Yanran. With ferocity, she engaged in battle. Undeterred by the serpent's threat, a smile graced her lips. "Oh, little snake, you look rather fearsome, but I am not afraid." The mutated serpent, seemingly provoked by her taunt, let out a hiss and lunged towards her like a bolt of lightning, mouth agape to reveal its sharp, venomous fangs, intent on inflicting harm. Chu Yinran deftly sidestepped the attack, while summoning her fire abilities, conjuring a flame in her palm and launching it at the serpent's head. The flame struck, failing to penetrate the hardened scales but causing it to recoil in searing discomfort, disrupting its rhythm. Quite a quick response. A glimmer of surprise crossed Chu Yinran's eyes as she swiftly activated her ice powers, forming several shards of ice in her palm and directing them toward the serpent's body. The icy projectiles clattered against its scales. Although they did not penetrate, they rendered the serpent's movements considerably rigid. Enraged, the serpent roared and lunged again at Chu Yinran. Aware of the danger posed by its venomous fangs, she refrained from direct confrontation, continuing to evade while searching for an offensive opportunity. She discerned that the scales on the serpent's vital spot were relatively thin, marking it as its Achilles heel. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yinran concentrated her lightning abilities, forming a ball of electricity in her palm. With a sudden burst of speed, she lunged towards the mutated serpent. At the moment of impending collision, she swiftly pivoted her body and hurled a sphere of lightning towards the serpent's vulnerable spot. Boom! The lightning orb struck the serpent's critical area with a thunderous sound, instantly shattering its scales and causing black blood to spurt forth. The mutated serpent emitted a piercing shriek, writhing violently before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Chu Yinran brushed the dust from her hands, gazing at the serpent's carcass, a smile gracing her face. Task accomplished. It seems my sister's prowess is quite commendable. Cold Ling Shuang faced a formidable mutated bear. This colossal creature stood nearly 3 meters tall, its body cloaked in a thick coat of brown fur, muscles bulging with immense strength. Its massive paws, akin to grinding wheels, radiated an overwhelming pressure as it ambled toward Cold Ling Shuang, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Cold Ling Shuang, with her icy demeanor and unyielding nature, approached combat with a style that mirrored her personality, sharp and straightforward. Unfazed by the bear's imposing presence, she maintained a stoic expression, her internal energy surging rapidly, her powers poised to erupt at any moment. As the mutated bear halted a short distance from her, it unleashed a deafening roar and lunged forward, its enormous paw slicing through the air, intent on crushing her. Cold Ling Shuang's gaze sharpened. Her ice-based abilities erupted within her, conjuring a thick wall of ice before her. Bang! The bear's paw slammed against the ice wall, fracturing it with a series of cracks, yet it remained intact, successfully halting the bear's advance. Enraged by the obstruction, the bear roared once more and struck at the ice wall again. Crack! Finally, the ice wall succumbed to the relentless assault, shattering into pieces. Without a moment's hesitation, Cold Ling Shuang unleashed her fire abilities, summoning a robust pillar of flame from her palm, directing it towards the bear's head. Boom! The fiery column struck home, eliciting a pained roar from the bear as its head charred. However, its formidable defenses rendered the attack non-lethal. Aware that she could not match the bear's brute strength head-on, Cold Ling Shuang swiftly altered her strategy. Her lightning abilities surged forth, arcs of electricity forming at her fingertips, aimed at the bear's eyes. The arc struck true, and the mutated bear let out a harrowing scream, blood streaming from its eyes as it lost its sight. Blinded, the bear became frenzied, thrashing violently in all directions. Cold Ling Shuang deftly evaded its rampaging assaults, continuously summoning flames and icy shards to strike back. She understood that despite its loss of sight, the bear's sense of smell and hearing remained acute. She needed to bring it down swiftly. Taking a deep breath, she unleashed her powers to their fullest, channeling a formidable energy cannon aimed squarely at the mutated bear's head. Bang! The energy cannon struck the head of the mutated bear, instantly obliterating it, with blood and brain matter spilling forth as it fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. Cold Ling Shuang gazed at the corpse of the mutated bear, her expression devoid of emotion as she turned and walked away, as if she had merely accomplished a trivial task. Chapter 65. The Mutated Rabbit and the Mutated Lion. Meanwhile, Bai Ruoxue encountered her first opponent, a mutated wild rabbit. This mutated rabbit was nearly 3 times the size of an ordinary hare, its body cloaked in gray fur, moving with remarkable speed as it leaped across the ground, constantly changing directions to evade Bai Ruoxue's attacks. Facing a mutated beast for the first time, Bai Ruoxue felt a flicker of anxiety, her hands trembling slightly. "Do not be afraid. You can do this." Boda's voice resonated in her mind, providing her with substantial encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Bairuashue's gaze solidified with determination as her ice-based powers began to flow within her. She conjured a delicate ice flower in her palm and launched it at the mutated rabbit. The ice flower landed on the creature, instantly forming a thin layer of frost that slowed its speed. With a sharp cry, the mutated rabbit turned and charged towards Bairuashue. Although its velocity had been affected, it remained swift. Startled, Bairuashue quickly activated her fire-based powers, summoning a small flame in her palm and hurling it at the rabbit. The flame struck, igniting the rabbit, which writhed in agony. Its speed further diminished. Seizing this opportunity, Bairuashue's lightning powers surged within her, and she concentrated a faint arc of electricity at her fingertips, directing it towards the rabbit. Crack! The arc struck the mutated rabbit, eliciting a piercing scream as it convulsed a few times before succumbing to stillness. "I did it!" Bairuashue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement and disbelief as she beheld the lifeless form of the mutated rabbit, a radiant smile illuminating her face. This was her first successful kill of a mutated beast. Although merely a rabbit, it significantly bolstered her confidence. At that moment, a violent surge of energy emanated from the distance, accompanied by a tremendous roar that caused the ground beneath to tremble. Boda's expression shifted, a glimmer of caution flashing in his eyes. "This is not good. A high-tier mutated beast is approaching. Everyone, gather around me." The nearby women, engaged in their own battles, heeded Boda's call, abandoning their current skirmishes to converge towards him. Soon, they clustered around Boda, their faces etched with confusion and wariness. "Husband, what is happening?" When Meow Meow inquired, her eyes filled with curiosity. "A formidable mutated beast has appeared," Boda replied gravely. "From the energy fluctuations, its strength is formidable. Stay close to me and do not wander off. I will protect you." The women nodded, their expressions reflecting a hint of tension. However, with Boda by their side, they felt a glimmer of reassurance. Soon, a massive mutated male lion emerged from the white mist. This creature stood nearly 4 meters tall, its body adorned with golden mane that blazed like flames. Its enormous head bore sharp fangs, exuding an aura of bloodlust with its gleaming red eyes, radiating formidable pressure. Its powerful limbs caused the ground to tremble with each step, saliva dripping from its mouth, releasing a pungent stench. This mutated lion possessed terrifying speed, strength, and defense, especially with its fiery abilities, making it one of the most formidable mutated beasts in this apocalyptic world. Upon spotting Boda and the others, a glint of greed flashed in its eyes as it let out a deafening roar and charged at them, simultaneously unleashing a thick column of fire directed at the women. "Everyone retreat," Boda shouted, shielding the ladies behind him. Within him, spiritual energy surged rapidly. His cultivation at the 4th level of the Foundation Establishment stage erupted, revealing the physical prowess of the 2nd level of the Muscle Transformation stage, radiating powerful pressure. Undaunted by the incoming fire column, Boda's ice abilities erupted instantaneously, conjuring a massive ice wall from his palm to block the fiery assault. The collision echoed as the fire struck the ice wall, melting it away but mitigating much of the fire's impact. Enraged that its attack was thwarted, the mutated lion roared fiercely and charged at Boda once more, its gigantic paw slicing through the air with a howling wind. Boda nimbly sidestepped the attack and, with his right hand clenched into a fist, concentrated his formidable strength to strike at the lion's abdomen. The impact resounded as his fist struck hard, causing the lion to emit a pained roar and stagger back several steps, revealing a noticeable indentation on its belly. Yet, its defenses were extraordinarily robust, and this blow did not inflict fatal harm. Shaking its head in anger, the mutated lion lunged at Boda again. Remaining calm, Boda activated all 3 types of abilities simultaneously: flames, ice shards, and electric arcs intertwined to form a powerful tricolored energy stream directed at the mutated lion. The collision was thunderous as the energy struck, creating a gaping hole in the lion's body, golden blood spilling forth. It let out a desperate roar, its body swaying before crashing heavily to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling lifeless. Boda descended gently to the ground, exhaling softly. Though the mutated lion was powerful, it proved to be no match for him. Turning towards the women, he wore a gentle smile. "All right, sisters, the danger has passed." The women gathered around, their eyes brimming with admiration and affection. "Husband, you are incredible." When Miao Miao exclaimed excitedly, linking her arm with Boda's. Indeed, my dear husband. That mutated male lion was truly terrifying. I am so grateful to have you by my side. Su Qingxue added, a hint of fear still lingering on her face. The other women also expressed their admiration, as Boda's battle with the mutated lion had profoundly showcased his strength, intensifying their sense of security. Boda smiled and remarked, today's practical training has proven quite effective. Aside from Ling Shuang, all of you faced mutated beasts head-on for the first time today, yet you all performed remarkably. I believe this experience will enhance your proficiency in utilizing spiritual power and abilities, significantly boosting both your practical skills and mental resilience. Upon hearing Boda's commendation, the women nodded in agreement, their faces lighting up with joy. The day's training had indeed been invaluable, not only validating their cultivation achievements and accumulating precious combat experience, but also instilling greater confidence and anticipation for their future paths in cultivation. Chapter 66. Yi Bingyao no sooner had Boda's words faded than a sudden, frantic cry for help pierced the thick white mist, mingled with a man's sinister laughter, shattering the post-battle tranquility. Let me go, you bunch of bastards. The woman's voice was clear yet tinged with anguish, suffused with despair and fury. I would rather die than go with you. Hey, little beauty, don't be ungrateful. A coarse male voice retorted, brimming with unabashed greed. In this apocalypse, being noticed by our Black Wolf squad is your good fortune. Obey us, and you might suffer less. Exactly. Resistance is futile. Your little tricks are utterly insignificant before us. Another shrill voice chimed in. Wise up and surrender quickly. Follow our leader, and you'll be assured of food and drink. Boda's brow furrowed as his mental energy instantly expanded, penetrating the dense white mist to reveal the scene within a radius of several hundred meters. Upon discerning the surrounded young woman's appearance, a system-generated character panel materialized in his mind. Name: Yi Bingyao. Age: 21 years. Status: extremely fatigued. Slight abrasions. Tense mentality. Overwhelming fear. Cultivation: none. Abilities: none. Experience: 0 people, 0 times. Overall rating: 95 points. Yi Bingyao possessed a graceful and upright figure, clad in a light blue tracksuit. Despite its damage, it could not conceal her breathtaking beauty. Her skin was as pale as snow, and her almond-shaped eyes brimmed with tears yet remained defiantly fixed on the man before her, devoid of any trace of cowardice, only embodying resilience and fury. Her hands were tightly clenched into fists, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her palms, evidently straining with all her might, yet feeling utterly powerless. Without the support of cultivation or abilities, she bravely confronted the evildoers before her, making her tenacity all the more commendable. At that moment, 8 men clad in black attire surrounded her. Each of these towering figures exuded an imposing presence, brandishing crude machetes or iron rods. Their bodies permeated with a faint scent of blood, a testament to their nefarious exploits in this apocalyptic world. Leading them was a bald man, his face a canvas of excess flesh, standing nearly 2 meters tall, muscles bulging, gripping a rusted cleaver, his covetous gaze sweeping over Yi Bingyao, a lascivious grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Little beauty, cease your struggles, he leered, licking his lips with a predatory tone. Today, you will comply, whether you wish to or not. Yi Bingyao clenched her teeth, nearly biting through her lower lip in defiance, a glimmer of despair flickering in her eyes. Yet she stood tall, her spine unyielding. In your dreams, even if I die, I shall not allow you to succeed. Impudent fool, the bald man scoffed, sidestepping her feeble resistance while raising his cleaver to strike. Since you refuse the wine of friendship, prepare to taste the bitterness of punishment. Yi Bingyao's expression shifted. Instinctively, she closed her eyes. Just as the moment hung precariously in the balance, a sharp voice rang out through the mist. Stop! In an instant, 8 figures, resembling phantoms, surged forth from the fog, positioning themselves protectively in front of Yi Bingyao. You scoundrels, brazenly attempting to abduct a maiden in broad daylight. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. It was when Miao Miao, along with Wen Rushui, Su Qingyue, Su Qingsno, and others, the 8 women formed a formidable line, their presence suffusing the air with an intensity that seemed to freeze time itself. The bald man and his companions were taken aback by the sudden appearance of these women, and as they beheld their beauty, A flicker of astonishment was swiftly replaced by an even more voracious gleam in their eyes. Well, who would have thought that amidst this apocalypse, such exquisite beauties still exist? The bald man licked his lips, his gaze roving hungrily over the 8 women. It seems today is our Black Wolf Squad's lucky day. Not only have we captured a stunning beauty, but now we are graced with so many delicate maidens to entertain our brothers. Indeed, the boss is right. The other 7 men chimed in, their eyes lecherously appraising the women, showing no regard for their presence. These women are undeniably gorgeous, yet one must wonder about their capabilities. Let us hope they're not mere ornamental vases. Ornamental vases? When Meow Meow could no longer contain herself, a fiery determination igniting within her. You shall soon discover whether we are mere vases or not. Sisters, each of you take one and fight with all your might. No sooner had Wen Meow Meow finished her declaration than she charged at the foremost man. Yi Bingyao, observing the sudden arrival of the 8 women, felt a mix of surprise and confusion, uncertain as to why these unfamiliar women came to her aid. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. She quickly retreated a few steps, positioning herself behind the 8 women while vigilantly watching the bald man and his accomplices. The bald man exuded a commanding presence, with a glimmer of fury igniting in his eyes. Brothers, advance. Capture all these women and take them back for our enjoyment. At his command, 7 men brandished their weapons and charged toward the 8 women, their faces twisted into menacing expressions, unmistakably ruthless villains devoid of mercy. Be careful, Meow Meow. When Rushui cautioned softly as she faced her own adversary. Meow Meow's opponent was a tall, lanky man wielding an iron rod. Upon seeing Meow Meow rush toward him, a lewd glint flickered in his eyes as he swung the rod menacingly toward her head. Little beauty, surrender obediently, and I will treat you well, he taunted shamelessly. With a flash of disdain in her eyes, Meow Meow deftly evaded the rod's assault, moving with an agility akin to a specter. Simultaneously, her ice-based abilities surged forth, manifesting sharp icicles from her palms that shot toward the lanky man. Caught off guard by her speed, he hastily dodged, yet a shard grazed his arm, leaving a deep crimson mark. Ah! He cried out in pain, his eyes betraying shock. You are an ability user. Of course, Meow Meow retorted coldly. As her fire abilities erupted within her, a massive flame coalesced in her palm and was hurled toward the lanky man. Today, you will pay for your misdeeds. The flames engulfed him upon impact, eliciting a harrowing scream as he writhed desperately to extinguish the inferno consuming him. Not granting him respite, Meow Meow unleashed her lightning abilities, summoning a robust arc of electricity that struck his head with precision. Crackling loudly, the arc sent him convulsing violently before he collapsed heavily to the ground, devoid of life. In another encounter, when Rushui faced a burly man with a bushy beard, brandishing a machete with a tempestuous demeanor, he charged at her with ferocity, the air around him filled with a palpable malice. Despite the fierce assault, when Rushui maintained a serene smile, her demeanor unyielding. As his blade descended, her ice abilities erupted, forming a formidable wall of ice that absorbed the blow. The clash resounded as the machete struck the ice, fracturing it under the force of the impact. The burly man, momentarily taken aback, smirked with arrogance and swung again. When Rushui's expression sharpened, and her fire abilities ignited as she conjured a flurry of fiery arrows, launching them toward the bearded man. Unprepared for her sudden counterattack, he attempted to evade, but one of the arrows struck his shoulder, eliciting a pained cry. When Rushi seized the opportunity, unleashing the power of her thunderous abilities within, an arc of electricity coalesced at her fingertips, striking precisely at his chest. With a soft thud, the arc penetrated the bearded man's torso, causing his body to stiffen momentarily, disbelief flashing in his eyes before he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. When Rushi exhaled gently, a serene smile gracing her features as she turned to Wen Meow Meow, the two sharing a knowing glance filled with unspoken understanding. Su Qingyue faced an opponent, a stout man wielding an iron rod. Although his movements were sluggish, his strength was formidable as he swung the rod towards her, each blow accompanied by a howling wind. Su Qingyue moved with grace, evading the assaults as if strolling through a garden. Harnessing her ice abilities, the temperature around her plummeted, and a thin layer of ice formed beneath her feet. The stout man slipped, crashing heavily to the ground. The moment had arrived. A glimmer of determination flickered in Su Qingyue's eyes as she unleashed her fire abilities, conjuring a ball of flame in her palm and hurling it at the stout man. The flames ignited upon contact, engulfing him instantly. Without hesitation, she followed up with a surge of thunderous energy, sending an arc of electricity towards his head, swiftly ending his life. Su Qingxue confronted a slender man brandishing a machete. His speed was remarkable, darting through the fog like a wraith, continuously launching surprise attacks against her. In response, Su Qingxue unleashed her ice abilities, forming a ring of ice blades before her. With a sharp sound, the blades sliced through the slender man's body, leaving deep gashes in their wake. Wincing in pain, he let out a scream and attempted to flee. In a swift counter, Su Qingxue activated her fire abilities, conjuring a flame in her palm and casting it at his back. The fire ignited immediately, eliciting a piercing cry from him as he staggered and fell heavily to the ground. With a final burst of thunderous power, she directed an arc of electricity towards his head, decisively concluding the battle. Lin Ruoshi faced a bald man wielding an iron rod. Upon seeing Lin Ruoshi, a lecherous gleam appeared in his eyes as he swung the rod towards her. "Come, little beauty, follow your brother, and I assure you pleasure. Get away." Lin Ruoshi's expression hardened with disgust as her ice abilities erupted, conjuring several ice shards that she sent flying towards the bald man. Simultaneously, she deftly evaded the rod's attack. Struck by the shards, the bald man howled in pain, a glint of madness igniting in his gaze as he charged at Lin Ruoshi with the iron rod. Lin Ruoshi summoned her fire abilities, forming a ball of flame in her palm and launching it at him. The flames consumed him instantly. Seizing the moment of his disarray, she unleashed her thunder abilities, sending an arc of electricity to his chest, bringing his life to a swift and conclusive end. Chu Yinran's adversary was a scarred man wielding a machete. Upon catching sight of Chu Yinran's beauty, a glimmer of avarice flickered in his eyes as he lunged towards her with his blade. The wind from his swing sharp and menacing. A playful smile curled at the corners of Chu Yinran's lips as her innate fire abilities ignited within her, conjuring a ball of flame in her palm, which she hurled at the scarred man. The fire made contact, instantly engulfing him in flames. The scarred man, racked with pain, let out a chilling scream, his assault faltering. Agile and nimble, Chu Yinran deftly evaded his attacks, while simultaneously unleashing her ice abilities, forming several sharp icicles that she sent hurtling towards him. The icicles struck, leaving deep crimson gashes upon his flesh. Seizing the moment of his weakened defense, Chu Yinran concentrated her lightning powers into her fingertips and plunged them into his chest, extinguishing his life. Ling Shuang's opponent was a young man brandishing an iron rod. Upon beholding Ling Shuang's striking beauty, a look of infatuation crossed his features as he swung the rod menacingly towards her. "My little beauty, you are truly exquisite. Come with me, and I shall treat you well." Ling Shuang remained expressionless as her ice powers surged within her, forming a thick wall of ice to block the impending blow. The rod struck the ice wall with a resounding crash. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Shuang unleashed her fire abilities, generating a robust pillar of flame directed at the young man. The fire struck him, eliciting a scream as his body was charred black. Following this, her lightning powers erupted, sending arcs of electricity towards him. The arcs struck his head, causing his body to convulse violently before he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Bai Ruoshua faced the last man, who also wielded a machete. Channeling her ice abilities, she conjured a delicate ice flower and sent it towards the man, slowing his movements. Taken aback by the revelation that this seemingly innocent girl was also an ability user, surprise flickered in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Ruoshua summoned her fire abilities, forming a ball of flame that she hurled at him. The fire ignited upon contact, consuming him in flames. Following swiftly, her lightning abilities surged forth, sending an arc of electricity to his head, successfully vanquishing her foe. The only adversary remaining was the bald man at the forefront, who watched in horror and disbelief as his subordinates fell one by one. He had never anticipated that these 8 seemingly delicate women possessed such formidable strength, each endowed with unique abilities and wielding them with remarkable skill. His subordinates were utterly powerless against them. "Who are you?" The bald man's voice trembled, his grip on his machete quivering as the arrogance he once exuded dissipated. Realizing he had encountered a formidable challenge, he sought to flee but found himself ensnared, surrounded by the 8 women with no avenue for escape. Chapter 68. He simply could not fathom how such a formidable group of women could exist in this apocalyptic world, each adeptly wielding 3 distinct supernatural abilities. His subordinates appeared as fragile as paper in their presence. When Miao Miao stepped forward first, the flames of her fire-based powers surging within her, illuminating her radiant face. Her tone was both spirited and commanding. "Who are we? You are not worthy to know. Weren't you quite arrogant when you were stealing earlier? Why the sudden meekness now?" When Rushui followed closely, her demeanor graceful, yet her gaze icy. "You, the Black Wolf Squad, have committed heinous acts of arson and plunder. Today marks your demise." Her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable resolve. Su Qingwei gently raised her hand, her ice-based abilities quietly activating, causing the temperature around them to plummet. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Wrongdoers must face their reckoning." Her movements were elegant, her tone calm, yet exuded an unnerving pressure. Su Qingxue hopped forward, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Stop wasting time with him. Let us finish this quickly so we can return to rest." Lin Ruoxi, Chu Yanran, Lung Ling Shuang, and Bai Ruoxue also advanced, encircling the bald man. The collective aura of the 8 women intertwined, creating an invisible force that nearly suffocated him. He realized escape was impossible today, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes as he raised his cleaver. "If you won't let me live, then let us perish together." The bald man roared, charging at the nearest when Miao Miao, knowing she was the leader. If he could seize her as a hostage, perhaps he could find a sliver of hope. The cleaver sliced through the air, aimed at her neck. Fueled by all his might, ruthless in its intent, seeking death. When Miao Miao's eyes flashed with disdain as she advanced rather than retreated, her ice-based powers erupted, forming a sharp ice shield before her, while her fire abilities morphed into several fiery arrows, shooting towards the bald man's face. Her movements were as swift as lightning, seamlessly combining offense and defense, showcasing her formidable prowess. Clang! The cleaver hit the ice shield, emitting a piercing metallic clash. The bald man felt his hands numb, almost losing grip of the cleaver. Before he could react, the fiery arrows were already upon him, forcing him to dodge hastily. One grazed his cheek, leaving a scorched mark that burned painfully. "Miao Miao, be careful." When Rushui softly cautioned, her lightning powers erupting in an instant, sending a thick arc towards the bald man's back. She understood the principle of not pursuing a cornered enemy, yet this man had committed countless atrocities and must not be given the chance to retaliate. Sensing the imminent danger from behind, the bald man was startled and swiftly turned to defend himself. However, his speed was no match for the arc of electricity, which struck him squarely in the back with a crackling sound. He emitted a piercing scream, his body convulsing violently, movements growing sluggish. "End it." A glimmer of coldness flashed in Su Qingyue's eyes as her fire-based abilities coalesced into a massive fireball, hurtling towards the chest of the bald man. The fireball, imbued with destructive force, struck its target with instantaneous ferocity. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as a gaping hole was blasted into the bald man's chest. Blood and entrails gushing forth. His body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground, convulsing a few times before succumbing to death. The pungent scent of blood permeated the air, intertwining with the foul odor of decay in the mist, inducing nausea. Having dealt with the last adversary, when Miao Miao dusted off her hands, a triumphant smile gracing her face as she turned to Boda, her eyes brimming with a desire for recognition. "Darling, we were incredible." These scoundrels were effortlessly dispatched. Boda approached, gazing at the spirited 8 women before him, a flicker of fondness and satisfaction glimmering in his eyes. He reached out to touzle when Miao Miao's hair, his tone gentle. "Miao Miao is the strongest, leading the charge with outstanding performance. The others also did remarkably well, demonstrating seamless cooperation and efficiency." Flattered by Boda's praise, when Miao Miao's cheeks flushed with pride, her delight amplified. The other women also wore joyful smiles. Boda then turned to walk towards Yi Bingyao. Upon seeing him approach, Yi Bingyao's eyes flickered with a mix of caution and gratitude. She had just witnessed the formidable prowess of Boda and the 8 women, fully aware that they were her saviors, leaving her deeply astonished. Though the battle had been brief, every detail was indelibly etched in her memory. When Miao Miao's resolute ferocity, when Rushi's calm sophistication, Su Qingyue's graceful efficiency, and Su Qingxue's vivacious ferocity. Not to mention Lin Ruoxi's youthful vigor, Chu Yanran's alluring sharpness, Lung Lingshuang's striking poise, and Bai Ruoxue's innocent resilience. Each possessed a unique combat style. Taking a deep breath, she bowed deeply to Boda, her voice sincere. Thank you all, dear sisters, and this esteemed elder for saving my life. Had it not been for you, I fear. Her voice choked with emotion, tears welling in her eyes once more. Boda regarded her with warmth and responded, no need for thanks. It is only right to assist those in need. You are Bingyao, correct? 21 years old. What led to your pursuit by those individuals? Upon hearing Boda accurately state her name and age, Bingyao's eyes widened in surprise. Then she nodded, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Her tone resolute. Yes, I am Bingyao. I ventured out to find food and happened to encounter members of the Black Wolf Squad. As she spoke, a flicker of sorrow and anger crossed her features. They sought to capture me, coercing me to become the woman of that bald man. I would rather perish than submit. Tirelessly fleeing until fortune led me to you. Boda nodded, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. The Black Wolf Squad, notorious for their heinous acts of arson, pillage, and murder, are not uncommon in this apocalyptic world. Their existence only serves to exacerbate the chaos of an already brutal reality. Yet, despite Bingyao's lack of cultivation and abilities, she demonstrated remarkable perseverance and courage in her desperate escape, traits that render her a rare and valuable ally. Bingyao. Boda intoned seriously, observing her with intent. Venturing alone in this desolate world is perilous. Consider joining us. Together we can live, cultivate, and grow stronger. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise and hesitation crossed Bingyao's face. She was unaware of Boda and the others' true nature, uncertain if they were benevolent. However, they had just rescued her, and their formidable strength suggested that aligning with them might indeed offer her a chance at survival in this unforgiving world. When Miao Miao, perceiving her uncertainty, stepped forward and gently placed a hand on Bingyao's shoulder, speaking plainly. Bingyao, you need not worry, we are not villains. With us, you will have a secure place to stay, food and drink, and the opportunity to enhance your abilities rapidly with the fruit of powers. No longer will you fear being bullied. I am Wen Miao Miao. If you ever need anything, you can always come to me. When Rushui also approached, adding with a warm tone, Indeed, Bingyao, I am Wen Rushui. We are all sisters here, and we will look after you. Furthermore, our husband possesses extraordinary strength. With him around, no one would dare to harm us. The others echoed their sentiments, and as Bingyao gazed into the sincere eyes of the women, her indecision gradually faded. Taking a deep breath, a newfound resolve illuminated her expression. She deeply bowed to Boda and the others, speaking earnestly. Thank you, esteemed sisters and brother for your hospitality. I am willing to join you, and from this day forth, I shall diligently cultivate my skills and strive to grow strong, never hindering your progress. A smile graced Boda's face as he regarded her. Excellent. Welcome to our family, Bingyao. From this day forward, we are united. Let us return to the secret chamber. With that, Boda focused his mind, and radiant light flickered in the system space, revealing the entrance to the secret chamber before them. He stepped forward, followed closely by the 8 women and Bingyao. As they passed through the entrance, the dense white mist dissipated, revealing a cozy and luxurious hall within the secret chamber. Welcome to our home, Bingyao, exclaimed Wen Miao Miao, enthusiastically taking Bingyao's hand and introducing her to the surroundings. This is our sanctuary, utterly secure. Bingyao nodded, a shy smile gracing her lips. Everyone has worked hard today. Let us return to our rooms to freshen up and rest. Allowing time to reflect on the experiences of today's battles, Boda turned around, his gaze sweeping over Wen Miao Miao, Wen Rushi, and the other ladies. His tone gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable steadiness. Although Wen Miao Miao was still immersed in the thrill of battle, she understood that Boda must have a plan, and thus, she nodded first. All right, darling. We'll head back to our room now. Make sure to rest early, she said, playfully winking at Bingyao. Bingyao, feel free to come to me for anything in the future. I reside in the adjacent room. Wen Rushi added with a warm smile, reassuring Bingyao. As you are new here, do not hesitate to voice any discomfort. We sisters will assist you. Su Qingyue and Su Qingsnow also nodded in agreement. And soon the ladies dispersed to their respective chambers, the swaying of their skirts leaving a trail of fragrant air behind. Before long, only Boda and Bingyao remained in the hall. Bingyao stood still, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothes. Her eyes filled with a mix of shyness and curiosity as she cautiously surveyed the opulent surroundings. Bingyao, come with me. I shall take you to your room. Boda's gentle voice broke her reverie. Bingyao quickly regained her composure and nodded obediently. All right, Brother Boda turned and walked towards a particular room. With Bingyao closely following, her steps light yet tinged with apprehension. He halted before a door and turned to Bingyao, saying, "This is your room. You will reside here from now on." He pushed open the door, and a refreshing scent of orchids wafted forth. Bingyao peeked inside, her eyes momentarily widening in astonishment. The room was spacious and bright, exquisitely decorated. A soft white bed was positioned against the wall, adorned with delicate blue lace drapes at the headboard, and a thick wool carpet lay at the foot. Beside a floor-to-ceiling window stood a refined vanity, displaying an array of skincare products and jewelry she had never seen before. In the corner of the room, a private bathroom was set aside, with a frosted glass door hinting at a pristine bathtub within. "This is so beautiful, thank you." Brother Bingyao's voice trembled slightly, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Having struggled to survive in a post-apocalyptic world, she had never imagined she could possess such a comfortable and luxurious room. Boda gazed at her astonished expression, an expression of tenderness flickering in his eyes. "No need for thanks. This will be your home from now on. You should take a bath first." With a thought, a radiant light shimmered within the system space, and a delicate pink lace dress materialized in his hand. This dress was exquisitely designed, with intricate lace embellishments at the neckline and cuffs, the hem cascading in layers like blooming flowers. The fabric was soft and smooth, exuding a subtle fragrance. "This dress is prepared for you. Change into it after your bath. It will be more comfortable," Boda said, handing the dress to her. Bingyao accepted the dress with both hands, a warm current surging within her heart. She lowered her gaze to the dress in her hands, then lifted her eyes to meet Boda's gentle gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly as she softly spoke. "Thank you. Brother the bathroom has warm water and toiletries. Please feel free to use them." Boda gestured towards the direction of the bathroom. "I will wait for you in the room. After your bath, I have something important to impart to you." Bingyao nodded, clutching the dress as she entered the bathroom. As the door closed softly behind her, the soothing sound of warm water soon filled the air. Inside the bathroom, Bingyao turned on the hot water, allowing the gentle stream to cascade over her, washing away the dust and fatigue, gradually easing her taut nerves. After cleansing herself of exhaustion, she dried her body and donned the delicate pink lace dress. The fit was impeccable, perfectly accentuating her slender figure. The lace trim highlighted her fair skin, rendering her as ethereal as a fairy who had strayed into the mortal realm, embodying a purity laced with a hint of allure. She gazed at her reflection in the bathroom mirror, her cheeks blooming with a deeper blush, her gratitude towards Boda intensifying. When Bingyao emerged from the bathroom, Boda's attention was instantly captivated by her presence. Having shed the dust of the world, her skin appeared even more radiant, and the soft pink lace dress framed her striking features. Her long hair, damp and cascading over her shoulders, glistened with droplets, resembling a beautiful lotus emerging from the water. A flicker of astonishment shone in Boda's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and beckoned her over. "Bingyao, come sit." Bingyao approached and sat on the sofa beside Boda, her hands resting on her knees, betraying a hint of shyness. She could feel Boda's gaze upon her, her heart racing and her cheeks growing warmer. "Bingyao, do you know why I have taken you in?" Boda inquired seriously, looking at her intently. Bingyao paused for a moment, then shook her head. "I do not know, but I understand that Brother is genuinely helping me." Boda reached out, gently brushing away the droplets from her hair, his voice deep and magnetic. "It is because I possess a supreme dual cultivation technique known as yin-yang harmony, which necessitates a complementary balance of both male and female energies for mutual progress, allowing us to elevate our strengths rapidly." Upon hearing this, Bingyao's cheeks flushed crimson instantaneously, her eyes reflecting a mix of shyness and panic as she instinctively took a step back. The term dual cultivation was too direct, leaving her unaccustomed to such concepts. Feeling somewhat flustered, Boda noticed her discomfort and took her hand with a gentle yet firm grip. "I understand this may come as a shock to you, but I assure you, this is by no means a frivolous proposition. Engaging in this practice will enable you to advance your cultivation swiftly, which is essential for your survival in this apocalyptic world. Moreover, I will take full responsibility for you. From this moment forward, you shall be my woman." and no one shall dare to insult you again. As Yi Bingyao felt the warmth of Ji Boda's palm and gazed into his sincere eyes, her inner turmoil gradually faded away. Bowing her head in contemplation, she acknowledged her current state of vulnerability. In this apocalyptic world, survival necessitated formidable strength. She realized that this was her singular opportunity to rapidly enhance her abilities and establish a solid foundation for herself. Moreover, Ji Boda had not only rescued her, but also provided a haven of safety and comfort, an act of kindness for which she felt deeply indebted. She sensed his genuine intentions, and her heart brimmed with admiration and affection for him. After a brief moment, Yi Bingyao lifted her gaze, a glimmer of determination flickering in her eyes. Her voice trembled slightly, yet resonated with clarity. Brother Ji, I trust you, and I am willing to engage in dual cultivation with you, practicing the yin-yang harmony technique. Ji Boda, observing her flushed cheeks and resolute expression, felt a profound satisfaction as he embraced her. Excellent. Bingyao, I shall first impart the technique's mantra to you. Once you have memorized it, we will proceed with the dual cultivation. Nestled in Ji Boda's embrace, feeling the rhythm of his powerful heartbeat and the warmth surrounding her, Yi Bingyao's cheeks grew increasingly warm as she nodded obediently. Yes, I will remember it diligently. Releasing her, Ji Boda gently pressed his fingertip to her forehead. A wave of gentle spiritual energy flowing into her, imprinting the yin-yang harmony technique mantra directly into her mind. The duality of heaven and earth gives rise to all things. The path of harmony employs softness to counter hardness, and yin complements yang, thriving together in mutual prosperity. The profound mantra flowed through her mind like a gentle stream, allowing her to instantly grasp the essence of the technique. Have you remembered it? Ji Boda inquired. Yi Bingyao nodded. I have, Brother Ji. Ji Boda then drew back the lace canopy of the bed, his tone gentle. Lie down comfortably, relax your body and mind, and follow my guidance to circulate your spiritual energy. Shyly, Yi Bingyao approached the bed and lay down, her hands nervously resting by her sides. Her eyes closed as she dared not look at Ji Boda. He slowly reclined beside her, his own spiritual energy circulating gently as he began to guide her along the pathway of the yin-yang harmony technique. Follow my lead. Inhale, gathering energy in your dantian. Exhale, allowing the spiritual energy to flow through your meridians. Following his instructions, Yi Bingyao focused intently on circulating her faint spiritual energy. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully cultivated Yi Bingyao. Detected that the host has successfully imparted the yin-yang harmony technique to Yi Bingyao. Rewards distributed. 1 cleansing pill, 1 youth-preserving pill. Current cultivation level of the host. Foundation establishment stage level 4, 20. Current cultivation level of the host. Muscle transformation stage level 2, 20. Current cultivation level of the host. Foundation establishment stage level 4, 30. The system notification echoed within Ji Boda's mind. He did not know how much time had passed, but as their dual cultivation approached completion, Ji Boda slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance sparkling within them. As Yi Bingyao remained with her eyes shut, her cheeks flushed and her breath slightly rapid, a faint rosy hue lingered upon her visage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the 5th layer of foundation establishment, 40. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the 3rd layer of muscle transformation, 30. Congratulations to the host's partner, Yi Bingyao, for breaking through the 1st layer of qi refinement, 10, and the 1st layer of body refinement, 10. With the system's prompt echoing, Ji Boda gently caressed Yi Bingyao's hair, his tone soft and soothing. Bingyao, how do you feel? Yi Bingyao slowly opened her eyes, her gaze brimming with astonishment and elation. Brother Ji, I feel an overwhelming surge of power within me. My cultivation has improved significantly. Moreover, my body feels remarkably different. Ji Boda smiled and replied, this is the wondrous essence of the yin-yang harmonization technique. Furthermore, I possess even greater gifts for you. With a flicker of thought, radiant light danced within the system space, and 2 exquisite jade vials materialized in his hands. These are the body cleansing pill and the youth enhancing pill. Ji Boda extended the jade vials towards her. The body cleansing pill will purify your meridians and physique entirely, facilitating your energy absorption during cultivation. The youth enhancing pill will preserve your beauty, granting you eternal youth. Brother Ji, this is far too precious. Yi Bingyao attempted to decline, but Ji Boda interjected. Take them, Bingyao. Ji Boda smiled gently. These pills are of little consequence to me, yet they are pivotal for your strength enhancement and physical improvement. Only with a robust physique and cultivation can one thrive in the apocalypse. Meeting Boda's earnest gaze, Yi Bingyao recognized her inability to refuse and nodded. Thank you, my husband. I will certainly make good use of these pills and strive to enhance my strength. She accepted the jade vials, her heart brimming with gratitude. Consume them now, Boda urged. Yi Bingyao uncorked the vial, and an exquisite fragrance enveloped her, invigorating her spirit. Without a moment's hesitation, she swallowed the 2 pills in succession. The body-cleansing pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a refreshing energy that coursed through her body, cleansing the impurities within her meridians. The youth-enhancing pill, in turn, became a gentle essence that nourished her skin and countenance, rendering her already stunning features even more radiant. The body-cleansing pill will expel some impurities from your body. You should take a bath, Boda advised. Afterward, a delightful surprise awaits you. Yi Bingyao nodded, glancing down at her form. She noticed a layer of dark grime upon her skin, emanating an unpleasant odor, evidence of the impurities expelled by the body-cleansing pill. She quickly retrieved a set of clean lace pajamas and entered the bathroom. This time, she washed with exceptional care, thoroughly cleansing away the impurities. When she emerged from the bathroom once more, she appeared utterly transformed. Her skin was as fair as snow, her eyes bright and clear, and her demeanor had shifted from youthful innocence to an enchanting vivacity, resembling a true celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Chapter 71. Boda gazed at Yi Bingyao before him, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing his eyes. The effects of the cleansing elixir and the youth elixir were indeed remarkable, enhancing her already exquisite beauty and significantly improving her physical constitution. Bingyao, it is time for you to awaken your extraordinary abilities. With a thought, Boda summoned a radiant light within the system space, revealing 4 orbs pulsating with distinct energy fluctuations. These 4 orbs represented the elemental powers of fire, ice, lightning, and physical enhancement. The fire orb glowed a vibrant crimson, emanating scorching energy. The ice orb was crystalline and translucent, exuding an icy chill. The lightning orb shone a brilliant azure, crackling with arcs of electricity. The physical enhancement orb radiated a rich golden hue, pulsing with dense energy. Boda extended the orbs to Yi Bingyao. Consume these, and you shall awaken these 4 formidable abilities. With the mastery of these powers, coupled with the practice of the yin-yang harmony technique, your strength will undergo a transformative leap. Yi Bingyao stared at the 4 orbs in her hands, her eyes filled with awe and gratitude. She understood the immense value of each orb, and the fact that Boda had bestowed upon her all 4 at once left her overwhelmed with a sense of indebtedness. Brother Ji, this is far too precious. I truly cannot accept it, she protested once more. Take them, Bingyao, Boda insisted, pressing the orbs into her hands with unwavering resolve. You are my woman and my partner in battle. Only by becoming sufficiently strong can you protect yourself in this apocalyptic world and better collaborate with me in our training. These orbs are the most fitting gift for you. Yi Bingyao, looking at the orbs and then at Boda's profound and resolute gaze, felt her heart swell with gratitude. From a helpless girl on the run to a possessor of powerful techniques, refined cultivation, and precious fruits, this transformation stemmed from the man before her. She nodded, no longer resisting, took a deep breath, and began to consume the orbs. She first picked up the physical enhancement orb and placed it in her mouth. The orb melted instantly, flooding her body with a surge of dense energy. She could distinctly feel her body being reshaped, her muscles, bones, and meridians becoming increasingly resilient. Beep. Congratulations to the host's partner Yi Bingyao for awakening the physical enhancement ability, level 1. Detected that partner Yi Bingyao consumed 1 physical enhancement orb, returning 100 physical enhancement orbs, automatically stored in system space. Next, Yi Bingyao grasped the crystalline ice orb and placed it in her mouth. The refreshing energy erupted instantly, flowing through her body like the meltwater from a snow-capped mountain. Beep. Congratulations to the host's partner, Yi Bingyao, for awakening her ice elemental abilities, level 1. It has been detected that Yi Bingyao consumed 1 ice elemental fruit, resulting in a return of 100 ice elemental fruits, which have been automatically stored in the system space. Feeling the surge of ice elemental power within her, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Yi Bingyao's eyes as she picked up the fiery red fire elemental fruit. This time, the searing energy erupted within her, yet it did not scorch. Rather, it felt akin to a warm flame, igniting a fierce and pure fire elemental ability. She could distinctly sense a flame that seemed to dance within her palm. Ding! Congratulations to the host's partner, Yi Bingyao, for awakening her fire elemental abilities, level 1. It has been detected that Yi Bingyao consumed 1 fire elemental fruit, resulting in a return of 100 fire elemental fruits, which have been automatically stored in the system space. Finally, Yi Bingyao grasped the azure lightning elemental fruit. As the fruit entered her mouth, a torrent of electricity surged throughout her body. After a tingling sensation, an indescribable feeling of power enveloped her. Sparks of electricity flickered at her fingertips, heralding the successful awakening of her lightning elemental abilities. Ding! Congratulations to the host's partner, Yi Bingyao, for awakening her lightning elemental abilities, level 1. It has been detected that Yi Bingyao consumed 1 lightning elemental fruit, resulting in a return of 100 lightning elemental fruits, which have been automatically stored in the system space. The system notifications echoed continuously in Boda's mind as he observed the swirling auras of 4 distinct elemental energies emanating from Yi Bingyao, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. Yi Bingyao, feeling the unrelenting surge of 4 elemental powers within her, experienced a rapid heartbeat, her eyes alight with excitement and disbelief. She attempted to channel the energy within, instantly conjuring a blazing inferno in her palm, radiating a scorching heat. Then, with a mere thought, the flames dissipated, replaced by a crystalline ice shard, exuding an intense chill. Following that, with a slight movement of her fingers, azure arcs of electricity crackled, flashing with a perilous light. Finally, taking a deep breath, she felt herself brimming with boundless strength, her enhanced physique rendering her remarkably resilient. I truly awakened 4 elemental powers, Yi Bingyao exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion, tears of joy shimmering in her eyes. She lifted her gaze towards Boda, her expression filled with admiration, affection, and profound gratitude. Darling, thank you. I genuinely appreciate it. If it weren't for you, I might have perished at the hands of the Black Wolf team, and I would never have attained such formidable power. From this day forth, I am no longer the weak woman who was bullied. Seeing her overwhelmed with joy, Boda felt a swell of tenderness in his heart. He reached out to gently stroke her long hair, his voice soft and soothing. Bingyao, congratulations. Now, you have acquired formidable powers. The next step is to thoroughly familiarize yourself with the application of these 4 extraordinary abilities and diligently hone your skills. Your strength will undoubtedly escalate at an even swifter pace. Yes, Yi Bingyao nodded earnestly, wrapping her arms around Boda's waist and resting her cheek against his chest, savoring the rhythm of his strong heartbeat, which filled her heart with a profound sense of safety and bliss. Darling, from this moment forth, I am willing to remain by your side forever, to do anything for you, even if it means traversing mountains of blades or seas of flames. I shall not waver. Boda gently patted her back and spoke softly, Silly girl, there is no need for such extremes. Now that we are a family, let us support and protect one another. All right, it's getting late. You should rest well. Yi Bingyao obediently released him, nodding before turning to lie back on the soft bed. Just as he was about to leave, Yi Bingyao suddenly reached out, lightly grasping his sleeve. Her cheeks flushed and her eyes glimmering with a hint of shyness and anticipation, her voice barely above a whisper. Darling, could you stay and keep me company? After the events of the day, she felt an overwhelming dependence on Boda, longing to be nearer to him, to breathe in his presence. Boda paused for a moment, looking down at her rosy cheeks and sparkling eyes, a smile flickering in his gaze as he nodded. All right, I will stay with you. He lay down on the other side of the bed. In the room, delicate pink lace curtains swayed gently, and soft light bathed the two in a warm, intimate atmosphere. Chapter 72. The 9 Maidens Cultivation. The following morning, Boda was already seated at the head of the purple sandalwood long table in the hall. Clad in a dark brocade robe, his fingertips lightly tapping the table as his calm gaze swept the surroundings. The long table was laden with rare delicacies seldom seen in the apocalypse. Good morning, darling. A lively and melodious voice broke the morning's tranquility. When Miao Miao, dressed in a pink lace camisole nightgown that barely concealed her thighs, exposing her fair, elongated legs, with her long, ebony hair cascading loosely over her shoulders, bounced into the hall, exuding a sense of lazy charm. Following her was one Arshue, donned in a pale purple lace robe. Its neckline embroidered with exquisite intertwined lotus patterns, her long hair styled in a loose bun that revealed her graceful swan-like neck, emanating a gentle and serene elegance akin to the misty rains of Jiangnan. When Miao Miao dashed straight to Boda's side, playfully linking her arm with his and nuzzling her cheek against his shoulder. Meanwhile, when Arshue gracefully approached the table, pouring a cup of clear tea for Boda from a white porcelain teapot, the tea shimmering with clarity and exuding a faint aroma, she offered him a tender smile, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. "Good morning, darling. Did your cultivation go smoothly last night? The sisters should be arriving soon." As her words faded, footsteps began to echo in succession. Su Qingwei, clad in a moon-white lace nightgown adorned with delicate silver patterns, moved with an elegance reminiscent of flowing moonlight, her demeanor both cool and graceful. Su Qingxue donned a delicate lace nightgown in a soft shade of goose yellow, with the cuffs and hem adorned with fluffy lace trimmings, reminiscent of a lively and charming little canary. Lin Ruoshi wore a light green lace nightdress, its neckline tied with a petite bow, exuding a hint of youthful innocence and vivacity. Chu Yinran's red lace robe accentuated her exquisite figure, with a daring slit at the hem revealing glimpses of her fair skin, enchanting and alluring. Lung Lingshuang remained elegant in a simplistic ice blue lace nightgown, her long hair tied in a high ponytail, her gaze cool and distant, embodying an aura that discouraged approach. Bai Ruoxue was clad in a pure white lace nightdress, its cascading layers resembling a blooming white rose, embodying purity and beauty. Finally, Yi Bingyao entered the hall, adorned in the pale pink lace nightgown gifted by Boda the previous night, delicately embroidered with tiny ice lotus patterns, perfectly complementing her grace. Her skin was fair and radiant, with a subtle pearlescent glow, her cheeks flushed with a natural blush, her long hair flowing softly over her shoulders. Her eyes bright and clear, reflecting a touch of innocent bewilderment and shyness from her recent awakening. "Good morning, husband. Good morning, sisters." Yi Bingyao approached Boda, slightly bowing in greeting, her voice soft as a whisper. Memories of their intimate closeness from the previous night flooded her mind, recalling his gentle companionship and care, causing her cheeks to flush a deeper shade of crimson, her heart swelling with warmth, akin to the gentle waters of a spring stream, comforting and enduring. "Good morning, Sister Bingyao." When Miao Miao was the first to respond with a smile, grasping Yi Bingyao's wrist and pulling her to sit beside her, observing her with curiosity. "How did you sleep last night? Are you comfortable in the room? Is there anything amiss?" "Thank you for your concern, Sister Miao Miao. I slept well, and the room is particularly comfortable," Yi Bingyao replied softly, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Here, she felt an unprecedented warmth and sense of belonging, the kindness of her sisters gradually calming her heart, which had been unsettled from the wandering in a post-apocalyptic world. Boda gazed upon the 9 enchanting women gathered before him, each adorned in unique lace nightgowns. Some were playful, others gentle, some coldly beautiful, others alluring, and some youthful, each possessing their own charm, akin to 9 exquisite blooms flourishing amidst the desolation of the world. He raised his hand, gesturing for everyone to take a seat. "Please, let us eat. Breakfast is getting cold." "Of course, husband," the women replied in unison, settling down to enjoy their meal. As they dined, light conversations filled the air. The hall resonated with warmth and harmony, starkly contrasting the harsh realities outside. Boda savored his meal leisurely while discreetly assessing the cultivation levels of the 9 women before him. The first to catch his eye was the vivacious and charming Wen Miao Miao. Name: Wen Miao Miao. Age: 24. Rating: F. Cultivation level: 6th layer of Qi refinement. 5th layer of body refinement. Abilities: Physical enhancement, level 3. Fire, level 3. Ice, level 3. Lightning, level 3. Techniques: Yin-Yang Harmony Technique. Overall score: 100. A flicker of satisfaction passed through Boda's eyes. Wen Miao Miao's cultivation at the 6th layer of Qi refinement places her far ahead among the 9 women, and her 5th layer of body refinement grants her an undeniable advantage in close combat, with her 4 abilities all exceeding level 3. Next is the gentle and serene Wen Ruxue. Name: Wen Ruxue. Age: 36. Rating: G. Cultivation level: 5th layer of Qi refinement. Fifth layer of body refinement. Abilities, physical enhancement, level 3, lightning, level 3, ice, level 3, fire, level 3. Techniques, yin yang harmony technique. Overall score, 100. Following her is the elegantly aloof Su Qingwei. Name, Su Qingwei. Age, 20. Rating, E. Cultivation level, 5th layer of Qi refinement, 4th layer of body refinement. Abilities, physical enhancement, level 3, ice, level 3, lightning, level 3, fire, level 3. Techniques, yin yang harmony technique. Overall score, 100. Next is the lively and adorable Su Qingxue. Name, Su Qingxue. Age, 20. Rating, E. Cultivation level, 4th layer of Qi refinement, 4th layer of body refinement. Abilities, physical enhancement, level 3, ice, level 3, lightning, level 3, fire, level 3. Techniques, yin yang harmony technique. Overall score, 100. Following her is the youthful and spirited Lin Ruoxi. Name, Lin Ruoxi. Age, 21. Rating, D. Cultivation level, 4th layer of Qi refinement, 3rd layer of body refinement. Abilities, physical enhancement, level 3, ice, level 3, lightning, level 3, fire, level 3. Techniques, yin yang harmony technique. Overall score, 100. Then comes the enchanting and alluring Chu Yanran. Name, Chu Yanran. Age, 20. Rating, D. Cultivation level, 3rd layer of Qi refinement, 3rd layer of body refinement. Abilities, physical enhancement, level 3, ice, level 3, lightning, level 3, fire, level 3. Techniques, yin yang harmony technique. Overall score, 100. Next is the strikingly beautiful Lung Lingshuang. Name, Lung Lingshuang. Age, 22. Rating, D. Cultivation level, Qi refining stage. 3rd layer, body refining stage, 2nd layer. Abilities, physical enhancement, level 3, ice element, level 3, lightning element, level 3, fire element, level 3. Technique, yin yang harmony technique. Overall score, 100. Chapter 73. Then there is the pure and beautiful Bai Ruoxue. Name, Bai Ruoxue. Age, 21. Rating, F. Cultivation level, Qi refining stage, 2nd layer. Body refining stage, 2nd layer. Abilities, physical enhancement, level 3, ice element, level 3, lightning element, level 3, fire element, level 3. Technique, yin yang harmony technique. Overall score, 100. Finally, we have the newly joined Yi Bingyao. Name, Yi Bingyao. Age, 21. Rating, F. Cultivation level, Qi refining stage, 1st layer. Body refining stage, 1st layer. Abilities, physical enhancement, level 1, ice element, level 1, lightning element, level 1, fire element, level 1. Technique, yin yang harmony technique. Overall score, 100. Upon reviewing the cultivation levels of the 9 women, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Ji Boda's eyes. He then rapped his fingers upon the table and began to speak. First and foremost, I wish to commend each of you for your progress during this period. His voice resonated throughout the hall, imbued with an undeniable authority. Through your training in the yin yang harmony technique and yesterday's practical exercises, you have all achieved a remarkable qualitative leap in your cultivation, and your abilities have significantly enhanced. Particularly noteworthy is Miao Miao, who has reached the Qi refining stage, 6th layer, and the body refining stage, 5th layer, making her the strongest among us at present, a model for all to aspire to. Upon hearing this, when Miao Miao's cheeks instantly flushed a delicate peach hue, her slender arm affectionately entwining Ji Boda's as her voice dripped with sweetness. It's all thanks to my husband's guidance. The yin-yang harmony technique is simply miraculous. Every time we cultivate together, I can feel my spiritual energy soaring. Ji Boda chuckled softly, patting the tender back of her hand, before shifting his gaze to the remaining 8 women. Qing Shui, Qi refining stage, 5th layer. Ru Shui, body refining stage, 5th layer. Qing Yu, Ruoxi, Yin Ran. Though your cultivation may not quite match Miao Miao's, I have witnessed your progress. Upon receiving his acknowledgement, the faces of the women blossomed with joy. However, in the next moment, Ji Boda's tone shifted abruptly, growing grave. Nevertheless, we must not allow ourselves to become complacent. As you all are well aware, the environment of the apocalypse is becoming increasingly dire, and the mutated beasts are growing stronger. Our current strength is still far from sufficient. The atmosphere within the hall instantly turned serious, the smiles on the women's faces gradually fading, replaced by expressions of solemnity and apprehension. They had all personally endured the brutal realities of the apocalypse, fully aware of what the strengthening of mutated beasts signifies. In the uncertain future, venturing out to gather resources and assess road conditions will become increasingly perilous, where a moment's carelessness could lead to demise. Boda observed their tense expressions, yet his tone exuded a newfound resolve. To establish ourselves in this harsh post-apocalyptic world and safeguard ourselves and those around us, we must outpace the mutated beasts in growth and strength. The yin-yang harmonization technique serves as our foundation, enabling us to rapidly enhance our cultivation through dual practice. Meanwhile, the ability fruits offer a shortcut for immediate power augmentation, allowing your abilities to soar to unprecedented heights. As his words resonated, Boda focused his thoughts. In the next moment, a torrent of ability fruits, radiating intense energy, cascaded forth like a tide, forming a magnificent display upon the table before them. Fruits in red, blue, purple, and gold intertwined, quickly assembling into 4 towering mounds, exuding an exhilarating, pure energy. Wow, so many ability fruits. Su Qingxue couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes shimmering with excitement. One Miao Miao, overwhelmed with joy, released Boda's arm and eagerly seized an ability fruit, her face alight with exhilaration. Darling, are all of these for us? When Rushue gazed at the mountain of fruits, incredulous. With so many ability fruits, surely we could break through several levels of our abilities. Absolutely, Boda affirmed with a smile, his tone laced with a tender authority as he surveyed the delighted faces of the women. Although they had only gathered ability fruits related to physical enhancement, ice, fire, and lightning attributes, their quantity was ample. They could indulge freely. And there were more where those came from. Can we really take as many as we want? Bai Ruashua asked, her heart racing at the sight of the bounty. Of course, my women deserve only the finest resources, Boda replied, his expression softening at their enthusiasm. The stronger you become, the more at ease I feel. Wonderful. Thank you, darling. The women chorused in unison, their faces radiant with joy and excitement, unable to contain their elation any longer. When Miao Miao was the quickest to act, grabbing handfuls of golden physical enhancement fruits, red fire fruits, blue ice fruits, and purple lightning fruits, swiftly amassing a small hill before her. With determination, she declared, I will elevate all 4 abilities to level 4. The others, each selecting according to their training paths, also gathered ample ability fruits. Once they had made their selections, they returned to their seats, eagerly taking a hidden fruit and placing it in their mouths. The fruit melted instantly, gliding down their throats and transforming into a warm current that spread throughout their bodies. Ding! Partner when Rushue consumed 1 physical enhancement ability fruit. 100-fold return triggered. Physical enhancement ability fruit 100. Automatically stored in system space. Ding! The system notifications echoed in Boda's mind like a series of cannons, each alert accompanied by a rapid increase in the number of ability fruits within the system space. He observed the women immersed in their energy refining state, a satisfied smile gracing his face. In the hall, the rich waves of energy surged as if they were tangible, intertwining golden vitality, azure ice energy, crimson fire energy, and violet lightning energy, creating a dazzling display that enveloped the entire chamber. The women closed their eyes, wholly dedicated to the process of refining energy, their faces radiating comfort and focus. Long Lingshuang maintained a serene expression, a delicate layer of icy mist enveloping her as the ice energy around her grew increasingly frigid. The notifications continued. Partner Lung Lingshuang consumed 1 ice ability fruit. 100-fold return triggered. Ice ability fruit 100. Automatically stored in system space. Warm Miao Miao was surrounded by faint flames, her hair slightly tinted red by the energy, her gaze increasingly fervent. Partner Warm Miao Miao consumed 1 fire ability fruit. 100-fold return triggered. Fire ability fruit 100. Automatically stored in system space. Su Qingwei shimmered with tiny arcs of electricity, the lightning energy dancing at her fingertips and emitting a crackling sound. Partner Su Qingwei consumed 1 lightning ability fruit. 100-fold return triggered. Lightning ability fruit 100. Automatically stored in system space. Seated in the main position, Boda reveled in the rapid enhancement of the women's powers, the continuous system notifications bringing him immense pleasure. During this time, Boda had not been idle. As long as he could still consume, he continuously devoured ability fruits. At this moment, with a thought, a physical enhancement ability fruit appeared in his palm. He took a large bite of the succulent flesh, the sweet juice exploding in his mouth, sliding down his throat, and transforming into a warm current within him. 1, 2, 3. The physical enhancement ability fruits were consumed in succession. After an indeterminate number, a crisp system notification resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. Physical enhancement ability level has been elevated to level 4. The prompt resonated like thunder, and in an instant, as Boda's physical abilities broke through to level 4, a surge of immense power erupted within him. He felt his blood pulsating through his body, muscles swelling, and his already robust physique seemed to expand further, with veins beneath his skin twisting like coiling dragons. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, the muscles in his arms tensing sharply, and he thrust a powerful punch into the void. With a resounding boom, the force of his fist sliced through the air, creating a minute sonic explosion, savoring the torrent of strength surging within him. Boda nodded in satisfaction. With this breakthrough to level 4, his physical prowess alone was sufficient to shatter boulders and tear through steel. Excellent, he murmured to himself, as he summoned a fiery red fruit of fire-type abilities into his palm, exuding a searing heat. With each fruit he consumed, the system's prompt chimed once more. Congratulations, host. Fire-type ability has been upgraded to level 4. A more ferocious flame surged within him. With a mere flick of his wrist, a vivid crimson flame ignited in his palm, no longer flickering erratically but solidified into a tangible form, crystalline and translucent, its heat distorting the surrounding air. He could distinctly sense his newfound ability to manipulate the flames at will, whether to shape them into a fiery spear or transform them into a torrential rain of fire. It was all a mere thought away. Without pause, Boda began to consume ice-type ability fruits. As he continued to devour these fruits, the system's prompt rang out once again. Congratulations, host. Ice-type ability has been upgraded to level 4. In that moment of breaking through to level 4 in ice abilities, the chill within him intensified. Instinctively, he flicked his fingers, and a slender ice spike shot forth, embedding itself in the ground with a sharp crack, creating a small hole several inches deep. He could also feel that he could effortlessly conjure an indestructible ice shield, its strength capable of withstanding cannon fire. Next, he grasped a dark purple fruit, crackling with electric energy. 1, 2, more lightning fruits were consumed, and a faint layer of purple electricity began to envelop him. The system's prompt chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Lightning-type ability has been upgraded to level 4. As the final notification echoed, Boda abruptly opened his eyes, 2 beams of substantive light shooting forth from them. He rose slowly, feeling the 4 distinct yet harmoniously intertwined powers within him. A profound sense of strength filling his entire being. The physical ability was as solid as a mountain, the fire ability as fervent as flames, the ice ability as piercing as frost, and the lightning ability as tempestuous as thunder. All 4 powers had reached level 4 simultaneously, complementing each other and exponentially enhancing his overall combat prowess. All 4 abilities had been upgraded to level 4. Boda murmured softly, a confident smile gracing his lips. With a thought, he summoned his cultivation panel. Name, Boda. Cultivation, Foundation Establishment Stage, Level 4, Muscle Transformation Stage, Level 2. Abilities, Physical Enhancement System, Level 4. Fire System, Level 4, Ice System, Level 4, Lightning System, Level 4. Satisfied with the data displayed, Boda nodded, realizing it was time to venture forth in search of a new partner. His gaze swept across the 9 women in the hall, each adorned in various lace nightgowns, seated in meditation as they consumed fruits of extraordinary abilities, their surroundings thrumming with potent energy. Choosing not to disturb them, Boda vanished like a specter from the chamber, reappearing in the outside world. Taking a deep breath, he savored the faint metallic tang and the stench of decay lingering in the air, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the mist. The ground trembled slightly as a colossal shadow surged forth from the ruins of a collapsed shopping mall. Boda's pupils narrowed as he focused intently. Before him loomed a mutated giant bear, its form reminiscent of a small mountain, cloaked in obsidian scales interspersed with steel-like bristles that glinted coldly in the sunlight. Standing at a height of 3 meters, its limbs were as robust as pillars, and its claws gleamed with a menacing sheen, capable of easily rending steel. Its eyes, as red as blood, fixated on Boda, drool dripping from its maw, exuding a nauseating stench. Upon its emergence, the mutated giant bear slammed a paw onto an adjacent abandoned armored vehicle. With a resounding crunch, the heavy vehicle crumpled as if made of paper, the sound of twisting metal piercing the air. As Boda assessed the beast, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Detected a first-stage rampaging giant bear ahead. Level: First stage, equivalent to an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Boda's eyes widened in surprise at the system's prompt. He had dispatched numerous mutated beasts before, yet the system had never provided such a detailed classification. It dawned on him that those previous creatures were merely insignificant pests, unworthy of the system's evaluation. Rather than fear, a fierce battle spirit ignited within him. His 4 abilities had just reached level 4, and he yearned for a thrilling confrontation to test his prowess. No longer concealing his presence, Boda fixed his gaze upon the rampaging giant bear, a provocative smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The bear, sensing his presence, abruptly turned its head, its crimson eyes locking onto the diminutive human, unleashing a thunderous roar. A tempestuous force surged forth, stirring up a cloud of dust so vast that an ordinary person would likely be paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling beneath them. Yet, Boda remained unyielding. His innate fire abilities surging within him, he raised his right hand, conjuring a vibrant crimson flame that blazed fiercely in his palm. The flames coalesced into a tangible form, dancing like spirited sprites and emanating an intense heat that distorted the surrounding air. With a thunderous roar, the frenzied behemoth bear charged at Boda, its powerful limbs propelling it forward like an uncontrollable heavy tank. Each thunderous step of its massive paws reverberated through the ground, fissures spreading like a spider's web, stones scattering in its wake, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. When it was still 10 meters away, the bear lifted its right paw, imbued with immense force, and struck down upon Boda's head with a resounding crash. The sheer strength of that paw could shatter a small mountain, and should it connect, it would leave no trace behind. Come at me. Boda's eyes gleamed with determination. Instead of retreating, he advanced. In an instant, his ice abilities erupted forth. With a swift motion of his left hand, a radiant ice blue light flashed, and a thick ice wall, 1/2 meter in depth, materialized before him. The surface of this ice wall was adorned with intricate ice crystals, resembling a tapestry of diamonds, exuding an excruciating chill, impenetrable and formidable. With a resounding thud, the bear's paw struck the ice wall, producing a deafening echo. The ferocious force crashed against it like a tidal wave, causing the ice to splinter instantly, shards flying like razor blades, slicing through the air. However, this brief moment of obstruction afforded Boda the precious time he needed. In a blur, he evaded the bear's crushing blow, his figure darting aside like a wraith, as his right hand's flames surged, transforming into a 2-meter-long fiery spear. The spear blazed a vivid red, its tip engulfed in roaring flames, exuding a scorching aura as it hurtled towards the frenzied bear's eyes like a meteor streaking across the sky. The bear, quick to react, sensed the intense heat at its forehead and abruptly turned its head, the fiery spear grazing its cheek. With a sharp hiss, it singed several of the bear's black fur strands, leaving a gaping wound that exposed bone. The searing pain only fueled its fury, and the massive creature spun violently, its thick tail sweeping out like a steel whip, crackling through the air as it lashed towards Boda's side. Anticipating the attack, Boda sprang into the air, narrowly avoiding the strike. The bear's tail crashed into the ground, creating a pit 1/2 meter deep, debris flying everywhere. Before Boda could land, the enraged bear opened its gaping maw and unleashed a pale blue blade of wind aimed directly at him. This wind blade, forged from the bear's own energy, was razor-sharp, capable of slicing through steel. The blade shot forth with a shrill whistle, its speed akin to lightning. Boda let out a cold snort, and the power of lightning erupted in an instant. With a swift motion of his right hand, a bolt of lightning coalesced in his palm. He casually waved it, and a lightning arc, the thickness of an arm, shot forth with a resounding crackle, colliding with the wind blade. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed as the thunder and wind blades simultaneously dissipated, sending a violent shockwave rippling outward, hurling debris several meters away. Boda was pushed back 2 steps by the force of the shockwave, and the ground beneath him cracked with intricate fissures. Steadying himself, he silently activated his innate abilities to quell the tumultuous flow of his blood and energy. The enraged giant bear, thwarted in its attack, succumbed to madness. It let out a deafening roar, its black scales bristling, emanating a faint black glow as its defensive capabilities surged. Then, like a predatory beast, it dropped onto all fours and lunged at Boda, its claws glinting menacingly in the sunlight, intent on tearing apart the insignificant human before it. Boda's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, he surged forward, his speed abruptly increasing as his physical abilities erupted in full force. His muscles tensed instantaneously, bulging veins rippling beneath his skin, filling him with overwhelming power. Like a cannonball, he charged towards the giant bear, and when he was merely 3 meters away, he leaped high into the air, his right leg whipping out like a steel whip, striking with the force of thunder upon the bear's abdomen. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed clearly, and the giant bear emitted a pained howl, staggering back a few steps. The black scales on its abdomen were shattered by Boda's kick, blood gushing forth like a spring, staining the ground crimson. What formidable defense! Boda mused, recognizing the bear's scales were indeed tough. He had exerted nearly all his strength in that kick, yet had only managed to break a few scales and wound its flesh. The giant bear was thoroughly enraged. Sensing the threat of death, its scales bristled even more fiercely, radiating a more violent aura. It suddenly crouched low, gathering its strength, and its massive body launched towards Boda like a cannonball. The force of this charge was several times more powerful than its previous paw strike, compressing the air with a muffled roar. Boda's pupils constricted. If he were to be struck by this blow, even his formidable physique would likely sustain severe injury. Drawing a deep breath, the fire and lightning abilities within him surged wildly, 2 completely different energies clashing, intertwining, and merging within him. They transformed into a brilliant beam of energy, within which flames roared and thunder rumbled, exuding a cataclysmic aura. Seeking death. A glimmer of cold intensity flashed in Boda's eyes. Instead of retreating, he thrust his palm forward with determination. The resplendent beam of energy roared forth like a dragon, hurtling towards the enraged giant bear with tremendous force. This was his first attempt at merging 2 elemental abilities after breaking through to level 4, and its power far exceeded that of a singular ability. Boom! A column of energy struck the ferocious giant bear with a thunderous roar. The violent energy instantly engulfed the bear's body, flames searing its scales with a hissing sound, while thunder cleaved through its flesh, penetrating deep within and wreaking havoc on its meridians. The ferocious giant bear emitted a heart-wrenching wail, its massive form momentarily suspended in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, sending dust soaring into the atmosphere. Its body convulsed repeatedly, limbs hanging limply, and its crimson eyes gradually lost their luster, ultimately succumbing to silence. Boda slowly retracted his palm, taking a deep breath. That single strike had nearly drained 30% of his energy, yet the outcome was undeniably significant. Approaching the lifeless bear, he noticed a pure white crystal core, the size of a fist, emanating a soft glow from the center of its forehead, containing pure energy. He bent down to pick up the crystal, feeling its warmth as a surge of pristine energy flowed into his body, revitalizing his weary form. Beep! Detected a first-tier mutated beast crystal core. Can be used to enhance psychic abilities. Chapter 76. Linger. A flicker of delight crossed Boda's eyes. He decided to stow it away for further examination upon his return. With a subtle motion of his fingertip, the fist-sized crystal core transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the confines of the system space. At that very moment, Boda felt a slight tremor in his brow, keenly sensing a unique wave of energy emanating from the distant ruins. This wave was starkly different from the feral bloodlust of mutated beasts. Instead, it carried an ethereal and elusive essence, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, barely perceptible. Boda raised an eyebrow, instinctively halting his steps. He stood still, his mind honing in on the source of that wave, a hint of curiosity blossoming within him. It was not the aura of a mutated beast. Could it possibly be another psychic? The peculiarity of this wave reminded Boda of those psychic fruits. His curiosity intensified, emboldened by his skills. He transformed into a blurred shadow, racing toward the direction of the energy fluctuation. His speed was unparalleled. The derelict vehicles and collapsed buildings along the streets receding rapidly behind him, leaving only the sound of whistling winds in his ears. In mere moments, he arrived at the source of the energy wave, a 20-story abandoned office building. The walls of this edifice were marred by claw marks and bloodstains from mutated beasts. Boda suppressed his aura, akin to a stealthy leopard, as he cautiously entered the lobby of the building. The lobby lay in disarray. The once elegant reception desk was shattered to pieces, shards of glass scattered across the floor, reflecting faint glimmers of light. The area that had once housed greenery and sofas was now reduced to a pile of charred remains, the air still lingering with a faint scent of burnt debris. A peculiar surge of energy emanated from the direction of the second floor, resonating with a clarity that surpassed that experienced outside. Boda's figure flickered as he ghosted towards the staircase. Each step he took upon the stairs echoed sharply through the desolate office building, reverberating in the silence. Upon reaching the corner of the second floor, his pace instinctively slowed. Peering through the gaps of the stairwell, his gaze fell upon an office not far away. In the corner of the office, a slender figure was huddled. It was a young woman, appearing to be in her early 20s. She wore a pair of tattered jeans, marred with dirt and stains, and a flimsy white t-shirt that was equally soiled, faintly revealing her delicate waist beneath. Her once lustrous black hair had become disheveled, clinging to her pale cheeks, with strands interspersed with dust. Name: Linger. Age: 22. Thunder. D. Experience: 0 people, 0 times. Cultivation: none. Superpower: none. Status: extremely weak, hungry. Distressed? Comprehensive score: 90 points. The system's prompt echoed softly in Boda's mind as his gaze settled upon Linger's face. It was a visage of striking beauty, delicate willow brows, almond-shaped eyes, a petite and straight nose, and full lips. Yet, at that moment, her complexion was as pale as parchment. Her lips cracked and peeling, and her clear eyes brimmed with longing and turmoil. She was fixated on a fruit lying on the ground before her, her lips moving incessantly as she swallowed saliva, emitting faint gurgling sounds from her throat, clearly driven to the brink of starvation. The peculiar energy emanated from that very fruit. Boda's eyes narrowed in surprise as he observed it. The fruit was roughly the size of a fist, exhibiting a faint silvery gray hue. Its surface adorned with intricate spiral patterns that seemed to swirl with a celestial flow, exuding an ethereal and mysterious aura. The space surrounding the fruit appeared to warp slightly, creating visible ripples, allowing even those several meters away to sense the pure energy it contained. Just as Boda intended to scrutinize it closely, the system's prompt resonated in his mind. Superpower fruit, attribute, space system. Effect: consuming it can awaken space-related superpowers and elevate their level. Indeed, it was a superpower fruit. Boda's pupils constricted sharply. To encounter a space-related superpower fruit in such a place was beyond his wildest expectations. His breath quickened slightly before he calmed himself. Without concealing his presence, he stepped out from the staircase's corner, the sound of his footsteps resonating clearly in the vast office. Linger was intently fixated on the silver-gray fruit, her mind embroiled in conflict. Having gone 3 days without sustenance, hunger gnawed at her insides, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. Although the fruit appeared peculiar, its entire surface shimmering in silver gray and adorned with spiral patterns that suggested toxicity, she was driven to the brink of desperation. After much hesitation, she was poised to take a daring bite when, unexpectedly, the sound of footsteps interrupted her thoughts. Her body jolted in alarm, akin to a startled fawn. As she lifted her gaze to rest upon Boda, the moment she beheld him, her pupils constricted, and an expression of profound terror etched itself onto her face. The man before her was tall and imposing, clad in a black combat uniform that accentuated his robust physique. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, radiating an aura of strength that sent shivers down her spine, unmistakably marking him as no ordinary individual. In this apocalyptic world, where human malice was rampant, she had witnessed countless individuals resort to violence, even murder, for the mere sake of food. This man exuded formidable power. He was undoubtedly here to seize the fruit. Despair surged within Jiang Linger, prompting her to instinctively shrink back, curling into the cold corner of the wall, her arms clutching her knees tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Her clear eyes brimmed with fear, tears swirling in her gaze as her lips quivered, struggling to articulate her thoughts, yet the overwhelming dread rendered her voiceless. Observing her state of panic, Boda felt a pang of compassion. He understood her fear. In a world like this, a defenseless woman stood little chance of survival. A gentle smile graced his lips as he slowed his pace, striving to soften his tone, devoid of any semblance of intimidation. Do not be afraid. I am not here to harm you. Upon hearing Boda's voice, Jiang Linger trembled even more violently, biting down on her cracked lips, her teeth embedding into her flesh. Drawing a trickle of blood, she regarded him with wary eyes, her voice choked with emotion. I haven't eaten the fruit yet. If you desire it, please take it. I beg you, do not harm me. Her voice was faint and trembling, laced with pleading. Boda halted 3 meters away from her, his gaze lingering on her pallid cheeks and parched lips, understanding her plight. She appeared to have endured prolonged hunger, likely lacking the strength to even stand. With a thought, he retrieved a bottle of purified water and a bag of whole grain bread from his system space. He extended the water and bread toward her, speaking gently, please, have something to eat. I am not here to take your fruit. Jiang Linger gazed at the offerings of water and bread, a flicker of hesitation crossing her features. Driven to the edge of starvation, her throat parched to the point of agony, the crystalline bottle of pure water and the fragrant bread presented before her were, without a doubt, a tantalizing temptation. Her stomach emitted an ungracious gurgle, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Yet, could this be a trap? In this apocalyptic world, no kindness comes without ulterior motives. The man before her possessed formidable strength. If he sought to seize the fruit, he need not resort to such tactics. But what if he intended to lower her guard before striking? She regarded Boda with caution, her arms wrapped tightly around her knees. Hesitant to reach out for the offered sustenance, her clear eyes brimming with inner conflict. Observing her hesitation, Boda gently placed the water and bread on the ground, then retreated a couple of steps, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. I was merely drawn here by the unique aura of this fruit, he said, his tone sincere, his gaze warm, devoid of greed or malice. Jiang Linger fixed her gaze upon the water and bread, swallowing hard as a sharp pain shot through her throat. After much deliberation, she ultimately succumbed to the torment of hunger and thirst. Cautiously, she lifted her head to glance at Boda, noting that he indeed showed no signs of aggression. Gradually, she extended her hand, gingerly retrieving the water and bread as if fearing to disturb him. Her movements were deliberate and slow, and she first twisted the cap off the bottle, taking a careful sip of water. The sweet, pure liquid soothed her parched throat, causing her to close her eyes in comfort as a warm current flowed down her throat and into her belly, alleviating some of her hunger and fatigue. Then, she tore open the bread's packaging and devoured it ravenously. She ate quickly, clearly starved, and a large piece lodged in her throat, causing her to gasp and hurriedly wash it down with more water. Boda stood quietly by, observing her gluttonous manner with a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Moments later, Jiang Linger had consumed an entire bag of bread and drank nearly half the bottle of water. The ample sustenance restored a hint of color to her pallid cheeks, her gaze became clearer, and her trembling body steadied considerably. She set aside the empty bread bag and water bottle, lifting her head to meet Boda's gaze. The fear in her eyes had diminished significantly, yet a trace of vigilance remained as she cautiously inquired, "Who exactly are you? Why have you come here?" Boda smiled slightly, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. "I am Boda, an ability user. I passed through this area and sensed the special energy fluctuations of this fruit, which prompted my visit." "An ability user?" Jiang Linger exclaimed, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes, quickly supplanted by a deep envy. In this world of desolation, ability users stood as exalted beings, wielding immense power capable of effortlessly vanquishing mutated beasts, figures of admiration for the common folk. She had often fantasized about becoming an ability user herself, envisioning a life where she could protect herself, escape hunger and cold, and no longer be subjected to the whims of others. "Ah, so you are an extraordinary being," Jiang Linger said, her voice tinged with a hint of timidity. Her gaze irresistibly drawn to Boda, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Boda gestured towards the silver-gray fruit of spatial abilities before her and inquired, "How did you come across this fruit?" Jiang Linger's eyes fell upon the fruit, her expression turning complex. She lowered her head and spoke in a faint voice, I have been hiding here for 3 days. 3 days ago, while searching for food outside, I was pursued by a mutated wolf. In my panic, I stumbled into this office building and miraculously survived. For the past 3 days, I have remained here, too frightened to venture out and without finding any food." She paused, lifted her gaze to the silver-gray fruit, and continued, "Yesterday afternoon, I heard a faint sound coming from this office, and gathering my courage, I stepped inside, only to discover this fruit. It just appeared on the ground, radiating a soft glow. This fruit looks peculiar, and I am afraid to eat it, fearing it might be poisonous, yet I am desperately hungry." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, almost inaudible. A hint of bitterness crossed her face. In this apocalyptic world, merely surviving had become a luxury, leaving no room to be choosy about the food safety. Boda listened, understanding dawning within him. It seemed this spatial ability fruit had just matured, manifesting here by sheer chance, fortuitously discovered by Jiang Linger. This was indeed her opportunity. Boda regarded Jiang Linger with a serious expression and spoke slowly. "Do you know what this fruit is?" Jiang Linger shook her head, a look of confusion crossing her face. "I don't know. It appears as though it might be poisonous, unlike any wild fruit I have encountered before." Boda smiled gently. Taking a step closer, his gaze fixed upon the silver-gray fruit, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. "This is not an ordinary fruit. It is a fruit of spatial abilities." Spatial ability fruit. Jiang Linger was taken aback, her clear eyes filled with bewilderment as she tilted her head and asked in confusion, "What does that mean?" "It means," Boda said patiently, observing her bewildered expression, "that if you consume this fruit, you will awaken spatial abilities and become a powerful spatial ability wielder. Moreover, the awakening is guaranteed at 100% with no risks involved." "Awaken abilities?" Jiang Linger's eyes instantly sparkled, the once dull orbs igniting with brilliance, her face reflecting disbelief as she suddenly looked up at Boda, her voice trembling with excitement. "Really? Eating it will make me an extraordinary being?" She had long dreamed of becoming an extraordinary being, and to her astonishment, this fruit, which appeared toxic, could potentially make her dream come true. Yet, she soon regained her composure, the brilliance in her eyes dimming slightly. Chapter 78. Jiang Linger gazed at Boda, her expression filled with doubt and vigilance, cautiously inquiring, "Given the rarity of this fruit, why do you not consume it yourself? Instead, you choose to divulge this information to me. There is no such thing as a free lunch. You must have some ulterior motive." Although Jiang Linger was somewhat naive, the harsh realities of the apocalypse had long since eroded her unrealistic fantasies. She understood that a fruit capable of awakening a supreme spatial ability would drive countless powerful individuals to madness. Thus, this man could not possibly offer such a treasure without reason. Boda observed the flicker of wariness in her clear eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He stepped closer, his gaze intensely fixed upon her pale, yet still delicate visage. "You are correct. There are no free lunches. I do indeed have a condition." Jiang Linger's heart raced, instinctively clutching her knees, her body trembling slightly. Nevertheless, she stubbornly lifted her head, meeting Boda's gaze, awaiting his next words. She was acutely aware that she possessed no bargaining power. Should he make an excessive demand, she might have no choice but to acquiesce. "I want you to be my woman." Boda's voice resonated clearly in Jiang Linger's ears, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson, akin to a ripe apple, the color extending to her ears. Her long eyelashes quivered violently, her heart pounding as if it might leap from her throat. She quickly lowered her gaze, unable to meet Boda's eyes, her voice barely a whisper. I am just an ordinary person, devoid of any abilities or talents." "And what of it?" Boda interrupted her firmly. "So long as you become my woman, I shall not only bestow upon you this spatial ability fruit, but also provide you with endless resources for cultivation, enabling your swift advancement and strength." He paused, his eyes sweeping over her frail form, continuing. "The cultivation method I practice is called Yin-Yang Harmony Technique. It is a genuine cultivation art that allows us to progress together through dual cultivation. Yin-Yang Harmony Technique. The path of cultivation." These two phrases thundered in Jiang Linger's mind, prompting her to jerk her head up, her eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. Taking a deep breath as if steeling herself for a monumental decision, she looked into Boda's eyes, her cheeks aflame, her voice trembling yet unmistakably clear. I am willing to be your woman." A flicker of ecstatic joy flashed in Boda's eyes. He laughed heartily, stepping forward, gently tousling Jiang Linger's hair, his tone imbued with affection. "Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be Boda's woman, and I shall never treat you poorly." Jiang Linger's body quivered slightly, a wave of warmth surging from her heart. Boda approached the silver-gray space-type ability fruit, bending down to pick it up. With a thought, he stored the fruit within his system space and turned to Jiang Linger, speaking softly. "Linger, I will take you back to my residence now. It is safe there, and my sisters will take care of you." Jiang Linger nodded, her eyes brimming with trust. Just as she attempted to rise, her legs faltered due to prolonged hunger and weakness, nearly causing her to collapse. Boda was quick to react, swiftly gathering her into his embrace. The warmth of her body and the faint fragrance of youthful innocence stirred something within him. He gazed down at the fragile girl in his arms and reassured her. "Do not fear, I will take you away." As his words fell, a brilliant light enveloped them both in an instant. Jiang Linger felt a fleeting dizziness wash over her, instinctively clutching Boda's arm. Moments later, the light dissipated, and their figures vanished from the derelict office building, leaving behind a scene of chaos. When the dizziness subsided, Jiang Linger slowly opened her eyes, only to be astounded by the sight before her. No longer was she in a crumbling office. Instead, she found herself in a spacious and luminous room. The walls were crafted from pure white jade, the floor covered in soft carpet, and a delicate fragrance filled the air, invigorating her senses. "Where's this place?" Jiang Linger exclaimed in astonishment. "This is my secret chamber, a sanctuary where my sisters and I practice. It is entirely safe." Boda gently replied as he set her down. Jiang Linger cautiously surveyed her surroundings, her eyes wide with curiosity and awe. Boda glanced around, noting that the 9 women had returned to their respective rooms to continue their training, undisturbed. He smiled softly, taking Jiang Linger's hand, and said, "Linger, let me show you to your room first. You can take a bath and change into fresh clothes, and then I will teach you the yin-yang harmonious technique." Jiang Linger's cheeks flushed crimson once more. She nodded, allowing Boda to lead her toward an elegant room. With a flick of his thought, Boda retrieved a delicate white lace nightgown from the system space and handed it to Jiang Linger, saying gently, "This is for you. Go take a bath, and I will come find you afterward." Jiang Linger accepted the lace nightgown, its softness and subtle fragrance overwhelming her senses. Her face burned with embarrassment as she murmured, "Thank you." Boda ruffled her hair playfully, smiling as he said, "Hurry along and bathe. I will be waiting for you outside." Jiang Linger nodded, clutching the lace nightgown, and shyly stepped into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water filled the air. Leaning against the door, Boda listened to the soothing sound, a smile gracing his lips. Approximately half an hour later, the bathroom door creaked open. Jiang Linger emerged, adorned in a delicate white lace nightgown, her damp long hair cascading over her shoulders. The steam enveloped her, rendering her cheeks a delightful shade of rosy blush. The lace nightgown accentuated her slender waist and exquisite curves, bestowing upon her an aura of ethereal beauty, akin to a lotus blooming from the water. Boda's gaze fell upon her, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. He stepped closer, his voice gentle as he remarked, "Linger, you are truly enchanting." Jiang Linger's cheeks flushed deeper, and she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Boda's eyes. He refrained from teasing her further, taking her hand and guiding her to the cold jade bed, speaking softly, "Linger, I shall now impart to you the heart's mantra of the yin-yang harmony technique. You must commit it to memory." Jiang Linger nodded, attentively gazing at Boda. Before long, the teachings were complete, and Boda gently inquired, "Linger, the practice of the yin-yang harmony technique requires the mutual cultivation of both partners. Are you prepared?" Jiang Linger's face turned crimson, and she timidly nodded, her voice barely above a whisper, I am ready." Boda smiled faintly, enveloping her in an embrace. Chapter 79. Time seemed to flow unmeasured as the two figures gradually parted. Jiang Linger nestled in Boda's arms, her cheeks aglow, breath steady, her eyes brimming with satisfaction and joy. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully winning over Jiang Linger. detected that the host has successfully imparted the yin-yang harmony technique to Jiangling. Rewards have been issued. 1 cleansing pill, 1 youth-preserving pill. Congratulations, host, for advancing your cultivation to the 6th layer of foundation establishment, 30. Congratulations, host, for advancing your cultivation to the 4th layer of muscle transformation, 30. Congratulations, host partner Jianglinger, for advancing her cultivation to the 1st layer of qi refinement, 10. Congratulations, host partner Jianglinger, for advancing her cultivation to the 1st layer of body refinement, 10. Congratulations, host. The number of partners has reached 10. Reward, combined formation, heartfelt unity. Heartfelt unity, to be executed by the host and their partners. The more partners involved, the greater the power of the formation. A flash of ecstasy flickered in Boda's eyes. He had not anticipated the delightful surprise that accompanied gathering 10 partners. As customary, Boda administered the youth-preserving pill and cleansing pill to Jianglinger. Soon, the sound of rushing water echoed once more from the bathroom. Half an hour later, Jianglinger emerged from her bath. Her skin was fair and delicate, akin to a freshly shelled egg, her once frail form now appearing more robust. The white lace nightgown she wore accentuated her ethereal beauty even further. Boda gazed at her, a look of astonishment crossing his features. He beckoned her closer, his voice tender as he called, "Linger, come here." Jianglinger obediently approached his side, nestling into his embrace. Boda's thoughts stirred, and he retrieved an extraordinary fruit from the system's space. However, this time, in addition to the physical enhancement ability fruit, fire ability fruit, ice ability fruit, and lightning ability fruit, there was also the addition of the space ability fruit. Boda gently said, "Linger, you may consume them now. This will grant you 5 distinct abilities." 5 abilities? Jianglinger widened her eyes, her tone brimming with astonishment. "This is incredibly precious. There is no need to dwell on the value," Boda interjected softly. "You are my woman, and I wish to make you powerful so that you can thrive in this apocalyptic world. Quickly, ingest them." As Jianglinger gazed into Boda's resolute eyes, her heart swelled with emotion. Nodding, she accepted the 5 ability fruits. She first picked up the physical enhancement ability fruit and took a bite. Subsequently, she consumed the fire, ice, and lightning ability fruits in succession. With each fruit she ingested, a surge of corresponding energy flowed into her body, continually strengthening her. Finally, she grasped the silver-gray space ability fruit and gently bit into it. A pure force of spatial energy surged within her, bestowing upon her an extraordinary sensitivity to the fluctuations of the surrounding space. After consuming the 5 ability fruits, Jianglinger was enveloped in a radiant glow of 5 colors, as a formidable wave of energy erupted from within her. Ding! Congratulations, host partner Jianglinger. You have consumed the physical enhancement ability fruit and awakened the physical ability. Level has risen to level 1. Detected that host partner Jianglinger has consumed 1 physical enhancement ability fruit. 100-fold return triggered. Physical enhancement ability fruit 100. Automatically stored in system space. Congratulations, host partner Jianglinger. You have consumed the ice ability fruit and awakened the ice ability. Level has risen to level 1. Detected that host partner Jianglinger has consumed 1 ice ability fruit. 100-fold return triggered. Ice ability fruit 100. Automatically stored in system space. Congratulations, host partner Jianglinger. You have consumed the space ability fruit and awakened the space ability. Level has risen to level 1. Detected that host partner Jianglinger has consumed 1 space ability fruit. 100-fold return triggered. Space ability fruit 100. Automatically stored in system space. As the brilliance faded, Jianglinger slowly opened her eyes, filled with wonder. She could distinctly feel 5 different energies flowing within her. Excitedly, she waved her hands, with flames and an ice shield flickering alternately in her palms, while the thunder crackled around her. Her awareness of the space in her mind grew ever clearer, and she could even summon a faint ripple of spatial energy from her fingertips. "I have truly awakened 5 abilities," Jianglinger exclaimed, her voice trembling with exhilaration. She gazed at the extraordinary energy effects in the palm of her hand, her clear eyes sparkling with excitement. Her cheeks, flushed with exhilaration, bore an alluring rosy hue, while her white lace nightgown gently outlined her delicate figure, swaying slightly and enhancing her charming innocence. Boda observed her jubilant demeanor and reached out to tousle her hair. softly saying, "Do not rush. This is merely the beginning." Before his words had fully settled, Boda concentrated, and 5 types of extraordinary energy fruits cascaded forth from the system space, accumulating into a small mountain on the bed before them. "Are all these for me?" Jiang Linger asked, her mouth agape in astonishment as she beheld the towering pile of energy fruits, disbelief dancing in her eyes. "Certainly," Boda replied with a gentle smile, picking up a silver-gray spatial energy fruit and playfully rolling it between his fingers. "You have just awakened 5 types of abilities and remain quite weak. These fruits will aid in elevating your energy level. Do not hesitate to consume as many as you desire." As Jiang Linger looked into Boda's sincere gaze, warmth surged within her heart. She reached for the energy fruits before her and took a bite. 1 fruit, 2 fruits, 3 fruits. Jiang Linger, resembling a voracious little squirrel, incessantly devoured the energy fruits. With each fruit she swallowed, the 5-colored radiance surrounding her intensified, and the energy fluctuations grew increasingly potent. Beep. Detected that the host's partner, Jiang Linger, has consumed 1 physical energy fruit. 100-fold return triggered. 100 physical energy fruits, automatically stored in system space. Congratulations, host partner Jiang Linger. Physical energy level has risen to level 2. Beep. Detected that the host's partner, Jiang Linger, has consumed 1 fire energy fruit. 100-fold return triggered. 100 fire energy fruits, automatically stored in system space. Congratulations, host partner Jiang Linger. Fire energy level has risen to level 2. Beep. Detected that the host's partner, Jiang Linger, has consumed 1 spatial energy fruit. 100-fold return triggered. 100 spatial energy fruits, automatically stored in system space. Congratulations, host partner Jiang Linger. Spatial energy level has risen to level 2. The system's notifications echoed one after another. Boda's physical, fire, ice, and lightning abilities had all reached level 4. Now, with the spatial energy fruits, he could indeed acquire an additional ability. With a mere thought, a silver-gray spatial energy fruit materialized in his hand. Without hesitation, he bit into the fruit. An energy unlike any of the previous 4 erupted in his mouth. Devoid of the density of physical energy, the searing heat of fire, the biting chill of ice, or the volatility of lightning. Instead, it imparted a boundless and ethereal sensation. As if he were immersed in an infinite starry sky, his soul washed clean and utterly clear. What a wondrous power! Boda marveled inwardly, growing ever more exhilarated. He casually retrieved a spatial ability fruit from the system space and bit into it. 1, 2, 3. Boda devoured the spatial ability fruits as if he were a whale consuming its meal, continuously sending them into his mouth. With each fruit consumed, a thread of pure spatial power surged within him, and his soul's sensitivity to space became increasingly acute. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have awakened spatial abilities. Your level has risen to level 1. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your spatial ability level has risen to level 2. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your spatial ability level has risen to level 3. The system's notifications echoed ceaselessly as Boda's spatial ability level soared, evolving from a rudimentary awakening to a clear perception of spatial intricacies, and now to a preliminary mastery of spatial power. With a mere thought, he summoned a faint ripple of space from his fingertips, causing the air before him to subtly distort, forming an invisible barrier that even ordinary blades would find difficult to penetrate. Excellent! 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 Boda's heart soared with joy, and he couldn't help but exclaim thrice. The awakening of his spatial abilities had significantly elevated his overall combat prowess. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and a flash of substantial brilliance flickered within them, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. At that moment, Jiang Linger, nestled by his side, also consumed the last spatial ability fruit and gradually opened her eyes. At this moment, the 5-colored radiance surrounding her began to converge, her aura steady and robust. The white lace nightgown accentuated her exquisite figure, enhancing her enchanting beauty. Name: Jiang Linger. Age: 22. Thunder attribute: E. Cultivation, Chi refining stage level 150. Body refining stage level 150. Abilities: Physical enhancement system, level 2. Fire system, level 2. Ice system, level 2. Thunder system, level 2. Spatial system, level 2. Technique: Yin-Yang harmonious technique. Overall score, 100 points. Jiang Linger felt the surging power within her. Her clear eyes filled with astonishment. She turned to Boda, her voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. Darling, my abilities have reached level 2. I feel like I could defeat a mutated beast with a single punch. Boda, captivated by her adorable demeanor, couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. He drew her into his embrace and gently kissed her smooth forehead, softly saying, "Our Linger is truly remarkable." Jiang Linger's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. As she shyly nestled against Boda, her arms tightly wrapping around his waist, her heart brimming with a sense of security. Boda gazed at the charming Jiang Linger in his arms, playfully pinching her cheek, and cheerfully said, "Let us go out and introduce you to your sisters." As his voice resonated, Boda's powerful spiritual energy permeated every room, clearly reaching the ears of each companion. "Miao Miao, Qingyue, Qingsnow, please gather in the hall. I have important matters to announce." Within moments, everyone congregated in the grand hall. The 10 women, each varying in form and grace, filled the air with a delicate fragrance that was delightful to the senses. Jiang Linger, gazing at the 9 uniquely poised sisters before her, felt a wave of nervousness wash over her, instinctively clutching the hem of Boda's garment, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Perceiving her unease, Boda gently patted her hand and offered her an assuring glance. He then wrapped an arm around Jiang Linger's waist and stepped forward, proclaiming, "Allow me to introduce our newest member. This is Jiang Linger. Henceforth, she shall be a part of our family." Turning to Jiang Linger, he spoke softly, "Linger, these are your sisters. May you all support and nurture one another." With a shy lift of her head, Jiang Linger deeply bowed to everyone, her voice barely audible. "Greetings. Sisters, I am Jiang Linger. As I am new here, I kindly ask for your guidance." "No need for such formality, dear sister," when Rushi stepped forward first, taking Jiang Linger's hand with a warm smile. "Being part of our family is a fortunate bond. Should you face any challenges, do not hesitate to share them with us. We shall certainly assist you." When Miao Miao also approached, playfully patting her shoulder, exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed. You appear to be a sweet girl. With us, no one would dare to bully you." Su Qingyue then joined in, adding, "Sister Linger is truly beautiful. We are now family." The other companions soon encircled Jiang Linger, greeting her with affectionate and enthusiastic tones. Their warmth swiftly dispelled Linger's tension, allowing her to relax and engage in conversation. Boda watched this scene with a heart full of satisfaction, confident that his diverse yet kind-hearted companions would care for their new sister, Jiang Linger, with utmost tenderness. Once the initial pleasantries had subsided, Boda raised his hand to signal for silence. Clearing his throat, he continued, "In addition to introducing our new sister Linger, I have 2 significant announcements to make." At his words, the room fell silent, all eyes fixed curiously upon Boda. With a slight smile, he concentrated, and the spatial fruit of his spatial abilities cascaded from the system space, instantly forming a small mountain atop the coffee table in the living room. The silver-gray fruits emanated an ethereal aura, captivating the senses. "What are these extraordinary fruits?" When Miao Miao was the first to inquire, her eyes wide with astonishment. She had followed Boda and witnessed 4 types of extraordinary fruits, yet she had never encountered this particular one. The other companions also gazed eagerly at the space-type extraordinary fruit upon the tea table. Observing their expressions, Boda's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he proclaimed, "This is my newly acquired space-type extraordinary fruit. Upon consumption, one can awaken the power of space. Let us share it. There is enough for everyone." Chapter 81. The group, well accustomed to Boda's enigmatic nature, stepped forward to claim their share of the space-type extraordinary fruit. Excitement radiated from each face as they carefully cradled the fruit in their hands. "Thank you, dear husband," the 9 women chorused, their eyes glimmering with admiration. Boda waved his hand dismissively, smiling, "We are all family. There is no need for formality. Please, indulge yourselves and feel the power of the space-type extraordinary abilities." Upon hearing his words, they hesitated no longer, each taking a bite of the space-type extraordinary fruit. Ding! Congratulations to the host's companion, Wenrujuan. You have awakened the power of space. Level increased to 1. Detected that the host's companion, Wenrujuan, consumed 1 space-type extraordinary fruit. 100-fold return triggered. 100 space-type extraordinary fruits. Automatically stored in system space. Ding. Congratulations to the host's companion. When meow meow. You have awakened the power of space. Level increased to 1. Detected that the host's companion, when meow meow, consumed 1 space-type extraordinary fruit. 100-fold return triggered. 100 space-type extraordinary fruits. Automatically stored in system space. Ding. Congratulations to the host's companion, Su Qingwei. You have awakened the power of space. Level increased to 1. Detected that the host's companion, Su Qingwei, consumed 1 space-type extraordinary fruit. 100-fold return triggered. 100 space-type extraordinary fruits. Automatically stored in system space. Ding. Congratulations to the host's companion, Su Qingxue. You have awakened the power of space. Level increased to 1. Detected that the host's companion, Su Qingxue, consumed 1 space-type extraordinary fruit. 100-fold return triggered. 100 space-type extraordinary fruits. Automatically stored in system space. The system's prompt echoed continuously, heralding the awakening of the 9 women's space powers. They began to explore the manipulation of spatial energy, and soon, ripples of space danced throughout the living room, creating a truly spectacular scene. When Meow Meow, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Wow, this is incredible. I can feel the space around me. It feels as if I can teleport." As she spoke, she focused her thoughts, her body shimmering slightly as she instantaneously appeared several meters away, prompting gasps of astonishment from the others. Boda, witnessing their exhilaration, wore an even broader smile. Once everyone had familiarized themselves with the application of their newfound space abilities, he spoke once more, his tone imbued with gravity. In addition to the space-type extraordinary fruit, I have something even more significant to impart to you all. Upon hearing this, the crowd suppressed their excitement, their gazes fixed intently on Boda, eagerly awaiting his next words. Boda took a deep breath and slowly articulated, "I have recently acquired a combined attack formation known as the Unison Formation. This formation amplifies its power with the number of partners involved, with no upper limit. Once activated, we can contend even against foes who are several times stronger than ourselves. Combined attack formation? No upper limit. My dear, is the Unison Formation truly that formidable?" The crowd could not contain their curiosity, their voices brimming with anticipation. Boda nodded affirmatively and stated with conviction, "Indeed, it is true. Once this formation is in effect, it will merge our strengths, unleashing combat prowess far beyond our individual limits. Now, I shall impart the incantation of the Unison Formation to you all. It is imperative that you memorize it." With a grand gesture, an intangible force surged into the minds of the crowd, and the incantation of the Unison Formation vividly materialized. Complex yet imbued with profound mysteries, the group closed their eyes in concentration, silently reciting the incantation. Moments later, they opened their eyes, filled with understanding. "Very well. Let us proceed to the training chamber and test the might of the Unison Formation," Boda announced with enthusiasm. "Yes," the crowd chorused in unison, their eyes alight with excitement and expectation. They marched robustly towards the training chamber, which was constructed from special materials, exceptionally sturdy and capable of withstanding immense forces. Boda positioned himself at the center of the chamber and proclaimed, "Everyone, heed my command. Form the formation according to the incantation of the Unison Formation." "Understood." The 10 women responded in unison, swiftly taking their places as dictated by the incantation. Their figures arranged harmoniously, creating an intricate outline of the formation. And a faint energy wave permeated the air. Boda initiated the process by channeling the yin-yang harmony technique, as a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted from him, flowing like a tidal wave towards the 10 women. They too began to cultivate their techniques, releasing their own spiritual energies. In an instant, the training chamber illuminated brilliantly. The energies of the 11 individuals intertwined in the air, forming a radiant barrier that enveloped them. Above the barrier, the space shimmered with ripples, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Unison Formation has been successfully activated. Current number of participants, 11. Formation power increased by 11 times. As the system notification resonated, a terrifying aura emanated from the formation, causing the entire training chamber to tremble slightly. Boda felt the surge of spiritual energy within him, a glimmer of exhilaration flashing in his eyes. He could distinctly sense that his combat power had increased an astounding 11-fold. The 10 companions felt the surging power within themselves. Their eyes filled with astonishment. They sensed that their strengths were no longer solitary but had melded together, forming a force beyond their wildest imagination. When Meow Meow, the most impatient among them, could not restrain herself and struck a palm against the wall of the training room. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as the robust wall was instantaneously transformed, creating a massive crater with debris flying everywhere. My goodness! The magnitude of this amplification is truly terrifying. When Meow Meow's eyes widened in disbelief, she knew that her original strength could barely leave a shallow mark on the wall. And now, to create such a profound pit, an 11-fold enhancement, it's simply extraordinary. The others began to experiment with the formation's power as well. Su Qingyue swept a leg, effortlessly cleaving a boulder before her in two. Su Qingxue struck with a palm, unleashing a wave of frigid air that instantly encased the ground in a thick layer of solid ice. Jiang Linger concentrated spatial power in her hand and gently pressed down, leaving a deep imprint on the floor. The training room was soon left in utter disarray. Chapter 82, Spatial Rift in the Dystopian City. Amidst the collapsed skyscrapers, the sporadic roars of mutated beasts added an air of desolation and peril. Boda stood with his hands clasped behind his back atop a partially collapsed office building, flanked by 10 graceful women, each adorned in various lace garments. Their eyes betraying a mix of tension and anticipation. Boda scanned the silent streets below, his voice steady and commanding. I sense a faint energy fluctuation emanating from the east of the city. Let us venture that way and see what fortune awaits us. Hooray! When Meow Meow was the first to cheer, lightning flickering in her hands. I've been eager to stretch my muscles. It would be splendid to encounter some formidable mutated beasts to hone my skills. When Rushui quickly grabbed her, softly admonishing her. Meow Meow, do not act recklessly. Danger lurks everywhere in this apocalyptic world. We must proceed with caution. I know, sister. My husband is here. When Meow Meow stuck out her tongue playfully and winked. Boda chuckled softly and ruffled Jiang Linger's hair. Fear not. With me around, no harm shall befall you. Jiang Linger's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she obediently nodded. The 11 of them, agile and swift, set off towards the eastern part of the city. Boda led the way, spatial power shimmering around him. When faced with obstacles of steel and concrete, he merely waved his hand, and the barriers were instantly reduced to dust by the ripples of space. The 10 companions followed closely behind. Their journey was smooth, and when they occasionally encountered solitary mutated rats, the 10 women dealt with them effortlessly, leaving Boda without the need to intervene. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at a desolate commercial district in the east of the city. The structures here have suffered even greater devastation, with shards of glass and twisted steel strewn about, and a faint odor of decay permeating the air. How peculiar! Boda furrowed his brow, halting in his tracks. The wave of energy had inexplicably vanished. No sooner had he spoken than the ground beneath him began to tremble violently. The cement floor rippled like water, and suddenly, a spatial fissure stretching several dozen meters appeared out of thin air, exuding a chaotic black mist, its surrounding atmosphere distorting and warping, as a powerful suction surged forth from the rift. This is dire. Boda's expression changed drastically, and he quickly summoned his spatial power to stabilize himself. Quick! Grab hold of me. The 10 women responded with remarkable swiftness, reaching out to grasp Boda's arms. Yet, the suction was far beyond their expectations, akin to an invisible hand ruthlessly yanking them toward the crack. In the next moment, the 11 of them were forcibly drawn into the spatial rift. As the world spun chaotically, they landed heavily upon a hard surface, raising a cloud of dust. Coughing, when Meow Meow struggled to her feet, brushing off the grime. What on earth is this place? Boda slowly stood, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and surveyed his surroundings. It appeared to be an urban ruin consumed by a spatial rift, the remnants of buildings twisted and deformed, the air thick with a pungent scent of blood, alongside an unsettling aura of malice. We must have entered a small space within the spatial rift, Boda stated solemnly, his eyes glimmering with caution. The stability of this space is extremely precarious. Everyone must exercise vigilance and stay close to me. Before his words could fully settle, a rustling noise emanated from the distant heaps of rubble. Almost immediately, a multitude of grotesque, mutated rats surged forth from all directions. These creatures stood as tall as a man, their dark fur glistening, sharp teeth reflecting a chilling light, and their blood-red eyes fixated on the group. Emitting a cacophony of screeches, thousands in number, rushing like a tide of darkness. So many. Jiang Linger gasped, her face paling as she instinctively hid behind Boda. Fear not. They are nothing but trivial adversaries. Boda reassured her, patting her shoulder with an air of nonchalance. This is a perfect opportunity for you to hone your skills. All right. The 10 women chorused, their eyes sparkling with excitement. They swiftly spread out, each activating their extraordinary abilities. Ready to confront the threat. Attack. When Miao Miao cried out, taking the initiative. With her hands forming seals, lightning surged around her. And several thick bolts of electricity darted forth like serpents, instantly striking the foremost mutated rats. Amidst the crackling sounds, a dozen of the creatures were struck by the lightning, instantly turning to char, releasing a burnt odor. Meanwhile, Lung Lingshuang waved her hands, channeling her ice-based powers to their fullest extent. In an instant, a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, and a thick layer of solid ice formed upon the ground. Countless ice spikes erupted from the earth, densely piercing towards the horde of mutated rats. The ice spikes, incredibly sharp, penetrated the bodies of the mutated rodents, pinning them to the ground, rendering them immobile. Jiang Linger took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. With a mere thought, the power of space coiled around her, and her fingertips summoned ripples of spatial energy. She gently gestured towards a group of mutated rats, and as the spatial ripples passed, a dozen of the creatures were cleaved in two, blood and entrails spilling across the ground, creating a scene too gruesome to behold. How formidable is Sisterling? When Miao Miao exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration upon witnessing the spectacle. Jiang Linger's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she showed no signs of retreat. Instead, she focused even more intently on harnessing her spatial abilities to reap the lives of the mutated rats. The 10 women displayed remarkable synergy, balancing both offense and defense. Flames from the fire element seared, ice from the ice element froze, lightning from the thunder element flickered, and the cutting prowess of the space element coalesced into an impenetrable defensive net. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the mutated rats were far too weak to breach the women's defenses, charging forward like moths to a flame, only to be systematically slain. Boda stood with his hands clasped behind his back, leisurely observing the 10 women in action, occasionally offering pointers. Linger, aim for the weak points of the mutated rats with your spatial cuts for greater efficiency. Bing Yao, condense the ice spikes further. Their penetrating power will be enhanced. Under his guidance, the combat techniques of the 10 women became increasingly refined, and their speed in dispatching the mutated rats quickened. After half an hour, the ground was piled high with the carcasses of the mutated rats, a thick layer staining the earth crimson. The metallic scent of blood hanging heavily in the air, nauseating in its intensity. The final mutated rat was cleaved in two by Jiang Linger's spatial force, marking the conclusion of this fierce battle. The 10 women panted lightly, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads, yet their faces radiated excitement. Despite the peril of the encounter, their practical combat abilities had significantly improved. Very well done, Boda nodded in satisfaction. Everyone is progressing swiftly. At that moment, a heavy thudding echoed from the distant ruins, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Chapter 83, Second Stage Mutated Beasts. Suddenly, a pack of mutated wolves, each several times larger than the previous rats, burst forth. These wolves stood over 2 meters tall, their fur a deep shade of black, with sharp claws glistening ominously. A faint blood-red pattern adorned their necks, marking them as first-stage mutated beasts. First-stage mutated beasts. When Rushi's expression shifted noticeably, and there are quite a few, at least 200. The strength of these mutated wolves exceeded that of the earlier rodents by a considerable margin. They moved with incredible speed, their keen sense of smell honing in on the group, their blood-red eyes fixed intently upon them, low growls emanating from their throats as saliva dripped from their sharp teeth, releasing a foul stench into the air. With a thunderous roar, the leading mutated wolf, howling like a banshee, summoned a wave of over 200 mutated wolves that surged forth like a black tide. Their razor-sharp claws sliced through the air, unleashing a foul stench. And their formidable presence was truly terrifying. These creatures proved to be far more challenging than the previously encountered mutated rats. One Miao Miao gritted her teeth as her lightning powers surged, sending bolts of electricity crashing down upon the leading mutated wolf. The beast, struck by the lightning, emitted a pained howl. Its fur singed black, yet it did not suffer a fatal injury. Instead, it became even more frenzied, violently battering against the energy barrier. Boda, witnessing this, felt a cold glint flash in his eyes. He understood that these first-tier mutated wolves were no longer something the 10 girls could handle alone. Take care of yourselves. I will deal with them. As the words left his lips, Boda darted forward like a wraith. The power of space enveloped him, and his speed reached its zenith, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. He raised his fist and struck down upon the skull of a mutated wolf with tremendous force. A sharp crack echoed as the creature's head exploded, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. Such formidable strength. Jiang Linger watched in stunned amazement. Boda moved through the pack of mutated wolves like a tiger among sheep, unopposed by any. His movements were graceful and elusive, evading the claws of the wolves that sought to touch his garments. At times, he unleashed his fire abilities, engulfing the area in a sea of flames that scorched the wolves. At other moments, he conjured ice barriers to thwart their assault. He even wielded his lightning powers, transforming into a thunder dragon that swept across the battlefield. Most impressive was his mastery of space abilities. With a mere flick of his hand, he created ripples in space that cleaved through the bodies of a dozen mutated wolves, rendering them utterly lifeless. Like a reaper from the depths of hell, he left a trail of carnage in his wake, with corpses strewn about and rivers of blood flowing. The 10 girls, stirred by the sight, ignited their own powers in concert with Boda's relentless assault. The tide of battle turned in an instant. Under the combined onslaught of Boda and the 10 girls, the number of mutated wolves dwindled rapidly. After half an hour, the last mutated wolf met its end as Boda delivered a final, crushing blow to its skull, leaving a gruesome scene littered with the remains of the beasts. With a collective sigh of relief, the group gathered around Boda, who wiped the blood from his hands. Though his brow remained furrowed, he sensed an even more potent aura awakening, drawing ever closer. Boda spoke solemnly. A stronger foe approaches. No sooner had he uttered these words than the ground began to tremble violently. From the distant ruins, a massive figure slowly rose. It was a mutated bear, its size comparable to a small mountain, with fur shimmering in dark gold, as tough as iron. Its eyes, large as copper bells, glinted with ferocity. Drool dripping from its maw, and the crimson patterns adorning its neck were even more pronounced. This was a second-tier mutated beast. Such a creature could rival a practitioner at the Golden Core stage. With a thunderous roar, the mutated bear lifted its head, unleashing a sound wave that spread like a tangible force. The onlookers felt their blood surge, dizziness overwhelming them, as the little spiritual energy they had just regained was thrown into disarray. To their shock, it was a second-tier mutated beast. When Rushi gasped in disbelief, her complexion paling instantly, the mutated bear advanced with heavy steps, each footfall causing the ground to tremble violently, rocks shattering around it. Its speed was astonishing, exuding an aura capable of annihilating all, as if it aimed to crush them completely. This is troublesome. Su Qingshue's voice trembled slightly. We are no match for it. The expressions of the 10 women turned grave, their eyes filled with terror. The strength of a second-tier mutated beast far exceeded their expectations. Boda's countenance also grew serious, yet there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, they sparkled with excitement. What is there to fear? Boda's voice was calm and resolute, like a stabilizing anchor in turbulent seas. We have the Heart Unity Formation. Indeed, the Heart Unity Formation. A glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of the 10 women. How could they forget that the Heart Unity Formation taught by Boda grew stronger with the number of partners? Quickly, take your positions according to the formation's incantation. Boda urged loudly. The 10 women, not daring to delay, swiftly arose and positioned themselves according to the Heart Unity Formation's incantation, arranged with precision. Boda stood in the center of the formation, took a deep breath, and activated the yin-yang harmonizing technique. A surge of immense spiritual energy pouring forth from him like a tidal wave, flowing toward his 10 companions. Unite our strengths. Let the formation commence. The 10 women simultaneously channeled their techniques, continuously supplying their spiritual energy to Boda. 10 different colors of energy intertwined in the air, forming a resplendent barrier that enveloped them all. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Heart Unity Formation has successfully unfolded. Current participants, 11. Formation power increased by 11 times. With the system's notification ringing in his ears, a terrifying power surged through Boda's entire being, elevating his combat prowess by an astonishing 11-fold. Roar. The mutated bear, sensing the formation, flickered with a hint of trepidation but charged forward fearlessly. It raised its massive paw, the sound of wind rushing behind it, and struck fiercely at the barrier. Bang! The collision between the bear's paw and the barrier produced a deafening explosion. The barrier shook violently, and the onlookers felt a tremendous force slam into them, causing them to cough up blood, yet the barrier remained intact. Such immense power. Boda was inwardly astonished. The strength of this mutated bear far surpassed his expectations. He did not dare to hesitate, channeling the formation's power to its utmost limit. Kill! Boda bellowed, wielding a sword forged from spatial energy, charging toward the mutated bear. The 10 women unleashed their powers, intertwining flames, frost, lightning, and spatial forces to form a terrifying torrent of energy directed at the mutated bear. The creature roared in fury, swinging its massive paws to withstand the onslaught. The thunderous roar reverberated through the surroundings, toppling debris as the second-tier mutated bear, colossal as a mountain, writhed in agitation. Its dark golden fur bristling like a bed of sharp steel needles. Its eyes, as large as bronze bells, locked onto Boda. Saliva dripping from its fangs and splattering onto the ground, creating muddy splashes. The energy torrent, infused with flames, frost, lightning, and spatial slicing power, crashed against its body, leaving only shallow scorch marks and shards of ice upon its iron-like fur, failing to pierce its flesh in the slightest. The ferocity of this second-tier mutated bear exceeded everyone's expectations. Its formidable physique absorbed most of the attacks with sheer resilience. With a derisive growl, the bear tilted its massive head back slightly, a terrifying hum emanating from its throat. In the next moment, a tangible sphere of golden energy formed in its mouth, growing brighter as the surrounding air warped under its intense heat. This is bad. It is about to unleash a full-force attack. Su Qingshue's face turned pale, her black lace gown fluttering violently in the wind. She exerted every ounce of her ice powers, conjuring numerous ice spikes before her. Yet they shattered under the pressure of the golden energy wave. Spatial barrier. Boda's shout cut through the chaotic battlefield. His gaze was sharp as a blade, and the spatial forces around him surged wildly, ripples of pale silver emanating from him and quickly coalescing into a transparent barrier several yards thick before him. Boom! The golden energy wave, carrying catastrophic might, slammed into the spatial barrier. In an instant, a deafening roar echoed across the land as the violent shockwave expanded outward, creating a massive crater in the ground, with debris and dust flying everywhere. The spatial barrier trembled violently, its surface riddled with cracks, the pale silver light flickering ominously, as if it would shatter completely at any moment. Boda's face flushed crimson. He gritted his teeth and poured all his strength into it, watching as the cracks slowly mended at a visible pace, managing to withstand the terrifying blow capable of annihilating foundational cultivators. Everyone, give it your all. Boda's voice, now slightly hoarse, carried urgency. He raised his right hand, a long sword forged from spatial power bursting forth in a dazzling brilliance, its blade swirling with sharp spatial edges. Upon hearing this, the 10 women dared not delay, channeling their spiritual energy to its utmost limit, each unleashing their most formidable attacks. When Meow Meow let out a fierce cry, her delicate form beneath the pink lace dress erupting with astonishing power. She raised her hands high above her head, gathering thick purple lightning in her palms, resembling roaring thunder dragons, and hurled them fiercely at the mutated bear. Su Qinghue took a deep breath, her hands clasped before her chest as an icy chill surged around her. With a sudden thrust of her arms, a towering ice pillar erupted from the ground, imbued with a biting coldness, hurtling towards the mutated bear. The others, undeterred, unleashed their various abilities in a concerted attack against the beast. Roar! The mutated bear, sensing the lethal threat in its line of sight, emitted a pained roar. It frantically swung its enormous paws, comparable to millstones, attempting to shatter the incoming assaults. Wherever its paws swept, the space distorted, thunderous roars shattered the air, and ice pillars splintered. Yet, the onslaught from the 10 women was relentless, a ceaseless tide that offered the creature no respite. Boda seized a fleeting opportunity, transforming into a streak of light that instantaneously appeared above the mutated bear. Grasping the spatial longsword, he channeled all his strength into it, the blade's brilliance so dazzling that it was almost blinding. "Break for me!" Boda shouted fiercely, as the longsword, imbued with the force of creation, plunged decisively toward the bear's skull. With a sharp sound, the spatial longsword pierced through the bear's formidable skull, embedding itself within. The mutated bear's body abruptly stiffened, its blood-red eyes widening in disbelief. "How?" It released an agonizingly piercing roar, its massive form thrashing violently, limbs pounding the ground in a frenzy, shattering the surrounding rocks. "Do not stop. Press the attack." Boda gripped the sword hilt tightly, refusing to relinquish his hold despite the bear's desperate struggles. His voice trembled, yet resonated with unwavering strength. The 10 women, witnessing this, grew increasingly resolute, their attacks becoming more ferocious. As seconds ticked away, the bear's struggles weakened, its golden blood staining the earth beneath, its once lustrous dark golden fur now dulled and lifeless. The once vibrant blood-red eyes gradually lost their luster, the fierce light dissipating, replaced by profound unwillingness and despair. Finally, with a resonant cry of defiance, the massive form of the mutated bear collapsed to the ground like a mountain, raising a cloud of dust. The earth trembled violently for a moment before settling into silence. "Huh." Boda exhaled a long, weary breath. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his strength nearly exhausted, and his limbs ached with fatigue. Yet, upon gazing at the enormous carcass before him, excitement flickered in his eyes. The 10 women also came to a halt, each glistening with sweat, breathing heavily. Their hair disheveled against their cheeks, their lace dresses stained with dirt and blood, yet they radiated an astonishing beauty. In that moment, their faces were illuminated with the joy of survival and the triumph of victory. "Wonderful. We have won. We have truly slain a second-tier mutated beast." When Meow Meow was the first to react, leaping up in excitement. When Rushue sheathed her long sword and approached Boda, reaching out to support his swaying frame. Her eyes filled with concern. "Darling, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a bit drained of spiritual energy," Boda replied, shaking his head and revealing a reassuring smile. At that moment, the corpse of the mutated bear began to emit a golden glow, which intensified and gradually coalesced into a fist-sized crystal core, hovering above the body. Surrounding the core were over 100 smaller crystal cores, akin to pigeon eggs, belonging to the first-tier mutated beasts they had previously slain. Boda stepped forward, focusing his thoughts. In an instant, all the first-tier crystal cores on the ground, along with the second-tier core, were drawn into his system space. Although this endeavor had been perilous, the rewards were substantial. Boda turned around, gazing at the smiling faces before him, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Moreover, being within the small space of the spatial rift, it was likely that numerous opportunities awaited their exploration. Chapter 85. Boda's gaze shifted towards the distant valley shrouded in mist, where the energy fluctuations grew increasingly potent, subtly exuding a refreshing aroma of flora. Unlike the malevolent aura encountered during their battles with mutated beasts, it resembled a sanctuary amidst a chaotic world, invigorating the spirit. "Let us venture to that valley," Boda declared, taking the lead as he stepped forward, his aura of spatial power becoming palpable, the faint silver ripples spreading beneath his feet. The scattered stones and dust seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, parting to create a smooth path for the group. The 10 graceful ladies followed closely, their lace skirts swaying gently in the breeze, forming a striking contrast to the desolate silence of the small space. As they approached the valley, the fragrant scent of vegetation intensified, weaving its way into their nostrils, revitalizing their spirits and alleviating the fatigue from earlier battles. Boda could distinctly sense a vast and pure energy pulsating deep within the valley, warm and rich. After traversing a patch of withered trees, the group finally entered the heart of the valley. The sight before them took their breath away, filled with awe and disbelief. In the center of the valley, a lush orchard flourished, starkly contrasting with the desolation outside. Towering fruit trees stood proudly, their branches laden with vibrant green leaves that swayed gently in the breeze, sunlight filtering through the foliage to cast dappled shadows. The trees bore fruits the size of fists, translucent and jade green, their surfaces adorned with intricate spiral patterns, resembling exquisitely crafted emeralds. A rich energy emanated continuously from the fruits, enveloping the entire valley, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a thriving oasis, making even breathing feel effortless. Just as the group marveled at the scene, a crisp system notification suddenly echoed in Boda's mind. Ding! A peculiar discovery of wood-type supernatural fruit has been made. The fruit possesses the capability to awaken wood-type abilities, and consumption will elevate the powers of those who are already practitioners. Boda's heart swelled with joy. These fruits, exuding a rich aroma of flora, were indeed invaluable wood-type supernatural fruits. He turned to the 10 women behind him, who gazed at the grove with wide eyes, filled with curiosity and longing, clearly unable to discern the origins of these fruits. These are wood-type supernatural fruits, Boda exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the verdant fruits hanging from the trees. Wood-type supernatural fruits. Upon hearing this, the 10 women erupted in exuberance, their faces alight with surprise and thrill. How wonderful! It's like stumbling upon treasure without the slightest effort. One Meow Meow exclaimed, her excitement causing her to leap into the air, her pink lace dress fluttering in the breeze as she rubbed her hands together, eager to rush forward and pluck the fruits. Slow down. Boda quickly restrained her, his eyes scanning the grove and the nooks of the valley with keen vigilance, his brow slightly furrowing. The valley was eerily strange, starkly contrasting with the outside environment. And given the rarity of these fruits, it was plausible that a powerful guardian beast lurked in the shadows. Let us not be careless. We must observe carefully. Upon hearing his words, the group composed themselves, their focus sharpening. However, after a prolonged silence, the valley remained eerily still. Save for the rustling of leaves in the wind and the slightly hurried breaths of the group, there was no other sound. There were no traces of mutated beasts around the grove, not even a single insect. The silence was unsettlingly profound. Could it be that there really are no guardian beasts? Lin Ruashi murmured, clutching her clothing tightly, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Having recently joined the team, she still harbored some trepidation in this unknown environment, fearful that a terrifying creature might suddenly emerge. Boda furrowed his brow, once again extending his senses, his mental energy spreading like a tide, enveloping the entirety of the valley. Indeed, he detected no signs of mutated beasts, nor even a hint of danger. After a moment of contemplation, he advised, "Let us proceed with caution, pair up and harvest the fruits while maintaining proximity. If anything unusual occurs, signal immediately." Understood. The group replied in unison, cautiously making their way towards the fruit trees. Boda approached one of the trees and reached out to pluck a wood-type supernatural fruit. The fruit felt warm and smooth in his hand, and he contemplated how best to allocate it. Just as he was about to pick a second fruit, an unexpected change occurred. The dark gray clouds above churned violently, resembling a lake disturbed by thrown stones, creating towering waves. A blinding white light erupted from the rift in space, radiant as the sun, rendering it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. A powerful, suffocating force of repulsion materialized, akin to an invisible hand forcefully pushing towards the group. Not good. The expression on Boda's face shifted dramatically as he swiftly channeled his spatial power in an attempt to resist the overwhelming force of repulsion. Yet, that power was far too formidable for him to withstand. The world spun chaotically around him, the scenery rapidly retreating, fruit orchards, valleys, and withered trees flickered before his eyes in a dizzying blur. Suddenly, the surroundings faded to white, accompanied by a deafening roar that seemed capable of shattering eardrums. In the next moment, an immense force struck, sending everyone crashing onto the hard ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Coughing, Boda struggled to his feet, feeling as though his bones were about to disintegrate, a wave of turbulent energy surging within his chest. He glanced around and realized that they had returned to the urban ruins of the apocalypse, the spatial rift behind them slowly closing, the blinding white light gradually dimming until it vanished entirely, as if it had never existed. "Have we been expelled?" One Meow Meow murmured, pressing her throbbing forehead, her expression one of confusion as she clutched the wood-type ability fruit tightly in her hand. A look of profound disappointment etched across her face. "I hadn't even touched the second one yet. The fruit orchard I so painstakingly discovered is gone." The group gradually rose to their feet, each one covered in dust and debris, their lace dresses appearing somewhat disheveled. Fortunately, none had sustained serious injuries. Only minor scrapes and bruises remained. Gazing at the dissipated spatial rift, a sense of regret filled their hearts. That orchard had held at least 100 wood-type ability fruits. Had they managed to retrieve them all, their power would have undoubtedly surged. Yet now, they had but a single fruit, which was truly disheartening. Never mind. Obtaining a single wood-type ability fruit is already a tremendous stroke of fortune, Boda remarked, brushing the dust from his clothes with a reassuring smile. Chapter 86. Boda's gaze swept over the 10 lovely women before him, observing the verdant fruit each held tightly in their grasp. A subtle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Did each of you only manage to pick one?" As his words fell, the 10 ladies nodded in unison, their faces displaying traces of disappointment. One Meow Meow pouted, shaking the fruit in her hand with a tone of frustration. "Yes, dear. I just reached for the second one when a wave of spatial force repelled me. Had I not reacted swiftly to clutch this one tightly, I fear I might have lost it as well." Lin Ruashi nodded in agreement, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. "I experienced the same. I had just plucked the first fruit and hadn't even had a chance to examine it closely before that force whisked it away. There were clearly so many fruits in the valley, yet we could only obtain one." The other women echoed her sentiments, their words laden with regret. They had witnessed the abundance in the orchard, each tree burdened with a plethora of heavy wood-type ability fruits, certainly no fewer than 100. Yet now, each was left with but a solitary fruit, hardly enough to satisfy. Boda, upon hearing their lamentations, felt a flicker of contemplation in his eyes. Just as he had plucked the first fruit, preparing to reach for the second, an unexpected change occurred. Initially, he dismissed it as mere coincidence. But upon hearing the others speak, he realized that everyone had only managed to obtain a single fruit, which could not be a mere happenstance. Was it possible that the rule of this orchard dictated that each person could only harvest one fruit? A thought flickered through Boda's mind, and the more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. With this in mind, Boda ceased to deliberate, lifted his gaze to the crowd, and declared with clarity, "In that case, you should consume this fruit now." The 10 women's eyes brightened at his words. They had long been eager for the fruit, which exuded a rich, herbal aroma, but had refrained from indulging without Boda's command. Now, hearing his encouragement, hesitation vanished. "All right," when Meow Meow exclaimed, eagerly bringing the verdant fruit to her lips and taking a gentle bite. The skin of the fruit was as thin as a cicada's wing. It burst effortlessly, releasing a cascade of sweet, invigorating juice that flooded her mouth. A powerful surge of wood energy coursed through her body like a tide, nearly eliciting a moan of pleasure. With one Meow Meow leading the way, the others followed suit, bringing their fruits to their mouths. In an instant, waves of pure wood energy radiated from the 10 women, enveloping them in a vibrant green glow. Their previously pale faces, dulled by prior battles and spatial transitions, now flourished with vitality, and their fatigue diminished significantly. At the very moment the 10 women consumed the fruits, Boda's mind was bombarded with a series of system notifications, each resonating like a rapid succession of firecrackers. "Congratulations. Host partner Wen Meow Meow successfully awakened wood-related abilities. Level increased to level 1. Detected that host partner Wen Meow Meow consumed one wood-related ability fruit, triggering a 100-fold return. 100 wood-related ability fruits automatically stored in system space. Congratulations, host partner Chu Yanran successfully awakened wood-related abilities. Level increased to level 1. Detected that host partner Chu Yanran consumed one wood-related ability fruit, triggering a 100-fold return. 100 wood-related ability fruits automatically stored in system space. Congratulations, host partner by Ruashiwa successfully awakened wood-related abilities. Level increased to level 1. Detected that host partner by Ruashiwa consumed one wood-related ability fruit, triggering a 100-fold return. 100 wood-related ability fruits automatically stored in system space. A continuous stream of 10 notifications, each representing a lady awakening her wood-related abilities, also rewarded Boda with 100 wood-related ability fruits for each, totaling 1,000. A satisfied smile crept upon Boda's lips, and his heart soared with elation. Each of the 10 women consuming a single fruit had returned to him a grand total of 1,000 wood-related ability fruits. When Meow Meow, exhilarated, waved her little fists, her fingertips shimmering with a hint of emerald light. I can sense the essence of the surrounding flora, as if I could will them to grow rapidly at my command. Lin Roashi also appeared astonished, gently raising her hand, her fingertips coalescing into a delicate green leaf that quivered slightly in her palm, exuding a refreshing aura. How wondrous this wood-based ability is, such a gentle power. The other women eagerly showcased their newly awakened wood abilities, some conjured vines, while others brought forth blossoms, instantly infusing the chamber with vitality and exuberance. Observing the excitement among the women, Boda smiled faintly and retrieved the wood ability fruit he had previously plucked from the system space. "I shall give it a try as well," Boda declared, placing the fruit into his mouth. The sweet juice immediately spread throughout his mouth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening the wood ability. Ding! Current host wood ability level, level 1. Darling, have you also awakened the wood ability? When Meow Meow noticed the verdant glow surrounding Boda and inquired curiously. Indeed. Boda nodded without elaborating further, shifting the conversation. In fact, just before the spatial rift closed, I seized the opportunity, while the repulsive force had not fully erupted, to gather a few more fruits. As he spoke, Boda focused his thoughts and retrieved 1,000 wood ability fruits from the system space, neatly arranging them on the table at the center of the chamber. The emerald fruits emanated a robust energy wave, instantly captivating everyone's attention. "Wow, so many!" when Meow Meow exclaimed, her eyes widening as she darted to the table, astonished by the bounty before her. "Darling, you are incredible. We each only managed to gather one. Yet you have collected so many." The other women gathered around, their eyes brimming with awe and delight as they gazed at the fruits. Only moments ago, they had lamented their single fruit, unaware that Boda had kept such a significant reserve. Boda chuckled and fabricated a casual explanation. "It was merely good fortune. I was closer to the fruit tree at the time and reacted a bit quicker, allowing me to gather more. Let us share these fruits and strive to elevate our wood ability levels together." "That is splendid. Thank you, darling," the 10 women chorused, their gazes toward Boda filled with admiration and gratitude. Boda waved his hand, signaling that they need not be so formal. "All right, everyone, don't just stand there. Eat up as much as you can." Upon hearing this, the women wasted no time, eagerly seizing the fruits and consuming them. Chapter 87, One by One. The jade green wood ability fruits were devoured, their thin, gossamer-like skins bursting upon contact with the tongue. The sweet, crisp juice, infused with the purest essence of wood energy, flowed like a gentle stream into the limbs and bodies of the 10 women. In an ephemeral moment, a resplendent emerald glow enveloped the 10 maidens, initially manifesting as a faint halo. As the fruits were incessantly consumed, the halo grew increasingly substantial, subtly transforming into delicate green leaf phantoms that gracefully circled around them. The air within the secluded chamber, already saturated with the fragrant essence of flora, now surged forth like an ignited spice, becoming rich and intense, with tendrils of aroma weaving into the nostrils, invigorating the spirit and erasing the fatigue brought about by prior battles and teleportation. Meanwhile, in Boda's mind, the system notifications erupted like a volley of cannon fire, each one following swiftly upon the last. Ding! Detected that host partner, Lungling Shuang, has consumed 1 wood elemental fruit, triggering a 100-fold return. Wood elemental fruits 100. Automatically stored in system space. Congratulations to host partner, Lungling Shuang. Wood elemental ability level has risen to level 2. Ding! Detected that host partner, Jiang Linger, has consumed 1 wood elemental fruit, triggering a 100-fold return. Wood elemental fruits 100. Automatically stored in system space. Congratulations to host partner, Jiang Linger. Wood elemental ability level has risen to level 2. Ding! Detected that host partner, Su Qingxue, has consumed 1 wood elemental fruit, triggering a 100-fold return. Wood elemental fruits 100. Automatically stored in system space. Congratulations to host partner, Su Qingxue. Wood elemental ability level has risen to level 2. With each notification echoing, the number of wood elemental fruits in Boda's system space surged dramatically. Casting a glance at the continuously fluctuating digits on the system panel, the corners of his mouth could not help but rise in a triumphant arc, suppressing the elation swelling within. Boda refrained from further delay, reaching for the wood elemental fruits on the table, methodically placing them in his mouth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening wood elemental ability. Current level, level 1. 1, 2, 3 ding. Congratulations to the host for elevating wood elemental ability level to level 2. At the moment the system notification chimed, Boda distinctly sensed a monumental qualitative shift in the wood elemental energy within him. If the level 1 wood elemental ability could merely conjure a few fragile leaves to heal minor surface wounds, upon ascending to level 2, the wood elemental energy within him solidified manifold, enabling the generation of resilient vines and vastly enhancing his healing capabilities. With a mere thought, Boda extended a vibrant green vine from his fingertips, adorned with tiny hairs that swayed gently, exuding a vitality-filled essence. Nodding in satisfaction, he dispersed the vine with a flick of his wrist and continued to consume the fruits. Yet, the system notifications in his mind remained unrelenting, intensifying in frequency as the 10 maidens continued to devour the fruits. Ding! Detected that host's partner, Lin Roashi, consumed 1 wood elemental fruit, triggering a 100-fold return. 100 wood elemental fruits have been automatically stored in the system space. Congratulations to host partner, Lin Roashi. The wood elemental level has been elevated to level 3. Ding! Detected that host partner, Su Qingwei, consumed 1 wood elemental fruit, triggering a 100-fold return. 100 wood elemental fruits have been automatically stored in the system space. Congratulations to host partner, Su Qingwei. The wood elemental level has been elevated to level 3. Ding! Detected that host partner, Wen Rushui, consumed 1 wood elemental fruit, triggering a 100-fold return. 100 wood elemental fruits have been automatically stored in the system space. Congratulations to host partner, Wen Rushui. The wood elemental level has been elevated to level 3. One after another, the prompts resonated like a most exquisite symphony within Boda's mind. He did not even need to consciously glance at the system panel to surmise that the wood elemental fruits in the system space had accumulated into a small mountain, their quantity astonishingly vast. He glanced down at his palm, where a rich green glow swirled, and the wood elemental energy within him continued to surge. With the final fruit consumed, a torrent of formidable energy violently surged towards the elemental core, causing his body to tremble slightly. Ding! Congratulations, host. The wood elemental level has been elevated to level 3. As the system prompt faded, Boda exhaled a long breath of turbid air, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Level 3 wood elemental ability could now give rise to robust vines adorned with sharp thorns, and the healing capabilities had once again leapt forward. Gazing at the mountain of fruits in the system space, a broad smile nearly stretched from ear to ear. With this series of actions, not only had his own wood elemental ability soared to level 3, but the 10 women beside him had also successfully transcended, becoming level 3 wood elementalists. The overall strength of the entire team had surged several-fold. My wood elemental ability has reached level 3. Lin Roashi looked at her palm, and with a flicker of her thoughts, a vine as thick as an arm instantly coalesced, bristling with sharp spikes that glimmered with a cold light, exuding a fierce aura. With a gentle wave, the vine shot forth with a sound of breaking air, crashing into the stone wall of the secret chamber, leaving a deep gouge. Wen Miao Miao was even more direct. She jumped up in excitement, and with a flick of her fingertip, a vine shot forth. With a thought, it pierced the hard stone wall like a swift arrow, creating a deep hole with a soft thud. Wow! Look, darling! Wen Miao Miao turned her head excitedly, waving at Boda, her face beaming with pride, her tone imbued with delight. My vine can actually penetrate the stone wall. How incredible! The remaining women each displayed their extraordinary abilities. Some conjured a verdant barrier of light capable of withstanding attacks, while others summoned countless slender vines from the ground, covering the entire chamber in a lush green tapestry. In that moment, the room brimmed with vitality and exuberance. Boda observed this scene with a smile and nodded approvingly, feeling quite satisfied within. All right, everyone must be weary, he remarked, noticing the excitement on their faces was shadowed by a hint of fatigue in their eyes. After the fierce battle we experienced today, let us rest well, and tomorrow we shall venture forth to explore. The next morning, Boda listened intently to the sounds emanating from the other rooms. The steady, elongated breaths of the 10 women indicated they were still in slumber. Having expended considerable energy the previous day, he chose not to disturb them. With a mere thought, his figure silently exited the chamber, landing amidst the remnants of a crumbled edifice. In the early dawn of this post-apocalyptic world, a chilling breeze permeated the air, thick with an inescapable scent of blood and decay, a mingling of death and desolation. From the depths of the distant ruins, The occasional roar of mutated beasts echoed, harsh and savage, shattering the eerie silence and adding a sinister edge to the barren landscape. Boda stretched languidly, the sound of his cracking joints resonating sharply, and a surge of vitality coursed through his limbs. He gazed toward the east, and with a gentle lift of his foot, the power of space around him began to surge. A faint silver ripple supported his form, propelling him like a specter into the depths of the ruins. The speed of his spatial ability was astonishing, allowing him to traverse dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. The steel and concrete obstructions, along with the collapsed walls, were rendered inconsequential before him. As he advanced swiftly, he released his mental energy, weaving a delicate web to sense the energy fluctuations around him, hoping to uncover precious resources or extraordinary fruits. Delving deeper, he navigated through several streets dominated by mutated beasts, thanks to the concealment properties of his spatial abilities. Boda moved like an invisible phantom, skillfully avoiding several formidable packs of mutated creatures. For an ordinary survivor, encountering any of these groups would mean certain death. But for Boda, the mere thought of engaging them sparked no interest. Just as he was about to turn into another street, a sudden clamor of fierce combat erupted from the depths of the ruins ahead. Boda paused momentarily, his brow arching slightly. He had intended to circumvent the conflict. In this desolate world, it was often wiser to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Yet, just as he began to shift away, a crisp system notification resonated in his mind. Ding. Random mission triggered. The objective of the task is to rescue the distressed woman, Xunyue. The requirements entail ensuring her safety and successfully integrating her into the harem. The reward for this endeavor is the mastery of weapon forging, while failure incurs no penalty. Boda paused momentarily, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He turned towards the source of the sound, where amidst a collapsed structure, dust swirled, revealing a slender figure struggling amidst a group of dark silhouettes, her anguished cries echoing through the air. The thought of weapon forging ignited a spark of fervor within Boda. In this apocalyptic world, the significance of weapons and armor was indisputable. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang into action, resembling an arrow released from its bow, racing towards the source of the commotion. Navigating through a crumbling residential complex, he emerged into a scene of stark contrast. Before him lay the remains of a once bustling plaza, now reduced to rubble, the remnants of its former splendor lost to time. Yet, this desolate expanse had transformed into a battleground. A pack of enormous mutated hyenas encircled a lone woman, who was none other than Xunyue. As indicated by the system prompt, the instant Boda laid eyes on her, information flooded his mind. Name: Xunyue. Age: 21. Status: extremely fatigued, injured. Mentally strained. Cultivation: none. Abilities: none. Experience: 0 persons, 0 times. Overall rating: 95 points. Dressed in a tattered tracksuit, the once vibrant colors were now obscured by dirt and blood. Yet it still accentuated her slender yet resilient figure. Her long, raven hair was tied into a high ponytail, swaying with her movements, its strands matted with grime and blood. Yet it did not diminish the beauty of her exquisite face. Her features were as delicate as those of a painting. Yet her brows conveyed a stubborn tenacity that belied her fragile appearance. Her almond-shaped eyes were fixed on the mutated hyenas before her, devoid of fear, radiating a fierce determination born from desperation. In her hands, she clutched a rusted fire axe, the blade stained with dark crimson, a testament to her prolonged struggle. Lacking any supernatural abilities or cultivation, she relied solely on the combat skills honed in this harsh world and an unyielding spirit to fend off the ferocious hyenas. Each swing of her axe was executed with precision, targeting the creature's vulnerable eyes and necks, managing to repel several of them. Yet, the overwhelming number of hyenas and their brutal ferocity proved insurmountable. At this moment, she was nearing her limit. Her arms and calves were riddled with wounds of varying severity, blood soaking her attire and creating a glaring pool upon the ground. Her breaths grew increasingly rapid, her chest heaving violently, and her steps became unsteady. The fire axe in her hand swung more slowly with each lift, as though it drained every ounce of her strength. Exhaustion from physical exertion and weakness from blood loss had brought her to the brink of collapse. At that moment, a remarkably large mutant hyena suddenly evaded her axe, its powerful limbs propelling it toward her back like a cannonball. It opened its gaping maw, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs, emanating a pungent stench as it lunged for her neck. A bite from such a creature would surely result in a gruesome fate. Xinyue's pupils constricted, and a chill of impending death enveloped her. She could distinctly feel the rush of wind behind her, yet her body was utterly spent, leaving her no time to evade. Despair surged within her. She could only instinctively turn sideways, attempting to block with her fire axe. Yet, deep down, she understood that it was a futile struggle. In that critical moment, a faint silvery ripple suddenly spread behind her. Boda appeared like a specter, his right hand waving gently, unleashing an invisible blade of space that sliced through the air with lightning speed, cleaving the mutant hyena's neck, with a soft sound akin to a blade slicing through tofu. The creature's head flew off, crimson blood spraying everywhere, pooling on the ground. The headless body staggered forward a few steps before collapsing with a thud. The sudden turn of events momentarily stunned all the mutant hyenas present, their fierce growls abruptly ceasing as they turned in unison to face the newly arrived Boda. Even Xinyue was momentarily taken aback, her fire axe frozen in midair as she slowly turned her head. Boda, clad in a sleek black casual outfit, stood tall and handsome, a subtle smile gracing his lips. A faint silvery ripple of space danced around him, exuding an aura of mystery and strength, illuminating her despairing gaze like a ray of light piercing through darkness. "Who are you?" Xinyue asked warily, gripping her fire axe tightly, her eyes wide with suspicion. In this apocalyptic world, human hearts were often more treacherous than the mutated beasts they faced. Despite her gratitude, she couldn't afford to let her guard down. "I merely passed by and saw you in distress, so I lent a helping hand," Boda replied with a faint smile, his gaze sweeping over the snarling mutant hyenas, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. "Leave these beasts to me." Before his words fully left his lips, Boda was already in motion again. His spatial abilities were unleashed to their fullest extent, allowing him to weave through the throngs of mutant hyenas, his figure moving so swiftly that only afterimages remained. His right hand continued to slice through the air, unleashing invisible blades of space that reaped the lives of the mutant hyenas like the scythe of death. The air was filled with a cacophony of anguished cries. Before Boda, the mutated hyenas were utterly feeble. Their hardened scales and sharp fangs were rendered as fragile as paper under the might of the spatial blade, swiftly torn asunder. Some hyenas were cleaved in two. Others had their heads severed cleanly, and some did not even have the chance to react before being reduced to mere pulp by the force of the spatial power. Boda's movements flowed with an effortless grace, devoid of any semblance of brutality. It seemed less a slaughter of ferocious beasts and more akin to a trivial task. In mere moments, all the mutated hyenas lay lifeless in pools of blood, utterly devoid of life. Only when the last hyena's body crashed to the ground did Xinyue slowly lower the fire axe from her hands. The axe handle slipped from her weary grip, clattering loudly against the ground, resonating starkly in the silence of the square. She stared blankly at the corpses of the mutated hyenas strewn about, then gradually lifted her gaze towards Boda, who stood a short distance away, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. She could sense that this man before her possessed a strength beyond imagination. The power to annihilate a horde of mutated beasts with a mere wave of his hand was something she had never witnessed before. "Thank you for your timely rescue," Xinyue said, taking a deep breath to suppress her astonishment. She inclined her body slightly towards Boda, her tone softening, her wariness easing. "I am Xinyue. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "Boda," he replied with a faint smile, his gaze drifting to her alarming wounds, his brow furrowing slightly. "Your injuries are severe. You should attend to them first." As he spoke, Boda focused his thoughts, extending a verdant vine from his fingertips, which shimmered with a soft glow and exuded a refreshing aura of vegetation, instantly dispelling the stench of blood in the square. This was his third-level wood-based ability, capable not only of nurturing plant life, but also possessing formidable healing properties. The vine gently coiled around Xinyue's wounds, a gentle energy seeping into her skin. The searing pain that had plagued her vanished in an instant, and the grievous wounds began to visibly heal and scab over at an astonishing rate. Xinyue's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at her wounds, then abruptly lifted her head to look at the vine at Boda's fingertips, her voice trembling with astonishment. "What is this ability? It is truly miraculous." "It is a wood-based ability, capable of healing as well as combat," Boda explained. Retracting the vine, and observing the shock in her eyes. He then inquired, "As an ordinary person without powers, what brings you to such a perilous place? The mutated beasts here are not something you can contend with." Upon hearing his words, a shadow of sorrow crossed Shen Yue's face, but she bit her lip, her expression hardening with resolve. "After the apocalypse began, my family was devoured by mutated beasts, and I have been surviving alongside a group of survivors." Her voice trembled with emotion, yet it still conveyed an indomitable spirit. "Yesterday, our team encountered a horde of beasts, and I was the only one to escape. I ventured into this desolate ruin, hoping to stumble upon some food." She paused, lifted her gaze, and fixed her eyes on Boda, articulating with deliberate clarity, "I do not wish to perish. I long to survive." The defiance and unwillingness reflected in her eyes stirred something within Boda. He observed this girl, who had been struggling in the apocalypse yet had never surrendered, and after a moment of silence, he spoke slowly, "I can provide you with sustenance and a secure shelter, as well as empower you to defend yourself, so that you will no longer be pursued by mutated beasts." Shen Yue abruptly raised her head, disbelief evident in her eyes. As if she had heard an extraordinary tale, she stared at Boda, her lips trembling slightly. "Really? Why would you help me? In this world ravaged by chaos?" Shen Yue understood all too well that kindness rarely existed without ulterior motives. Boda met her gaze with sincerity, revealing no hint of concealment. "It is quite simple. I need you to accompany me and be my woman." Shen Yue was taken aback, momentarily rendered speechless as she gazed at Boda. After a brief silence, memories of her days of fleeing flashed through her mind. She was utterly exhausted, yearning for a sanctuary, a place where she would no longer have to dread whether she would survive another day. The man before her was powerful, enigmatic, with a gaze that was both clear and sincere, instilling in her an unprecedented sense of safety. After a moment, Shen Yue lifted her head with renewed determination, her voice trembling yet unwavering. "I am willing. From this day forth, I, Shen Yue, will follow you." Boda regarded her with a satisfied smile. "Excellent, from now on. You are mine." Upon hearing his words, Shen Yue's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she did not protest. Instead, she nodded earnestly. A newfound sense of security blossomed within her like a warm current, dispelling the long-standing fears and despair that had haunted her. At that moment, Boda's mental acuity detected a potent energy fluctuation emanating from the nearby underground parking lot entrance. What is this energy? A spark of curiosity glimmered in Boda's eyes. In his eagerness to save her, he had overlooked this significant energy wave. He turned to Shen Yue, gesturing towards the dark entrance, and inquired, "Do you know if there is something extraordinary within that underground parking lot?" Chapter 90. Shen Yue followed Boda's gesture, shaking her head with a faint voice. "I do not know. I merely passed through here. I had not yet entered to explore when I was targeted by that pack of mutated hyenas." Boda nodded thoughtfully, listening intently to the sounds emanating from the depths of the passage. In addition to the energy fluctuation, there was a faint yet menacing growl, deep and ferocious. Clearly not that of an ordinary mutated beast. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "In light of this, let us venture inside. Perhaps we shall uncover some valuable resources." Shen Yue had no objections. She had placed her complete trust in Boda, and with him by her side, she felt reassured against the threats posed by mutated beasts. Nodding slightly, she gathered her strength and followed closely behind Boda. The two moved in tandem toward the entrance of the underground parking lot. The iron gate at the entrance was twisted and deformed, resembling a contorted pastry, its surface marred by deep claw marks, thick as fingers. The rusted door was stained with dark crimson blood, a testament to the fierce battles that had transpired here, once a stronghold for formidable mutated beasts. Boda led the way, channeling his mental energy, which spread out like an intricate web, meticulously sensing any movements within. Beyond the palpable energy fluctuations, he detected the presence of a powerful mutated beast, far superior to the pack of mutated hyenas they had encountered earlier, at least at the peak of the first tier, with faint signs suggesting it might even reach the second tier. "Be cautious. There is a formidable mutated beast within, at least at the peak of the first tier," Boda warned, his tone growing graver. Despite possessing 4 types of extraordinary abilities, space, wood, fire, and lightning, as well as being at the 6th level of foundational cultivation and the 4th layer of body refinement, he understood the necessity of vigilance. In a post-apocalyptic world, Any lapse in attention could lead to dire consequences. Xinyue nodded, instinctively clenching her fists. Upon entering the parking lot, the air was thick with a pungent mixture of blood and rust, intermingled with the scent of dust, nearly choking them. The walls flanking the passage were riddled with claw marks and bloodstains, amplifying the sinister atmosphere. A chilling wind swept through the corridor, carrying a bone-deep cold that made Xinyue shudder involuntarily, prompting her to draw closer to Boda. Noticing her movement, Boda remained alert, acutely aware of any subtle sounds in their surroundings. His spatial abilities operated quietly, a faint silver ripple shimmering around him, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. They proceeded cautiously down the corridor, the ground beneath them increasingly damp, with pools of water reflecting the eerie glow of the emergency lights. The intensity of the energy fluctuations grew stronger, and the presence of the mutated beast became more pronounced. After traversing approximately several dozen meters, the passage opened into a vast underground chamber. This space appeared to be the underground warehouse of the parking lot, spanning over 1,000 square meters, now irrevocably altered by the presence of the mutated beast. The ground was scarred with deep claw marks, crisscrossing in a chaotic pattern, some reaching depths of half a meter. Clear evidence of the beast's prolonged habitation. The walls had been gouged to create a massive cavity. The entrance littered with rubble and bones, both human and those of mutated beasts, whose stark whiteness sent shivers down one's spine. At the entrance of the cave, a colossal mutated pangolin lay sprawled, resembling a small mountain that nearly occupied half of the cave's mouth. Its length reached an impressive 5 meters. Its body cloaked in a layer of dark golden scales that shimmered with a chilling, cold light. Its head was pointed, adorned with formidable bony spikes, and its small eyes glimmered with a fierce light as it vigilantly observed the movements at the entrance, its nostrils subtly flaring, clearly aware of the unfamiliar scent. Beside the mutated pangolin lay a fruit, entirely enveloped in a dark golden hue, its surface intricately patterned with fine metallic lines, reminiscent of flowing magma, exuding a rich energy. The system's notification echoed in Boda's mind. Detection of a metallic ability fruit. Effect: awakens metallic abilities. Consumption by a metallic ability user can enhance their ability level. A flicker of fervor ignited in Boda's eyes as he gazed upon the fruit. This was it. He lowered his voice, fixating on the mutated pangolin, a cold smile curving his lips. Before he could finish his thought, Boda transformed into a streak of silvery light, akin to an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards the mutated pangolin with great haste. With the full force of his 6th-level foundation cultivation in operation, his internal energy surged like a roaring river, powerful and tumultuous. His 4th-tier muscle-refining cultivation rendered his body as unyielding as rock, swift as lightning, creating a howling gale that swept the ground, lifting fragments of stone into the air. His figure traced a graceful arc through the air, and as he approached within 10 meters of the mutated pangolin, his right hand subtly rose, the tips of his fingers swirling with a faint silvery spatial power, poised to unleash an attack. The mutated pangolin sensed the lethal threat. Abruptly raising its head and emitting a deafening roar, the sound waves crashing towards Boda like a tangible shockwave. This roar carried with it its fierce aura, causing even Xinyue, who hid at a distance, to wince in pain, her eardrums throbbing, and she instinctively covered her ears. More terrifyingly, as the roar subsided, the massive body of the mutated pangolin charged violently towards Boda. Its limbs were as stout as pillars, each step causing the ground to tremble violently, fracturing it into a web of cracks. The speed was astonishing, imbued with an overwhelming force, resembling a moving mountain. Wherever it passed, the air was compressed, emitting explosive sounds. Boda's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, he surged forward, his speed increasing by 1/3. He sensed the terrifying power of the mutated pangolin. If it collided with him directly, even his 4th-tier muscle-refining cultivation would likely leave him grievously injured. Spatial confinement. Boda exclaimed, swinging his right hand forcefully. The faint silvery spatial power instantaneously expanded, forming a vast spatial cage. The cage measured 10 meters on each side, resembling a transparent crystal dome that firmly ensnared the body of the mutated pangolin. The spatial barrier shimmered with a cold luster, resolutely obstructing the path of the mutated pangolin. With a deafening crash, the massive body of the mutated pangolin collided violently against the spatial barrier, producing a dull thud reminiscent of two mountains colliding. Chapter 91. The spatial prison trembled violently, its pale silver radiance flickering erratically, with a multitude of cracks emerging on its surface, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Boda's expression shifted slightly as he channeled the spatial power within him, continuously infusing it into the spatial prison, barely stabilizing the imminent collapse of the barrier. Such formidable strength. Boda was inwardly astonished, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He had not anticipated that this pinnacle first-tier, mutated pangolin possessed such overwhelming power, as the spatial confinement could only restrain it for a fleeting moment. The mutated pangolin suddenly halted, unable to advance even an inch, which only fueled its fury. It roared in anger, its colossal claws resembling hammers forged from steel, striking the spatial barrier with tremendous force, each impact resonating with a metallic clang and sending sparks flying. Its claws were adorned with sharp, bony spines, each glinting with a chilling light, viciously raking across the spatial barrier, leaving behind deep gashes. The cracks in the spatial prison multiplied, nearing the brink of collapse. Boda dared not delay. With a wave of his left hand, he unleashed the full might of his wood-based abilities, showcasing the power of his third-level wood manipulation. Entangling thorns. As his words fell, the ground quaked violently, and countless emerald vines erupted from the earth, each as thick as an arm, adorned with sharp barbs glinting like the sharpest daggers. These vines seemed to possess a life of their own, rushing toward the mutated pangolin with the swiftness of lightning. Accompanied by a howling wind, the mutated pangolin sensed the impending threat from behind and attempted to twist its body to evade. However, it was firmly ensnared by the spatial prison, rendering it immobile. In an instant, the vines coiled around the mutated pangolin's body, wrapping around its limbs and neck in a dense spiral, akin to sturdy ropes binding it tightly. The barbs on the vines pierced into the gaps of its scales. Although they could not penetrate the hardened exterior, they dug deeply into the flesh, inflicting excruciating pain. Roaring in agony, the mutated pangolin let out a piercing shriek and thrashed violently, striving to break free from the vines. Its immense strength caused the vines to creak under the strain, the emerald tendrils bending slightly as they were pulled taut, seemingly on the verge of snapping. Yet, Boda's wood abilities had reached the third tier, and the resilience of the vines exceeded all expectations. Moreover, the wood abilities inherently possessed vitality. As the vines pierced the flesh, they continually siphoned the pangolin's life essence, growing sturdier and sharpening their barbs further. The mutated pangolin struggled for an extended period, not only failing to break free from the vines, but also becoming ensnared further by their sharp thorns. Blood seeped through the gaps in its scales, staining the vines and releasing a pungent scent of iron. Its movements grew increasingly sluggish, and its breath became erratic, a clear indication of excessive blood loss and immense physical exhaustion. In that moment, Boda's eyes glimmered with determination. He recognized that the opportune moment had arrived. Now was the time. With a low command, he focused his thoughts and dispelled the spatial confinement. Without the barrier of space to hinder it, the mutated pangolin attempted to continue its struggle, but the vines held it fast, rendering it immobile and forcing it to roar in vain. Boda's figure flickered once more, his spatial abilities reaching their zenith, creating an ethereal afterimage in place before he reappeared above the mutated pangolin. He concentrated all the spatial energy within him into his right hand, forming a delicate silver blade of space, over 3 meters in length, radiating a chilling luminescence imbued with irresistible power. Without a moment's hesitation, Boda swung his right hand forcefully, the spatial blade cutting through the air with a whistle as it descended upon the pangolin's head. Though the pangolin's scales were formidable, its eyes remained its Achilles heel. Sensing the imminent danger, the creature desperately twisted its head in an attempt to evade the lethal strike. However, ensnared by the vines, its movements were sluggish and ineffective. With a sharp sound akin to a blade slicing through tofu, the spatial blade struck precisely at the pangolin's left eye, instantly tearing through its eyelid and penetrating its eyeball. The blade continued its merciless descent, driving deep into the creature's brain, while the spatial energy wreaked havoc upon its neural pathways. A heart-wrenching roar erupted from the mutated pangolin, filled with agony and despair, causing the entire underground warehouse to tremble. Its massive body convulsed violently, limbs thrashing in a futile attempt to break free from the vine's grasp. Yet all was in vain. The fierce light in its small, vicious eyes dimmed rapidly, transitioning from ferocity to confusion, and finally to an eerie stillness. The colossal form collapsed with a thunderous crash, stirring a cloud of dust that obscured the air, causing the ground to quiver slightly, even reaching the distant Shen Yue, who felt a strong tremor. Boda descended slowly to the ground, gazing at the lifeless body of the mutated pangolin, exhaling a sigh of relief as a bead of cold sweat trickled from his forehead. Though the battle appeared effortless, it had been fraught with peril. Had his reflexes faltered even slightly, he might have suffered grave injury at the pangolin's hands. So powerful. Shen Yue stood nearby, her eyes wide with astonishment. Her mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. She had envisioned countless scenarios in her mind of confronting this monster, each culminating in her swift demise. Yet, before Boda, this fearsome creature proved to be remarkably vulnerable, akin to chopping vegetables with ease. She gazed at Boda's figure, perceiving him at that moment as a god of war, radiating a brilliant light. In her eyes, there was an abundance of admiration and reverence, intertwined with a subtle hint of infatuation. This man stood like a towering mountain, shielding her from the tempest, allowing her to experience a genuine sense of security for the first time amidst the apocalypse. Boda smiled gently, beckoning to Shen Yue. "Come here, it's all right now." Coming back to her senses, Shen Yue hurriedly approached him, her steps slightly unsteady. As she reached Boda's side, she cast a glance at the corpse of the mutated pangolin on the ground, still shaken, and whispered, "Boda, you are incredible." Boda ruffled her hair with a soft smile. It was merely a small matter. He then moved to the side of the mutated pangolin's carcass. With a thought, his fire-based abilities began to quietly activate, and in an instant, a surge of third-level fire energy erupted, engulfing the corpse in a blaze. Chapter 92. Boda was on the verge of acquiring the art of weapon forging, and the scales and bones of this mutated pangolin were perfectly suited for crafting a batch of formidable weapons and sturdy armor, significantly enhancing both his and his harem's overall strength. As the flames consumed the corpse, the flesh quickly contracted and carbonized, emitting a hissing sound and releasing a charred aroma. However, this scent was swiftly overshadowed by the bloodiness of the underground warehouse. Boda, maintaining his composure, deftly controlled the flames, adjusting the temperature to ensure the essence of the scales and bones remained intact. Before long, the flesh of the mutated pangolin was entirely incinerated, revealing its robust skeleton beneath. These bones were thick and sturdy, adorned with intricate patterns, emanating faint energy fluctuations. Satisfied, Boda nodded and waved his hand, collecting the pristine scales and bones into the system space. His gaze then fell upon the golden energy fruit, and he strode over to it. Boda extended his hand, gently grasping the fruit. It felt icy and weighty, reminiscent of holding a piece of millennia-old steel. Without a moment's hesitation, he stored the golden energy fruit into the system space as well. After completing these tasks, Boda turned to Shen Yue, who stood a short distance away, his face breaking into a warm smile. "Let us head back." Shen Yue nodded, her eyes brimming with joy. She quickly walked to Boda's side, linking her arm with his. The earlier exhilarating battle had allowed her to witness Boda's formidable strength, transforming her shock and awe into a profound attachment and affection. Boda felt the soft touch on his arm, stirring something within him. He turned slightly to glance at Shen Yue. The girl's cheeks flushed, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, her gaze shyly averted, unable to meet his eyes, yet she clung tightly to his arm. Boda gently raised his hand and tousled her hair. Shen Yue's body trembled slightly, her cheeks flushed even more intensely, yet she couldn't resist stealing a glance at him. Boda's thoughts shifted, and in the next moment, their figures vanished from their original location, reappearing in a cozy chamber reminiscent of spring. The room was suffused with warmth, starkly contrasting the damp chill of the underground warehouse. Boda led Shen Yue to the doorway of a pristine room. "This shall be your abode henceforth," he declared, pushing open the door. A gentle fragrance wafted out, refreshing and delightful. As Shen Yue stepped inside, her gaze swept over the surroundings, her eyes instantly welling with tears. The room was adorned with a soft, intricately carved wooden bed, draped in crisp white linens. Beside it stood an elegant vanity, equipped with simple grooming essentials, while a petite wardrobe occupied a corner. Even by the window, a vibrant potted plant lent life to the space, After enduring the apocalypse for so long, where she either fled or fought for survival, she had inhabited places that were either dilapidated ruins or cold basements. She had never encountered a room so clean and inviting. For a moment, she felt utterly at a loss, unsure of where to place her hands. Why not take a bath and relax? Boda suggested, observing the blood and dirt that marred her athletic wear. He then produced a delicate white lace camisole from the system's space and offered it to Yue. Upon seeing the garment, her cheeks turned a deep crimson, extending to the roots of her ears, with a charming pink hue gracing her neck. Thank you, she murmured, her voice barely a whisper, laced with bashfulness, stirring something within Boda's heart. Go on, I shall wait for you here, he replied with a smile. Gesturing towards the bathroom door, before settling into a chair by the window, Yue clutched the camisole and hastily dashed into the bathroom, closing the door behind her. Inside, the warm steam enveloped her, carrying a subtle fragrance. Taking a deep breath, she gradually shed her soiled clothing. As her garments fell away, they revealed her slender yet resilient figure. The warm water cascaded over her, washing away the grime and blood, along with the weariness and fear accumulated over the days. Time slipped away unnoticed as Yue reluctantly turned off the shower, drying herself with a clean towel. She picked up the lace camisole, hesitating momentarily before donning it slowly. Approaching the bathroom mirror, she gazed at her reflection, her cheeks aflame. The delicate straps of the camisole accentuated her slender shoulders and exquisite collarbone, while the hem barely concealed her thighs, showcasing her fair, elongated legs. The weariness etched on her face from days of fleeing transformed under the mist's caress, revealing a captivating flush, with the previous stubbornness in her eyes softened, replaced by a newfound femininity and charm. Yue took a deep breath, tidied her slightly disheveled hair, and adjusted her dress before slowly stepping out of the bathroom. Upon hearing the sound of the bathroom door opening, Boda turned his gaze. When his eyes fell upon Yue, he couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. Having shed the blood and fatigue, Yue resembled a white lotus nourished by rain. Fresh and ethereal, captivatingly beautiful. The white lace nightgown accentuated her snow-like skin, and her brows and eyes were like art, particularly her bashful apricot eyes, which seemed to hold a spring's worth of water, enchanting all who beheld her. Boda's gaze lingered on her for a brief moment, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes before he returned to his usual demeanor. He beckoned her with a gentle hand and softly said, "Come here." Yue's heart raced like a drumbeat. She lowered her head and took small steps toward Boda, her fingers anxiously twisting the hem of her nightgown, scarcely daring to breathe. Observing her nervousness, akin to a frightened little rabbit, Boda couldn't help but smile gently. He reached out, softly grasping her delicate hand, which felt warm and supple to the touch. "Yue, I possess a supreme technique known as the yin-yang harmony skill. This method emphasizes the complementary nature of yin and yang, allowing both men and women to cultivate together, facilitating rapid enhancement of strength." "Yin-yang harmony skill?" Yue murmured, her cheeks instantly flushed as if they could drip with blood. She lifted her gaze to Boda, her eyes filled with shyness and apprehension, yet without a hint of resistance. Seeing the affection in her eyes, Boda extended his other hand, gently encircling Yue's slender waist and drawing her into his embrace. Though she resembled a startled little bunny, she instinctively nestled against his chest, her arms tightly wrapping around his back. Boda gazed down at her bashful demeanor, a tender smile gracing his lips. He then gently laid Yue on the bed. Chapter 93, Forging Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully wooed Yue. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. Reward, Forging Technique. Detected that the host has successfully imparted the yin-yang harmony skill to Yue. Rewards issued. 1 cleansing pill, 1 youth-preserving pill. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has risen to the 7th layer of foundation establishment, 20. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has risen to the 5th layer of muscle transformation, 20. Congratulations, host. Companion Yue's cultivation has risen to the 1st layer of qi refinement, 10. Congratulations, host. Companion Yue's cultivation has risen to the 1st layer of body refinement, 10. In the instant the system prompt echoed, a profound stream of information surged into Boda's mind like a tide. It encompassed all aspects of the forging technique, From the most fundamental material identification and control of fire to advanced rune engraving, with every detail as clear as if he had studied it for decades. In this apocalyptic world, weapons and armor were fundamental to survival. The survivors wielded either rusted steel pipes or crudely sharpened blades. And even the slightly better firearms faced the dire predicament of ammunition scarcity. He has now mastered an extraordinary forging technique, capable of transmuting materials from mystical beasts into divine weapons imbued with extraordinary powers. Boda lowered his gaze, observing Shen Yue resting against his chest. The girl's cheeks glowed with a satisfying blush, her long lashes fluttering gently, her breath even and sweet, clearly still enveloped in the lingering afterglow of their shared cultivation. His eyes softened as his fingertips lightly brushed against her smooth back, stirring something within his heart. With a thought, the cleansing elixir and rejuvenating potion from the system materialized in his palm. He placed the elixirs upon the bedside and retrieved from the system's space a fruit of gold elemental energy, alongside dozens of fruits of wood, fire, thunder, physical enhancement, and spatial elements, arranging them beside Shen Yue. After bestowing a tender kiss upon her forehead, he quietly rose and exited the room. It was time to experiment with this forging technique. A smile of anticipation graced Boda's lips as he briskly made his way toward the forging chamber deep within the secret room. The forging chamber, a space originally within the secret room, had remained dormant until now. To Boda, it appeared as a treasure trove brimming with infinite riches. The room spanned approximately 200 square meters. At its center stood a pitch-black forging furnace, towering at 3 meters, its surface adorned with intricate runes, exuding an aura of antiquity and majesty. Neatly arranged nearby were bellows, hammers, chisels, and carving knives, though their designs were ancient. They shimmered with a metallic luster that unmistakably signified their exceptional quality. The walls were etched with densely packed spirit gathering and fire control arrays, their patterns pulsating with faint spiritual energy, clearly the result of meticulous arrangements by predecessors. As Boda entered the forging chamber, his gaze swept across the entirety of the room, his excitement intensifying. He could even perceive the internal structure of the furnace through the runes, discerning the locations of the fire gathering points, the condensation positions for elixirs, and the optimal spots for rune carving. This sensation was extraordinary, akin to an innate instinct. It felt as though he were inherently a master forger, merely reclaiming his craft after many years. Taking a deep breath to quell the stirring within him, he summoned the mutated pangolin scales and bones from the system space, which cascaded to the ground, forming a small mountain. The smile on Boda's lips deepened as he stood before the forging furnace, his expression turning intensely focused. He meticulously inspected the furnace before picking up the nearby bellows to test their feel, which was remarkably satisfying. With a hum, a vibrant orange flame materialized in Boda's palm, dancing with astonishing heat, the air around it shimmering as it became slightly distorted from the intensity. Yet, this formidable temperature remained contained, not even causing his sleeves to flutter. This was no ordinary flame. It was spiritual fire refined through his level 3 fire elemental abilities, enhanced further by his forging technique. The temperature of spiritual fire far exceeds that of common flames, allowing for the precise separation of impurities from materials, preserving the most refined core of energy, making it the unparalleled choice for smelting materials from exotic beasts. The knowledge of crafting techniques flowed clearly through his mind. He was acutely aware that the bones of the pangolin were remarkably resilient, containing a more concentrated form of energy, making them excellent primary materials for forging a longsword. Meanwhile, the scales were lightweight yet tough, perfectly suited for crafting close-fitting armor. Boda's gaze was focused as he gently directed the spiritual fire from his palm into the smelting furnace. With a hiss, as soon as the spiritual fire entered the furnace, the dormant fire control formation on the walls sprang to life, a series of crimson patterns swirling like awakened serpents, rapidly coursing along the ancient furnace body, emitting a faint hum. The patterns guided the spiritual fire, which swiftly expanded, filling the entire furnace chamber in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, the orange-red flames surged violently, transforming into a dazzling golden hue, and the temperature inside the furnace soared to a terrifying degree. The once dark furnace glowed a brilliant red at a visible pace, and the waves of heat radiating from it swept through the smelting chamber, causing the stone floor to grow faintly warm, the air thick with a searing essence. Yet, Boda seemed oblivious. He remained calm and composed, his hands continuously forming seals before his chest, channeling intricate incantations into the fire control formation. The knowledge of crafting surged through his mind like a tide, every detail vividly clear. To smelt the pangolin's bones, the temperature must be stabilized at 3,900 degrees Celsius, a level that maximally preserves the energy within the bones while fully melting them into liquid. In contrast, the smelting temperature for the scales should be slightly lower, maintained at 3,500 degrees Celsius to prevent the high heat from damaging their natural defensive structure. This was the temperature. A glint of brilliance flashed in Boda's eyes. He could distinctly sense that the temperature within the furnace had reached the perfect value. Without hesitation, he bent down and selected the 3 stoutest pangolin bones from the pile of materials on the ground. Each of these bones was as thick as an arm, the surface adorned with intricate patterns that shimmered with a cold metallic luster, heavy and exceptionally hard to the touch. Boda could feel the energy contained within the bones surging like a torrential river, pure and powerful. With a forceful motion, he hurled the 3 bones sequentially into the furnace. As soon as the bones made contact with the golden spiritual fire, a piercing sound erupted. The remnants of flesh and blood on the bone surfaces swiftly vaporized under the extreme heat, dissipating into the air as a wisp of green smoke. Following this, the bones began to soften, their once adamantine texture transforming into something akin to putty before gradually melting away. The liquid formed from the bones flowed slowly within the furnace, emanating a rich wave of energy that caused the furnace walls to tremble slightly under the impact, producing a deep, resonant hum. Boda remained undistracted, fully immersed in controlling the fire array. His fingertips deftly traced intricate incantations, ensuring the flame's temperature remained steadfast at a scorching 3,900 degrees Celsius. This precise temperature was optimal for tempering pangolin bones, effectively purging impurities while preserving the inherent energy within the bones. He observed 3 streams of skeletal liquid slowly coalescing within the furnace, merging into a larger mass. The interior shimmered with golden light, the currents of energy visibly swirling like serpents of gold in motion. The bones are the soul of the sword. They must be refined to perfection. Boda murmured to himself, his gaze unwavering as he formed another seal with his hands, executing a condensation spell. The pale golden incantation entered the refining furnace, instantly melding with the spiritual fire inside. With a resounding hum, the spiritual fire surged upward, its temperature escalating dramatically. The liquid mass, enveloped by the flames, began to churn violently, emitting sizzling sounds as clumps of black impurities were expelled, transforming into wisps of black smoke that escaped through the furnace's vent. Meanwhile, the liquid's hue deepened, resembling concentrated gold, exuding a pulse of energy that was both mesmerizing and intimidating. After a full half-hour, the tempering of the skeletal liquid was finally complete. The mass ceased its tumultuous motion and floated serenely within the spiritual fire, its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen. Devoid of any impurities, radiating pure waves of energy. Boda exhaled a long breath, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks, splattering onto the ground with a soft hiss, instantly evaporating in the furnace's intense heat. His garments were thoroughly drenched, clinging to his physique, yet he remained oblivious, his focus solely on the flawless skeletal liquid within the furnace. Without pausing, he bent down to select pangolin scales from the material pile. Each scale was palm-sized, with rounded edges and a smooth surface akin to the finest polished steel, glinting with a dark golden sheen. When struck lightly, they emitted a crisp sound. Boda divided the scales into 2 batches. The first, the largest and thickest, intended for crafting the chest and back armor, the core of the protective gear, demanding the finest materials. The second batch, slightly smaller, would be fashioned into arm guards, leg armor, and a helmet, where no compromises could be made. He first tossed the initial batch of scales into the opposite side of the refining furnace. The fire array had been divided into 2 zones. One side reached an extremely high temperature for refining bones, while the other maintained a slightly lower temperature of around 3,000 degrees Celsius, suitable for melting the scales. This temperature would not fully liquefy the scales, but would keep them in a semi-molten state, precisely the effect Boda desired. As the scales made contact with the spiritual fire, they produced a similar sound, their surface impurities swiftly stripped away, dissipating into azure smoke. Unlike the skeletal form, The scaled armor did not completely liquefy. Rather, it transformed into a semi-molten state, akin to softened glass, retaining its fundamental shape while exhibiting remarkable malleability. The natural defensive patterns on its surface became increasingly pronounced. Boda observed the changes within the furnace, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. This was precisely the effect he desired. The semi-molten state of the scales would preserve their intrinsic defensive patterns to the greatest extent, thereby enhancing the armor's defensive capabilities while simultaneously reducing its weight, ensuring unimpeded movement. Next came the pivotal step of shaping. Boda grasped the iron hammer nearby, an implement inherently present in the forging chamber, crafted entirely from high-quality steel and weighing 100 pounds. For an ordinary individual, merely lifting it would be a Herculean task. Yet in Boda's hands, it felt as light as a feather. Approaching the furnace, he took hold of the hammer's handle with both hands, his gaze becoming intensely focused, even his breath adopting a measured steadiness. He first directed his attention to the bone liquid mass, skillfully manipulating the fire control array to finally adjust the flame's temperature, ensuring that the bone liquid remained in an optimal state for shaping. With each swing of the hammer against the furnace wall, he struck with resounding force. Thud, thud, thud. The deep sounds reverberated throughout the forging chamber, rhythmic and pronounced, akin to the beating of war drums. Each strike resonated with a specific frequency, as if communicating with the bone liquid within the furnace. His movements were precise and fluid. Every gesture, every strike was impeccably timed, devoid of any deviation. As the hammering continued, the bone liquid began to flow gradually, coalescing into the silhouette of a longsword. The blade, elongated to approximately 3 feet and 7 inches, bore a perfect curve, shimmering with a chilling luster, emanating a fierce aura. Boda watched as the outline of the longsword sharpened into clarity, a glint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. After an hour had elapsed, the shaping of the sword was finally complete. The blade, imbued with a dark gold hue, was as smooth as a mirror, free of any blemishes, while the grip retained the natural patterns of bone, exuding a sense of formidable power when held. Without pausing, he shifted his focus to the scaled armor on the opposite side. He continued to wield the iron hammer against the furnace wall, each strike inducing subtle changes in the semi-molten state of the scales. The armor he sought to forge was a set of close-fitting light armor, designed to provide formidable defensive capabilities while remaining lightweight and agile, ensuring freedom of movement. He began with the largest and thickest scales, shaping them into the forms of a chest plate and a back plate. The chest plate conformed seamlessly to the human body, affording perfect protection to vital organs such as the heart and lungs, with edges meticulously smoothed to prevent skin abrasions. The back plate was aerodynamically designed to minimize resistance during movement, while an additional layer was thickened at the spine for enhanced protection. Subsequently, he shaped the slightly smaller scales into arm guards, leg guards, and a helmet. Both the arm and leg guards were crafted in segmented designs, ensuring the flexibility of joints. The helmet is meticulously crafted in accordance with ergonomic principles, perfectly conforming to the contours of the head while exposing only the eyes, nose, and mouth, thus ensuring both a clear field of vision and the utmost head protection. Each scale has been shaped with immense dedication by Boda, striving for perfection. Sweat trickles down his forehead, soaking his garments. His shirt clings to his back, entirely drenched, revealing the smooth lines of his musculature, yet he remains oblivious. His focus solely on the flickering flames and the sword and scales gradually taking form within the forge, his mind intensely concentrated. Upon completion of the shaping, the final and most crucial step ensues, the engraving of runes. Runes embody the very essence of weapon forging. A well-crafted rune can exponentially enhance the power of arms and armor. A myriad of rune patterns flashes through Boda's mind in an instant. He meticulously selects the runes, ultimately choosing the sharpness rune for the sword, which maximally enhances its cutting edge, rendering it capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere mud. For the scales, he opts for the indestructible rune, fortifying their defensive capabilities against more formidable assaults. Taking a deep breath, Boda grasps the engraving knife beside him. This knife, sharp as a razor and glimmering with a cold light, is specifically designed for rune engraving. With both hands, he holds the knife, channeling his internal energy into it. In a fleeting moment, a soft golden light emanates from the blade, sharpening it further, as though it could slice through the very air, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Now is the moment, Boda exclaims, wielding the knife with fervor, swiftly carving at the mouth of the forge. His movements are as swift as lightning, intricate runes taking shape under his deft hands, shimmering with golden light, as if animated, gradually merging into the sword and scales within the furnace. He first engraves the runes onto the sword. The moment the sharpness rune integrates with the blade, it erupts in a fierce cold light. As if aiming to pierce the heavens, a sharp aura enveloping the entire forging chamber, chilling the very air. Next, he inscribes the runes onto the scales. As the indestructible rune melds with each scale, their color deepens, and their defensive strength surges. A heavy aura of protection emanates from the scales, standing in stark contrast to the sword's sharpness. The moment the runes make contact with the sword and scales, they vanish without a trace, as if they had never existed. Yet Boda can distinctly sense the intensified energy fluctuations of the weapons and armor, a sharp and weighty aura radiating from the furnace, chilling the atmosphere further. His movements quicken, each rune engraved with increasing speed. With every rune inscribed, the power of the weapons and armor amplifies, and the golden light within the furnace grows ever more radiant. Time becomes irrelevant, and when the final rune is engraved, Boda abruptly withdraws his hand, his internal energy surging forth as he casts a condensation spell upon the forge. Condense. A low growl reverberated, akin to thunder striking. A brilliant golden light erupted violently from the furnace, blinding all who beheld it. The entire refining chamber quaked violently, and the runes etched upon the furnace walls flickered frantically, emanating a formidable wave of energy. Boom! With a resounding crash, the lid of the refining furnace was forcefully propelled off by an immense surge of energy, crashing heavily against the wall, leaving a deep dent in its wake. Subsequently, a long sword of dark gold and a suit of dark golden scale armor soared forth from the furnace, suspended midair, radiating an aura of terrifying energy. The sword measured approximately 3 feet and 7 inches, its blade elongated and extraordinarily sharp, shimmering with a chilling gleam, as if capable of slicing through the very air itself. Subtle yet fierce runes danced upon the blade, exuding an aura so sharp it was daunting to behold. Boda reached out to grasp the hilt, a frigid sensation coursing through him from the sword, enveloping his entire being in an instant. With a gentle flick, a golden sword aura surged forth, cleaving through a nearby stone slab, which was severed cleanly in twain, the cut as smooth as a mirror, devoid of any rough edges. What a magnificent sword! Boda couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. He named this blade the Golden Saint's armor-piercing edge, turning his gaze to the suit of scale armor. Each scale glimmered with a metallic luster, impenetrable runes swirling upon the scales, exuding an aura of formidable defense. The armor was tailored closely to the body, comprising a chest plate, back plate, arm guards, leg guards, and a helmet, all of which felt feather-light when donned, yet instilled an unwavering sense of security. With a mere thought, the armor enveloped him, fitting seamlessly against his physique without a hint of constriction. He tested the flexibility of his limbs, swinging his arms and kicking his legs, moving with the same ease as if he bore no armor at all. Perfect! A flicker of ecstatic joy danced in Boda's eyes. He named this suit the Golden Saint's defensive armor. Grasping the bone sword with satisfaction and reveling in the security provided by the scale armor, Boda felt an indescribable thrill surging within him. With another thought, the Golden Saint's armor-piercing edge and the Golden Saint's defensive armor transformed into 2 streams of light and were stored away in the system space. He wiped the perspiration from his brow and turned to exit the refining chamber. Thud, thud, thud. Meanwhile, when Meow Meow sat before her vanity, combing her long hair, hearing a knock at the door, she called out without looking up, "Come in, the door is unlocked." Boda entered with a smile, exclaiming, "Meow Meow, look at the wonderful treasures I have brought for you." Upon hearing this, when Meow Meow abruptly turned her head, and a radiant smile instantly illuminated her face. "Darling, you're back." She sprang up and leaped into Boda's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist and playfully pouting. Boda, with a thought, summoned the Golden Saint's armor-piercing edge and the Golden Saint's defensive armor into his hands. The dark golden light shimmered, instantly capturing Meow Meow's attention. Wow, such a beautiful sword and armor. Meow Meow's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she examined the 2 pieces of equipment, her small face reflecting sheer astonishment. Darling, where did you acquire these? Of course, I crafted them myself, Boda replied with a smile, handing her the golden holy armor-piercing blade. This blade, forged from the bones of a first-tier peak mutated beast, the pangolin, is inscribed with sharp runes, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud. Perfect for you. When Meow Meow grasped the golden holy armor-piercing blade, feeling its icy touch, yet it exuded a profound sense of power. She gently swung it, unleashing a fierce sword aura. What an impressive sword! Boda then presented her with the golden holy defensive armor, saying, "In this set of armor, crafted from the scales of a first-tier peak mutated pangolin, is inscribed with indestructible runes, offering exceptional defense while remaining lightweight. Try it on." Eagerly, when Meow Meow donned the golden holy defensive armor, which automatically conformed to her form, accentuating her delicate figure. The dark golden armor complemented her exquisite beauty, radiating a striking aura. She dashed to the mirror, admiring herself from every angle, utterly satisfied, before turning and leaping into Boda's embrace, tiptoeing to kiss his cheek. "Thank you, darling. I adore it." Seeing her joy filled Boda's heart with warmth. Just then, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that host's partner, when Meow Meow, consumed 1 golden holy armor-piercing blade and 1 golden holy defensive armor, triggering 100-fold return. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 100 golden holy armor-piercing blades and 100 golden holy defensive armors. A wave of exhilaration surged within Boda. 100 sets of both the golden holy armor-piercing blade and the golden holy defensive armor. Even if his harem expanded by another 100, there would be ample equipment for all. In that very moment, as the system notification faded, another crisp sound resonated in Boda's mind. Ding! Detected that partner Shen Yue consumed 1 golden elemental fruit, triggering 100-fold return. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 100 golden elemental fruits. Detected that Shen Yue successfully awakened her golden elemental ability. Current golden elemental ability level 1. With 2 notifications ringing in succession, Boda couldn't help but let a smile stretch across his face. First, 100 sets of the golden holy armor-piercing blade and golden holy defensive armor. And now another 100 golden elemental fruits. This 100-fold return system was truly like a walking ATM. When Meow Meow remained blissfully immersed in her newfound equipment, oblivious to Boda's peculiar delight. "I knew you cared for me the most," she chirped, pecking his chin with affection sparkling in her eyes. With a flicker of thought, Boda quietly retrieved 50 golden elemental fruits from the system space, neatly arranging them on the adjacent vanity. The golden fruits, each one plump and resplendent, were adorned with intricate patterns, their rich golden energy radiating like a surging tide, quickly enveloping the entire room. When Meow Meow's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the collection of fruits on the vanity, shimmering with brilliant golden light, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes filled with astonishment. She instinctively softened her breathing. "Darling, what are these?" "These are golden energy fruits," Boda replied gently, ruffling her hair. "Golden energy fruits." When Meow Meow's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she could hardly trust her ears, Boda chuckled lightly, unfazed. "Meow Meow, shouldn't you reward me now?" Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. She bashfully tapped his chest, her voice as soft as a whisper. "You're so annoying, always getting your way." With a low chuckle, Boda swept her up in his arms and carried her toward the bed. When Meow Meow lazily nestled against him, her eyes heavy with fatigue, yet sparkling with satisfaction. Unable to contain his laughter, Boda leaned down and kissed the top of her head. "How does it feel? Comfortable?" When Meow Meow's cheeks burned as she buried her face in his chest, her voice laced with a drowsy rasp. "Darling, you're amazing." Boda playfully pinched her cheek, smiling. "I still need to deliver equipment and energy fruits to your other sisters. You should rest for a while and enjoy the fruits." When Meow Meow nodded earnestly, her eyes reflecting obedience. "Got it, darling." In the following hours, Boda traversed every room, delivering equipment and fruits to each of the sisters. At every stop, he would first engage in mutual cultivation with them. Boda's cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket. As he exited the last room belonging to his partner, Shen Yue, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your foundation building cultivation has broken through to the 9th level pinnacle. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your muscle-changing cultivation has broken through to the 9th level pinnacle. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your golden energy ability has risen to level 3. At that moment, when Meow Meow and the other 11 partners emerged from their rooms, each adorned in dark golden holy defense armor, wielding holy armor-piercing blades, with faint golden runes shimmering on their armor. Darling, they exclaimed in unison, their voices echoing in the hall with fervent admiration and devotion. Boda surveyed the enchanting scene before him, his heart swelling with ambition. He raised his hand and declared, "Let us venture forth and see if we can uncover any treasures." Yes, the 11 partners responded in chorus, their voices resonating throughout the chamber, filled with determination. Boda traversed the fractured streets accompanied by 11 companions, the dark golden holy defense armor glimmering brilliantly under the sun, the clinking of the armor plates resonating with a crisp sound. His gaze swept over the partially collapsed shopping mall ahead, and his nostrils flared slightly, detecting a faint, putrid odor in the air. "Listen, there seems to be a roar from underground," he remarked. The women instantly became alert, gripping their weapons tightly as their latent powers surged within them. Boda could distinctly sense that numerous mutated beasts were congregated beneath the mall. "Let us go down and investigate," he urged, leading the way toward the mall. The 11 companions exchanged glances and followed closely behind. After walking approximately 100 meters, a vast underground space revealed itself before them. It was an abandoned parking garage, now completely overrun by mutated beasts. Thousands of lower-tier mutated creatures were densely scattered throughout the garage, resembling a tide. Most were mutated rats and cockroaches, their sizes several times larger than normal. Their bodies encased in glossy, hard shells, with teeth and claws sharp as blades, glinting ominously. Upon sensing intruders, they all raised their heads, their crimson eyes fixated on Boda and his group, emitting a cacophony of piercing screeches that assaulted their eardrums. Behind these lower-tier beasts stood hundreds of first-tier mutated creatures, forming a stark defensive line. These were considerably larger, some mutated wolves covered in tough scales, drool dripping from their jaws, while others were mutated giant lizards, their long tongues flicking in and out, exuding a foul odor. There were also mutated bats, their wings spanning nearly 2 meters, circling in the air, shrieking sharply as they flapped their wings, stirring up a gust of rancid wind. At the farthest end of the parking garage lay a massive mutated black bear, towering at 10 meters in height, sprawled on the ground. Its fur was a dark gray, reminiscent of forged steel, with each hair as rigid as a needle. Its large, bloodshot eyes emitted a terrifying aura. This was undoubtedly a second-tier early-stage mutated beast. Seeing such a formidable presence, even the boldest among the women couldn't help but gasp in shock. They instinctively took a half-step back, and when Meow Meow's voice trembled ever so slightly, "With so many of them, are we really going to confront this head-on?" The expressions of her companions shifted as well, facing such a multitude of mutated beasts. Claiming not to be afraid would be disingenuous. They huddled closely together, their eyes collectively fixed on Boda. However, Boda appeared remarkably composed, surveying the surrounding mutated creatures and sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from them, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "What is there to fear?" Boda's voice resonated with a steady strength, akin to the stabilizing needle of the sea god, instantly calming the hearts of the women around him. "Each of you possesses various extraordinary abilities, and with the addition of the Golden Saint's armor-piercing blade and defensive gear, these mutated beasts are merely sources of experience waiting to be claimed." As Boda's words faded, he was the first to charge forward. His movements were as swift as lightning, each swing of his sword imbued with tremendous force. With a sharp sound, the blade sliced through flesh, and Boda unleashed a golden sword energy that cleaved through dozens of mutated rodents, leaving behind a pool of dark green blood. He navigated through the chaotic horde of lesser mutated beasts, resembling a tiger among sheep, with no one able to impede his advance. The claws of the mutated creatures clashed against his Golden Saint armor, producing only clanging sounds, leaving no mark upon him. "Watch me." Cold Ling Shuang inhaled deeply, a glint of icy light flashing in her azure eyes as her level 3 ice ability surged to its peak. She expelled a frigid breath, causing the temperature to plummet, and the air crystallized into countless ice shards. The mutated beasts, unable to react, were instantaneously frozen into statues, rendered immobile. Following this, she waved her hands. conjuring a multitude of ice spikes that rained down upon the first-tier mutated beasts. The impacts echoed with dull thuds as the ice spikes struck the armored scales of the mutated wolves. Although they did not penetrate, they slowed their movements. The ice creeping through the crevices of their scales, leaving them shivering in the cold. It is my time to shine. When Meow Meow could no longer contain her excitement as her lightning abilities erupted with full force, she raised her arms high, summoning a bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel that descended from the heavens. Its purple arcs flashing with terrifying brilliance as it struck the largest mutated wolf with unerring precision. The crackling thunder filled the air as the lightning struck the beast, unleashing a piercing sound. The powerful currents surged through its body, and the mutated wolf howled in agony, its scales charred to a crisp. Smoke rising from its body as it collapsed, twitching before succumbing to silence. Beautiful. Boda could not suppress his admiration, and with another swing of his sword, he felled several more mutated beasts. His gaze remained fixed on the second-tier mutated black bear, vigilant against any sudden attacks it might launch. The remaining companions also joined the fray. In an instant, the underground parking lot was a cacophony of battle cries, beast roars, and the sound of abilities clashing, creating a scene that was both chaotic and remarkably coordinated. The synergy among the women grew increasingly seamless, though their cultivation levels were not high. Their superior equipment and complementary abilities gave them an edge. Sweat and grime covered their faces, yet their eyes shone brighter with determination. Boda continued to maneuver at the forefront of the battlefield, his objective clear: to restrain the early second-tier mutated black bear and prevent it from disrupting the group. The inconsequential mutated beasts and the first-tier mutated creatures could be easily dealt with by the numerous women present. His sole focus was on the strongest entity within the lair. With a surge of energy, he propelled himself like a cannonball towards the mutated black bear. Along his path, the lesser mutated beasts were sent flying, either suffering broken bones from the impact or being slain by the long sword in his grasp, utterly unable to impede his advance. Roar. The mutated black bear sensed Boda's intent, suddenly rising to its full height and unleashing a deafening roar. With a mighty swipe of its enormous paw, it struck the ground, releasing a terrifying shockwave that radiated outward. The surrounding mutated beasts were caught in its wake, flung away, leaving a scene of chaos and carnage. Those closer to the bear were crushed into pulp by the force. The women staggered back, their vitality surging, gazing at the mutated black bear with trepidation. What a display of strength! A flicker of surprise crossed Boda's eyes, yet he felt no fear. Clang! His long sword clashed against the head of the mutated black bear, producing a shrill metallic ring. Sparks flew as the bear's head, incredibly tough, absorbed the impact, effectively blocking Boda's strike. He felt a tremendous recoil, his arm going numb as he was involuntarily propelled backward. Hubby! The women gasped in unison, eager to rush to his aid. Stay back. Tend to your own. Boda bellowed, his voice cutting through the chaos of battle, resonating clearly in the ears of the women. Steadying himself, he fixed his gaze on the mutated black bear, excitement gleaming in his eyes. His third-level spatial ability activated instantly, leaving an afterimage in place as he reappeared behind the bear. Spatial slash. Boda uttered a low command, his right hand slicing through the air, unleashing an invisible blade of space. The blade struck the bear's back with a soft thud, failing to penetrate its thick hide, but leaving a shallow wound from which dark green blood oozed forth. Roar! The mutated black bear, in pain, swiftly turned, its massive paw slicing through the air towards Boda. He dared not take the blow head-on, activating his spatial ability once more to evade to the side. The bear's paw crashed down onto the ground, creating a massive crater, stones scattering and dust billowing. Thus, the man and beast engaged in a fierce struggle. Utilizing the speed advantage granted by his spatial powers, Boda maneuvered around the mutated black bear, seeking opportunities to strike. Meanwhile, the bear, relying on its formidable physique and immense strength, launched relentless attacks, each strike infused with cataclysmic force. Although Boda narrowly evaded each onslaught, his situation remained perilously precarious. On several occasions, Boda narrowly escaped being struck by the bear's paw, facing perilous circumstances. Yet, his combat experience was exceedingly rich. Each time, he managed to evade at the critical moment, seizing the opportunity to inflict numerous wounds upon the mutated black bear with his powers of gold and space. Meanwhile, The women had already dealt with the majority of the mutated beasts. Thousands of lesser mutated creatures had been vanquished, leaving only a few remnants in a desperate struggle for survival. Hundreds of first-tier mutated beasts had also been significantly reduced, with the remaining few now at the brink of exhaustion, utterly suppressed by the women's powers, lacking any means to retaliate. Seeing Boda engaged in a fierce struggle with the mutated black bear, when Meow Meow's eyes flickered with urgency. She took a deep breath and thrust her hands forward with a decisive motion. A massive wooden dragon coalesced instantaneously, its formidable form roaring as it charged towards the mutated black bear. When Meow Meow, witnessing the intense confrontation, felt a surge of determination. With another deep inhale, she unleashed her fiery dragon technique. A fire dragon, as thick as a barrel, materialized mid-air, twisting and roaring, its fierce head rushing towards the mutated black bear. Sensing the imminent threat, the bear's large eyes widened in fear, and its massive body twisted in an attempt to evade. Yet, the fire dragon swiftly ensnared its limbs, coiling tightly with immense force, rendering the bear's movement sluggish and causing its joints to crack under pressure. Meow Meow, splendid work, Boda exclaimed, his eyes brightening. He activated his spatial ability, leaving behind a faint afterimage before reappearing directly above the mutated black bear. The bear could only watch helplessly as Boda's gleaming golden sword descended upon it with the sound of slicing wind. With a sharp, piercing sound, the blade penetrated the bear's left eye, and dark green blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering Boda and filling the air with a foul stench. The mutated black bear let out a heart-wrenching roar that reverberated throughout the underground parking lot, causing debris to tumble from the ceiling. In a frenzied rage, it swung its massive paw with catastrophic force, attempting to crush Boda. Simultaneously, its powerful limbs struggled desperately, muscles rippling with terrifying strength in an effort to break free from the fire dragon's grip. However, Boda was prepared. At the moment the sword struck, he once again activated his spatial powers, retreating like a phantom to a distance of several dozen meters. The bear's paw brushed past his clothing, crashing into the ground and creating a colossal pit, sending rocks flying and dust swirling. Now's our chance. Everyone, attack together, Boda shouted, his voice tinged with an unmistakable thrill. Upon hearing the command, the women sprang into action. Lung Lingshuang's swiftly formed hand seals, her ice blue powers radiating with intensity, unleashing countless ice spikes, as thick as an arm, that rained down upon the mutated black bear. Su Ruoxue summoned her lightning abilities to their utmost. A massive purple bolt of lightning crashing from the heavens to strike the bear's back with a resounding crackle. When Meow Meow, after unleashing her fire dragon technique, channeled her internal fire powers, releasing a scorching column of flame that seared the mutated bear's skin. Ruoxue's golden abilities coalesced into a sharp golden sword, precisely thrusting into the bear's wounds. Various powers cascaded upon the mutated black bear, light flashing and explosions resonating in a chaotic symphony. Despite the bear's formidable strength, it was ensnared by the water dragon and unable to evade the onslaught. Instantly, its body became riddled with wounds of varying depths, dark green blood flowing like a stream, exuding a nauseating stench. Boda, recognizing the opportune moment, felt a sharp glint in his eyes. He took a deep breath, summoning all his internal strength, and activated his spatial abilities, appearing instantaneously behind the mutated black bear. The golden saint breaking blade in his hand gathered his full might, plunging fiercely toward the bear's heart. With a sickening thrust, the longsword pierced through the bear's tough exterior, unimpeded as it entered its heart. The massive body of the mutated black bear halted abruptly, its wildly flailing paws freezing midair, a look of disbelief etched upon its monstrous face. The bear's movements froze in an instant, its remaining right eye's brilliance gradually fading, until it was utterly extinguished. It emitted a low, mournful whimper, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, and then its colossal form collapsed with a thunderous crash, stirring a cloud of dust that shook the entire underground parking lot. We have triumphed. We have won. Upon witnessing this scene, the women could not restrain their cheers. Boda slowly sheathed his longsword, sensing the slight turbulence within himself, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted the multitude of mutated beast corpses strewn across the parking lot, piled high, the air thick with the acrid scent of blood and decay, churning the stomach. Yet, Boda felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. He lowered his gaze to the body of the mutated black bear, his eyes fixating on its brow. There, a crystal the size of a fist glimmered, emanating a potent energy wave. It was unmistakably a second-tier beast core. Boda approached, carefully retrieving the beast core and storing it within his system space. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the enormous carcass of the mutated black bear, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. This was the body of a second-tier mutated beast, its fur as tough as iron, suitable for crafting defensive gear. Its bones, equally formidable, could be forged into sharp weapons. As Boda's will descended, the massive corpse of the mutated black bear transformed into a fleeting light, vanishing from sight. Within the confines of the system space, the body was meticulously stored, awaiting its transformation into more advanced equipment. "Darling, you are incredible," when Meow Meow rushed forward, disregarding the blood and stench that clung to her, leaping into Boda's embrace, her eyes shimmering with admiration. To challenge a second-tier mutated beast single-handedly was simply magnificent. The other female companions gathered around, their gazes filled with astonishment and affection for Boda. He smiled gently, ruffling Meow Meow's hair, and said softly, "Everyone is remarkable. This victory belongs to us all." He surveyed the underground parking lot, which was littered with the corpses of mutated beasts, devoid of anything else. "All right, there's nothing more here. Let us ascend," Boda said, patting Meow Meow on the back softly. He led the group towards the passageway. Just as they reached the entrance, about to step onto the surface, a faint murmur of conversation wafted in with the wind, reaching Boda's ears. His hearing was far superior to that of ordinary individuals, and he quickly caught the two voices. "Damn it, after searching for so long. Not a single hair to be found," a gruff voice cursed, laced with irritation. "Enough complaining. We need to hurry," responded another, deeper voice, tinged with fatigue. "We must return to the base before dark. Otherwise, encountering mutated beasts, our meager skills won't suffice." "Indeed, let us go." The sound of footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Boda halted abruptly, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. "Survivor base." Boda turned to the women, signaling for silence. They instantly understood his intent, closing their mouths with a spark of curiosity in their eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Boda resolved not to bring the women along. Their low cultivation levels and striking beauty made them too conspicuous in this post-apocalyptic world, risking undue trouble. Instead, he would stealthily follow the two burly men to assess the survivor base before making any further plans. With this thought, he focused his mind, and the training chamber within the system space opened instantly. "Please wait inside the training chamber for a moment. I shall return shortly," Boda said softly to the women. Although they harbored concerns, their unwavering trust in Boda prompted them to nod in agreement. Meow Meow tugged at the hem of his clothing, cautioning, "Darling, you must be careful and stay safe." "Do not worry. I am quite aware," Boda replied with a smile, gently pinching her cheek. Subsequently, a flicker of thought crossed his mind, and a gentle force enveloped the women, drawing them into the secluded chamber for cultivation. In an instant, their figures vanished from sight, leaving only Boda at the entrance of the passage. Boda swiftly circulated his innate abilities to cleanse the tainted blood from his body and donned a fresh set of garments. He then restrained his aura, suppressing his 9th-level foundation cultivation to the 1st level, appearing no different from an ordinary abilities user. Having completed these tasks, he flickered into motion, resembling a specter, silently pursuing the direction in which the two burly men had departed. His steps were light, akin to drifting willow catkins, falling upon the ground without a sound. His spatial abilities further accelerated his speed to the utmost, and he soon caught up with the two stout men. These men were both robust, clad in tattered clothing, wielding rusted machetes, and with several shriveled buns hanging from their waists. As they walked, they engaged in hushed conversation, entirely oblivious to the shadow that had trailed them. "How much longer can the food supply at the base last?" the gruff voice asked with concern. "There are increasingly more mutated beasts, and fewer people are returning from scavenging for supplies." "Who knows?" came the deep voice with a sigh. "The leader said that as long as we work diligently, we won't go hungry, but I doubt it. Just yesterday, I saw that the food stores were nearly depleted. What shall we do then? If the food runs out, won't we starve?" the gruff voice inquired anxiously. "What else can we do? Either continue to search for supplies or wait for starvation," The deep voice replied resignedly. Such is the nature of the apocalypse. The weak are preyed upon by the strong. To survive is a blessing. The dialogue between the two men reached Boda's ears, imparting to him a preliminary understanding of the survivor base. It seemed that the situation there was far from optimistic, beset by food shortages and lurking dangers. Boda trailed behind them, maintaining a cautious distance that kept him undetected while allowing him to overhear their conversation clearly. His gaze was sharp as he walked, attentively surveying his surroundings. After approximately half an hour, they approached a towering wall amidst the ruins. This wall stood at least 10 meters high, constructed of thick steel plates and cement, adorned with barbed wire, while several sentinels patrolled back and forth, armed with firearms and vigilantly scanning the vicinity. The main gate of the wall was firmly shut, flanked by two imposing guards, guns at their waists, their fierce gazes scanning every approaching figure. At last, we've arrived. The gruff voice exhaled in relief, a semblance of gratitude crossing his features. The two burly men quickened their pace towards the entrance of the base. Boda momentarily paused, concealing himself behind a crumbled wall, his focus unwaveringly fixed upon the base. The scale of the base was substantial, with walls stretching for miles, faintly revealing the structures within. Several searchlights were affixed atop the walls, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daylight. Clearly, the security of this survivor base was far more stringent than he had anticipated. A glimmer of insight flashed in Boda's eyes as he stroked his chin, contemplating how to infiltrate without drawing attention. At that moment, two robust men approached the entrance of the base. A guard intercepted them, coldly inquiring about their purpose. "We went out to gather supplies and have just returned." One of the men replied in a gravelly voice, producing a few shriveled buns from his waist as he spoke. "These are the supplies we found. We present them all." The guard accepted the buns, weighing them in his hand, his expression revealing a hint of impatience. "Is this all? Hurry up and get inside. If you bring back such meager offerings next time, do not expect entry." Yes, we will certainly gather more next time." The two men quickly nodded and smiled obsequiously. The guard snorted disdainfully and cracked open the door just enough to allow them entry. Witnessing this, Boda's eyes shone with understanding. It appeared that gaining access to this base was not as difficult as he had imagined. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned several shriveled buns from the system space, which he had stored in the secret chamber, unexpectedly finding them useful now. Subsequently, he masked his presence, lowered the brim of his hat, and approached the entrance of the base. His strides were steady, and his face bore a hint of fatigue, resembling a survivor who had just returned from a supply run. Soon, he stood before the gate. The guard halted him, his fierce gaze sweeping over Boda, and coldly asked, "What do you want?" Boda presented the buns, his voice hoarse as he replied, "I went out to gather supplies and have just returned." The guard accepted the buns, casting a glance at them, his face revealing a trace of disdain. However, he refrained from further comment, waving his hand impatiently. "Get inside quickly and don't linger here." Relieved, Boda expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, brother," before lowering his head and hastily entering the base. The moment he stepped inside, his eyes rapidly scanned the surroundings. The scene within the base resembled his expectations closely. Low tents were densely arranged everywhere, and the streets were bustling with hurried survivors, their faces etched with fatigue and numbness, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of despair. Occasionally, a few individuals clad in neat attire passed by, their expressions haughty, looking down upon the surrounding survivors. Clearly, a strict hierarchy governed this base. Chapter 100. Boda weaved through the crowd, his head bowed as he traversed the uneven dirt path winding between the tents. The peripheral vision of his eyes swiftly scanned the layout of the entire base. The ground beneath him was rough and uneven, littered with gravel and dust. On either side, the tents stood askew, patches of fabric layered atop one another, while occasional muffled coughs emanated from within. This survivor base was even smaller than he had anticipated, encompassed by a 10-meter-high wall that enclosed roughly half the area of a football field. The wall's surface was pockmarked and riddled with scratches and dents, bearing witness to numerous assaults by mutated beasts. Rusty barbed wire topped the perimeter, and a few sentinels, huddled and wary, paced back and forth, wielding iron rods, their gazes vacant and devoid of vigilance. Within, 30 or so dilapidated tents were crammed together, the narrow gaps between them barely allowing a single person to pass. In the open space, several gaunt children chased a scrawny mouse, their faces pale and their clothing thin and tattered. Their exposed arms and legs were mere skin stretched over bones, yet they erupted into peals of laughter, embodying a rare innocence amidst the apocalypse. The mouse darted swiftly, slipping beneath the tent, prompting the children to futilely pat the tent fabric, only to be yanked back by a skeletal hand that emerged from within, accompanied by a weary admonition, "Stop it. Be careful not to attract the mutated beasts." Most adults languished at the entrances of the tents, their vacant stares fixed on the overcast sky, clutching half a moldy corn bun, its surface marred by green mold, emanating a pungent odor. Yet, they hesitated to take a bite, merely caressing it as if it were a rare treasure. Some curled in corners, wrapped in tattered quilts, trembling uncontrollably, their lips cracked and oozing blood. Others leaned against the tent poles, eyes shut tight, caught in a limbo between wakefulness and slumber. Their breaths so faint they were nearly imperceptible. The air, heavy with the stench of sweat and dust, bore a faint, musty odor, the distinct scent of dampened provisions stored within the base, evoking a sour pang in the stomach, inducing a sense of nausea. Occasionally, a subtle whiff of blood lingered. The source unknown, perhaps from some unseen wound or an unfortunate creature that had been captured. Boda estimated the number of survivors in the base to be scarcely over 100, the majority being the elderly, the frail, and children, with barely 30 able-bodied men, all appearing pallid and listless. They seemed incapable of fending off even the ordinary mutated beasts, let alone the more formidable advanced variants. "Damn it. Today's rations have dwindled by yet another half bowl." A muffled voice from a drafty tent nearby conveyed a man's suppressed grievances, laced with bitterness and anger. He huddled within, covered by a tattered cloth, revealing his emaciated legs. "The leaders indulge in luxury while we, the downtrodden, are left to gnaw on moldy cornbread. Retribution is inevitable." The man's voice grew increasingly agitated, rising in pitch and drawing wary glances from those nearby. "Lower your voice." A woman urgently hushed him, her voice laced with terror, her fingers turning pale from the pressure, knuckles tinged with a bluish hue. Her hair was a brittle yellow, and her face, etched with deep wrinkles, appeared at least a decade older than her actual age. "If the leader's men hear you, your life is forfeit." Last month, Old Wong merely spoke out of turn and was dragged away to feed the mutated dogs. The man, begrudgingly silenced, still muttered a few words under his breath before exhaling a heavy sigh. The woman regarded him with eyes full of helplessness and despair, gently patting his back in a soothing manner, as if comforting a child. Boda paused momentarily, his ears perking up, capturing the entire exchange with clarity. A cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. In this apocalyptic world, one would find no shortage of such despicable bullies who, armed with their meager strength, exploit the lower-tier survivors as though they were mere livestock. He continued forward, his gaze settling on the sole brick building at the center of the base. The structure, with its thick walls and small windows, was constructed from red bricks and coated with a layer of whitewash, albeit somewhat weathered. It was vastly superior to the surrounding tents. Two guards wielding machetes stood at the entrance, their physiques more robust than the other youths in the base, clad in relatively intact clothing. The pistols holstered at their waists glinted coldly in the dim light, polished and well-maintained, a stark contrast to the rusted iron rods wielded by the guards at the entrance. It was evident that this was the residence of the base's leader. Boda found a discreet corner to crouch down, feigning the act of adjusting his shoes. In truth, he was extending his perception to its utmost limit, casting an invisible net over the entire base. Soon, he detected several unique energy fluctuations within the compound. Astonishingly, there were 5 individuals possessing abilities. 4 of the energy signatures were relatively weak, approximately at level 1. Their essences a mix of gold, wood, water, and earth, likely the powers of the leader's subordinates. Their energies were feeble, indicating a lack of training, relying solely on their abilities to impose their will. Having never experienced any significant combat, the 5th energy wave was somewhat stronger, barely reaching level 2, emanating a searing heat and originating from the brick building, presumably that of the base's leader. A level 2 fire ability, daring to exert dominance in this apocalypse? A sardonic smile played on Boda's lips as he lightly stroked his chin. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes, given his current strength. Subduing this base would be a mere trifle. He had meticulously devised a plan in his mind, intending to utilize spatial teleportation to materialize within the brick house, swiftly subduing the leader and subsequently instilling absolute fear in all within the base, thereby claiming it as his own. Just as Boda prepared to rise and execute his scheme, a sudden and violent explosion resonated from outside the base's gates. The deafening sound erupted like thunder, causing the very ground to tremble slightly, as dust from the tent's ceiling cascaded down, settling upon the heads and shoulders of the surrounding survivors, who remained utterly oblivious. Boom. Immediately following, the terrified cries of the guards intertwined with the cacophony of weaponry, shattering the previously stagnant atmosphere of the base. The gunfire erupted in a rapid succession reminiscent of popping beans, accompanied by the dull thuds of grenades exploding and the anguished wails of the guards, instilling a chilling sense of dread in all who heard it.